Yeah, I'd make it like a hybrid deal with America and Egypt, and like take part of all the benefits from the Suez Canal, send it over to Gaza. Why? It's just a toll or a
Because
tax.
it's clear that they are not capable of restraining themselves in terms of
Yes, I know.
skills
Which
too.
is that's
So they need to not have hold on. They need to be provided with
why they don't
defense.
have a state.
They need to be provided with defense. They need to be provided with infrastructure, with services like healthcare, education, and all of that kind of stuff.
Stop killing humans.
Correct, but they should be over like controlled, they could be like a little child. Yeah.
Right, and who do we leave as like the master on the lead? These people that can't
Israel doesn't want that
in charge. That's what we'll do.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that would create kind of like this narrative of repression or oppression or whatever. I don't think that this wants to use to control territory. So who else would be?
Horrible things and get Israel blamed for whatever reprisal.
So who else would be a good daddy for them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Egypt is a nice name. Egypt and America and the Suez Canal, that's grab international interest. And then, Gaza will have its own weight. But like in a different sphere of international communication. We don't need to worry about the Suez Canal so long as there's some, exceptions for Israel because of that war that started that other time. They tried to block the Suez Canal from Israel.
I want to push back a little bit, on the they're not capable of it. It does kind of like a little bit the racism of low expectations. I prefer to actually, if you don't authorize them. No, you understand what I mean? It's the bigotry. It's the bigotry.
They have demonstrated that their ideology is
Let me finish that thought. I prefer to think of them as exceptionally capable, right? Because it makes their failures even worse. If they're not capable and they fail, then, well, they weren't capable in the first place. But if they are capable and they decide to do other things, right?
They are capable of forming a state that is not focused on killing humans.
Absolutely.
However, modern state expectations rely upon a certain acculturation of citizenship. People from different parts of the world, Mexico, New York, California, Idaho, Canada, Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Congo, there are different modes of civilian citizenship. And the acculturation necessary for like certain levels of statecraft is highly classist in terms of like the
For sure.
And I'm saying it's fair to say to some degree they are not accustomed to the type of state we are expecting them to engage in.
So that's just a political culture and legacy question. That's not a capacity question, right?
It's about capacity over time. It would take a couple
Over time, that's what I'm saying.
lifetime to re-educate and acculturate people to a new style of citizenship. You understand?
That's what I'm saying. That's the same.
Not capable in their lives.
Right, but that's like a similar thing.
You're dumb. It just means that they haven't acquired the capabilities to deal with other states at the same level.
That's fine, so long as we're not saying that like intrinsically, whatever, I won't say that like intrinsically they're less capacity.
I'm
Some
saying
kind of political culture.
Brainwashed.
No, agreed. That's what happened. That's very similar to the political cultures that Mizrahi came from that weren't Western, and they had to figure out how to be quasi-Western in Western society, right? And that took generations. Same idea.
With brothers, and they were able to figure it out.
Same idea, right? So again, like the parallels here between stateless, whatever you want to call them, right, and the methods in which Zionism created institutions, created infrastructures, right? These are models. These can be models for Palestinians to, those interested in Palestinians, to promote, right? Build the infrastructure, and then eventually it'll be like, oh yeah, and you have this society that's like peace-loving and wants to coexist. Oh great, and you have some police. Great. Sounds like could be a correct state.
Can I just make a point? relationship and lost their militancy discipline.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I don't know if it's a direct comparison, but obviously in the UK, yeah, in Northern Ireland, we have obviously had effectively a civil war between Catholics and Protestants, yeah. And
You're a northerner?
in Northern Ireland, that was murder on the streets, yeah. Of the 70s, it started because the Catholics, there was a lot of anti-Catholic sentiment. They didn't have the same rights in society in terms of jobs and stuff like that. Anyway, well, then it was nobody in a million years thought that was ever going to be solvable because it was such an entrenched, and I'm not saying it's a direct comparison, but it was such an entrenched society, one against the Protestant versus Catholics, British Army on the streets. And what happened was the solution ended up being put your guns down and we'll legitimise you politically. Sinn Féin could therefore become not a terrorist organisation, but a political party representing the Catholics in the society. And that was the late 90s. And here we are, 2025, and the party that is actually the ruling governing party in Northern Ireland is Sinn Féin. So that is a 25, 30-year transformation from what was murder, terrorism, bombs, yeah, in London, bombs, and I can't say that, so it's a direct comparison, but you legitimise them. They were, all the terrorists they were basically allowed out of jail, yeah, on both sides, the Protestant and the Catholics, and there was a peace solution put in place, and they had to down their weapons and become a legitimate political entity representing their people. I have to say, that was unbelievable, yeah, at the time it was achieved, and I don't know whether that would be even possible, but that surely has got to be part of the process of the self-determination, in my uneducated opinion.
Simon, if you ever read Hamas Charter.
No, but actually people murdered on the streets of Northern Ireland. So whether there is a charter or not a charter, the effect was the same. We're going to kill police, we're going to kill Protestants, we're going to kill Catholics.
Women waiting at bus stops?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The Omar bomb in a shopping mall, yeah. And those, they had to be, yes, absolutely exactly the same. Exactly the same.
The history with the Jews and the Palestinians is much shorter than the history of Ireland and England.
No, that's not true. That's actually not true.
Really? How far back do you think the history of Ireland and England goes?
Well, it's same as Jews and Palestinians. Yeah.
The same as Jews and Palestinians?
Yeah, from the Roman era, right? Yeah.
Oh, you think that these guys are related to the Plishtim?
But do you think the length of time when it comes down to people being murdered, yeah, and all for
Yeah, you think the length of time matters because I think people are dumb and related to other people who are dangerous, and I think that it takes a few generations for people to learn the error of murder.
Read history makes it. Palestinians and Jews have known each other the same way as Irish and English, or Protestants and Catholics.
Well, you know, people hundreds.
Yeah.
Well, what are the
Catholic Protestant split happened. When did the Catholic Protestant split happen? 500 years back.
You understand my question?
I understood your question. That is the Catholic Protestant, split happened 500 years back or 600 years back.
Palestinian my question. You heard the question. You said you heard it. Did you repeat the question?
Okay, repeat
You actually heard the question?
Oh yeah, repeat word.
Okay, the question was, you said the Palestinians knew each other as long, with the Jews, as long as the Irish knew the English. My question question was roughly the 1200s. What was the Palestinian perspective on the Jewish community in the 1200s?
They exist. What is the perspective?
I'm asking, what did they do? You said you knew that there was a coherent Palestinian community that had like an internal tradition of the Jews that were living in Israel in the 1200s. I'm asking, what was that perspective?
The perspective is that they saw the Jews exist. They live with the Jews. Yeah, that is the perspective.
And who shared this view? Like, that's just kind of saying there were people there that knew there were Jews around.
But they've been living together for the past, however long they existed. Yeah.
The
So
same.
local Jews have continuous existence in Palestine for the last 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years. Should I teach history of Jews to you? Seriously?
Say what?
Should I teach you the history of Jews to you in Palestine? Like, no, I don't think that is
The history of Palestinians that didn't exist until 1967.
Are you saying that Palestinians did not exist in the 2100s?
That's
Exactly.
exactly.
How they should have said that. They should have made that stupid call. They
did not exist until 20th century, and they were manufactured by so
That's not true.
Mufti of Hitler. That is
No, that's also not true.
it is true.
Okay, so what distinctive Palestinian word out of the empire had an opinion?
People who were called Palestinians in the Bible are not of the same origin ethnically, geographically, or genetically.
You want to look at the
Technically,
odds?
they share the same ancestry. Semitic people.
Those are the odds. The people that
Semitic people, you idiot.
They speak Arabic. Arab language is Semitic language.
Oh my god.
No,
Okay, so I don't think
They are not, it's not an Indian language. Arabic is not an Indian language.
I did an experiment yesterday.
Why is it that I write about this at least?
So I did an experiment yesterday. When we don't have resources to stage, the conversation is more pleasant. So I'm sorry, but I don't think we're going anywhere with
Sorry, but yes, the history with Ireland and England goes back through few different monarchies, and then the colonization project of Northern Ireland, and then the political and religious divisions. You could go back millennia, but I would really just go back centuries to when King Henry broke from the church. So, yeah, it's an old and complicated fight, and it's not just like on the simple headlines of it. It's more just the different cultures that develop when you have those many headlines for 400 years. The Israelis and the Palestinians is a very modern issue. It's 100 years old. It's not as old, and that's what I'm saying. England and Ireland, it took a while for them to come down. Even with like all of the modern sensibilities of the 20th century in the Troubles, it took way too long. And it was insane and it was stupid. And people didn't even understand what was happening. And I'm saying that it takes generational wisdom to learn that murder is bad. And I don't know how long it'll take the Palestinians to learn that.
Did you think he should, when you said that, because it was like Palestine, so that's a one-sided change.
Yeah, I think the Jews understand that murder is bad. I think it's happened to enough of them. I think that they made an army in order to prevent murders from happening. I think they know that murder is bad, and I think the Palestinians have not yet learned that fact.
Yeah, okay. Understood that.
Well, they do have an ideology and a framework that we try to understand from our own Western principles perspective, which doesn't work, right? I mean, Simon, these are guys that, for bad or right, I don't know, like they believe, well, they have certain beliefs. First of all, they're being brainwashed, you know, since they are very little kids, they are being desensitized against killing Jews, so that when they grow up, I mean, for them it's in their nature, they see as killing Jews as almost like a virtuous thing, you know, and on top of that, it is a religion, it is an ideology that gives you a prize when you die in war, right?
I would say that the troubles in all that started off with the IRA, which is the Irish Republican Army. Yeah, so they were trying to fight for a united Ireland. That concept was completely gone by that.
I'm trying to speak.
He's not trying to speak.
So they just wanted to be legitimised and have,
Anyways, yes.
as it's transpired,
Go to the front.
saying the government of Northern Ireland, which they didn't have before. So, obviously, yeah, I see that that's a difference. That's worked out.
I've never said there's still technically to heal. There's a second state. There is a border between the two, even though they've gotten control of both, because they acknowledge that there is a legitimate difference between the two states.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I did say that. I brought it up not with a massive degree of confidence that I was doing a fair analogy, to be honest. Yeah, it was more that there was a big change from total violence, anarchy, death of civilians, yeah, to a legitimised political process that included everybody. That did happen. But it doesn't mean it's the same. I get that.
Yeah, you have a different case in Ireland. Even if it was Protestants against like Catholics and there were political differences, but the background is still the same. You know, it's a Christian background, and you have more things in common than you have different. I think it's not like Gaza and Israel. And by the way, you said in one of your comments.
And Ireland is very complicated.
Yeah. But also you said in one of your comments, if I recall correctly, you said something like, yeah, they're both two groups of people living in the same land that they call Israel. I think that's incorrect. I don't think the Gazans consider Gaza part of Israel.
Yeah, that's just them arguing with history. It's a weird Muslim trait. They'll get over it eventually.
Anyway, they didn't kill the room.
Like, you know, if we were to completely dismantle the state of Israel and wipe all the Jews out from the face of the earth, the history records of America and the world would still read, this is where Israel was. They just want to, like, ignore facts, which is dumb. It weakens their position, but they're a young culture. And they apparently haven't learned murder is bad. Huge problem, right? In their instruction, somehow, the murder is bad across the board didn't quite stick.
So what do you think is going to happen? Like, so right now, Israel is focused on Iran, right? So are they still focusing on Gaza at the same time? Daniel? And then,
Yeah, there's tricks in it.
Lebanon and Syria and Yemen.
And the citizenship is stretched thin. They're going in and out of bunkers every 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is so stressful.
It's exhausting.
It must be, I mean, it must be horrible. And especially right now, also with the heat, I mean, I guess the bunkers are not like luxury accommodations, right? I mean, like you're underground and you're boiling down there.
Yes, they've not yet developed the mountain fortress of Switzerland.
Yeah, just yesterday I was looking at a video and it said that Switzerland is the only country in the world capable of surviving a nuclear war or something like that. And it was saying that we have here 400,000 know, 100% of that.
Actually, like a line in the Torah, there's some Jewish theology built up around the fact that Israel is aware that it is not the most secure region in the world. You can comment on like, yeah, over in Egypt you've got that Nile, Switzerland you've got those mountains. Over here, well, you know, like the faithful, we rely upon the one true God.
A really strong faith. Yeah.
Takes me a little there.
Here there are like cities on the ground, you know, like there are hospitals and coffee shops and everything. And yeah, they have beds, they have of course toilets, they have everything. There is a whole network of bunkers, you know, underneath, and they are communicated also through the Alps, through the mountains.
Yeah, the subject.
Who wants to be Swiss? But they're boring stuff.
Well, the Swiss aren't really a people, but the conglomeration of the different people on mountains that realized they couldn't be conquered.
It's a confederation, yeah. Well, I live in Switzerland and I don't get bored here.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that. I've been insulting you.
I don't care, I'm not Swiss, I live in Switzerland.
They're not so much like the united people as just states up there in the mountain.
Yeah.
They have more referendums to decide their laws than any other country.
Yeah, because it's a direct democracy. So everything is asked to the population.
Yeah, but you don't have any issues. I mean, if you've got no issues, hey, who cares? Let's have a referendum.
Well, we pass referendums here asking whether we should dehorn the cows or not. I mean, those are important issues.
What should we do with the Nazi goal? Let's have a referendum. Yeah, I mean,
So I'm telling you, the horns of the cows are more important.
yeah, but as well as the
Important for what? For you guys to continue just.
Well, we have the best milk in the world here, the best cheese in the
How
world.
is it
It's
like
important.
value neutrality as like the good for humanity?
you don't have the best cheese. You have the right to work, the malaise cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Switzerland is a fort. And, yeah.
Not the smallest thing.
Makes that, as you were saying, you guys should learn better.
No, you're right. We just need our mountain bunkers.
Yeah. Oh my god, this guy Aaron, Andre and Daniel, if you want to bring him up, you have to do it. I can't anymore because I already brought him up 2 times. But if he doesn't behave, he's not only going to be thrown down to the audience, but out of the room.
Oh, he was speaking on my behalf. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was just like yelling. It's annoying. Well, it's my room. If you don't like to hear me yell, you can leave. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, I am excited you can bring him up. He's going crazy with the hand raise. And he's crying at the chat. Like a little Indian bitch. Yeah, I'm so not sad, but I'm annoyed that this guy Maximilian left the room. I really wanted to hear what he had to say about being a non-Zionist Jew.
Well, that guy is, I think, relatively new to Clubhouse. I've heard him get triggered before, so I didn't see what happened, but I heard you say Maximilian, which he had stayed in the room, and I'm not surprised that Maximilian left.
Were you listening to a room from John's room?
No, I literally just came in, and I heard you say, I wish Maximilian had stayed. I already know who you're referring to. I've had interactions with him before, and I think respectfully to Maximilian, I think he might be relatively new to Clubhouse, because I've heard him he gets really triggered.
He sounds like you in the early days.
Exactly. It takes one to know one. It takes one to know one. I'm still known to have an emotional freak out, crash out, but in season 1 of Clubhouse 3 or 4 years ago, it happened a lot more.
Oh yeah, we've all been down that road. Yeah, we've all been there. I've been thrown out of 2 rooms. I've not been thrown out of anywhere for years. Yeah.
It's like any community. It takes one to get to know them.
Exactly. You got to get to know the culture of Clubhouse and how things work here.
Because a lot of these people already know each other, right? So there's like norms and customs. Weird.
You weren't there, Nick said, but I had a really interesting experience the other day. I mean, I'm 37, but I have a friend of mine who's 19. Oh, my phone's fucked up.
No, it was okay.
Holding on.
Go on. My friend, you were doing fine.
You said his phone messed up.
Is it muting every time I'm talking? Is it randomly?
Fine.
No.
Okay, so I was just going to tell you a very short anecdote that I invited a 19-year-old friend of mine who I met at the jiu-jitsu gym, and I was talking with him about Israel, and I invited him onto Clubhouse to have a chat, and he was really enjoying the app. We had a good conversation. Mr. Anderson came in.
Oh my God.
It was like, I was talking with him about Israel-Palestine. This is my friend, a 19-year-old.
Clubhouse?
No.
A 19-year-old dude to speak with Mr.
No, he's not a Jew. He's Iranian. He's Iranian. And he was saying a lot of anti-Semitic things. He's only 19, and he's a good guy.
Why he got along with Mr. Anderson?
And then Mr. Anderson comes in. I'm like, listen, you're going to love my friend Tim. He hates Jew. And Mr. Anderson was like more extreme even than my 19-year-old friend thought was possible. But it was funny, Mick said, because my 19-year-old friend, although he really enjoyed his Clubhouse experience, and although he contributed to the discussion very well, he got triggered like so quickly. He was only on there for like 8 minutes, and then he got triggered, and he was like, I gotta go, I'm sorry. And it's like,
I agree.
he got triggered while listening to Rohan.
Oh yeah, well, Rohan can't trigger people.
I thought Rohan was being reasonable, but he was being too calm for my friend Puya. Puya was like, let's have a heated debate. And then Roman came in and he was like, okay, listen to me. I'd like to break it, he's like, and then I think Puya was like yelling and yelling. He was like, I can't listen. But he didn't know that on Clubhouse, you have to listen to people who you disagree with. You have to listen to Rowan droning on, and you have to. Yeah, there's ways to play it. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, don't bring these kind of people's Clubhouse. I brought my sister like 3 years ago. It probably was at the beginning when I was doing all the COVID rooms, the massive rooms we had. And I brought her here so that she would listen to the doctors we had and stuff because I didn't want them to get vaccinated, and I was like, yeah, well, I'm not good like transmitting this message. They need to listen for themselves. And well, yeah, she came, I don't know, for a week or 2, but then she just like hated it and she left. I think she still has got her profile.
It's funny because a lot of people like.
Yeah, my sister hated it. I'm thankful she hated it.
It's hilarious.
Hello. No, it's funny because like Anna was there, Conservative Ann was there, and Joe B was there, and Mr. Rambleson was there. So it was a lot of like my Clubhouse like OG friends. Like I've known Ann and Tim and Joe B for a long time, and Ann and Joe B were joking. They were like, Zach, don't bring your friend to Clubhouse. You're doing him a disservice. You're gonna get him horribly addicted. But then I had to realize, like, not everybody gets addicted to Clubhouse. Like, it's very self-selecting. I mean, look at the people in this room. You have to be interested in hearing other people's opinions. You have to be interested in debate. And if you can't tolerate other people's opinions, well, why would you waste time on Clubhouse? Like, I've shown.
It's not only that, it's also the fact that
But that's like saying not everybody gets addicted to crack cocaine,
it's not only that, it's also the fact that we know each other already for 4 years. Right. So we have developed some sort of weird rapport
Well, I know, like, he's raising his hand.
Like, we have like a map of Clubhouse. English speakers are in this region. Oh, sorry.
Fucking everywhere. There was a time when there weren't so many blacks on stick and where we
I know, only you and me know about Stickam.
I think I've only been to black.
like English speaking.
I think I've only been to the black spaces like 1 or 2 times, and that was like 2 or 3 years ago, and I came in with my whole personal responsibility stick. And they busted
Yo, Abdul, change your PTR, dude.
I was like, I don't want to.
And if you're gonna speak, try not to speak like you're a retard.
Because I cannot even speak ghetto to them, you know, like I'm not good at quick. So I never came back.
Issa, explain to me how 13% of the population can occupy over 90% of the rooms on Clubhouse. Like, when the fuck did that happen?
They ain't got nothing better to do.
Yes, I think that that's true. I think that there are a lot more black people who are available to waste their lives than losers like you. And, I mean, notice, look at yourself, by the way. Look at you. You're a respectable man, a father with a family and a job. I don't see you on Clubhouse every day, 1776. I'm happy when I see you.
Little fathers with
You know?
that I don't know what they were avoiding. They spend a shitload of time on Clubhouse.
What I find funniest about the black spaces is that when I go into them and I start having a intelligent conversation with them, they all of a sudden, when they figure out I'm white, they dismiss me.
Hey, this nigga white. Hey, what?
Something else.
I'm like totally white, yeah, no, it's freaking hilarious.
Smoke
Exactly. Don't behave like that.
Smoke
So
alarm.
my friend, how do you account for white people make 70% of all online media content?
I don't know. I don't know that statistic.
I can explain that. It's not very nice, but you know, as I've never been to the hood, they don't need any,
Yeah, maybe it's because the black people don't have
our children. And,
maybe it's because black people don't have any children left after you abort them all.
but how do we
They
protect
murder
our
each
children
other
from
in
white
Chicago
people?
and a single
70% of all pedophilia.
I don't think there are that many. I don't think there are that many white pedophiles who want to abuse a black baby. I think most of the white pedophiles are going for white babies.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think
Okay, we are going to change the topic. I don't want to get political. Thank you very much.
has preferences. Do who you like to be.
We're going to change the topic. I don't want
I do for sure.
Oh my! I mean, you as a black pedophile, you want to.
Oh my God, Steven, I said we're changing the fucking topic. We're not going to talk about it.
And some people can't hold their views, and some people don't care hold their views.
Can I tell a short anecdote that will change the topic?
So why would they want to? Yeah.
I have a short anecdote that will change the topic. I wanted to.
The only black space that I sometimes go in Clubhouse is Slide's room.
I didn't know he was still around.
Yeah, his rooms are not that big anymore, but he's still around. I like Slide.
Slide from Switzerland, slide?
No,
Slide.
okay.
Slide.
Slide is, UK.
Oh.
Okay.
So like,
Into the black. The black region? Wait.
yeah, he got.
Black
He,
is
no,
not
he's okay.
UK. Anyway, go ahead with your.
Well, my short
Are
anecdote.
you gonna tell us how you spoke to Franny again? No?
No,
It's,
no, but it's related to the different. It's related to the Clubhouse map when you're like English speakers over here. I had a very interesting experience that I don't know if you guys can relate to, or I think you might have been aware of it when it was happening, but it was happening to me, not you. But about 2 years ago, when I had lost a couple accounts, right now I have this account and I have access to. I have a private fake number that I've used to create this account. But back in the day, like 2 years ago, I had this service that would give me a fake number to use Clubhouse. However, the number was shared by other random people on Earth. Random people. And so I would get a phone number, I would log into Clubhouse, and there would already be an account created. And it would be like, in like sort of like Russian, or like the name of the account would be in Arabic or like Thai, like some foreign language. And then I would go into my hallway and the entire hallway was in a foreign language. And it's like, fuck, I like respawned in like the wrong server or something. It was a weird time in my Clubhouse life.
That's funny. I imagine it like as Clubhouse being some kind of metaphor, and like you end up like in a world of
You would get like reincarnated as like a foreign country or something.
Yeah.
God forbid a foreign country. I want that. That would be awful. By the
You
way,
love foreign countries. You're in the UK.
I've got an objection. I think you keep talking about speaking English. Not that you can speak English. You're very poor in your vocabulary, yeah, and the way that you pronounce things. So I'm sorry about giving you that. There's only one. That's coming from the
I
person
don't
that has a
understand what this
broad.
man is saying.
Yeah, it just
It's like a trip on your shoulder.
Well, that proves my point.
You sound poor.
Well, how does it prove your point when you sound like you have a dick?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it sounds like he's got a mouth.
That's also he's fucking huge. He can actually go in the mouth.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Can we?
This is not like me. Sorry. I said, yeah. I
I'm
got
on the bank thing. I thought you the bank stuff. Yeah, every UK person calls me Liza because they hear it in the bank investment thing. Liza.
But he's tax free.
Yeah, I'm always tax free.
Is every black man secretly homosexual? With this
Well, I
big
think
product?
like the ones in the East are. Daniel will tell you that they are.
So they're secretly bisexual. Maybe that's it. But like,
Daniel
I
can-
don't know what we just keep
Daniel can help you find out.
I don't think it's a gay place, though.
Is Daniel gay?
Yes,
No, my husband's son.
just his husband is.
How do you feel about all you people being reported out of the United States?
I think it's great, actually. I think they should not be allowed to be illegally in your country. I think that actually having offered the opportunity to get in your country legally has killed many of them. And it puts my people at risk. So yeah, I think that closing the borders is the best thing that can happen to my people. And when you go to my country, you will see a lot of people supporting Trump. In fact, when Kamala Harris went 3 years ago, there were bunches of people waiting for her at the airport saying, Kamala, go home, and wearing Trump hats. And yeah, nobody likes, in my country, the Democratic Party. They have been a huge pain for countries like mine. So yeah, we love Trump. We love what he's doing.
Did you see that video of those cucked white people singing the song, Hey Kamala, Kamala, hey Kamala?
Was it even a good song?
Oh man, they ruined it. But yeah, it was. But no, they were just terrible people. Those were
Not
just,
family, right?
yeah, the fucking family is like all parasitized.
Yeah.
They're like fucking zombies, man. I remember back in like the 80s, 90s watching like Night of the Living Dead, where like the idea of a zombie was like this abstract concept. And then, you know, fast forward 20, 30 years and you have zombies. Like fucking people who are possessed of an ideology. It's just been weird. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, there's this
I'm
concept.
not aware of what you're talking about at all, but I'm listening.
The zombies. Yeah, there was
The slumpers?
no, the zombies. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Zombies. What do you mean by zombies?
Unfortunately, we can't.
Okay. So there's this concept in theory of mind, philosophy of mind. This guy David Chalmers came up with this concept called the P zombie. A P zombie is a philosophical zombie, and from
person is essentially an NPC, right? You're interacting with this person, but behind the veil, like there's just a script running. There's no real ratiocination happening. There's no critical thinking. There's nothing. All there is.
No inner monologue.
A shadow into our, like you, it's a window into our conversation the last 3 years.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a time when it was like an abstract thing, and like zombies were, they didn't exist. And now, like, they fucking do, man. They do.
Right. I mean, one example that I can think of is people use words that they don't even know why they're using this word. Like my 19-year-old friend who I referenced earlier when we were having.
Why do you keep referencing his age? It's weird.
Well, because that's the only thing you know about
Let him
him.
do whatever he wants.
You don't know his name. My friend, his name is
Cops tense.
His name is. Yeah, it's nice to know.
But you said it like if it was a girl, I would kind of ask for you.
Were you trying to fuck him? Like,
My point was.
Are you fucking this guy?
That's what I'm saying. So it seems like you might be.
Well, you're getting turned on by this, Lou. I mean, what
No.
is going on?
Really, he's not a 19-year-old black kid. Black. All right, so my point is that when you talk to these anti-Israel types, they often use a word like they'll say, the Jews are so bloodthirsty. And I think it's interesting that they don't say Israelis are warmongers. They don't say Israelis are warlike. They don't say Israelis are violent. They don't even say Israelis, like sometimes they'll say evil. They won't even say hateful. Like they'll say Israelis are evil and Israelis are bloodthirsty. And I was talking with my friend and I was like, yo, do you know that for thousands of years, people have been saying that Jews literally drink the blood of babies? Like 2,000 years ago, they were saying Jews drink the blood of babies. Do you know that you're invoking a 1,000-year-old racist trope? Do you know that?
Come up with some new material.
And his response was, but Jews are killing babies. And so that's what makes me think, but they do be though. And so the point is, he doesn't even know that he's running a script. He doesn't even know that he's using the word bloodthirsty because he's subconsciously evoking this 1,000-year-old trope, and he's not even aware of the script that he's running in his brain.
Right.
So ignorance is watching the news and when people are exposed to this false narrative and this idealism, their whole lives, and it is quite punctual that you refer to him as a 19-year-old, because this is an epidemic amongst the younger generations who have been just inundated with false information from the internet, and this is just sheer proof that the tactics of hypnotizing the majority of the people is working really well. These people are just hypnotized and they believe everything at face value. They don't investigate it. They don't do any research. They're just, the internet says it, so it must be true.
So then the question then becomes, what is the proper course of action after you run the 60 IQ? How would you feel? How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast yesterday? Test on them, and they come back and they're like, "But I did eat breakfast yesterday." Then what do you do? All that's left in my tool bag at that point is either violence or just ridicule. Like those are the two, and ridicule is kind of
Ridicule is better than violence, personally.
Ridicule is a kind of violence.
Maybe you can shame them into educating themselves. Highly unlikely, but I mean, it's better than violence. I don't agree with violence.
How do you incept awareness? How do you incept intelligence?
Okay, you want to know my honest answer? A really high dosage of LSD. Because you know what? When you take a really high dosage of LSD, you are hiding from the truth. And the truth comes barreling at you. Like fucking, you will not be, most people would not be able to handle it.
But we're not just gonna go around dosing people with
I understand.
We need to figure out how to trigger them in the
that means we're living in the fourth dimension. If we see everything in fourth dimension, that means we're living in the fifth dimension. So if they're seeing everything in one dimension, that means they're only living in the second dimension, because you can't see the exact dimension that you're living in. You can only see the opposite or the forward.
What a load of tosh. Yeah.
I never understand the whole, they believe everything that they're told, and then, then why not tell them something different if that's true?
What a load of bollocks. I mean, the reality is, I want to know the truth, okay? And it doesn't help you taking the piss out of people who actually genuinely do want to know the truth and might not know necessarily where to go, what to trust to get that truth. So well done in taking the piss out of people who actually do want to know the truth. Hey, that's really good to achieve a lot. Anyway,
Now the question is, do you know if you're actually ever going to know the truth? Because if the answer is no, then why are you obsessed with it?
I don't know
if obsessed is the right word, but what I would say is because it's fucking pretty important, isn't it? Isn't it important to know the truth?
Is it? I don't know. Like, how does that affect really your day-to-day life and the decisions you make, as in like how to live a good life with your family and get along with the people you love and make a living and all of this? Does it even make an impact?
Yeah, I do live in the U.S. and I'd have to say that, the majority of people are absolutely content being ignorant, and don't want to look into things like, how the King James Bible is even in existence. They don't want to know the history of it. They don't want to know because it would fuck with their own narrative, and they're so stuck on their own narrative of how things are that they don't want to know the truth or the history. And it's very unfortunate, and it's very disheartening as an American that does seek the truth, because that's the way I was raised. I was raised to always question authority, always question the people, always refer back to biblical text to make sure that your pastor is telling you the truth and not his own damn opinion. And same with the walk of Christ, man. All these people out there saying that they walk with Christ, yet they have scripture in their mouth but vile in their actions. It's amazing to me the willful ignorance that this quote unquote Christian nation, and mind you, this is not a Christian nation. This is a nation founded on religious freedom. Not any particular religion. You're not mandated to be a Christian to be an American. That's ridiculous. But there's a good majority of people out there that believe that if you're not a Christian, you're not an American. And it's disgraceful as an American to see this happening.
Yeah, well, it is disgraceful. It would be disgraceful in the UK because we're secular societies. Yeah, so the freedom of to worship who you wish is so fundamental. Yeah, and so to try and turn it into something else, which is called, our government's got to be based on religion, well, then that's just like Sharia law. It's just the same concept.
Yeah, that's a sure sign of oppression. I mean, that's the way oppression has always worked. They use religion and falsified religion on top of that. I mean, I dare anybody to go read the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, which is the oldest Bible on the freaking planet Earth, and the most complete Bible on the planet Earth, and then go read the King James Bible and tell me how they're relative.
Yeah, right. Well, obviously, it was written in Greek, and then some guy translated it, to English. But that translation.
Well, it was written in Latin originally, and it was the Bible was a book that was only held by the people and people of very high wealth. It wasn't a common book amongst the illiterate of the countries because, well, they couldn't read it in the first place, but much less could they read freaking Latin.
So do you think it was a mistake to have it translated to different languages? Because I know
you've got to look at the context of, like, let's say the King James Bible. King James the Scots and then beheaded her. He also wrote 3 books on demonology, as well as retranslated the freaking the Bible into English. So I mean, just that short bit of history, knowing about King James, his nefarious freaking adulteries, his assumed homosexuality, or at least bisexuality, and all these things, just about King James. Just about.
I will look into it. Yeah, thank you.
Mary Queen of Scots was beheaded by Queen Elizabeth I. Well, Queen Elizabeth I, she died without any children, which is why then I think it was James IV or the V of Scotland. He became James I.
The reason I'm asking is, like, in the Islamic world, right? They don't encourage translation. They'll say that any translation that's not Arabic will change, the meaning of the text, and therefore it's not really the Quran, right? But the problem is most people don't speak Arabic. They are Muslim, and so I thought this was a problem. But now I'm confused. I'm starting to think maybe it was a good thing. What do you guys think?
I think it's a good way to preserve the integrity of any book. That's just any book, because especially when you translate it to English, as somebody pointed out earlier, American English is terrible. It's misrepresented. It's not well translated. And that's part of the difficulties that have fed to this absolutely absurd idealism of Christianity here in the United States, especially because if you'll notice, a lot of these quote unquote Christians, man, they don't embody they don't embody Christ's
teachings. Yeah, that's what I was thought.
Embody the teachings of Christ, which is peace, love, humility. Shoot. The Bible completely condemns. The Bible completely condemns.
What was happening right now? I feel like I'm listening to group therapy.
Sorry, you guys want to reset the room then?
No, Daniel. Yeah, we're just checking on each other. We're here.
Anyways, I came in, I saw the title, and so I'm a bit confused because I've been dedicating the last few days into looking into Iran, right? And so I made a list, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong. There are people who are loyal. Okay, Daniel. Okay. So there's a group that are royalists, right? And they like this guy named Pahlavi. So there's that group. Yes, and I watched the interview with him. It was in Farsi, but I've seen people translating it, and he said that he's okay with having a constitutional monarchy. It doesn't have to be hereditary, and he seems like a nice guy. But then when you go online, you get Iranians that hate him, and then you have Iranians who are what's it called? Anyways, there's so many. Yeah, like there's some. I know that Iranians are Shiite, but a lot of other Muslims are starting to like Iran now because they're fighting against Israel, so they're winning brownie points when most of those Sunnis never liked them. So it's strange how that's happening. But so what do you guys think will happen?
It's just the people, the Christians, that hate the Jews, and they dislike the Muslims as well, but now they're supporting Palestinians, and it's simply because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so
It's so weird.
They all share a disdain towards the Jews, and that's what matters the most to them.
Yeah, like Jews, unfortunately, hating Jews has become a unifying force. It sucks for Jews, but for Khomeini to be put on a pedestal by these Sunnis, it's so shocking to me to see. But what I want to know is what do the Iranian people want then? Do they want Pahlavi to go, or it's I just want what's best for their country, but it's hard to understand because they have so many divisions, Pahlavi looks like a nice guy, you know. But I don't know.
Nice then.
He seems like a really nice guy with a nice family, yeah, that cares for Iran, yeah. But yeah, who knows, right?
He's a great guy.
Samia wants to pull Islam into the topic of Middle East. Yeah, I brought it in. Sorry.
Samia is Muslim, so she can't do that.
Yeah, I brought Islam into the Middle East. Sorry, my apologies.
The Muslim women weren't supposed to talk.
Yeah. Is there Sharia on Clubhouse too? I'm not supposed to talk.
I'm just asking, like, that's...
That's fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's your religion, not mine.
Did you see actually in the UK that they're really now pushing against the Sharia, not law because it has not been codified into law yet, but all these Sharia rules that they're trying to implement on citizens that are criticizing Muhammad or the Muslims or all of this stuff. Like, it's amazing.
We just had somebody sentenced in jail, I can't remember how long, a few years, for burning the Quran, but they didn't specifically state it. They said that the actions of this person posed a worrying issue for, sorry, don't quote me, but basically this person, because they burnt the Quran and they've been sentenced, this is the first blasphemy case.
Oh yeah, they created a law, an anti-blasphemy law or something like that, right?
Yeah, against Islam. You can do what you want with any other religion, but if it's Islam,
Well, you can't do shit about the Jews here. In the U.S. at least.
Yeah, but it's not illegal, honey.
Well, no, I think it is in some states. I don't think you should make fun of people's religion.
You think it is in some states?
It's not, dude. I mean, killing Jews is illegal, but criticizing them, everybody does.
Obviously.
You can actually stop them from going to class, make like mass protests, call for their death, but you think it's illegal in some states. That's funny.
I mean, they're trying to pass laws that we can all look into.
You look into it. I'll make it. How much want to go wager there's no law that says in any state of the United States that says that it's illegal to make fun of Jews.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that make fun of them.
Okay, so restate your statement.
Let me think about that for a second.
And
That's a good idea.
Also, it's not, I mean, what's happening in the universities is not critique of the Jews. What's happening in the universities is like they're preventing kids to go to class and they are threatening them and they are taking possession of buildings and they don't let them in, and that is not.
I don't think there should be talking shit about people's religion on college campus. I don't think that's a good thing. Jews, well, it doesn't matter.
It might not be a good thing, but it's fully legal.
Well, in the UK we have hate crime. So there is.
Yeah, well, the UK is a failed state. It's not interesting.
I don't give a shit what you think, dude. Yeah, but we have.
Not nice.
We
You're in that Simon.
reserve lives is the line which you cross. Yeah, which becomes from you go a big nose right to a hate crime beyond that, which is then a criminal offence. What that line is, I don't really know. You know. So.
Do you agree with the hate crimes?
No,
I get it over.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I mean, a crime is a crime. It doesn't matter if it was motivated by hate or by love. I mean, there are a lot of love crimes, right? And they don't make it.
Yeah, we all hate crimes.
No, what's a love crime?
A love crime is the one that is like, I'm gonna kill her because I love her so much. I don't want anybody else
Yeah,
to
that's
have
called a
her.
crime of passion.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the UK is a failed state. I mean, you barely even have property rights at this point, let alone free
Can
speech.
you name one state? Hold on. Can you name one state in the whole world that is not a failed state?
Hey, was that dude got the same name as me? Yeah.
Ignorance,
Yeah.
the state of rain.
Right.
Oh yeah. So we got Steven and Simon. So Steven, can you name one state in the world that is not a failed state?
Well, I mean, considering that the UK was like the source of like one of the
Just answer.
Why? Let me just give context to what I'm
Because
saying.
every state is a failed state according to your.
Yeah, but I'm talking about where the Enlightenment happened.
Don't pick on me.
According to your religion, every state is a failed state.
No, it's not. He blames it on it.
I don't blame it on
No, but
religion.
according to Simon's religion, every state is a failed state.
I don't blame it on religion.
He literally said that all religion has a negative impact.
Simon, if every
religion
country's
does
a
have a
failed
negative
state
impact.
and you're the common denominator,
Okay, well, if you want to always start the Enlightenment period and we're turning the other way and you're blaming, like, what else?
There's a lot of
years, I feel like we've talked about this a lot.
There's a lot of negative philosophies that have also impacted the West. It's not just religion.
Anyway, have you been able to rethink your question now? Oh, sorry, Simon.
You'd be better off having a monarchy. I mean, look at your head of state. What an embarrassment that is.
That's why the UK is a failed state.
No, it's
Who are you talking about, the US or France?
Yeah, well, no, the US, I mean, come on.
There you go. The US is a failed state.
because monarchy worked out
And he's
so
coming from the
much.
UK. Oh my god. Like, that's what I'm saying. We're listening to a British guy talk about the US being failed. Like, that's a joke.
No, I think he's right. Monarchy historically has worked out phenomenally. I think we should
Well, we've got constitutional monarchies working very well, and you've got
Charles is a Muslim.
another, president and head of state.
What is this here? Like, this is such a bad.
I'm surprised you guys can even speak freely at this point. Like,
But what does your monarchy have to do with it?
Oh, there's someone banging on my door. I've said something I shouldn't have said. Oh, I'm going to be arrested. Oh my God.
see, the funny thing about what you just said is I know you're being facetious, but the reality is that actually happened.
Lucy Connolly. Simon.
So, I mean, what'd you say, Sarah?
Lucy Connolly, who's in prison for 2
Oh,
years.
yeah.
Come on.
Sarah, are you in the UK?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to
It's a
hear
failed
that.
state.
Of course it's a failed state.
Is it the Sarah that used to be in these rooms and have babies? Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen you in months. How's the baby?
Yeah, she's good, man.
Gotta see the baby.
I don't share pictures online. Sorry.
It's a Seinfeld joke. I don't actually.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Joke, baby.
thanks.
Gotta see the baby. But yeah,
It's fucked. We don't have any freedom of speech.
you guys barely have property rights. Your police don't even have proper equipment to defend themselves, let alone protect its citizens. I mean, what are we even talking about?
How's the military
Where is this?
in America?
How are the stabbing rates in the UK?
Less from the gun deaths.
No, that's actually false. That's actually false.
No, it's not false.
Yeah, it is false. It's something like out of all the gun-related deaths in America, it's like less than 30% of them are actually homicides.
Okay, so what you're saying is...
Simon, how about you look up British Simon, how about you look up the stats right now? Tell us how many murders are there in the UK per 100,000 civilians, and how many are there in the United States? Let's compare numbers.
There's a reason that they lost the war.
It's very safe if you're looking at gun deaths alone.
Right, but that's a stupid metric. What the question is
Exactly, that's what I want.
Okay. Just take the
Yeah.
civilians is another thing that has worked out really great. So far, your idea was to take away the guns from the civilians and institute a monarchy. Like you were selling me so far.
Well, look, there was a degree of sarcasm and dark humor in that suggestion, right? However, I don't think, the Second Amendment, is it the Second Amendment that says, right, we all, come on. That was in 1750 whatever, when you had single
you saying 1787?
Yeah.
Okay.
So am I looking up murder per 100,000 by country?
I didn't even, was that even in our US? Come on, it was in 17, whatever.
Well, we need a ban of hell knife.
It was a bad day for us, so I tried to put it to one side. Yeah. But you're looking good with your head.
The Second Amendment was written a decade after your bad day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It was a bad day for monarchy. It was a good day for humanity. You're welcome, by the way.
People get the wrong idea with that. I mean, dude, I live in Arizona. You can walk it like everybody's walking around with guns. It's really not as dangerous as people. Yeah, it's like, especially when it's like understood that people are armed. It's actually tends to be less known.
The unsafe states are the ones where it's like the gun crimes are.
I mean, we don't like it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. I mean, really, it's just where the
Where gun laws are the strictest is where there's the most crime. Go into the inner cities where they have the strictest gun laws, and you'll find the most crimes.
100%.
Basically leftist states and leftist cities. But like, just in principle alone, like, I mean, this is not even debatable. I mean, you just basically don't have freedoms. Like, everybody's just a cuck to the government.
Well, are you living here? Homicide counts per 100,000.
Idiot, who are you anyway?
Oh, so
Someone just wrote in the chat, can you deny the Holocaust was real? Oh my god.
It was a British guy that did try to deny it.
I'll stop talking, but I just want to address the challenge, which was intentional homicide counts per 100,000 of inhabitants. All right? So, number 65 with 5.763 homicides per 100,000 is the United States. Sorry to disappoint you all. I'm scrolling down. Maybe I went past it. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Hang on.
Okay, this one's called J-Bus History and Hot Fit on Racial ID.
1.536. Yeah, the 1.148. So, those people who quite happily broadcast that there are more deaths due to homicide and murder in the UK compared to the US
sometimes I
Well,
hear,
you were wrong about.
oh yes, you're right about utilitarianism, Simon. Yes, you're right.
Hey, dude, yeah, you're wrong about that claim you made that there are more murders in
And who made that claim?
I said violent crimes.
Oh,
Who made that claim?
Simon
That's why I
said
said
what?
that.
Wait,
I said, I
Simon says.
I just have a question. There are less homicides in the UK by population count as a percentage than there are in the US.
I said violent crimes, and then because you brought up guns, and I said like not even half of the gun-related deaths are from murder, and that was all I mentioned.
True. But if you include acid attacks and honor killing, I don't think they even report those ones. And stabbings.
No, they have to report like violent crimes.
I apologize. I was just focusing on murder.
I didn't mention murder.
Oh, okay, all right.
But you know who came up with the whole grooming gang? It was Suella Braverman, but she is of Indian descent, and it's to try to silence her, like she's trying to create some, Indian Pakistani kind of conflict.
Yeah.
And
Here.
It's an emergency, Iranian emergency delegation that came to try and negotiate to stop the escalation of the situation with Israel.
And, okay, interesting.
B2 זה ממשיך להיכנס לספק, זה ששוב ייכנס למעלה. לא, אני רואה. מטוס יום הדין, ה-E4B, שנשיא ארצות הברית נחת מוקדם יותר בוושינגטון. הפעם האחרונה שאירופה זה נצפה, הייתה ב-11 בספטמבר. יש סטאדי רביוס בקפריסין, את יודעת מה זה?
מה אתה מכיר את זה? איך? סטדיווריוס?
סטדיווריוס.
יש לנו סטדיווריוס אבל.
יש בארץ, אני לא יודע, אני כבר מיליון שנה לא בישראל.
יש. דן, מה זה המשחק הזה?
איזה משחק?
מה אתם מנחשים?
אני צריך לנחש את שלוש חנויות בגדים שחנה הכי אוהבת. אם אני מצליח היא מעבירה לי 100 שקל, אם אני לא מצליח אני מעביר לה 20.
מה מתערבים שהיה לראשון, אני מצליחה.
ואם את מצליחה את מעבירה לי כל אחד של 50 שקל?
אבל זה מוכר, נכון חנה? כן, זה פעם, אין לי. יש לך. אז יש לך? לא. לא? לא. אני לא...
תעבירי לי כל אחד 50 שקל.
וזהו, אני קונה רק בייסיק. למה את קונה משהו מיוחד ואז כולם איתה עם זה.
אני קונה רק חולצות טישרט, שחור, אפור, לבן, כאלה...
בייסיק.
כן.
באתי לך לקנות במנגו. גם לא. אני אהבתי, יש חנות בירושלים שנקראת טוב... לא טוב, לא שופטים. אני אוהבת מאסימו דיוטי. טוב שופ. מה טוב דיוטי?
מאסימו דיוטי מוכרים נעליים ובעיקרון כזה לבנות וכל מיני כאלה.
גם קדימה, ומקבוצת של זהב. מאסימו דיוטי.
קניתי שם פעם נעליים נראה לי.
זה כאילו באיזה... חנות עומדת ב-24 חנות הכי רגילות, אבל הן מתוקות. את מוצאת לשם משהו? זה שהוא... כן, אני מוצאת בטח. שם בטופ-שופ, אבל טופ-שופ יש רק בשימושים שאני הייתי בחיפה.
פוקס קידס.
לא אוהבת את פוקס בכלל.
עדיין קיים פיאסי?
לא אמרתי שם בעצם ולא זוכר. כן ולא.
כן ולא.
אני קונה ולא, וואי, מוכר לי. כן ולא, נו.
אני קונה פירות.
איפה? אין לנו. ארצות הברית,
Less
וגם
for
את
less.
המחירים שלהם. מחירים שלהם, חבל על הזמן. אני פשוט אוהבת לקנות הרבה בכלום כסף.
אז אני אגיד לך מה את אוהבת, את אוהבת חוק סמנון?
לא, בכלל לא. בכלל לא. לא. לא.
ישראלי נראה לי בתחליף.
אורבניקה?
כבר לא.
למה?
בואי נראה כן נחשיב מה אני אוהב, איזה מותג אני אוהב.
אתה אוהב מנג'י.
סוג הכרמל.
לא, הוא אוהב... מה קוראים לזה? נו, של המטיילים של המטפסים. לא. קולומביה וכאלה.
קולומביות טובים.
זה המותג השני, לא, מה המותג הראשון שאני...
נו, אני יודעת, זה דומה לקולומביה. איך זה נקרא? נו, זה לא היה ברס.
לא, לא
North Force.
קולומביה זה...
נורפס.
זה קולומביה מבחינתי זה אותו מותג, אבל אני מדבר על מה הראשון שאני אוהב.
מה הלוגו?
טימברלנד.
לא, זה נעליים, אבל...
רגע, אבל אנחנו מדברים על בגדים, נכון?
טימברלנד זה לא נעליים, זה גם בגדים.
אצלנו זה
נעליים.
לא, טימברלנד גלגלי, צודק, יש גם כאלה שאני אוהב, כן. אבל לא, זה לא... קיצור נייקי, המאפים.
מה קשור?
קשור, יש להם את הפעילים הכי טובים בעולם.
אני יש לי את הטקסט פליז של נייק, את הקפוצ'ונים המתנשא טרנינג שלהם.
כן,
אני אקח בצד. אחי, יש לי...
אני אוהבת אדידס.
איזה 40.
אני גם אוהבת.
לא, אני מת על אדידס.
אני גם אוהבת.
אדידס, אני מזכיר את הרוסים האלה מהראש פתוח. וסיימן מאוד פסים בזה.
אני ואדידס, אתה מדבר את העיניים הכי הזויות, כל הצבעוני המוזר הזה.
לי יש נעליים של סטלה מקארטני עם אדידס, ואם תראו את התמונה של זה, תבינו מה הסטייל שלי, מה אני אוהבת.
אני מיוחד.
אין לי כוח שלך.
המותג
אין לי
האלה
כוח.
היא
נשמע לך לקום להרים מזוודה ולאט מאוד.
היא פשוט לא רוצה לחתום בפנטה
אני אוהבת
בבית.
קרוקס על... קרוקס?
וואי, זה זעזע.
קרוקס על זה גדול, נו.
קרוקס זה אדידס.
אבל אני אוהבת את הסטלה.
חנה כמה שנים את בקרוקס?
אבל לא קרוקס הרגיל, אני לא הולכת כמו איזה...
לא, יש את החנות של קרוקס, יש להם דברים יפים, לא הייתי הולכת עם זה.
אבל זה בסוף שלי, לקראת של מסעדה?
לא, יש את הקרוקס על הפלטפורמה.
אבל רגע, בקרוקס שם אני קדימה את הסיכות האלה?
כן.
זה כאילו... יאו, אני קניתי כזה של פיס וסתם ספרת.
הנה, זה...
חלש לך?
לא, יש להם נעליים יפות, של פלטפורמה, כמו הסנדלים, אבל אני לא הולכת עם זה, כי זה לא מוח.
יואו, אני בהלם שאני חשתי.
מה שם?
יש להם הבית שלה.
אם יש לה אג. איזה מושפעת.
אני לא אוהבת שאתה מכורת דווקא, זה... לא יודעת, לא אוהבת.
האמת, אני בקושי לא יודעת. אני מה זה ההיריון שלי, עד עכשיו עם ריף. כאילו, אני לא יכולה להוריד אותה מהרגל, כאילו נדבקו לי לרגל.
מי זה?
זה נעלה, שלי זה נעלה אצבע של ריף. וואי, יש להם נעליים כאילו נוחות בצורה מפחידה. אבל שהייתי בהיריון קניתי, אני לא יכולה להיפרד מהם. ואני קונה מלא נעליים, לא מסוגלת. רק אותם.
רק הנכנע עם טבע נאות. הכי נוח.
הכי נוח.
אבל בני זונות, זה לא נוח. 300 שקל.
זה יקר,
ברור. זה יש.
300 שקל באילת, שתביני.
כן, זה יקר, אבל זה נוח, מה?
לא יודעת, רציתי לקנות
טבע נאות.
פשוט פה זה דרד.
$30 פה באמריקה.
כל הקיבוצניקים שלהם בזה.
יש עוד איזה חנות.
זה נעליים של קוקסינלי.
כן.
נכון, קוקסינלים.
מי אלה?
שכחתי את השם, יש עוד איזה חנות, גם הייתי קונה בה באילת דווקא.
To go.
לא, ממש לא.
גלי.
יש את זה בכלל, את התוגר הזה?
יש, כן. אני יודעת מה. מה שאמרתי לך. סקופ.
לא. לא סקופ.
אני אוהב גם את אופת הגלגל.
ברח
3
לי.
ב-100, 4 ב-100.
מה זה אופן?
תכלס.
מה זה? אתה צוחק?
לא, נו, זה גלגל שיש ילדים המקצועיים.
אני עכשיו...
5 ב-100. 4 ב-100.
אני נגיד באינטרנט אני לא אוהבת לקנות נעליים, אבל עכשיו קניתי איזשהו זה נעל כאילו שהיא שתי רצועות שהן שקופות, זה שלו, זה כאילו פלטפורמה שהיא מין פס כזה מבז' משהו ממש יפה, וממש ממש נוחות, ממש נוחות. זה פעם ראשונה שאני ממש נהנית מנעליים שקניתי באינטרנט.
אני את כל המגפי בוקרים שלי קונה באמזון וזה אחלה. אבל אני לא אשתלוף את המגפיים שאמזון באיזשהו פרודה.
טראמפ אמר, נתניהו מקבל יחס, תקשיבו, טראמפ אמר, נתניהו מקבל יחס לא הוגן מהמדינה שלו, כל המחאות נגדו מביישות.
אבל טראמפ שונא את ביבי. מה יגיד לפיד על זה עכשיו?
מה כאן, ראיתם מה שאומר? אתה איבדת את טראמפ?
כן. טראמפ לקח אותך כמו ארנב מסונבר לחדר.
ראיתם שמד"א ופיקוד העורף התאחדו?
באמת? זה לא נשמע אותי.
מד"א פאקר. איזה אבדים?
אין סיכוי שזה יקרה בעולם.
לא, זה לא.
אני הייתי באיחוד הצלה. הייתי מעלית.
גם אני הייתי, פרשתי.
מאור. פרישה מוקדמת.
כי היה לנו רק ערבים מטופלים.
מה ג'יילו?
I wrote to Clubhouse for you to ask them how to get rid of your stupid 18 plus profile picture.
Okay,
I don't know, they didn't answer me yet, I just wrote to them.
I also report my picture.
Did they answer you?
No. I said it's a violent sexual abuse picture.
Where did you go? They clipped you.
אתם רואים יותר מטומטם?
It reminds me of when somebody told
myself.
and they said, hi officer, and they said, what's your problem? And the guy said, I'm a drug dealer and I just got robbed. The police said, okay, we'll be right over.
No, there is actually a video about from vet camps about someone that complaining that she got robbed from her drugs. So the officer literally asked her, are you out of your fucking mind? You telling me that somebody robbed you out of your drugs?
That's smart.
יש לי סיפור, חלק שמעו את זה בטח, מהישראל. על השכן שלי, סתם זה הזכיר את זה, ומישהו שמע את זה לא נורא. היה לי שכן חרדי, הוא ואשתו גרו מעלינו בקומה שנייה. ושבת אחת הם לא היו בבית, וכשהוא חזרו במוצא שבת הם גילו שהחלון היה פתוח ושמישהו גנב להם כסף מהבית. דיירים. אז קראו המשטרה, למחרת בבוקר המשטרה באה, כאילו, והתחילה לקשת טביעות אצבע בבית, כאילו, מז"פ ועניינים. והתחילו לגעת בארונות וזה. בקיצור, פתחו לו את הארונות מטבח ומצאו שמה מעבדה של סמים. אז במקום למצוא לו את מי שגנב לו את הכסף מהבית, פשוט הורידו אותו באזיקים. אני דיברתי קצת אחוז פרמודה. מה? מה? את בסדר. כן, אני מוכנה לצחוק, אני לא נרגעה. זה כן.
Abdul, are you there?
אני לא עושה זלוק בקפה, חכי, אמרתי לה, חכי. מתאמת.
וואי, אתם שתיכם? עגל וצ'קל.
אוי מלא. אני כבר בראש שלי משחזרת את מה שנאמר, וזה עוד פעם מצחיק אותי. כולם עושים את זה כמוני?
בטח, זה בלאוויה.
וואלה, זו הייתה הפעם הראשונה שנפתחתי ככה בעניין מין.
נו, אבל זה בדיוק העניין, לשחזר את מה שנאמר. בהחלט נפתח. תרתי משמע.
תגידי, את גנשת תוך כדי? אני לא זוכרת.
תמיד קונחת, זאת אומרת. לא יודע.
באוטו, אני לא יודעת, כאילו, הם שמעו רעשים, אז אני מניחה שכן. הם לא שמעו רעשים, הם עשו שם פטרול או משהו, ואז אמרו רכב, ואמרו, אני אבדוק אותו. זה מה שאת חושבת. או שהאוטו תפתח כל דקה. מה? הגב שלך. הגב שלך, הפתיחה של האוטו. אוי, אוי.
Apple is really good about like giving you your money back with subscriptions. Sometimes
אנחנו המדינה היחידה שיודעת מתי מקלטים ולא יודעת מתי מגיע.
I'm very well. How's it?
Fantastic. So I'm here. Do you want to catch up or you want to jump in?
I'm gonna catch up. So catch up. I had my breakfast and coffee, right?
You said breakfast and coffee.
A little
What are you doing with the CEO? Go ahead, man.
I love it. Is coffee, is that Brooklyn or Boston? Which says coffee like that. Probably a combination, right?
She's a New York City girl, 100%.
Okay, cool.
That's why she is the green bean, not the fact that she's beautiful, but she is.
Let's run with it. Now, this is going to add to what Nye and the other gentleman said. And I think, JB, you asked a really good question, man. A lot of times we have these conversations, but don't consider the linguistics of it, man. We're usually arguing about stuff and are actually processing the words and their definitions differently than the person that we're arguing with. So setting up level playing field in the languaging or the nomenclature, I think, is a good thing. So with racism, the reason I think it's taken out of context a lot of times is because most of the definitions, if you really read it, and how some academics speak it, is it means having the institutional power to do something with your prejudice. And so most people don't think about it like that, right? So we throw it around. So racism, bias, implicit bias, prejudice, all of these words are used interchangeably, but they technically mean different things.
Thank you, CEO. Hey guys, give me a second. Please don't bring up this idiot Frank. He's out of his mind. Leave him down there. So Alaska, before I go to you, we have two beautiful women on stage, each named after a state. We got Alaska and we got Nebraska. So let me say good morning to Nebraska real quick. Nebraska, how you doing?
Good morning, JB. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing amazing. It's a great day to be alive.
better that you're here. So, do you want to chime in on the conversation, Nebraska?
Yeah, okay. I actually wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what Alaska was saying, and I like what she said, but I feel like there's a couple nuances that I could maybe potentially add that may or may not be helpful. So there is this concept that I want to introduce to you all, and it is called the accusatory fatigue cycle. And it's a psychological phenomenon, we can say, that you could observe it across any type of group. But I believe that this would particularly be able to explain why sometimes we see what we see among white individuals in the context of like them saying, "Oh, I'm experiencing, fatigue." Basically, what happens is accusatory fatigue cycle. You have repeatedly accused. Let me see. How can I write this? Okay, it's when like a group of people, particularly we'll use white people for this particular case to apply it to white people in racial dialogue, right? They constantly get accused of a negative moral trait, like let's say racism or white privilege or white guilt or something like that, right? And it's not based on their particular actions, but it's based on the group. So a lot of white people are gonna come in, the form of, it's gonna be told to them like, hey, look, you're complicit in white supremacy, you're a white supremacist, you're a racist, you're privileged, it doesn't matter, you're benefiting from oppression. And when these white people start to, like, I think at first people are going to want to try to engage, so they're going to read about it, they're going to try to learn a little bit more about it, and then they're going to get into the conversation more because they're going to get curious about it. But then what's happening is they are not met with any type of solution. They're not met with first there's no encouragement, so they're instead like when they get more curious or if they start to push back because they're challenging and trying to make sense of what they're learning, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's, it doesn't even matter. Your empathy is insufficient, your allyship is performative, whatever it might be, your silence is violence. There's a bunch of shit that I've heard, right? And what happens is over time, this is going to create an emotional exhaustion, and it's going to create like a sense of futility. And they're going to be like, you know what? If I'm going to be labeled a racist no matter what, if I'm going to be accused of having, a white privilege and that I'm complicit in this white supremacy, the classical psychological aspect of learned helplessness happens, and that's just what repeated like failure leads to when someone's trying to stop something. So basically, because we don't have a lot of times in these discussions, we don't have a descriptive a descriptive guideline to what white people can do. We don't offer them like these are the things that you can specifically do in your life today that can change. They start to experience what's another psychological phenomenon, because this is what the accusatory fatigue cycle is. They experience reactance. So it's okay, and so that is a psychological pushback against feeling morally coerced. So then they're just like, you know what? I'm just gonna. They just end up withdrawing and resenting the conversation altogether, not because they reject justice, but because they're no longer feeling that there's a path to moral dignity for them in it, and a frustration with it all. So I think overall, and I'll land here, is I think that it's not that the white fatigue, because I do believe, I do agree with Alaska. I'm not sure it's so much fragility as much as it's rooted in something deep, like a deeper psychological reaction to being like morally damned by default. But the good thing is that it can be broken by just offering opportunity and an honest dialogue and a place for them to go and to make the changes, so they don't have to feel that way.
Thank you, Nebraska. Man, I love what you share, but I don't know how you don't pass out from a lack of oxygen. Because you talk like a New Yorker. You're so fast.
But hold on, Nicholas. So I want to go to Alaska, and then I'll come to you. Alaska, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I'm really interested in what Boomer said. I was just chiming in. What was I going to say? Oh my goodness, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, just that. Yeah, when I was learning about words and things, I learned that even the word racism, the ism implies system. So sexism, racism. I can't think of any other examples, which is weird. But yeah, just to throw that in.
Do you want me to come back to you?
Also, oh no, it's just mainly that, and also adding to what Bina said, the idea of cognitive dissonance is a subject I find super interesting. And it's very hard because you go between obviously wanting to educate people but wanting to keep your peace in certain areas, and it feels like it's an education thing that really should be discussed. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to stop there. Sorry.
No, you're good, Alaska. Thank you. So let me just address two things in the chat. Anybody that engages with Frank, you're on your own. He's an idiot. I wouldn't even address this idiot. And chillism sucks. Fuck chillism. Bunch of racist assholes in there. Just my opinion. The great Nicholas, how you doing?
So, Melissa Spears here. Hi, the great JB. So, I got a couple things. So, do you suffer from racial fatigue? Yeah, this app is, I'm exhausted. Like, I've reached a point where I just don't care. And I think maybe that is, I don't know, becoming desensitized to certain things. Like, people say horrendously racist things, and I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. And I used to be like, oh, wow, look at these people. How could they say these things? And then I'm like, oh, this is just another one of those people on Clubhouse. And I don't know if that's healthy to not even flinch anymore. Also, another thing I'm getting into, fuck, I'm at the Matrix.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so another thing I'm becoming desensitized to is the whole Israel situation. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about them. They're 1,000 miles away from me and have no impact on my life. Why do I care so much about Israel? So that's another thing. And then the third thing is just like subtly racist things. Like, you can run an analysis in your brain sometimes, like, is this even worth my time to address? And for me, it's just, the answer is increasingly becoming no. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, the great Nicholas. I'm going to say, man, I've been on this app 5 years, right? Since the beginning. I'm an OG. And at the beginning, man, people would say covert racial undertones, right? They would say things like, what does he or she mean? Now it's the Wild West. People will say whatever the fuck they want. They don't care. And here's the thing. I think a lot of people who say those things actually mean those things. That's how they really feel. Right? And this gives them a platform. Frank, I'm not bringing you up, you moron. JT, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, JB. No, you made an excellent point right there, too. I would say I experienced the same thing to where now it is certain rooms, you can just expect to get what you're going to get when you go in there. But I wanted to kind of speak to what the sister was saying earlier about what white people can do. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be brief and just saying, I think on a macro level, and I know you have a lot of these rooms, I think reparations is obviously the next step in comparative justice. But on a micro level, you know, right now, with this administration, we're seeing a lot of changes taking place that affect, you know, black people in general. We've seen them wipe away affirmative action. We've seen them with the DEI hiring rhetoric. It's always an attack on black Americans, right? We see them with now, what is it that he's doing? Oh yeah, when he first got in, he was trying to wipe away funding to HBCUs. He was trying to get rid of blacks in the military, black history. I mean, there's just a whole host of things that have taken place since Trump office, and you know, our white quote-unquote allies have been silent about it. I've seen almost no pushback. So I guess the question I'm asking, if people are really serious about an allyship, trying to find out what can be done to help black people, I mean, we can start with just the things that you do have the power to change. You are the majority, right? If you speak out on things, people are at least going to listen, at least going to have media attention. on your jobs where you're seeing, things that are taking place in administration. Just I'm sorry, I know y'all can hear that. Just subtle things like that, where you can be effective, just trying to be a decent human being. I think people can start there.
Wait, I have a question for JT.
Hold on, let me just say something. I brought Frank up. We're going to let him speak after you guys have this dialogue, and I'm going to show you why this guy's a moron. Okay?
I know, I'll make this quick, and this is in response to JT's submission, and anyone else in the stage or in the chat can address this as well. JT, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. I mean, the narrative has long been that Black people benefit the least from DEI and affirmative action, that the primary benefactors of these initiatives, these programs, have long been white women. So, A, what do you think about that narrative? And B, if that is true, if the numbers and data and per capita and all these other terms we like to quote prove that that's true, how does the dismantling of DEI and affirmative action impact Black folks?
Well, I would say that both are true. I am aware of that. I think my overall point is that, I'm sorry, I'm driving out the shopping here. I think the overall point in that is that if we know that these things have a negative effect on the Black community that we say that we're allying with, because that was one component of the overall statement. When you consider what he was doing with the Black military, when we consider what he was doing wiping away the history of Black success out of the American annals of history, right? It all fits. That's just one part of it. And the point that overall point that I was making is that if we see these things are happening as an American society, and we submit to the idea that we're supposed to be morally just, justice for all, equality. If we're saying we're moving past racism and all of these things, where are all the white people to stand up and say, wait a minute, these Black Americans who've been here since the beginning, fought in every war, who've been citizens in this country, they have a right to be a part of this history. And we need to stop, trying to ostracize them from American society and constantly attacking them racially. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but I would say those two things, DEI and affirmative action, are really just parts of an overall bigger problem when it comes to what's taking place with this administration.
JT, let me say something here. Yeah, I agree that other communities could definitely do more for the Black community, but it's been my lived experience from what I've seen, and if it don't apply, people let it fly. The Black community, in my opinion, hasn't been very welcoming to help from other communities. And that's fine. They want to do it on their own. They want to, whatever that is, that's fine. But I got to tell you, bro, I get, how much smoke I get for opening these rooms? 1,000,000%. I get so much smoke. How dare this white man in the corner even bring up issues and talk about the Black community? Well, maybe I want to learn about the Black community. Before we continue, JT, let me introduce their esteemed Frank. Frank, are you there? Frank.
I'm there.
Do you want to chime in on this stimulating conversation? Do you suffer from racial fatigue?
Can you repeat what you said? Because it's pretty complicated. Because I'm not full like you.
Why would you come to the stage if you don't know what we're talking about?
I can talk. I can talk, but I can.
Well, then talk on the subject. What are we talking about? Do you suffer from racial fatigue? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can speak.
See, this is what I warn people about this moron. Nobody listens to me. All right, go sit in the audience. Have another bottle of wine, fucking morons. B, good morning, B.
Yeah, good morning.
What up, B-licious?
Hello, night.
B, do we suffer from racial fatigue?
I personally don't after leaving Oregon. I'll be honest, every time I go to like a blue state, even though New York is a blue state, New York is different because people are about their business, doing what they have to do. But being in Oregon, it's just, I do suffer from fatigue because there's always so many questions. Is that your hair? Are those your lips? Explain this to me. What's your thoughts on George Floyd? I'm like, okay, you know what? I just wanted to come and have a roasted tomato bagel. Okay, don't. It's just with a chai tea. Like, go Google this stuff. So no, in New York I don't have racial fatigue. In Oregon I'm wore out, honey. Child, I'm wore out. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Thank you, Pete. Vera, did you want to push back on the blacks being moved out of the military?
I just questioned. I just questioned it. Is that true? I tried to look it up, but I didn't find any evidence on it. I mean, when I was in the military, it was lots of black people. I think, I grew up with such a sheltered lifestyle. I grew up on a farm most of my life in Texas. So it was just me and my immediate family, and then just all the mainly like a Mexican area. And so, like, honestly, my very first black friend was in the military. Because it just wasn't in the neighborhood, right? Mostly Latin. So, like, are black people being pushed? Actually, systematically, whichever. Are they being pushed out of the military? Because if so, that's a problem. And if not, then I don't know where we're getting that information from.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, that black people were being put. I'm sorry, CEO, is that?
I was just gonna say, I don't know about push out of the military. Go ahead. I'm sorry, somebody jumped in there. Go ahead.
I'm kind of in a bad area, so y'all might not be able to hear me, brother. So if you got something to say, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the reports that I heard, Vero, Nye, and JB were that I know factually what happened is that he took several black heroes from Tuskegee Airmen to Buffalo Soldiers and black people that defended the country down from government websites. And then I think somebody challenged them, and then he put a couple of them back up. He just took Martin Luther King out of the White House. There was a bust of Martin Luther King out of the White House. Obviously, took Obama out. Blah blah blah. So yeah, there's definitely a movement with this administration to erase black history, to remove the accomplishment of noble black soldiers.
You know what's crazy though, and I'm not disputing what he's saying, but what's crazy to me is he has no problems changing these forts back to Confederate general names.
Yeah, well, that's a part of it. That's what I'm saying. He's whitewashing everything. It's almost like the lost cause. If people are familiar with the lost cause, the short note on it is after Confederacy died, the lost cause was a narrative or movement to basically whitewash it and make it seem like it wasn't about slavery, and to make all of the people who fought in the Confederacy that were anti-American seem like noble heroes, and turned it into a thing about culture. And that was basically establishing the names of all these, just like JB said, all these military bases, statues with Confederate heroes, right? That was the lost cause. He's doing a new version of that. He's erasing black history and reestablishing all of the movement of the lost cause. So he's literally working like he's a part of the Confederacy today, from states' right to reestablishing Confederate heroes, to erasing black people, to banning black countries, literal with federal lands, to use verbiage and coded words like DEI, woke, and BLM to discriminate against people of color. This is not theoretical. This is factual. I will respond to Nye, a point that you made earlier. You spoke to white women being the chief beneficiaries of the diversity and inclusion program. Well, for what it was worth, it also eliminated benefits for people who are disabled, and a part of that group of legislation, and all other minorities. So yes, if white women in one sector of that, because there's multiple sectors, did get benefits, then that means the system needed to be reformed. So demolishing it doesn't help. So they give us so many talking points to excuse their blatant and overt racism, right? And so, white women benefited a lot. Okay, cool. Because women were traditionally left out of a lot of contracts. I owned a business, right, where we partnered with different companies in a particular sector to bid for government opportunities. be associated with a minority vendor that's certified. And so it literally busted a lot of wealth from the government by being able to provide services. So if white women were part of the last point I'll make after this point, white women were the beneficiaries, it still doesn't remove the fact that black people obviously were able to get into businesses that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get in because they were locked out. And that's across the board when you really think about it. I'll just stop there and let somebody else speak.
Thank you, Sia. Hold on, JT, because Moose has been patiently waiting. I think he wants to push back on the Army thing. Good morning, Moosey.
Hey, JB, thank you, man. The mod of mods. Guys, we agree, disagree, but you're a top mod. Yeah, and I'll say, I think it was Vero who had asked in the chat about, he's not like sending out, he's not dismissing massive troops of color, but he's doing it, he did it strategically. The biggest shakeup he did in the Pentagon was firing Air Force General, not only Air Force General, a decorated fighter pilot, 40 years of service, Air Force General C.Q. Brown, but he was also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking about Ukraine, talking about the Middle East, and he, I believe, was only the second black military personnel to hold such an esteemed position, and essentially it was a major shakeup, and Trump's rebuttal was essentially, it was the DEI thing. We're talking about an impeccable record, and he was dismissed. I think a year and a half after he was appointed. So again, it's not hundreds of black soldiers that he's firing, but when you fire somebody at that level, that sends a message. That sends a really strong message. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Moose. Before I go to JT, I just gotta make two quick announcements. This is really a pop-up room. When my puppy's at the groomer, so when I have to pick him up, I'm gonna close it down. Moose, you have to go down. Second thing, Vera, respectfully, that PTR is fire. JT, JT.
Real quick, JB. I shared in the chat too. That the military before Trump, they did an annual. They used to hire black engineers into the military. They would do that annually. There was an article talking about it there where, because of once again the DEI, where black engineers had an opportunity. There was something that the military had set up a while back that they were doing annually, where they were able to hire from black universities. He shut that down as well, and just certain little things, as everybody else mentioned, where he's specifically targeting, black servicemen and black servicewomen. You know what I'm saying? Just to say, the brother he just mentioned, I wasn't even aware of him, but to have that type of tenure for somebody just to come in who's not a part of the military and just say, oh, no, all your accomplishments, that's all DEI, and just fire them. That's what we mean when we say, when people see these type of things, like, where are you? Where's your voice? And at the same time, some of those same people who would agree with that, as he mentioned and as you mentioned, will be the same ones whining and crying about Confederate generals who, committed treason against the United States government and tried to take it down, will be celebrated back, in their minds. I think it's just, those are the type of conversations that should be had with our quote unquote.
Thank you. Let me just jump in real quick, guys. Two seconds. So, Sarah, I'm gonna say something respectfully, right? Because we share a lot of spaces together, and I want to keep it 100 with you, right? You do say a lot of racist shit. I don't know if you give a fuck or not, right? But here's the deal. Iran is under attack by Israel. Your people are being oppressed and suppressed by the Iranian regime. And I've heard you in these rooms basically want people to feel bad for your people. But when you come out of the side of your mouth and say anti-black things, yeah, that's kind of hypocritical to me. I'm sorry, it's got to say what it is. Let's go to Vera, then CEO, then Keith.
Yeah, for sure. My experience in the military, it doesn't just revolve around my personal experience in the military. My mother's a Marine. My two brothers, my two sisters are Marines. Grandfather was in the Army. It's just, anyway, uncle, you can't put your arms too far out in my family without hitting someone who served, right? Continuously, my 18-year-old niece just served and just joined the Marine Corps. So, like, you know, this whole decorated, and I'm decorated. I'm very decorated. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's, if you're in the military for 40 years, you are decorated. You are established. You cannot be in the military for 40 years without being an outstanding individual. Another thing in the military they try to teach us, it's not racist here, it's not gendered here. They do teach us women how to bend down, quote unquote, correctly, so we don't entice the men, of course. So what I'm saying is I don't put it past them to do some racist ass shit, you know, if it doesn't fit their agenda. I talked about this yesterday. If you move in the military, if you move away from the agenda, they push you out quick. So my sentiments is, although I had not seen that with my own eyes, I did get out of the military in 2015, so during Obama. So it was a different world, right? We haven't even pulled out of Afghanistan just yet. I had just got home from Afghanistan, so it was a different world. But today, I don't know, maybe because they don't fit, because they're black and they don't fit into the agenda, we can call it racism. But even if they were white and they weren't fitting into the agenda, they'd be pushed out the same way, I believe, honestly. Or Latin.
Well, I have to say, Ms. Yara, respectfully, if you don't want to entice men, don't wear that dress, because why? Just gotta say
I'm
that.
out now, so I'm gonna entice all y'all motherfuckers.
It's working. But I'm gonna go to CO, and then I want to welcome Keith and Sarah to the stage. CO.
I think I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Oh, yeah, I was just going to mention that there's a librarian. Oh, yeah, I got it. The librarian, obviously, similar to the general that the gentleman just mentioned. Thank you for the point about that, General. I'm familiar with that. I want to even get into my family members that were discriminated against that had long-standing positions in the high rank in the government and in the military. But yeah, that person was done wrong, and he's so decorated. Similar situation with the head librarian at the National Library. She has a decorated career, has every degree you would ever think of, survived several different Republican and Democratic regimes, and Trump fired her and just literally appointed to be the head of the National Library, a lawyer with basically zero experience working in law anywhere. And the only thing that he has is he's just white. So when we talk about the racism and discrimination against our culture, and the removal of DEI, he's using DEI. He's using diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's just using it now exclusively for white people. And I think he's literally exploiting the white fatigue with hearing the word racism. I think he literally plays into that. And that's one of the main reasons that people support him, because it's giving license to say things that they've already feel with this fatigue. So I think the room title is a really good point. But at the end of the day, I just mentioned these 3 points and I'm done. The interns for both of his terms in office, if you just look at the picture of the interns, right? And then look at every other president for the past 40 years, you see different flavors of people. His interns, only white. Literally, there might be one black person out of 100. His cabinet, traditionally only white. So yeah, there's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just gone and swung the pendulum back to the other side, and it's white or Confederate.
Thank you, CEO. So Keith, I know you were here first, but I definitely want to go to Sarah because she's not very patient. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hey, I want to say something though. I think you're messing with me, JB. So that's why.
No. I meant what I said.
Can you give me a couple of stuff that I've said that's racist?
That black people. You're tired. I've heard you say you're tired of hearing black people complain about handouts.
Does that make me racist?
Yes, absolutely.
What? That just makes me someone who lacks compassion. If you think black people have a right to complain, and I'm tired of that, that means Sarah has lack of compassion. She has no empathy. That doesn't mean I'm racist. Look right now, Theo, he literally labeled me and said Sarah's racist. The only thing I wrote in the chat was, it's the new narrative that they're kicking black people out of military, and he writes there,
he writes in the chat.
I know what you wrote, Sarah. Sarah, this is not our first rodeo with you. This is not the first day that you wrote something that would be inflammatory. So listen, you're entitled to your opinion. You can say whatever you like. I let you into my spaces. I come into your spaces sometimes. But you're not immune from being called out on your bullshit either, just because you got pretty privilege.
Thank you for calling me pretty, but JB, you and I might have like complete opposite view on systemic racism. You believe we have systemic racism. Sarah believes we don't have. You believe we owe reparation to people who were not slaves. I don't believe I owe reparation to anybody. I'm a person of color myself, so we have different points of views, but to go around and call me racist.
Well, because you have this, I didn't call you racist, but you say racial things. But you have this ideology, right, that reparations is just for slavery. When it's beyond slavery, it's about redlining, school to prison pipeline, all the oppression that the black community has felt. See, maybe wherever you went to school, you weren't taught this stuff. You know what taught me this stuff? Real life experience, Sarah. So there is systemic racism. Maybe not in your little ivory tower in California, but here in America, there's definitely systemic racism. Just listen to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue about this with you because I don't know what to tell you, how to respond to you. As a woman who's person of color, Middle Eastern, lived in Texas in the 80s when with the religious parents, where I've actually seen what discrimination looks like. Like, this is the thing. I'm not playing victim though. The people who just try to always assume they know other people's everything, including their past and their experience, it's just crazy. But I think, JB, you just felt like you want to fire up the room or something. I do have a conference call. I have to.
Wait a second. Why when I say what I feel, that's not okay? I'm just firing up the room. But you say what you feel, and that's okay. And listen, I'm just going based on what you've said in past rooms, in my rooms, and other rooms. See here, Sarah, this is what makes me, and I'm gonna be 100 with you, one of the best mods on this app. You ready? I pay attention when people speak. I also read the chat. But like I said, this is America. Welcome to the country. Whatever, you're fifth generation. I don't give a fuck. You're entitled to your opinion, but I'm also entitled to push back on me. That's how I feel. So we're gonna go popcorn style. Thank you for coming. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go to Keith real quick. Sorry for the delay, Keith. How you doing?
Good morning, JB.
Good morning, man. Listen, Keith, I'm not trying to dox you, but I've heard your story a few times. I think more people should pay attention to you. The mic is yours.
I appreciate it, JB. Peace to the room. I just wanted to say, man, I've been tired of it a long time ago, like when I was 8 years old. But I come to the conclusion that, what don't kill you make you stronger. And I'd rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. So I just call it like a challenge for all of us that been oppressed, and whoever you are, black, white, Chinese, classism, whatever it is, to use it as motivation.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. So let me say, I just need you to read up my friend because I get feedback. Thank you. I need to say hello to one specific person. My sister from another Mr. PB. Guys, if you have racial fatigue, she's a licensed psychologist. She will have a one-on-one session with you for free. This is how generous this woman is. She don't care what color you are. She don't care what religion you are. She looks forward to it. So guys, please reach out to BB. She runs a room called the Back Room. Run into that room. Share your thoughts. Alaska, you want to say something?
Sorry, no, I just, I feel like we should hype them up, get them paid. I don't know. It's all good.
Thank you, Alaska. Let me welcome Tori to the stage. Good morning, Tori. Tori, are you there? All right. Good morning, Dave. How you doing, Dave? Dave? There you are.
Good morning, everybody.
Dave, I need you to do me a favor, bro. I need you to cash in that pink ticket.
Yes.
But Pam, do you want to jump in? I'm sorry?
How do I do this?
He's new to the app, clearly.
Yes, I've been listening, but I've never really.
Okay, so this is what you do. You're gonna see where it says healthy debates on up above. You click that and you join the house. But do that when you're done speaking. Did you want to?
Okay.
Do you want to join?
I did. As far as racial fatigue, of course, every black person's, experience that, or should I say, a lot of Black Americans. I just wanted to
You're in the matrix, young man. I can't hear you. Dave, you're in the matrix.
Yeah, your service is not great, bro. So it's coming in and out for us.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
No worries. It's my fault. So I'll set aside until then.
Thank you for that. I mean, I could barely hear you.
Just try to if you get better service, make sure you have full bars or connect to Wi-Fi and then come back and try again.
Tori, good morning, Tori.
Hello, who's listening right now?
Okay, if you want to jump in, just give me the thumbs up. You can still do thumbs up. You can't raise your hand. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. I'll tell the mods want to run it for a few minutes. I'd appreciate it. Oh, we got Jordan on stage. Dr. Jordan, the Clubhouse Zoologist. How you doing, Jordan?
How are you?
You're here, so I'm doing something right. So, Jordan, do you suffer from racial fatigue?
No, I don't. But I mean, I think this is a great conversation. But I think we have to keep in mind that there are all kinds of things that different segments of the population are subjected to, right? Like, if you're the scapegoat in your family, you've been bullied your whole life. You're bullied by immediate family members, extended family members, outsiders. You likely have complex PTSD due to relational trauma, interpersonal trauma. You could be Jewish in this day and age. I just had someone on my podcast yesterday who's a distinguished professor at WashU, and she was talking about how she was she's quite liberal, but she's seen so much anti-Semitism on college campuses that she's just astounded by it, and she's actually in a position to make changes. So, and she's a four-time degree holder from Harvard, so she's also involved with helping Harvard. In fact, it was once thought of as the establishment, now it's thought of as the resistance. So, I mean, things change. It's not to say that we don't have to honor that people are definitely have succumbed, that people definitely succumb to systemic racism. But I think on an interpersonal level, we all are dealing with a lot of toxic people because there's so much dichotomous thinking. You're either this or you're that. There's no middle ground. So the world's in a crazy place, and be kind to each other.
Thank you, Jordan. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you want to speak, just grab the mic. What's up, Rohan?
I just want to say thank you to whoever just spoke. That was very beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question for my friend. You wrote in the chat that it's not racist to use the N-word. Can you expound upon that?
Sure. Yeah, I think that in general, it could be, anyway, it could be construed as racist in the modern definition of racism for sure. But I think that it could certainly be used in a joking way, without having hatred in your heart for Black people. It could also be used in an academic way, like, I'm not going to use it right now, but if I were to use, for example, the N-word just in a conversation, not invoking it or saying like, you dirty fucking N-word, I think that if you say it with hate in your heart, it brings me back to the age-old Clubhouse topic that I love to discuss, which is, does sucking a dick make you gay? And I think that there are ways that you could suck a dick without being gay. For example, if somebody forced their dick into your mouth, just because you're sucking, or somebody had to suck a dick to save your mother's life, you're not enjoying sucking the dick, so you're not gay.
Is this from personal experience?
No, just purely theoretical. But my point is, the thing that makes the N-word racist is the hatred that you have in your heart for Black people. And I think if you say it in an academic or a joking way, if you don't actually hate Black people, then you're not racist.
Can I ask you a question?
Do you have any hatred in your heart for black people?
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
Okay.
Well, I'll ask you. I want to ask him a question.
Sorry, this is a thought experiment. I'm not threatening anyone. But just because I'm of the belief that that effect matters more than intent. So for example, if I punched you in the face and then like as hard as I could, and then your nose is bleeding, you're like, oh, what the fuck? And I was like, oh god, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Is your face hurting less?
No, of course, and that's a good point. I mean, I'm familiar with the argument. The counter argument is that impact matters more than intention. So even if I didn't punch you in the face, if I complimented your hair, but you had recently changed your hair, I don't even know if you're white or black or Asian or whatever, but if I go up to a black lady who recently changed her hair and I'm like, hey, I love your hair, that could even potentially, especially depending on the tone of voice or my level of relationship with her, or if I was like, hey, I love your hair, can I get a feel? Can I touch your hair? Yeah. I'm complimenting her, but it's a microaggression, and so the impact of my action is actually harmful. I understand that argument for sure, but I think that using the N-word jokingly is not as harmful as punching somebody in the face, and not even a breach. Like, touching somebody's hair is not punching in the face, but I think that touching somebody's hair is inherently more harmful than the N-word, because I would never touch a stranger's body or even my friend without their permission. I don't want to touch anybody's body without their permission. Exactly. I don't want to touch enter anybody's personal space.
So why do you, as a white man, though, feel the need to use the N-word jokingly with intent? Like, what does that do for you? Are there no racial slurs of your own that you can kind of use and crack a joke with? Because at that point, it seems intentional and it's weird.
Yeah, especially publicly, that's the only point I get really, really stuck on as well, because it's like, you could be joking around, but you don't know who else is going to hear that.
I really want to know if you can answer my question. What do you get out of using the N-word, my friend?
I think that under certain circumstances, there are a lot of different racial slurs. I would say all racial slurs could be funny under certain circumstances. I mean, I'm like academically trying to defend the use of crass humor, and so it's kind of a challenging position, but I could give you an example if I can. JB, do I have your permission not to say the N-word, but do I have your permission to say the K-word in the use of referencing?
I can't stop you from saying anything, but...
Okay, so do you guys know this term, JB, you probably know this term Yiddishkeit? With a T, Yiddishkeit?
Yeah, do me a favor, Zach. Engage with other minds. I have nothing to say to you.
Okay, well, I'll just be brief. There is a term, Yiddishkeit, which I believe is a Yiddish word, Yiddishkeit, and it means like, basically like the greater Jewish community, or like the Jewish way of doing things, or, it's a term that refers to Jewish community and Jewish practice. So you could say like, here we are in Yiddishkeit, because you're like having lunch with your Jewish friends, or you could say like, oh, that's part of the Yiddishkeit, referring to some teaching from the Torah. It's like, oh, that's just Yiddishkeit. It's more of the...
Are you a complete idiot? Like, did you wake up this morning and fall on your head? Like, I just have to ask the question.
I'm trying to say,
guys, I gotta go, but let me just finish my idea really quick, just to not dangle on a cliffhanger.
No, don't go. I got questions too.
I know, but I have to go to work at noon. I gotta run out the door. But the joke that sometimes I make with my friend Randy on this app is, he says, oh, Yiddishkeit, and I say, oh, I know you don't like Yiddishkeiks. Because the joke is he's an anti-Semite, and I'm like, yeah, you don't really fuck with the Yiddishkeiks, do you? And the joke is really funny because kike sounds like kite with a T, and so I know the word is Yiddishkeit, but it's also funny to be like, here I am with the Yiddishkeiks. And it's just a funny racial joke. Anyway, I gotta go, but I will be...
Would you let a black person use that word?
For sure, yes, for sure.
Black people should use that word and your community won't get offended?
I don't want to should all over you. Saying the word should is pretty tricky, but I certainly don't have a problem with it. But I gotta go, and I'll be back later. Thank you, JB, I appreciate you.
Everybody, hold on. No, you don't. You're a piece of shit. But let me say hello to Rohan real quick. Good morning, Rohan.
What the fuck have I walked into it, Jay?
You walked into one of my typical rooms.
Sorry, just go ahead. Tell him no. Until he started talking, it was going pretty good.
Well, listen, it starts off great, and then we get to Zach and the other races coming in, justifying their thoughts.
That's very cool. Yeah, look, very interesting topic. Have people been speaking on the topic itself?
Yeah, we actually been having a great conversation, but he likes to come in and center himself around his racist views. It's like playing with your food, Gohan. But we can get back to the conversation. I'm actually going to be leaving in a few minutes. I got to go pick up my puppy.
Show us a picture, please.
You want a picture of my puppy? I'll show you a picture of my puppy.
Yeah, show us the puppy, all right. And by the way, I'm just popping in. It's like 2:45 in the morning over here, so I'll be heading off to sleep very shortly.
Thank you, Gohan. So, I look for a picture. His name is Enzo. Let me say good morning to Black Rage. Black Rage, how you doing?
I am that I am.
Okay. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
I came up because something was being said, but I see you guys don't necessarily rock with the last idiot that was speaking. That was pretty idiotic. I don't understand that sentiment, but nonetheless, what do you mean by racial fatigue? What specifically are you talking about? Because as a black man in America, shit, I've had racial fatigue all my life. So what are you referring to as racial fatigue?
Really, we just want to hear what you have to say about it. So, it seems like you're going to have a lot to say about it.
I don't have too much to say about it. I don't have too much to say about it. I just don't. I got an echo. I just wanted to figure out what are you guys referring to as racial fatigue? I could like a little definition as I answer the question. I mean, I can answer it as what I think it is. Tired of racism.
That's what we want to hear.
Is that what you mean?
Hold on a second, you guys. Sorry, Black. Sincerely, I apologize. I PTR'd a picture of Enzo if you guys are interested. If that way you want to have this dialogue with Black.
So cute.
Yeah, that's a beautiful dog, JB. But yeah, it could mean a lot of things. That's what I found out just through the energy of the room. And if you want to go into how you're tired of having racism or prejudice used against you, you can go into that as well.
Look, I've got a definition I can read out. It's also known as racial battle fatigue. It refers to the cumulative psychological, emotional, and physical toll that racism and discrimination take on individuals. And also, I think it could be deemed for collective as well, but we're talking about individual maybe here at the moment as well, particularly people of colour. And that's more so related to, I guess, an American experience. But I believe that it could also relate to racism where ethnic groups, for example, ethnic minorities or marginalised people are involved. But it's not just about isolated incidents, but rather than a consistent or persistent exposure to a racial bias that would include, for example, microaggressions and hostile environments for periods of times, which can lead to exhaustion, frustration, even like trauma long term.
Thank you. Black, before you go, I wanna ask Alan Dean, because she wrote something in the chat. I think you'll enjoy this. Alan, what did you write in the chat, Alan? Alan Dean?
Yeah, I've written a lot of things. Which one in particular?
What is racial fatigue to you, Alan?
Well, what did I say? Well, racial fatigue is I think, how did I put it? People being tired of black people always centering themselves in every single conversation and making everything about race. I mean, that was, if you look to the origins of critical theory and critical race theory and the expression everyday CRT and what they wanted to promote in education, it was, and if I'm paraphrasing, but it was that everyday CRT, the goal was that every discussion would revolve around race. and that race would always be used as the explanation of why a disparity exists, why violence happens, anything. So that, and now we're seeing the effects of that. It's largely been successful. You see race discussed all the time, and here we are in a room about racial fatigue, and it's still centering around black people.
Let me just make this public announcement. Alan Dean does not speak. His views do not reflect the views of Healthy Debates. He's his own man. So if you have any smoke for Alan, bring it to Alan, not Healthy Debates. Thank you very much. JT, go ahead, JT.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, JB, that see a guy like Alan, I ran into him so many times in these rooms. I think it's so interesting how he'll come into a room like this. Clearly, he can see the title, and then complain that black people are always talking about racism. Yet, always seems to find all the rooms on Clubhouse. One after another, we always see Alan in these conversations with some disrespectful stuff to say about black people. That I find that to be interesting. If you're so tired of it, Alan, you know what I would do if I was tired of something, Alan? I would stop inviting myself into rooms that discuss those type of things. But we all know the reason why you're here, Alan. And so I think for the most part, your dialogue on conversations like this are for a specific group of people who have that same type of mindset that likes to try to pacify black people and ignore clear white supremacy and problems that we have in this country. There's never been a conversation that I've ever been in with you where you've ever acknowledged racism, discrepancies around race, racial divide, or anything like that. So I think whenever you come into these rooms, we already know you're going to be on some BS.
Well, JT, hold on, Alan. I'm going to come back to you, but I wanted to go back to Black Rage because he wanted some preference on what is racial fatigue. Black Rage, are you there, sir?
Yeah, well, I'm working my cue. Go ahead.
All right, I'll come back to you, but my apologies. But let me go to Win Stefani, then I'll go back to Alan and Hakima. Win Stefani, good morning.
Hey, gratitude and abundance, everybody. How's everybody doing? Appreciate the topic. Appreciate the room as always. You know what? I read the title, and I highly doubt. I highly doubt anybody has the cure to it. But I would like to submit my thesis is that if we took the risk to acknowledge that there are such things as racial disparities, discrimination, systemic racism and or oppression, if we really just decided to take a stance and just made the conscious decision to say and or acknowledge that yes, racism is a thing. There is a such thing as a racial disparity. Yes, there is a form of discrimination. Plain and simple, without all the fluff that I'm giving, I feel like I'm attempting to give. If there was just an acknowledgement that there is a such thing as racism and racists, I truly believe that would cure it all. It's a long shot, but I honestly do believe that it would actually be cured and world peace could actually be conquered. Do I feel like me as an African American or my people have the innate ability to be racist? No. But do we have the ability to be prejudiced? Yes. Everybody has the ability to be prejudiced. But the reason why I say my people, African Americans, or black people, foundational black Americans, or ADOS, or whatever it may have you, the The reason why I say that we don't have the innate ability to be racist is because, let's just be honest, we have suffered the most oppression and atrocities when it comes to having to deal with those types of oppressions. That doesn't mean that we need an extra amount of sympathy and or empathy. But I don't believe we have the ability because we still today are fighting for privilege. I don't think that, and I'm going to wrap it up, I don't personally believe that we should have ever started fighting for privilege. And I feel like us fighting for equality for so long kind of conflated with privilege. But we don't have the ability to be racist, but we have the ability to be prejudiced. But I honestly think if we got some form of acknowledgement, or if the world decided, yes, there is a such thing as racism, systemic racism, discrimination, anything of the sort, then I honestly believe that would be the cure to end all racism and discrimination against people of color, Jewish people, anybody that is not Anglo-Saxon.
I need you to land.
I think that's what would be the cure. Period.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm going to go back to Alan Dean, then Hakima, and then Hermes. Al?
Yeah. So, I mean, if there were white rooms, I would go to those. And when Clubhouse first started, there were, and black people came to those. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. As far as all of that, yes, there would appear to be racial disparities between different racial groups in this country, but they can easily be explained by other theories other than critical race theory. It's an interesting theory, but it's not the only one, and it's not the final one, though the people who advocate for it claim that it is the final theory. But the other day, I want to answer JB. The other day you said, you don't know my lived experiences, you don't know what I've been through in my life, so you really, I'm paraphrasing, you said you shouldn't judge me. Something to that effect. And I think the same applies to me. And I'll just land by saying, like 3 years ago, everybody knows Monica. She started a room. It was like, what do you prefer, brownies or yellow cake? And it ended up being a racial fight. That's how ridiculous this whole discussion has gotten.
Well, let me
so you can complain about me.
Let me ask you a question. Listen, you're entitled to your opinion. Do you think this is a black space?
No, I think it's a space. We're here talking.
Okay, CEO has a question for you.
Hey, Alan, and then let me do a follow-up, but you brought up critical race theory and kind of centered your argument around that being something that blacks advocate in some grand way. I didn't hear that topic brought up today. Was there a reason you brought that up, or please explain?
Well, I specifically brought up everyday CRT, which its stated goal is that CRT and race should be applied to every problem and every disparity that one discusses, and that it is the reason.
Okay. Do you have any idea what critical race theory is, just briefly, without going too?
Yeah, and I'm sure my definition won't satisfy you, but critical race theory is a theory which seeks to explain the disparities between different racial groups. Not only racial groups, but then there are race crits, there are gender crits, there are, I forget the other different types of crit, which is the abbreviation for critical, the different ones that there are.
So what do you disagree with the science of that science and the hypothesis? What do you disagree with?
Well, first of all, as a theory, it's based on lived experience, which I have a lived experience.
Well, no, that's not what science is. Science is a more critical analysis. I think that's what hold on a second. It doesn't have, just really quick. It's not about a lived experience. It's a critical analysis. That's what I'm saying.
boogeyman that right-wing MAGA propaganda does, and I usually I can tell when someone's kind of plugged in to a specific channel, right? So most people don't even really understand what critical race theory is that hate critical race theory. It's just one concept. It's of multiple things. It's just one thing that MAGA has chosen to fixate on to confuse the population to make us have stupid arguments. But you don't have to over-fixate on it, because what the gentleman said before you had nothing to do with critical race theory. Just look at it as a course from which, just like every other science, there's a lens by which to address something when it deals with race. You get what I'm saying, Alan? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand you're downplaying it, but that doesn't change the effect it's had and how effective advocates have been for it.
What has it done for you? What has it done? Just
yeah. So, for example, when you look to the first draft of the California math frameworks, and you look at the authors for that, and you look at who they reference and the different academics and groups that they reference in justifying why they are changing the way math is taught, they use critical race theory. So that affects, I don't know, 10 million, 15 million children in California schools. Is that something we should or should not pay attention to?
But it's one of several. Hold on a second. It's one of several things. It's just a science, just like
and it's a science based on
one piece, though, right?
Lived experience.
So I understand your lived experience, but what I'm saying is
that's what critical race theory is based on.
No, it's okay.
No, it's an analysis of systems that function in terms of government.
Am I crazy? Look up "Am I crazy" in relation to critical race theory. And you know, I don't have to speculate about this. I mean, about 4 years ago, I'm looking at a document given to graduate students talking about critical race theory and lived experience.
Which graduate students were they, though? Hey, Alan, listen to what I'm saying, though. Your point is mathematics, right?
That was one point, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. Mathematics, and you say graduate student. So this is about academic study and the critical analysis of how things affect people. So it's basically just making a science of this theoretical lived experience discussion that you're having. And math in California for K through 12 has nothing to do with you, or college, right? And math, critical race theory applied to some consideration of how curriculum is developed is empathetic for the diversity of the student population. It does not alienate you or any white people that are a part of this boogeyman demonization.
Yeah, but CEO, it does. If you have teachers teaching third graders, or let's say, well, what grade would this be in? A typical math problem, and this is an actual example taken from the example curriculum that they proposed. And I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. But instead of a teacher introducing a math problem that says Bobby pays 5% interest on a loan for $1,000, how much interest did he pay after 1 year? The problem, what they then say is Bobby paid 5% interest on $1,000. Jimmy paid 7% on that same loan. Bobby is white, Jimmy is black. How much did each pay? Then do you think it's fair that Jimmy paid 2% interest more than Bobby? Let's discuss that. That is an actual example. Now,
hey, Alan,
does percentage have a color?
Happen? Would you? I'll just end the conversation there and give it back to JP. Would you post that into things? And let me just say this.
Look up California math framework.
Even if it did,
there for you.
I understand.
I'll see you. Hang on for a second. Alan, I'm the one who should you. It's not because I'm not interested in hearing what your opinion is. It's just that we have a way of doing things in healthy debates. And if a moderator's talking, okay, just give him the privilege of being able to speak, okay? Two people speaking at the same time doesn't make good content, right?
Yeah, and thank you for that. And Alan, your voice is always been valued because for whatever it's worth, good, bad, or indifferent, you represent a segment of this population that has a complaint and an opinion. My submission is to the room, Alan, to some extent, if we want to talk about victim and victim blaming, Alan and people like Alan, to me, they're typically a symbol of conditioning. They literally, I hate to put you down like this, Alan, because you were objective the other day in something you said when we reasoned through stuff. But I'm just saying a lot of the stuff that people say is because this is what people are telling them. I hate to say it, but we have a part of the media and the administration that's normalized misinformation. And so people repeat this stuff. Critical race theory does not affect Alan in the least bit. If it does anything, it gives empathy to diverse populations in certain areas just to understand how curriculums are traditionally taught. Students are
CEO, let me just say something here real quick. And I'm not sticking up for Alan, right? I don't agree with anything he ever says. Respectfully, so I think he gets the same back. But he also said a few times it's been his lived experience. For me, I don't care who it is. I don't ever like to disparage somebody's lived experience. So that's all I wanted to say. Then after you're done, CEO, I want to go to Hakima, and then we're going to get Kubert, MJ, and her amazing conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and thank you, and I acknowledge your point about a lived experience. And JD, I think you're very objective in your articulation of lived experience, right? But every racist on this stage has a lived experience, right? And some of their lived experiences don't relate to what's true for the masses. So I'm saying pushing back and having a conversation about critical analysis as it relates to, or in comparison to anecdotal experiences that might be a part of somebody who's been deeply conditioned by cultish propaganda. We have to have these conversations. That's what it's for. And I'll land there.
Yeah, but see, hold on, everybody, hold on. What's the funny? Hold on, bro. Here's the thing, and like I said, I'm not Alan's public defender. He can stick up for himself. He's a grown-ass man. But I believe Alan thinks the way he thinks now his whole life, way before MAGA was around.
I agree with you,
So, but hold on, Alan.
That's where you'd be wrong.
Oh, so MAGA indoctrinated you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
Hold on, Alan. Alan, hold on. Hakima, good morning, Hakima.
Good morning, Jay.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm good.
Mike is yours.
I know. I don't want to join the conversation. Rowan invited me up, and I haven't spoken, so I didn't want to come up and say hey to Rowan because I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Mate, it's been a long time. I'm really glad you're here. Thanks for joining us.
I guess we'll talk more in another room. I'm just listening to this. I'm crazy talk.
Yeah, look, I mean, you know what it's like around here, dude. Look, I mean, we know what it's like around here, okay? This is what we're doing now. It doesn't really... Look, we can talk about just about anything. I mean, I recall as going back a couple of years ago, we had a conversation here, went for probably about an hour and a half, with a self-professed neo-Nazi. Okay? The thing was, like, the conversation was very much worthwhile because we got to ask him questions. We got to be able to understand what was going through his mind, where he's come from, what his history is, how he got to these conclusions and so forth. There was no screaming, there was no yelling, there was nothing that was said that was highly offensive. And we made sure that was the case, but it was good dialogue. It was an interesting conversation. I don't see why we can't do the same sort of thing here when it comes to, interviewing a person or speaking to a person, understanding why they have their views about racism.
Only thing I say to that, and I'll be quiet, is that I might get, if it was a one-off and you wanted to see how somebody thought, but when it's every day the same people, it is just getting redundant and like, what is the point if we're going to do this? I'm sure you wouldn't talk to a neo-Nazi every single day. Like it wouldn't be interesting at some point.
Yeah, look, mate, I agree with you. We're on the same page.
All right, so here's the thing, guys. If my rooms are not your spaces, then go somewhere else. I have no problems with that. I enjoy my spaces. I run a great space. I'm probably one of the better moderators on this app. So if that triggers you, there's the Wiley button. Okay, let me finish because I didn't interrupt you. But when I run my space, I run some of the best conversations on this app. Now, if the topic bothers you, because yesterday we didn't talk about the black fatigue or racial fatigue. We talked about the Jews yesterday, Rohan. I know that's a sensitive subject. But if you guys have a problem with my topic, by all means, open your room.
Oh, mate, no, not at all. I think it's actually a really interesting conversation. To be honest with you, I've never heard of racial fatigue beforehand. When I saw the title, I thought, oh, this is interesting. What's this about? It obviously doesn't relate, directly to just one group of people. Although in America, and that's what I was saying earlier when I was reading more about it and got a better understanding of that, it does deal with like ethnic minorities as well, by virtue of the fact that racism isn't just about color or race in itself, but about ethnic minorities as well. So I'm curious, like maybe there are other people who can experience racial fatigue who aren't necessarily part of Black America. That'd be like an even more interesting conversation, I think. But I love your rooms. I love.
Well, we've had plenty of people in here who aren't part of the Black community speak on this. Because racial fatigue is for every community. Yeah, I gotta be honest, Rohan, I have a little Jewish fatigue on this app right now because the Jewish mafia doesn't want to hear the truth. I'm keeping it real. I keep it real, and I'm a proud Zionist. But I call out what I call out, man.
Yeah, you call him the most racist nationalist. Wow.
But that's how I feel. The lived experience, because my lived experience showed me that. Like nobody could disparage my lived experience. Rohan, listen, I get it. Listen, you and I have been two of the biggest supporters of our community on this app. But the hypocrisy, arrogance, and elitism that comes out of our community sometimes, all that does is stoke the flames of anti-Semitism.
Okay. I don't know much about what the experiences that you're talking about, but I'm happy to have a conversation with you about it. But I'd be pushing back on this notion that, well, look, I mean, I've heard that. I'll let you put it into your words. You're saying that the Jewish community is the most racist. Or, am I mishearing things?
No, I said it very clearly. I had a room the other day, which community is the most racist? And somebody asked me, well, what do you think? I said, the Jewish community. I didn't hesitate. That's from my lived experience, from what I've seen and experienced, Rohan. Now, that doesn't mean it applies to everybody, but it applies to me, in my view.
Right. Well, have you ever experienced me being racist? Ever?
And once again, if it don't apply, let it fly. I said my lived experience. I've never heard you say anything racist. I think you're a good man. I think you pour into any community you can. But you see how we do that? We centralize conversation, and I'm not saying you, but everybody does. We centralize this conversation. Did I say that? Did I say this? I said it was my lived experience. That means in the real world, I've seen a certain segment of the Jewish community, by the way, who probably wouldn't accept you or me either, by the way. Not wanting to rent apartments to blacks, not wanting to hire blacks just because of their skin color. That's my lived experience. Now, maybe yours is different, but I know what I see here in Brooklyn.
Yeah, okay. I'd love to have this dialogue with you. I really would. It's well past my bedtime. More than happy to do another time. Let's make a point, don't you?
Absolutely. I'm always available for you, Rohan. Hold on, Tori. I'm always available for you, my friend, in real life as well as on this app. And I love the fact that we can agree to disagree, so have mutual love and respect for each other. But Tori, you wanted to say something before I go to the next speaker?
No, I was just gonna say you didn't lie about Jews being racist. That's why I get so confused when you have white people who hate Jews, because y'all are they're one and the same, in my opinion. We can see this with the Hollywood industries and how they treat black people and how they're the ones that actually promote this propaganda about black culture. So yeah, I definitely can agree with that.
Well, thank you. So can you please articulate that just a little bit more clear for me? What do you agree with?
That Jews are racist.
Okay. So you would use a pejorative to be able to describe an entire group of minorities.
I don't know about minority, but I do know that Jews are racist. And they have the ability to be racist, but then they also weaponize what happened years ago to try to prove that they aren't racist. So because they do a Holocaust, then they feel like they don't have the ability to be racist, but they're still one of the same.
Okay. You're now making an argument that really is not doing yourself any favors, to be perfectly honest. Hey, wait, sorry, just let me get a thought out, okay? I really appreciate it. I was being really patient whilst you were, I guess, spewing that out. It'd be stupid and also intellectually dishonest to be able to say there aren't people who are racist, who are part of the Jewish community. I agree with that. But to be able to label an entire group of people as being racist is actually racist in itself. I think it's absolutely ridiculous and retarded. And I don't use that fucking word very often. You're just digging yourself into a stupid hole.
Right. And
let me jump in here real quick, Tori.
Okay.
And I'll come right back to you. See, let me just run it for a little bit. But you see where you started, Rohan? This is all your fault. We were fine, but you know the truth. And I agree with you. I'm not labeling a whole group of community. They're all racist because people can say what they want about me. One thing they cannot say is I'm racist. Right? I'm a Jew. I'm a proud Zionist. But to label all Jews, I think people need a little more clarity when they speak. Right? I just said, and this is the problem, Rohan. When I say it's my lived experience, I'm not saying all Jews. You're a good Jew. Hit the Jew on stage is a good Jew. I don't believe either one of you are racist. But here's the problem in our community. We never want to take accountability for what's really going on. That's just my opinion, Rohan. We just don't. We want to hold the blacks to a different standard, or the Latinos to a certain standard, or this group or that group. But me as a Jew, God forbid I get to say anything against my community, I lose my Jew card. Oh, there's never a Jew. I told you all this other bullshit. The Jewish mafia comes after me. I'm just calling what I see in my lived experience. Nobody has to believe it. I know what I lived through. But see, hold on a second. Ryan, did you want to say something? Then I want to give Tori.
No, look, I could say a whole range of things that's probably not going to come out really well at this point in time. But also, I just want to say hi to Pikachu and also the other mods on the stage. Appreciate you guys being part of this room and part of the support conversation as well. And JB, always appreciate you. And we're going to talk about this another time.
Hey guys, listen, give Rohan a little grace. It is like 4 o'clock in the morning over there. Alan, hold on. I want to give Tori a chance to.
Yeah, I want to ask him a question too.
Oh, okay. Let me go to Tori first, and then I'll come to you, and then I gotta get the other speakers involved.
Let Alan go.
Okay, Alan, the mic is.
Yeah, did I hear you correctly that I think you said CRT applies to ethnic minorities too? Did I hear? Were you the one who said that?
Who you asking? Rohan, he's asking you.
Sorry, what was the question?
I said, did I hear you correctly that you said CRT applies to ethnic minorities as well?
No, you did not. I did not say that. You may have misheard me. That's fine. What I did say that racism, applies to ethnic minorities, 100%.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, because remember, there's 1.5 million Armenians in the United States, so we are an ethnic minority. And there's 44 million black people. I don't know how many Jewish people in the United States, JB. Yeah, so the whole thing. So maybe I should embrace CRT, and yeah, definitely racism is prejudice plus power. And since numerically we are one of the smallest minorities in the United States, we have no power. So using their logic, I can't be racist. I get to say anything I want, and it's punching up, not punching down. Am I correct? Am I using
Alan?
Yes. Am I using the logic correctly?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Am I using the logic correctly?
Right. Look, fucking hell, seriously. It's too late for now. I'll tell you what's illogical, right? When there's been like a very clear description of how we like to be able to have conversations here, and if we're moderating, including myself or JB or CEO, right, want to be able to talk, okay, that means whether it's you, whether it's somebody else, just gives me grace and we'll have this conversation, let us talk. What I was trying to do is clarify for you what racism is according to numerous dictionaries. Okay, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or a people on the basis of the membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, right? Typically one that is minority or marginalized. Okay, I'm not talking about CRT. Okay, I'm talking specifically about racism itself. Okay, and if you've been subjected to racism, you feel like you have been discriminated against, there's been prejudice being utilized against you, and also an antagonist based on your specific ethnic minority group, Okay, I'm sorry that's happened to you. It's fucked.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, but you didn't address my point, which was about the logic. So thank you for the education about how I'm supposed to act in rooms, but if you could address the point I made about punching up, punching down, prejudice plus power. Because a group of 1.5 million people in the United States, according to their logic, has no power, therefore I cannot be racist. Now, if you would like to address that, that's fine. If you don't want to because you don't feel capable of it, then that's fine too.
Okay. Okay, let's put a hypothetical together here, okay? I don't know you from a bar of soap, but you're coming from a minority, okay? If you start saying something about the Jews are this, that makes you racist. I'm not talking about CRT, okay, which is what you want to anchor me into or lure me into this conversation about CRT. I'm talking about racism.
Okay, so black people can be racist.
Alan, I need to move on from you.
The answer to the question is yes, black people can definitely be racist, I promise you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have big discussions every day. These hearing healthy debates. You suffer from racial fatigue. We have to cure. Let me do my reset, please. Guys, if you have a pay ticket, cash it in. Today's raffle prize is an all-expense dinner with Alan D. If you have a ticket, Pepe, what's up, Moose? Kaylin, how you doing? I am Lyric. I see you. But let me say hello to my friend Sig. Sig, how you doing?
What's going on, brother? Good morning, and good morning, everybody in the room and on stage. What's going on, guys?
Did you want to chime in? Or you want me to circle back?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at the room topic. Do you suffer from racial fatigue? I wouldn't say I suffer from it, but definitely get sick of a lot of the things that I see and experience. I took my wife out to dinner last week, and in the booth behind us, while we're eating a nice, steak dinner, there was a lady who was blasting her TikTok videos, sitting in a booth by herself and disturbing and disrupting the entire half of the restaurant because her volume was so loud. That shit I typically run into with a certain group of people, and it's very frequent. Even my wife pointed out, she was like, "What the fuck? That shit is loud, man. Like, it's in your fucking ear, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? So shit like that, I do get tired of. I do get sick of. I wouldn't say I suffer from it though, but yeah, man, it's out there, man. Like, I'm not gonna deny it. There's certain racial stereotypes that certain racial groups project very frequently. And a lot of people are scared to point it out and call it out, but if you pull them into a private room and have a conversation, they'll be 100% honest with you and say, yeah, this is my experiences with certain races, and I frequently have noticed very annoying, very fatiguing behavior.
So, Sig, you gotta go. I gotta pick up my puppy. Do you guys want to keep the room open or blow it up? Sig, Nye, Rohan, Vero, CO?
Yeah, we keep it open, man. Yeah.
Alright, do me a favor, guys. For the mods, can we all play nice with each other, please? Respect each other. If not, just say boom the room. I gotta go. I'll catch you guys.
Take it easy, JB.
Roger.
Can someone give a definition of racial fatigue?
Yeah, I think that the definition of the room wasn't necessarily talking about the behaviors of black people. I think it was black people being fatigued with racism. That's been the tone since I've been in here anyway. And then, when Alan came in, he kind of changed the trajectory. And now we're kind of talking about, we talked about CRT for a while, and I'm not exactly sure where we are now.
I guess my question is the remnants of, persons of color, black people being racially fatigued, what type of effect did the Willie Lynch letters have on the entire States?
Can you answer your question again, or will it be more clear?
Yeah, because I got a bit lost.
Yeah, well, I think piggybacking off of what Hermes stated about Alan's premise on CRT, and it being a larger, I guess it being an extension of a much larger issue as to why there's racial fatigue. I guess one would ask what type of effect did the Willie Lynch letters have on society as a whole?
Some people might not know what the Willie Lynch letter is, so, and you know, of course, I'm sure you know there's some debate that the Willie Lynch letter was completely fake or a fabrication of multiple racist ideas that were compiled into one letter and attributed to a certain author or authors. But if you could give the room kind of a Cliff Notes version of what the Willie Lynch letter is, that would be helpful, perhaps.
No, I'm good.
I was gonna say in 2025, Gwen Stefani, sorry. Yeah, 2025, I mean, people won't even read the instructions on how to work their fucking iPhones. You think you think the majority of people in 2025 have sat down and read the Willie Lynch letters, or, you know, and Nice completely correct. There is some discernment from a lot of people, whether they were true or really existed or not, man. So yeah, I would highly doubt they have any effect, because nobody, the average person in 2025 doesn't even know it.
I think I've heard that it's actually not an actual letter, but I think the premise of what it's supposed to stand for, I think that's accurate. I mean, when you consider, you know, what was done, the psychological effect that, you know, slavery in general, you know, has had on melanated people across the globe, I think that it's prevalent, of course. But I mean, at the same time, too, there are a lot of things that have taken place, you know, over the years that affect, you know, Black communities, you know, economically as well. That across the board, when you're in a situation of poverty, you tend to act out, you know, in those ways. So a lot of the things that we see in the Black community that negatively affect our people are because of the economic situation that we are in. It's because of the government undermining in our communities. There's a various list of reasons why there are problems in the Black community. If that's the conversation that we want to have now, I think we could express that a little bit more, kind of open that up. But I think the Willie Lynch letters definitely speak to that, but I don't necessarily know if those letters were actually true.
I just want to say, like, from my research and stuff, like, yeah, it's fake. Because within it they mentioned like a summit that was like meant to help slave owners kind of get more control and stuff. But that summit, there's no evidence of it ever happening. It didn't happen at all. So yeah,
You know, I'm kind of listening in and out. That was a really good point that was made. I think people don't realize that when you feel that, like, if you're privileged, if someone benefits from whatever privilege, or they've had a charmed life, they don't have the first clue as to understanding why someone might be reactive or activated, triggered, etc., angry, acting out, etc., because they've never been down and out. And it absolutely makes sense that when communities are down and out because of marginalization, they're gonna act out. Why not? Like, when you see other people who are living the fucking dream, like I have, for example, extremely wealthy family members, including extremely wealthy siblings. I spent a lot more fucking time in school than they did. I failed a lot more. I took more risks, and I've been down and out in my life. I've been in jail, etc. I mean, I was a privileged Jewish kid. So if you don't know that experience of being down and out, you can't I shouldn't say you can't possibly relate, but it is very hard to understand. And I was just having this conversation with someone else where I was talking about I was complaining about my own life, and I was thinking, you know, it wasn't until I was feeling better about myself that I was able to, you know, climb out of that anger, that resentment, blah, blah, blah. So this is where empathy comes into play, empathy and sympathy. And the problem is that most communities, most people who have been privileged have not endured the kind of humiliation, the kind of negative experiences that they could even grow from, right? They've just lived a fucking charmed life. They don't know any better. So the question is, do we have empathy and compassion for them? I guess we can, but I think it's also fair to say, yeah, of course that person's fucking pissed. Their life isn't going well at this moment, right? Like, and that is something that a lot of Americans can't relate to. I should say more and more, I suppose, can now. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in while I'm working on something.
Can I say something too?
Hold on really quick to my fellow mods. I have to pop out real quick into an interview. I'll be.
You got it, Roger.
I do want to say this though, especially when it comes to us discerning if something is real or not. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just because you can't find evidence of something existing doesn't mean that it did not exist at some point. Like, even when it comes to me, I know for a fact that I can't find any information on my great-great-grandparents, right? I can't find any records or anything like that because realistically records weren't keeping very well. But that doesn't mean that my great-great-grandparents didn't exist, right? So when we start having conversations and saying, oh, well, we're going to hunt this down and we can't find any evidence of it, doesn't mean that it didn't take place. It's just something that may have not been properly categorized, or even if it was categorized, it happened so long ago. It could have been lost. It could have been destroyed. Anything could have happened to it.
That's true.
Like, we forget that things are taken on paper records and not like digital records like we have today.
That's a great point. Was somebody about to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to ask the driver a question based on his last statement, but if you want to go, you can.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, cool. The driver, so based on your last submission, I got a question for you. Do you think the world owes anybody any empathy or sympathy or understanding of their current life situation?
No, I don't believe the world owes anyone anything, but that's not how we internalize the pain. So if you feel down and out, you're still going to be acting out. You may or may not rationalize why. You may or may not rationalize that the world is unfair, but you still feel the pain. So that's the important part. And someone in a therapeutic relationship with a clinician would be trying to work on these things so that they don't act out, because they're processing trauma, what have you, anger, all the emotions that are associated with this kind of despair. And this is across all groups. I'm not suggesting that the impoverished white person experiences the same grief, despair, resentment as someone of color who's been marginalized. But fundamentally, this is something that people internalize and tend to act out. Reactive abuse, communally, collectively, is very similar to reactive abuse individually. If you get pushed enough, if you get pushed hard enough, you're gonna fucking act out. This is what we see with protests. We see all kinds of things. So that's all I was trying to share.
I think it's a really good point. And if I could bring up a couple of things. The first is, speaking of the reaction abuse, and you're speaking of it in a psychological frame. If anything, for those that are having the other side of racial fatigue, where you're tired of black people complaining, I would just submit that you're actually adding fuel to the fire, right? Because if people are marginalized, disenfranchised, and have to deal with a certain reality, and the large swath of the country, namely the administration of the United States government, is basically saying that this thing that they feel does not exist, and that they're stupid for thinking it and taking advantage of it. I think, to the gentleman's point, it actually has an adverse effect on the community. And it's always kind of sort of cool to paint these, when we're having these stories, that talk about the narrative in comparison and contrast to other, cultures. It'd be like like telling Jewish people that the Holocaust doesn't exist, right? You're not going to find a friend in that community that'll stick up to you, support you, or be an ally if you said that to any of them. It's not working because it's bullshit, right? So I'm just saying we just have to be very careful with the lady that just came on and said the Willie Lynch letter doesn't exist. Well, the Willie Lynch letter is more true than Columbus discovering America, and in every school book they write that bull crap down, even though they know it's BS, right? Here's my point. You also said, and no, not to pick on you because I'm sure this is what you're conditioned to believe, but you said that there's no convention where slave owners got together and coordinated slavery. How do you think a bunch of little men?
No. I just mean the event that they mentioned in that letter specifically.
So you're just saying the slave conventions that were multiple by slave owners that they had all the time on how to manage slaves. You're just saying that it wasn't named as you saw it in some publication. Is that what you're describing?
Just I saw that there was a bunch of research done into it. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, so even if you found it, like what I was saying to you, Alaska, here's the facts of the matter. There's not one letter, but there's multiple letters. All they're just saying is that there's a process by which you enslave a human being. There are multiple publications that are written. Well, his last name was Lynch or his first name Willie. The part of the lynching and the part of the chattel slavery experience, when you say that, it's like you're denying the heritage of some group of people in America, and that's what becomes offensive if you don't understand what you're saying. It's a systemic process that was very intense, it was rape, it was torture, it was the separation of men from women so that they couldn't have family, it was breeding. It's so deep and insidious, so to infer or in the least bit say, well, the conference wasn't named what it was named in the letter. That's the part that would come off offensive. Does that make sense, Alaska?
Yes, no, of course, yeah, and that I don't at all think. So yeah, I definitely don't agree.
Yeah, so they did a number on the people, and what was also mentioned, for what it was worth, in that style of letters or that indoctrination, it's basically almost the same thing as an elephant. If you train an elephant and you put a chain around his leg and make it walk in a circle, then even after you take this chain off his leg, it's going to walk around the circle in a circus. Well, the theory of the tools that they use were to indoctrinate and subjugate, torture, and rape our women so that they would teach their children, men to be effeminate, and women to be dependent, right, and independent, right, while they were indoctrinated with a bastard form of a patriarchal religion, and then gave none of the slaves a part of that patriarchy and didn't allow them to read. So this system literally still affects the mentality of our culture today, because cultures, reign for hundreds of years when you teach a culture something, just like the analogy that I just made. So I just wish that we had these conversations and don't think that Black people are saying that we want a handout, that we want something for free. We just want to be properly considered in context, so there's no information that says we're some type of genetically predisposed trifling culture, as opposed to just like every other human, we want our conditions to consider when you consider our color. If I can say one more thing, and then let me know who the next speaker is. The one thing I wanted to say is the race card, right? If you guys think about, because this is not about MAGA, it isn't really about Trump, it's not about what's happening now. What's happening now is just the crowd, the cherry on top of what's been trying to happen 30 years. When they were using the race card, I used to say, man, the race card is actually racist in and of itself. Because at the end of the day, race card, in the way that it was used, only applied to the credibility of one culture. It only meant Black people stop crying and complaining. So here's what I would say we have to understand as Black people in order to get to a space that's better for our children, is that this voice that's been exacerbated by the current administration and these movements that have happened politically to gain power and pitting people against each other, this is a real voice. People are really, quote unquote, tired of hearing this. They've been tired. And there have always been assaults. Jesse Jackson is a race hustler. Al Sharpton is a race hustler. This person's a race hustler. These Black people are complaining. Shut up about reparations. Go out and get your own. All of these phrases and these tropes, they're intentional. And I'll just land there that we just need to be careful in how we discuss these things. And the whole race conversation needs to be reformatted and readdressed so that we understand that there's a literal voice of fatigue on one side, but that our concerns are legitimate. And all we're asking for is the government to be what it says on paper, and that's each man created equal.
say something?
Please do.
Of course. Listen, Miss Clark, I would like to just ask you about your input earlier. You said that even though things aren't written down, and I agree with you, when things aren't written down, it's so easy for them to be lost in history, or when things are destroyed or taken away from us, burning the books, burning the letters, burning the statues, things like that. So the history is lost. I agree with that. But when we compare it to like my challenge, my pushback here is it's obvious to everybody that you would not exist unless your grandfather or your grandmother had existed. I mean, that's obvious. No one would exist without our grandparents. However, the oral history, that's not obvious. It's not obvious because if it's not written down, photographed, or I'm a documentary filmmaker myself, so I kind of, this is like really big for me. Writing it down, oral history is super important. Put it down. My family, we're Aztec, and although I appear white today, I don't know. My people were conquered. We weren't colonized. It's a different story. So I try not to. I don't do the whole colonizer thing. We were conquered, right? So now I look back at my history. In my family's home that we've had forever, there's a Bible. In that Bible is written. I have pictures of this. It's beautiful. I've been down to Mexico many times. Everyone's written down. Marriages, deaths, births, divorces, murders, history, everything's written down. And if that wasn't there, I would know none of it. I wouldn't know about the first people to come into America to fight against, the Union, to fight against Civil War, things like that. So, it's obvious that your parents had to exist for you to exist. But oral history, if this isn't the thing that this is the one thing I think we should be fighting for. And I'm putting my 10 toes down on this because this is my career, documentary film. So if we're not, it's up to me to continue on the history of my family. Unfortunately, the schools are not going to teach that. They won't. They're going to say the conquistadors came in and raped and pillaged and killed us and wiped out our entire existence. For many reasons, they called us savages, they called us brutal, because we're ripping out the hearts of 13-year-old virgins and letting the blood drip down our stairs. So, I wouldn't know that unless it was written down. So I wouldn't want to parallel this to, your parents and I would parallel this to not being able to hold on to the history because of colonialization or conquering that has destroyed that history. I will say now it's up to us as individuals to keep that history going.
And Ms. Clark, I'm sure you want to respond to her. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
No, yeah. I think the bigger point that I was making with my statement, and the reason why I use the obvious of my existence, is to infer that just because you don't have evidence of something existing doesn't mean that it didn't exist at a point in time. Just like how you said your community has that book, that Bible. If, God forbid, wherever it's stored decides to catch on fire, does that mean that none of those events happen? Because there's even though word of mouth, you have the word of mouth. You can say, this is this. And somebody can come and say, but there's no evidence. There was evidence, as we can see. It just probably ended up destroyed or gone. And that's kind of like what I'm getting at. So when we sit here and try to say, well, these things didn't happen because we have no record of them, we act as if things don't happen in secret either. We act as if things can't be written down. Like, I'm pretty sure there was documentation that my grandparents existed and they had their names. And it was written down in a book, because, let's be clear, people back then, when they were born, they just went on a line in a giant-ass book, who was the mother, who was the father, time and birth, right? And where you were born. In my case, wherever they held them burned down. Millions of records gone of people and their births. And that's kind of why I use that example, because yes, it's obvious that I'm here today, but it can also be a thing where we can say, realistically, we can't say that something is alive or a fake because we can't find substantial evidence of it, even though orally it's been passed down or we have some bits and pieces of it. That's why I said the evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence.
Hey, did you want to push back on that?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing, and I completely agree with you, 100% agree with you. But my only thing is that it is not obvious at that point because because we don't have the evidence. It's not obvious, so it's difficult for people to understand. That's all I was pointing at. It's obvious to understand that your grandparents exist because you are the evidence, but because we say something with no evidence, it's harder for people to be persuaded. That's all.
I think I saw the remnant. Thank you so much, Vera. I think I saw the remnants of a concept that I'm interested in the answer for. Hey, Sarah, is there anything that you think that you like about black people? Sarah,
What is it?
is there anything that you like about black people?
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
I love black men.
I've only heard you say negative things.
Oh, wow, wait.
Black men.
You love black dicks. So.
Is that what you said, Sarah? Did you say you like black men?
I said I love black men. I'm just trying to remember.
Sarah, I'm about to put.
You know what?
I'm about to put Vera
Let me tell you.
You love black men, and it's right.
You know what I like about black people?
Go ahead, Sarah.
You do actually have a very similar culture to my culture, to Iranians. They're very fashion, they dress well, they love their mothers. I kind of have a hard time understanding why there's such an issue with the nuclear family because black people, they love their parents, they respect their parents. That's something like, I've noticed if you don't suppress them and you don't constantly tell them they're victim, they actually thrive, they're strong, they have good genes. This is how I see black people. What else do I tell you about? They're gentle,
So,
even
Sarah, you
though
might need to stop. I like you today. You might need to stop right there and don't say a damn thing else for the rest of the day. You get one good day today, Sarah. God damn it, I would give you a racist ass a hug if you were near me today, Sarah.
Sarah, do you like black women too? I know you like black men.
Of course I do. Did you ask me?
Yeah, because you said black men specifically.
Well, that's because I'm like, come on, don't play stupid.
Hey, Sarah, did a black man break your heart at some point?
No.
Okay, I just.
No, I find black men very gentle and very respectful, though.
Black men don't cheat.
Are black women gentle?
I've never been cheated by a black man, so I don't know.
Hell no.
Someone said they cheat. I've never been a victim of that, so I don't know.
Hey, Dick, would you take Sarah out on a date? I would take her on a date. I'd bang the shit out of Sarah, but I probably would wait for you. What's my thought? Hey, JB might be bad in the conversation right now. We just went all the way to freestyle.
Oh, hell no. We'll keep this between us.
So, hey, if I could, hey, Sarah, thanks for that. That was the funnest moment I've had in several days of tolerating you on this app. So at least I know you have a human side underneath that. I really appreciate it.
Can I ask you a question? What don't you like about black people?
Man, I was
It's my question.
Sarah on a positive note, man.
I would have emotional shift.
I want to hear her answer. Zara, is there anything you don't like about black people? It's okay.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes.
I don't really know anything. I don't have anything to give you. Is there like a single or like if you ask me what do you not like about me, I can tell you, but I don't generalize a group of people based on their race. I don't.
So you don't think we have a victim consciousness, or you don't think?
No, because I am surrounded by very, very successful different groups. Like I don't know. I think this is just a clubhouse thing, I have a business partner that's black. I have a landlord that's black. I work in black community. I don't see this in real life as much as I see it in clubhouse.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Because you mentioned in the chat that institutional racism doesn't exist today, which I'm curious about because I gave you some examples.
I think black people exist to annoy white.
Yeah, the reason I tell you that is because I don't believe in differences in the same issues that people say equal right for women. I don't believe in that either. I don't believe America's racist. I don't believe America's sexist. And how do I? Huh?
Is that true?
Oh,
I'm not talking.
No, I really don't believe in that, and why is because honestly, I'm an educator. Like I don't see it. Like, look, do we have racist people? We absolutely do. I probably live in an area. I live in LA, so I probably don't even see, the racism, like the community, society racism that people experience in other places. But that's different than systemic. I don't see systemic racism.
Wait.
But I know that, like, I've never seen it at all.
Racist judges, racist sheriffs, racist.
That doesn't mean systemic. That doesn't make it
Hold on. How is it judge or like a mayor or like a sheriff not systemic? That's top down.
Systemic is what's in the laws, and it's like.
That's not what systemic necessarily means.
It's a system that's designed for people to fail, and I don't believe we have that. So
Hold on a second. Hey, Sarah. Hold on a second, Sarah. Truth, is that your voice asking her that?
I'm sorry?
Was that you asking her about systemic racism?
Oh, yeah, that was me.
It was me originally.
Okay, and just for the record, Truth, and welcome to the stage. I don't know when you came on. And this is a room hosted by JB. He does a remarkable job with these healthy debates, man. We've had this discussion. We talked about several things. Some of the mods have been here with him forever. I'm relatively new to the stage. All of these opinions don't represent the host, nor the moderators, but these individual opinions. Sarah's jumped on stage because we accuse Sarah in some regard of having racist views. For whatever it's worth, Sarah, I don't know you're racist because I don't know your heart, but I'm just saying a lot of the things that you say might have racist viewpoint, or from a racist viewpoint is what we say, and that's my opinion there. So for whatever it's worth, Truth, I would offer to you, and then I want to hear your opinion, that I can count, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would count there's probably 6 people, which I would assume represents almost half the stage, that literally have said that systemic racism doesn't exist, and racism.
What?
Yeah, but it's a reality. I'm just saying we've had that go down a deep rabbit hole, but several of the stage, you can blink your microphone if you believe that, but several people on the stage have literally said on multiple occasions that systemic racism doesn't exist, and basically to some extent they're tired of hearing black people complain about it because it doesn't exist. Maybe there's a couple of racist people around that I've said, hey, here's what systemic racism is. So we've debated that ad nauseum. If anybody wants to address anything that was just said, let's do that. But I didn't want to go deep back down the institutional racism rabbit hole.
Can I address something Arrow said?
So, Othello, then Keegan.
I have one more question.
Othello, then Keegan, then Alan.
Okay, shut up. One more question. Sarah, is America anti-Semitic?
Right now, I think it is.
Okay, but it's not racist, you said? Because
Systemically, they're not anti-Semitic. No, it's not as systemic, but I feel like we are seeing a lot of anti-Semitic, all this stuff that happened in the colleges, they were anti-Semitic. And someone's like, oh, yesterday she was a doctor, today she's an educator. You can be both. Like, you don't need to, I didn't change my job. I'm a college professor, but I also practice. So yes, I am both. But as an educator, I was in the colleges, and I'm in LA again. We're radical here. I saw a lot of bad stuff right here in LA. I saw people going too far. You don't think it's anti-Semite to stop students from going to their dorm because they're Jewish? Are you serious?
No.
You claim about all the suffering of the black people, in the past, and then you don't understand how problematic it is for any group of people to be stopped at their dorm and not being allowed to enter. But are we systemic anti-Semite? I don't believe that. America is the land of equality. We're all equal.
There's a breakdown in an understanding of terms here. So systemic has an exact definition, especially in the context of political. It does not mean legal. And this should be obvious, right? Because what you're suggesting is if it's not in the law, how could it be a part of the system? You mean Jews were people were prejudiced against Jews in Nazi Germany before it was on the books? No, until it was on the books. And therefore, by your estimate, the moment slavery ended, of course, things were just amazing. You obviously would not say that, so you're already full of shit because you don't even believe.
No, I'm not saying when slavery ended,
No, please stop. No, stop.
I'm not saying that. No, you're full of shit.
Sarah, hold on. Sarah,
You don't get to call me full of shit.
to finish my point just real fast. Yeah, and I say that with all due respect. Sometimes people need to be called out because they just have a desire to keep. Hold on,
Hey, Sarah, stop.
We have beef. Can you put that on ahead?
Sarah, let him finish.
Yeah, hate me on mute, and then I'll give you the same courtesy, except I won't hate you. Because you don't know any better, but you know you're full of shit. Here's how we know this. If I asked you, the day after slavery ends, there's no systemic racism, you would never say that. So what you're trying to argue in actuality is the degree to which there ever was systemic racism is no longer relevant. But you're not even using that verbiage because then you'd have to defend that literally, and you can't because we have academic peer-reviewed paperwork that proves so many different examples of systemic racism. And you're a modern woman. It's 2025. Fuck me, right? You got ChatGPT and Google. You can literally just put in studies, scholarly studies, examples, systemic racism. Well, you haven't done that, but you're on Clubhouse running your mouth. You're full of shit. And I'm not going to be nice about it. Shut up. Anyway.
No, you shut the fuck up.
So it's hold on a second. Everybody, please. Look, I'm not going to be on here long. I'm going to pass it to Nai and Sig and Vero in a second. But while we're here, at least let's respect the host. He's really adamant about letting there be one mic. Let's not demonize any other person. Let's talk about the issues, not the people, if we could. And then, these are test, topics. They're hard topics, but let's be respectful, please. Sarah, please don't come off the mic, or I'm going to move you back to the audience. Now, we had your ass in the audience.
Here, I'll go to the audience. I'm not going to sit here and tell me.
I understand. Okay. I wanted to hear Sarah, but I didn't move you. One of the mods.
I moved her because I'm tired of her mouth. Goodbye, Sarah. Just go down to the.
We're good. Sarah. Yeah, and hey, good, better, and different. Truth, I knew that wasn't going to go well. That's why I tried to move you away from it. So I said, let's not go down the systemic racism rabbit hole. And you took the bait for it. So, Truth, I'm going to partially blame you for that. All good, though. I got another one for you, Truth, because there's another one that doesn't believe in that BS systemic racism either. Keegan, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll recenter us into the subject of if I suffer from racial fatigue. I do suffer from racial fatigue. Okay, I suffer from really not the fatigue of race, but rather fatigue of the culture. I do have fatigue of Black culture. I believe it's become anti-American. It used to not be, of course, back in the 60s and the 50s, but it has become anti-American. It lacks respect and like just being cordial with each other. I have many examples just anecdotally in my own life that I have to deal with. I bet we all do, even Black men and Black women will have their own experiences with Black culture. And so I am tired, and I am looking for the cure. CO, Sig, if anyone has a cure for my ailment, please help me.
And you're able.
Listen, I'm waiting for the cure too, sir. I've mentioned plenty of times on this space that I have Black fatigue, and I do. Well, I'm reminded when I come here, although I'm sorry to interrupt, I'll make this very quick, and I'll pass it back over to you. And when I come in spaces like this, I get white fatigue because you have voices, and I'm not saying this applies to all white folks, but you have non-Black people who deny racism, systemic racism exists. They deny lived experiences. They deny laws that have been in place for years. They might not be laws that are, pushed today, but there's this blissful ignorance about the history of this country, especially how our land is soiled with the blood of Blacks and Natives, and yet you have non-Black people, non-melanated people who pound their chests and claim that it's all fake news and made up. So I have white fatigue, anti-Black fatigue, and you'll know I have Black fringe liberal fatigue. I'm not sure that there's a cure, Keegan, but if I find it, I'll let you know, sir. Okay.
Keegan, if we're just going about by this situation that you presented to us yesterday about how you were at the park, playing with your child, and everything was copacetic until a Black family pulled up and they were having a birthday party. When you have a birthday party, you have music. The music was too loud for you, and you said that you cussed them out in your head, and you said all other kinds of things, and you thought all other kinds of things, and you just left.
The cure, I believe, would have been to go up to this nice family and ask them to turn their music down and give them the chance to maybe show you, that they weren't combative or anything. You said that it was a party, they had birthday cake, balloons. This wasn't a group of thugs. This wasn't a group of threatening people. And you just allowed in that moment. I think you were a coward, and I think you should have went up to them and asked them to turn the music down, and I think they would have obliged.
So can I ask you a question here, based on your assessment? Again, I bet you, same as me, will sometimes use stereotypical cues to understand safety. If these individuals were wearing designer jeans that they were sagging below the waist, mothers wearing, Cookie Monster PJs and Crocs, and their hair was nappy, would you still feel the same way? Would you feel like these people were, and again, blasting rap music that was cursing? Would you still feel like these people will probably?
I wish you would have went up and said you slapped the dog shit out of you.
Well, exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
So this is the thing. Like, what is nappy hair?
Hair that has not been properly groomed. It shows a lack of, again, just a lack of self-respect.
And what is vice, Keegan?
So hold on. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions.
Tori, hold on though.
So can white people that have unproperly groomed hair, can their hair be nappy?
Oh, without a doubt. Again, if this was a white family that came in beat up, again, they came in a GMC terrain that most likely smelled like marijuana. I never smelled it, but I just always assume. As a mechanic, I have been in many vehicles that end up being picked up by black people, and it's always smelling like marijuana. But I continue here real quick. If a white family came in a white, beat up minivan, and they were wearing white beaters, and they were playing country music super loud, I would do the same thing. I would say, okay, I'm with my daughter by myself. There's no reason for me to go and try to be respectful and act with decorum, knowing that these people probably lack the intelligence to do so. I wouldn't talk to those white people. I would just leave the park. But I would just wish that they have their own self-awareness to have some type of respect to not do so. But instead, they lack that, and they think that the park is theirs. Which I believe, again, that will experience with black.
Also, right, when I brought up the stat that black people receive the most hate-based attacks in America, you said that it's because we put ourselves in those predicaments. Do you still agree with that?
Again, not every single predicament, but we all, when we look at these type of metrics of what a hate crime is, the same thing when feminists say that 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted in the world, and then you look at the metric of what sexual assault means in those type of data points, and you find out that being catcalled is considered sexual assault in those type of data points. I wonder what they consider a hate crime. And we went through that, and we found out that again, the threat of possible violence is a hate crime. So we actually don't even know what is considered a hate crime in this country. That's why those data points actually doesn't.
Brother Othello, real quick. This is what we gotta understand about people like Keegan, because we see this every single day. If you have social media, how many times have you seen black people just existing, right? I see every day, literally every day, a brother who works for Amazon trying to deliver a package, and somebody white stepping outside, ready to shoot him, ready to gun him down, calling the police on him. Somebody's walking a dog. Somebody's going to the video. Black. Whoa! I didn't cut nobody. I didn't cut nobody out. Hold up.
Can we make one mic on JT, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Sid. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. JT, you got it. I appreciate it. How many times have we seen black children trying to sell candy or trying to sell lemonade, and you got a Karen walking up on them, ready to call the police on them? See, the problem with a guy like Keegan is nothing that the black people were doing at the park, a public space, having a birthday party for children. It was just the fact that he had to see them enjoying themselves as black people in a park.
No, I was.
Hold on, Keegan. Hold on, Keegan. Hold on, Keegan. See, Keegan, what I'm doing is I'm connecting the dots here because your case is not unique in America. We see it all the time where black people aren't committing crimes, right? Minding our own black business, just like everybody else, but because you show up or because you're there, you have a problem with what's. Now the brother asked you, well, why didn't you just go over and ask them? Well, I'm afraid of them. That's always that's the reason why when the Karen and the police come up on it, well, I don't know what they would do. That's why I called the police, because I feared for my life. I don't know what they would have done. So black people are criminalized when they're actually committing crimes. Black people are criminalized when they're trying to deliver packages on their job. Remember there was a case last year where a brother was just trying to deliver a package and he got shot by a man because he was delivering a package.
Hey, JT,
right?
Hey, good points. Give you 30 seconds and then let's give Keith.
Okay, yeah, no, cool. So my point is, the problem is not with the black people, because we're not talking about crimes being committed here. We're talking about people just enjoying their life, trying to have a birthday party. And see, for a guy like Keegan, that's a problem. So that gives him black fatigue, just understanding that black people are doing the same thing everybody else is doing, having a birthday party in the park. That's the real.
Keegan, you want to respond?
Real quick, I just want to go ahead.
Hold on a second. One of the moderators is speaking. Go ahead, Sig.
Okay, thanks, yo. Yeah, just real quick, JT, I just want to let you know, you brought up the Amazon reference based on social media. I actually worked for Amazon in the delivery department. I was actually a driver for a year. Then I was an operations manager for 2 years, and I managed 80 drivers 7 days a week. What you're saying, it's not a common thing, brother. And we had to file incident reports, send those up to things when things like that happen. They never came through like, bro. 80 drivers a day, 7 days a week I managed for 2 years. What you're saying rarely, never even happened, bro. And this was not just my company that was working in that Amazon warehouse. There were probably about 15 other companies that had about 80 to 100 drivers apiece as well, and it rarely ever fucking happened. So that's just not true, man.
Well, no, that's what I've seen on social media. I'm not saying it happens every day.
Social media is crazy.
Yeah, say, can I get in there?
Well, wait a minute, JT's not.
Hold on one second.
I'm finished.
Can I respond?
Hold on one second. Keegan, hold on one second. Let's just get the cue light on the table.
May I get in?
Hold on one second.
Yeah, I'll keep the cue list. Who's next? Tell me.
Yeah, let Nye know.
So Keegan, yes, who's after Keegan?
And who's next?
YB.
YB, okay, who's after YB?
Miss Clark.
Clark, okay, who's after Clark? Clark, I see your back, but you never really know have a contribution. I see Beth is after Clark.
I'll go after Beth.
That's the cue for now. Pay attention to the moderators. We might get in between that. But go ahead, Keegan.
Yeah, so again, my response to JT, it's not that I don't care that a black family's enjoying their time. I don't have a problem. That park I'd never been to before, and I think the reason why there's a lot of different ethnicities is actually there's Governor House right by that park, and I did not know that. But when I was at that park, many different ethnicities there. Black, Indian, a lot of black and Indian. And I had no problem with it. My daughter played with a little Indian girl, a little black girl the whole time. I had conversated with the Indian husband the whole time. And when that black family came, other families left. Other black families left. We all saw what was going on. And that's what's interesting is that black people, when they will call out their own culture for being ghetto, for being ratchet, for being disgusting. And then when I'm a white person, though, man, I experience the same thing. I'm tired of this. I'm tired that every time I go to the metropolitan area, every single time I go to the metropolitan area, I see some ratchet ghetto crap that I hate. Just like when you go into the white rural area where it's just white trash and you get tired of the trailer park trash, I get tired of the same thing. I call out that all the time. I live in a town that has a trailer park on the outskirts of our town, and we literally have town meetings once a month about how can we clean this trailer park up. So, like, I'm just saying that it's because of gentrification, black people are now moving to the suburbs, and so I have more interactions with them. And I'm saying I do not enjoy the ghetto culture, and I don't enjoy the idea that we can't have some type of just respect and each other's faces. And if you're gonna play ratchet rap music for your birthday party in a park, expect some like, oh, this is just disgusting behavior. And also, why would I don't understand why you're like, why would you not just go say something to them? Because we understand the stereotypical behavior of those type of individuals are willing to commit violence. If I want my daughter, I'm not going to put myself in any. And if I did, and there was a video of me getting knocked out, you know what the cops would say? That white man should just mind his own business. He should just say nothing. So that's my
Give you more than 30 seconds, wrap it up. Say nine.
White boy, I think.
Say it again.
He said man, I don't say boy. Sorry.
Before we go to the next person, Keegan, do you hate white trailer trash as much as you hate ghetto black?
Without a doubt, I hate. I think I actually probably hate white trailer trash more than I hate ghetto black.
I'll have to come back to you on that one. Hey, now who's next?
White B is next. Go ahead, White B.
Yeah, I will say this. I do have fatigue at this point. These racial conversations are kind of getting old. A lot of people are talking about the systemic racism situation. I don't believe it is to the extent of what people are saying, because there is really no policies that are really holding you back. If you're looking at like the housing based on school zones, things of that nature, that's been in place since the 1800s, where local taxes were funding those schools, right? You might think it is systemic because mostly there are black people that live in those predominantly poor areas, but that's not a systemic situation, right? A lot of these scenarios or issues that people are having in America today, it's based on class. It's your social circle. Realistically, the wealthy blacks aren't having this issue at all. They're not.
Let me ask the question, YB, before we go to the next person, brother. And I posted it early. Hey, thank you guys for joining the room. I'm bootleg hosting. I'm not as good as the regular host, but I'm just jumping in and trying to make sure that people have a voice and get to speak. The room is healthy debate. We've been talking about race. They've been doing it in a responsible way. We had a couple of people that obviously they showed themselves and their attitudes, but that's what we're here for. We're trying to find something productive and positive about it. We have a queue here right now. If you want to speak, just let us know. Moderator Naya Stig will acknowledge you. YB, let me ask you a question really quick before we go to the next person. Just today, without having to look into deep history and litigate the effects of Jim Crow, slavery, and all of the conditions of racism throughout the years, just today, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, federal judge, right, called the Trump administration, accused the Trump administration of appalling and palpably clear discrimination against racial minorities and LGBTQ Americans. Here's what this judge said that was appointed by, again, Ronald Reagan, right? I've never seen a record where racial discrimination was so palpable. I've sat on this bench now for 40 years. I've never seen government racial discrimination like this, said U.S. District Judge William Young, a Massachusetts-based jurist who took the bench in 1948. And for the record, he was referring to the illegal and voided NIH, National Institute of Health cuts that Trump has tried to make that alienates the culture. Now, we don't have to look far. That's just one of dozens with this current administration. And you say what?
You said the healthcare cuts?
Yeah, these were all of the healthcare cuts that Donald Trump made. This is one of dozens that I can use as evidence, right? You say it doesn't exist, so forth and so on. This is a judge that said he's never in 40 years seen this type of government racism. Tell me your opinion.
So you're saying that they cut healthcare costs for the underprivileged?
Before we get into the specifics of the cuts, these are the NIH cuts that Donald Trump made, right? Let's go with what the actual judge said over 40 years.
I understand that aspect of it, but I'd have to get a better perspective on like what are the cuts involving, right? Like, is it people that are making less money that can't afford it to where it would benefit those individuals? Is that what?
No, it's price cuts to the companies, the major companies. That's what he's cutting, making sure they do better pricing for the American people.
Okay,
it's not about taking away. That's
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Are you
back, JB?
Hold on a second. Is anyone who's speaking now a judge or familiar with law or familiar with discrimination?
I'm getting benefits though. I'm getting benefits, and they're not cutting my benefits.
You don't understand benefits at the
They're
legal
not
level.
cutting my benefits.
Whose voice is that?
That's cool. See at the bottom.
That's cool. See the resident moron.
Yeah. Hey,
They're not stealing my benefits.
We'll see. Would you let the gentleman respond, and then the moderator, the main moderator, is back. JB's in the house. JB, we were just talking. We had a cute. YB came on and said there's no racism. I repeated the article. I was giving him a chance. JB wanted to know. I'm sorry, YB rather wanted to know. Well, what would it cuts about? YB, I would just say before we move to the next point, and then let JB reset the room. YB, if you could just tell me how you respond to what you actually heard. The legal expert that sits on the bench, appointed by Ronald Reagan, right, said he's never seen this type of racist bullshit in 40 years of him sitting on the bench. Your response?
Yeah, so you want me to just respond to a statement that he made?
Okay, let's just go to the next person. Hey,
How is it racist if it affects everybody?
Hold on a second. I know you guys hear my voice. CO, you're a moron. Be quiet. I'm not CO. Cool C. Be quiet. You're a fucking idiot. But let me go back to CO. Who are you talking to, CO?
I was talking to YB, JD.
YB, did you want to respond to that question this young man had?
He wanted me to respond to a statement based on, that's it. Like, there's no other information behind it. It's very just like, there's just holes in it completely. I'm just.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. Would it be better if he gave you some clarity on the statement? CO,
I've been
clarity?
asking for that. He didn't give it to me at all.
All right, let's see if he gives it to you now. CO, you want to give clarity or no? CO? All right, you might have stepped away.
Yeah, so JD, the last thing I wanted to say realistically is to like all the people that are having these quote unquote racial issues in America today, with all of this knowledge, with all this information that is out there today, how is that changing your life or making it any better?
Can I respond to this, JD?
Wait, hold on. Changing my life?
No, not you specifically.
Oh, in general, gotcha.
Yeah, in general, for like some of the people that are, like in JB, I mean it as in it's like.
Don't listen. You're YB. You've been in my space before. You don't have to hold your tongue. Say what you gotta say.
Oh no, I know. I'm just trying to say it in the best way possible. If somebody of like the community, of my community, right, doesn't get a job, is deemed racist, which is kind of ridiculous. If they can't get a loan or a mortgage, they just deem it racist. If somebody says something to them, just like they would say to anybody else, they just deem it racist because it's coming from a white person, which I think is kind of ridiculous.
Well, thank you, YB. Thank you. Hold on. I need to respond. Okay, let me move him down because he has no mic integrity. I'm not playing. You come off mic, I just move you down. I don't give a fuck. But we're going to Miss Clark, and I think Othello said you wanted to chime in.
No, wait, Clark and then Beth was after Clark, just FYI.
Okay, so we'll Clark, Beth, and then Othello. Miss Clark,
Yeah, I think that this conversation is kind of, I'm not even going to address what Keegan said. I think that we've got to a point where we tend to still assume that systemic is supposed to be like governmental power and laws on books, but we forget that systemic can also be a curated environment where these things happen. I often use the military as an example, as a prior military veteran, because I did see where certain departments and things had certain individuals that realistically I would never want to serve underneath, quite simply because they curated that environment. And I'm talking about like JAG has come back and investigated them for 10 years worth of discrimination and racial practices. I'm talking about like when you have people, and I'm just giving an example of it, of white airmen who have been caught with drugs, but the black roommate is the one who suffers the consequences to get out because they didn't tell or were unaware that they had the drugs. There's a lot that can go into this. And like I said, granted, if you want to try to say systemic is only on a level where realistically governments are involved, laws are in place, that's on you. But systemic can also be a curated environment. Like even when I live in the South, right? It is nowhere legal for there to realistically be sundown towns. And people operate in that way. but guess what? They still fucking exist, and I know where I can take my ass and where I can't. Even though, quite literally, there's no law in the book that says it's okay for there to be a sundown town. They still do that. They still have a system set up in place that people partake in to enact these things. And that's the part that I think has shifted. I don't think systemic racism is no longer the outward projection where, you know, your fire marshal, your judge, your policeman, and the regular people are involved. I do think that systemic racism has changed to be curated in certain smaller environments where it can be hidden better. Now, am I saying it's just completely rampant, like it's just all like Rip Tar out here? No. But when it does pop up, it's like this quick way to, and I will say this, when it does pop up, there's like this really hard push to make it seem like it doesn't exist. And then at the same time, I will say, as my fellow Black people, we do have a way of conflating, because I'm not going to get off the YB about what he said, because I do believe that Black people conflate a lot of shit to racism when it's not. But when it's overt and it's there, it's still a push to act as if it doesn't exist. That's why I use the military as an example.
Thank you, Ms. Club. No, I'm going to let you run it for a little bit, because I just got back in. I'm just trying to catch up. Is that okay, Nari? Nice, Sig, Vero, CO? Guys? Anyone?
Yes.
Beulah? Thank you. I know Beth was next. That's all I know.
I'd like to hop in the queue.
All right, Beth and then Truth. Beth?
And then JT.
It was Beth and Othello. It was Beth and Othello.
Was it Beth, Othello, then Truth, and then who was the last one?
JT.
Beth? Beth going once? Okay, so there you go, babe. I heard you. I saw you. You good? You can bring the keep it up.
Yeah, go to the next person and then.
You got it. You got Othello? Or is Othello and then Truth?
Yes. So YB, I heard you say something. You said that racism in America doesn't affect to do wealthy Black people. Okay. So if we just look to the housing appraisal scandal that has been going on, I mean, forever, but they now focus on it in the New York Times, CNN, as well as other major news publications. That in the housing appraisal market, Black people in total have been devalued $162 billion by racist home appraisers. So these Black people, they go to college, they make their money, maybe outside of college, they buy a nice home, and when they're ready to sell, the appraisers come and they devalue the house 25 to 50% when it's a Black person. So they went undercover and they went into a Black home and they put a white family's pictures in there, and they said a fake white family. This is the news that did this. When that appraiser, when the appraiser did the home, he appraised it a whole totally different type of amount, right? So you're saying that this does not affect wealthy, the systematic racism does not affect wealthy Black people. It does. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So based on what I'm reading here, it had to do with specific low-income neighborhoods, right? So if you can tell me which wealthy Black person that it affected, right?
It wasn't specific low-income neighborhoods. There's multiple reports going around, and they're talking about the appraisal in certain low-income neighborhoods, but they're also talking about Black people who have homes in multicultural neighborhoods. White.
I have an example. I'm really sorry to cut you off. I have an example of a famous person. I cannot remember his second name, but Ryan, who did the Black Panther movies.
Ryan Coogler.
Bernard
Yeah,
was supposedly 10 to 15 years old, though.
Yeah, wait, hold on a second. We'll see, you fucking moron. I know you get a lady speaking. Get a lady.
Yeah, like from my memory, he tried to get some money out, and they called the police on him and whatever else, right? That's one example.
What do you mean he tried to get money out of the house? I don't understand that.
Let me read the title. Of the article. It's widespread
racial bias found in home appraisals. Researchers found that evidence of a persistent practice that gives higher values to homes when the occupants are white and devalue them if the owners are people of color. And that does not matter about the neighborhood. So even if it's in a low-income home, if a low-income neighborhood, if the white owner owns that home in a low-income neighborhood, then he's going to get a higher appraisal. And when they did the total amount that was devalued from black people who want to get their homes appraised in America, they've taken $162 billion from us just in home appraisals.
What year was that article? What year was that article?
Okay, give me a
That's
second.
old. It's like 10 years old.
Mine's almost 20.
10 years is not a long time.
May I speak to Alaska's point? Because you also had the actor you also had the recent actor, director Ryan Coogler, who was a prominent black man, who was a wealthy black man, to go to the bank to try to pull out money, and they racially discriminated against him and wouldn't even let him pull out of his own account, even though he provided them with all of the ID, all of the information, all of his bank card, and then they called the authorities on him, and he sat there and was like, they're like, why do you have so much money? He's like, I'm a director, and they're like, yeah, right. And he's like, no, I directed the movie Black Panther. And they're like, yeah, right. And then when he pulled up his picture, they were like, we don't think you're him. And he's like, my name is on my ID. My name is on my bank account. I just want to pull out cash. Can I just pull out some cash? And it was like a full debacle.
Yeah, the article that I shared are from 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, if I could, and I don't know if JB's still here or not, but I wanted to ask a quick question.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me just say this 2 seconds. Everybody disregard Cool C. He drives across country trucks. He's a serial killer. Just ignore him. Kids.
God damn. Okay, not a serial killer. Whatever. Hey, for whatever it's worth, I saw an article here recently that said that regions of town matter, and that it was said that I think Nevada, Texas, South Dakota, and New York have the most serial killers. I thought it was interesting. You guys can Google it. But hey, listen, here's a question that I have, right? At the end of the day, there's some super intelligent people in here, and some remarkable positions are being made about the existence of systemic racism, how this affects black people, where people express how anti-Semitism impacts Jewish people. But I would venture to state, right, using, for lack of a better whipping board, using Keegan's and the Keegans of the world as an example, right, or even to some extent YB, that sounded as if he might be African American, but doesn't think, thinks African Americans complain too much. Miss Clark, Mrs. Clark, JT Truth, what do you all feel about the fact that we've had these conversations for several years, right? And all over social media, arguing with our friends that we went to school with all day, every day. We've given up statistics. I posted an article where a Reagan judge just said this is some bullcrap and it's racist as hell, right? The General YB was like, well, I need to know more information. Like, basically what I'm saying is, will we ever get anywhere in these conversations, or what is it that has to happen? Because for whatever it's worth, the Keegans of the world, in my humble opinion, are the reason that Trump's in office. Because he only had concepts of a health plan, and the tariffs aren't really working that well. I'm just saying. I'm just being real. I'm just saying. I'll wrap it up here. The point I'm making is that it's a real sentiment, and it's a real part of America. And no matter how many times we give long speeches about what happened, I don't know if it's going to move the needle for the Allens of the world. Would somebody like to answer?
Yeah, let me say this. I'm not trying to change anybody's way, because respectfully, if you come across me in my part of town, I'm going to be honest, you might get a bullet put in gas at this point. I think that what I've gotten used to is just excommunicating niggas who think a certain type of way, and surrounding myself with people who realistically understand what's going on in the world, and just keeping my head on a swivel. Like, that's all we can really do. I'm heavy on the separation part, like, realistically speaking. I believe to each their own. Like, Keegan can have his mindset, me personally. Keegan can have his mindset as long as he keep his happy white ass over there. He can sit there and cuss me out in his head all day. He can shout to the Lord and the demonic spirits of which enter his goddamn body, right? Just don't come fucking with me. And I think that's kind of like where a lot of black people, people who think like we are. You can sit over there with your frumpy dumpy face all you want. Just don't come over here fucking.
Well, Ms. Clark, respectfully, hold on, Jordan. I don't speak for Keegan because I got to be honest, personally, I can't stand the guy. But he probably has the same mentality as you do. You stay over there, I stay over here, just don't fuck with me, and let's move.
I agree, and I think that's the best thing we can do at this point. You stay over there, don't fuck with me, I ain't gonna fuck with you now. You come over here fucking with me, I'm gonna put my foot all the way in your ass until it reaches the knee.
So, this is an extremely nuanced issue. As I mentioned earlier, when I was in jail or behind bars, let me use a couple other examples. I was once mowing the front lawn of my parents' house, right? And I was dressed in a very shabby way, so to speak. And someone pulled up and said, does the owner of the house know that you dress like that? There are implicit and explicit biases. Life is unfair, and we do have to kind of challenge social norms by making sure that we combat stereotypes all the time, right? When I was at a zoo as a zookeeper, I had a master's degree, and someone came up to an exhibit and said, you see that guy there? If you don't go to school, that's what's going to happen to you. Now, I have 3.5 degrees. I was born privileged. I lived in the house of my parents. I'm not suggesting that I've had so much overt trauma other than internal. But the point is, and when I was in jail, I had a shaved head, and people assumed that I was a white supremacist, although I don't have a single tattoo. So it is very hard. Like, there is a status issue where people do have to take some responsibility if they are going to perpetuate stereotypes, right? You've got to work around that to some degree. So when we talk about going to work, people have to dress appropriately for an interview. You have to take responsibility for certain things. Otherwise, people will run with stereotypes, weaponize them, and create harm for a whole population that's not deserving. So I do think that we need to honor archetypes, stereotypes, and do our best to be our best versions of ourselves. If someone is playing very loud music and they're being obnoxious, there's going to be some white, ignorant, white, racist person looking for trouble who's going to use that one reference to generalize for everybody. That's how stereotypes work. So I think there's something to be said for take accountability for yourself and try and influence the people around you to be better. Now, each one of those fucking times, I wanted to either jump into that guy's car and strangle that motherfucker for saying it, which wasn't really that big of a deal. He just, said I was looking shabby, but I took offense to it, thinking that I was, someone not good enough, right? The zookeeping thing, same goddamn thing. Very few white passing privileged people worked in zoos back when I was there. It was a passion of mine. But when that fucker said that, I wanted to fucking strangle him and his kid. So, I understand the reactive abuse, but there is something that we can do in some cases to take accountability. I'm done.
JB, if I can hop in now. I finally got rid of the measuring guy.
Hello, Beth. What was he measuring?
My house flooded out from my AC, and I have to replace.
I was joking, Beth.
Yeah, no. I was listening earlier about the park incident, and I had a friend this morning that I met on this app, but only lives a little south of me, right, in the best state, and I say it all the time, out of the 50, the great state of Florida. But he had to make a phone call this morning to let the police know he was coming into a prominent black community with $1 million homes. I mean, you're not looking at just $1 million home, right? You're going in with 4 million, 5 million, 10 millions. And he's like, I'm going in with my sniper rifle. I gotta call the cops real quick to let them know this white guy's coming in with a sniper rifle. I was like, what? Like, they called you to come out. So, and he's not killing anybody. He was there to get some animals out of the way. But, yeah, I think the tables can be flipped every once in a while and realize that, you know, white people aren't always the problem. Like, he knew to take security and let the law enforcement know he was coming in to that property and why he was there. So that's all I had to say, JB. I just listened to the nonsense.
Okay, I'm gonna let Vero and other mods run it because I'm flirting with somebody in the chat.
Did I miss my turn?
Go ahead. It's you, then.
I think it went on for a popcorn for a bit, but yeah, go on now. It's your
Appreciate that. So because when my turn was up, we were talking about Sarah had said something to the effect that America's no longer racist, etc. So I was trying to think of the simplest way I can put it to the skeptics, right? So imagine a world where after World War II, the Nazis are defeated, but instead of being shamed and having the swastika banned, certain Germans just decided to fly it. They said, city rights, Nazi rights. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a Nazi and I'm proud. I'm gonna fly the swastika. I'm gonna fly it at my high school football game. I'm going to put it on the back of my Mercedes or my Beamer. I'm gonna litter it with bumper stickers or et cetera, right? And they tried to normalize it. Now, that's what the Confederate flag is. The Confederate flag is literally a flag of treason on the cornerstone of trying to own another human being, specifically born out of hatred for that person. So it wasn't even practical indifference. It was literally like, oh, they're subhuman. We sell their children. We rape their women. Haha. We beat them. Haha. Most of the men die in captivity. Haha. It's funny. We brutalize these people. Haha. Right? And that culture is what the Confederate flag is all about. So anytime you hear someone trying to, no, it's culture, it's tradition. What's the tradition? Treason against America. You're insane. You're an insane person. Here's why that's relevant. The majority concentration of black people are still in the predominant states in which they were predominantly slaves, right? We're talking about Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, etc. Guess where Confederate, because we have polls on this, we have data on this. Guess where the Confederate flag is the most popular? In those same states. And we have the numbers. The numbers are going to shock you. About 1 out of 2. About 1 out of 2 white people in the South view the Confederate flag favorably and as a symbol of pride and heritage. Heritage in what? Okay, so now what you're trying to do is convince me and anyone with a thinking brain, this is why people laugh at America and why liberals can't stand, and I'm not a liberal, by the way, but as someone who's kind of center, I see two insane people arguing, and liberals have their own insanity. But this is where when they look at conservatives like, you guys are in a fucking cult. You guys are like literally brain rotted. You're like, no, the Confederate flag, no, it's not. Literally the cornerstone speech they're giving, and he mentioned slavery multiple times. No, it's not about slavery. No. Literally you're fighting your own country to own a human being, and we're having arguments. Anyway. 1 out of 2 people in the South, white people, are flying that flag with favor or pride, or they look favorable to it. No, 1 out of 3 flies it. 1 out of 2 is favorable of it, so they don't look down on you for flying it. Okay. They fly that at football games, high school games. They fly it outside of certain courthouses. They fly it outside of certain military bases, which is so fucking ironic, right? You have a U.S. military base, and you fought a civil war, and you're flying the battle flag of the treason against that government. But okay, sure, whatever. Then you come and tell black people, who the majority of us, like 80-90% of us, are in those southern states. There's no racism in this country. This is why you get told shut the fuck up, because no one cares to argue with a fool. You get told to shut the fuck up. And if you have any integrity, you'll go figure out if I'm full of shit. You'll go, yeah, he had a lot of dip on his shit. Is he right? Am I really that brain dead? Do I have my head in the sand? Am I in a cult? But you know how you'll prove me right? You'll just keep fucking blabbling and do no research. And you'll come back with the same talking points. No education, no research, no debunk. I just made a ton of points. You'll just blabble like I didn't make any sense. you won't address any of the shit I just raised, and you'll just beat around the bush.
Wait. Truth. When you say you, who are you talking about specifically?
All the people who like to put their head in the sand and say there's no racism in this country, there's no racism in this country.
Got you. So I know Holly has her hand raised. Holly's a little Georgia peach. Yeah.
Okay. I missed your first part, but I heard you talk about the flag, the Confederate flag in the South, as indicative of racism still going strong, and that 1 out of 2 white people in the South believe that the Confederate flag is that they love their Confederate flag, right? Okay. I'm confused why. So I don't see it as that as a really good proof that I'm not saying racism doesn't exist, by the way, but to say that the Confederate flag and then I'm sorry, that's a little weak, bro. I saw a black dude in a truck recently with Confederate flag going strong, flying out the back of that truck, man. I mean, Confederate flag, regardless of what the history of it is, we can quibble over what the war was fought for. I think it's pretty clear. Yes, slavery was a big issue, but it's not the only issue. Like the Confederate flag for most people in the South today is not symbolic of their love for slavery and their desire to enslave black people again. Like it's indicative of their love of freedom, their pride in the South. It's just you're doing too much with it, man. Like it's just that because if the question was, do 1 in 2 white people in the South want slavery again, and do you hate black people? I guarantee you the answer would be no.
So since neither of us can read minds, let's just make it really simple. How is the Confederate flag different than the swastika?
What? Bro, is that a real question?
Yeah, so just go ahead and make me sound dumb. How are they different?
Yeah, that was disingenuous, bro.
I'm just gonna.
Why y'all keep cutting in?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, she seems intelligent. This is a fair question. How is the Confederate flag different than the swastika?
How is slavery? Okay, first of all, Confederate
No,
flag.
I didn't say slavery. I said the Confederate flag. Literally, the Confederate flag. How is it different than the swastika?
Okay, I guess if you want to mince words here, you're right. Like the swastika has a deeper history than just the Holocaust. So if you want to talk about what symbols mean to people, I mean, we could. What do you want to do here, bro? Like we could take this all day long. Like symbols mean different things to different people. But listen. No, wait, Trip. The swastika, by all intents and purposes, all across the world at this point in history, is accepted as a symbol of hate. Confederate flag. Living in the South, Confederate flag is not viewed upon as a symbol of hate. Maybe by you, but I'm telling you, that's not how it's.
Do you think black people agree?
Ask your black brethren who fly the Confederate flag what it means to them.
Black people don't fly the Confederate flag. And really
They
quickly,
absolutely do.
Holly, really quickly.
Hold
Hold on, really quickly for Holly. You saw a lone black man flying the Confederate flag. Did he have a white wife sitting in the passenger seat? Because I guarantee you, his wife wasn't black.
No.
Black people by and large don't
Black
have
people in the
Confederate
South. See how many have Confederate
Everybody, hold on.
Everybody
else. Vero, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I hate to say it.
I'm sorry.
No, I grew up along the Gulf of Mexico. Get it right. But yeah, it's true. In Galveston, Texas, which is where Juneteenth kind of derived from even. I grew up in Texas along the Gulf of Mexico, so we've been celebrating Juneteenth since I can remember. But even on Juneteenth, you would go down to Galveston, go to the beach, we hang out. People are driving on the beach in Galveston. In many other cities they do that, but Galveston, you're driving up, it's like a parade of cars, hundreds and hundreds of cars. You'll see black people with their black wives, their black friends, shaking their ass to New Orleans jump music, New Orleans bounce, with a Confederate flag in the back. It's just the truth, and that's just the way it is. I don't know what it is, but
is it the Confederate flag or the rebel flag?
Good question. Touche. I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Hey, Truth, would you want to respond?
I refuse to even believe that. Anyone can give some ridiculous anecdote, and that's one of the most ridiculous I've ever heard. Luckily, we have more data on this. 90+% of black people report seeing it as a symbol of racism. So I think go ahead. You find the one black guy out of the millions. I don't know even know. I guess you're walking a very special path. I've never heard that in my life.
And you know what was interesting too, Truth, about what you're saying, bro, is that, you know, the same people who would say something like that and try to diminish what the Confederate flag has meant to the literal descendants of slaves, right, are the same people who have no problem with Trump, we talked about earlier, removing black heroes who fought for this country from the annals of history. The same people who are on the front lines of affirmative action and DEI are the same people who have no problem with legacy admissions that admits 3 times as many white people who just happen to be family members of people who went there. And that's what we talk about when we say systemic. See, when you talk about what the system of white supremacy does, it privileges you to the point to where you don't even have to be bothered with having to worry about it. See, for you, the Confederate flag is nothing. It's fun and giggles, right? But when we see that, we see something completely different because just as the brother was mentioning, how the swastika is seen for a Nazi, look, you need to understand something, that the Holocaust lasted 3 years, right? There was approximately 6 million Jewish people who died in that process. There were over 10 million slaves that died on the way over here. And then the ones who survived got to the shores only to be raped, murdered, and enslaved for 250 years. 2.5 centuries. And then guess what? After that happened, you still had 80 years of black codes and 60 years of Jim Crow. That's 400 years of open white supremacy. And you still got people who think, well, you know, white supremacy is not so bad. Well, black people are just always complaining. It's like y'all trivialize what we've gone through in this country. You don't want to give us reparations, even though we pay reparations right now, today in 25, to Native Americans. My ancestors ain't slaughtered nobody. Ain't committed genocide. My parents paid reparations to the Japanese. We didn't put Japanese in internment camps. Everybody around here can get justice except black Americans.
JT, I feel the energy, baby. I love it. Well, make sure all white people or just some white people?
No, just some white. Obviously not all, JB. I'm not talking to the ones who which I prefaced it by saying the same ones who would agree and say crazy stuff like that are the ones I'm talking to. Obviously, we know that all white people aren't like that, but for the ones who submit to this ignorant understanding about race and about systemic racism, those are the ones who we're talking about because, and I mentioned in the chat, and I'll land with this, even during Jim Crow, JB, you have white people saying, well, black people have all the privileges. White people are just, we're having to take a backseat to these blacks. Like the lunacy.
Well, JT,
whites are, go ahead.
I just want to say I retitled the room. What does the Confederate flag represent? I think that's it. Hold on, Judy. Please let me do my reset. Thank you. Healthy debates. What does the Confederate flag represent? I'm getting, I don't even know what that is. Jalapenos thrown at me. What's up, Ellie? How you doing? Alpha, Mike Moon, Asia, I see you. Matt, Cool in the house. Lady MD, Rodney, Nikki, Ali, Michael, cashing your pink tickets, you cheap fucks. Thank you very much. Hold on, Jordan, man. Can I finish my fucking reset?
I didn't say a goddamn word.
I know, but when you come off, it's distracted. Thank you. Dude's been on Clubhouse 9 years. Yeah, Jordan, what do you have?
I was just gonna say that, you know, there's always a pecking order, and which is atrocious to have to even honor, right? But, you know, terms evolve, things change, and if you don't know by now that the Confederate flag is offensive, that just kind of says you're white trash, right? Like, I hate to tell people that. So the point is, if something is offensive, you stop offending people. And if you continue to offend people, that's where racism comes into play, because you don't have regard for other people. And just because you think it's slightly
people don't. Like, this is what white trash is, and I hate to say because I'm not terribly liberal anymore, but in academic communities, the reason that esteemed professors, and they don't get compensated that well, but they're esteemed is because they're extremely well read. They know what's offensive. This is why they're very careful about the Israeli-Palestinian issue. And I don't want to get into that now, but the point is, if you're offending somebody, that's all it takes. You don't have to use the language of woke, this or that. If something is offensive, like, even the fucking rock stars are smart enough to know this. The Dixie Chicks, who I'm not necessarily a fan of, they're now called the Chicks because they realized, wow, we didn't think that Dixie would be offensive to people, but apparently it is, so we're gonna fucking stop. If you're white trash and you still are honoring the Confederate flag, you're a fucking idiot. And I'm a fucking egotistical, white privileged, white passing Jewish guy who's as obnoxious as fuck, but I've also been down at the very bottom, and that was still privileged, right? For me in my situation. There's no tolerance for white trash. And I'm just going to lay it out there. There's a
Jordan, don't be able to answer your question. I'm just starting to pop because Vero said I'm being sad.
Okay.
What about people's First Amendment rights to wave that flag?
No, I mean, you're entitled to that right. But if you want to continue to, if you're still out there offending people, like the smart people, I don't think celebrities are necessarily brainiacs, but they're publicists, and I know that now working in the space, they're smart enough to say, let's offend the fewest amount of people possible, whether we really agree on something or not, because our livelihood depends on it, and they're making more money than they'll ever need, right? So if they finally think it's smart to not permit a Confederate flag or to take Dixie out of the name, why does an average white Joe Schmo think that they deserve to have any fucking say in it? And I know Holly doesn't like that I'm talking to her, but this is true. This is what elitists think of white trash as. And this doesn't mean elitists are right, but that's what they think.
Thank you. So before we continue, everybody throw me some love and admiration because I changed my PTR. What do you think of my new PTR? Is that fantastic? That's my dog Enzo. I love this fuck. This is my ride or die right here. Yeah, Holly, you want to push back on what Jordan?
I do, because he's kind of taking this conversation somewhere else.
No, I'm sorry.
Oops. Let me know if I lose y'all. He's taking the conversation a little somewhere else. So you're not actually talking to me. I'm not sitting here saying whether an individual should or should not wave the flag. The point was countering whether the flag is indicative and the way that of racism still existing in that capacity, right? Like using that as a metric to judge how racist the South still is. The point is, whether or not it offends Black people that doesn't tell us whether the individual waving the flag is doing it in order to offend. It doesn't tell us whether the individual waving the flag is doing it because it's a symbol of racism for them and that's what they want to espouse. Whereas the swastika, I mean, I could be wrong, but my impression, again, I might be wrong, is that those who wave the swastika around, it's pretty clear that they're doing it because they want to express that they don't like a certain group of people. I mean, whereas the Confederate flag, I'm sorry, that's not the case. I'm not saying that every Confederate flag owner is not a racist. I'm saying that in my impression as a Southerner growing up, I never was under the impression.
Hold on, Alaska. Holly, hold on, Alaska. Holly, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but I don't think I've ever disagreed with you more with everything you're saying right now. But I know Alaska wants to have dialogue with you. Yeah, guys. Alaska.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was saying that. I'm sorry. I was waiting to see you because I thought I cut you off. It's about context, right? Like, if I saw a swastika and I was in India, for example, my first inkling would be to look at the greater context of wherever I've seen this, and it probably, in that context, would be something to do with the religion there rather than, swastika. So it's about context. To me, it's an empathy thing, right? Like there's certain things I don't do because I don't know who, especially in public, because I don't know. I don't like doing it. Also, I wouldn't want someone to be of another race or culture and be offended because I'm just fucking around. Like it doesn't seem like that big of a price to pay. It's just manners, in my opinion. You know, at the very least.
Can I jump in?
I'd like to know, like, what about the flag, like what about that flag specifically do you love so much that you can somewhat, in a light manner, kind of shoo away the other historical context of it?
Because again, you guys keep talking about it like we're trying to defend the flag as something we love. First of all, people like the flag because it symbolizes a historical moment, a big time, which, in their opinion, we were fighting for the freedom to make decisions. Okay, whether those decisions are you like them or not, whatever. I mean, there were Black Confederates too, right?
Wait, to make what decision?
Stop pride.
Sorry.
To make our own economic decision. Yeah, it was about states' rights. Some people are. I'm just telling you what some people argue.
Yeah, but
not everyone.
No. I'm in the UK, so I'm just asking which states' rights specifically.
Well, so at that time, the federal government, there was this kind of debate of what, I don't know, I'm not a historian, but like my understanding is there was debate between how much control the federal government should have versus states' rights. And, yes, slavery was a big part of that. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there aren't Confederates who are who still think that was good. I mean, that's kind of weird to me, but okay. But tell me, again, my question still remains, why are there Black Confederates? Why are there Black people waving the Confederate flag? Do you think that they agree with slavery? And regardless, again, not everyone I would argue to you that the majority of people who wave the Confederate flag on their house or whatever, it is not a microaggression of them being slavery, like them wanting slavery back or hating Black people. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
So this is the thing, though, right? It's like how other people interpret it. It only takes one person in the crowd to be offended. It's, COVID was a better example. And again, I'm very moderate. But if you don't want to wear your fucking mask at your house, that's up to you. Because someone in your family is infected, that's up to you. Like, you can do your own damage. But if you go into public and there are sensitive populations in public and you choose not to wear your mask and you get them infected, that's a real world consequence. With the Confederate flag, you could argue that's a more innocuous example. But the point is that when intellects develop, they realize, hey, that I didn't realize how offensive that could be. I'm going to stop doing that because it's upsetting to someone. It's okay to say, hey, I used to do that, but the person who's the problem is the one who continues to do that. It's like, it's okay to evolve because people make mistakes all the time. But when you find out that you're offending one person, even if they're people of color, with the Confederate flag, that's not your problem. Your problem is to not perpetuate harm for others, right? They might be perpetuating harm, but you don't have to be part of that system.
Can I say something though? Like, I think it's a stupid question to sit here and be like, and we have to start calling out like stupid.
Ms. Clark, could you say that?
We got to start calling out stupid redundancy and people thinking they got a one-up on a question. I can tell you a myriad of reasons why Black people carry that flag. One, because they're uninformed. Two, because guess what? You have people who side with their own fucking demise. Like, we act as if back then we didn't have Black people turning in other Black people who were escaping to freedom. You don't think that they had some type of loyalty to the South? Like, there's a myriad of reasons. I understood, like, and that's the reason why, too, I also asked the question, like, to sit here and be like, oh, people don't carry this. Last time I checked, when the white supremacists are out here rallying, one of the main flags they goddamn carrying is goddamn Confederate flag.
Wake it up.
Like, we not about to sit here, and I really hate when people play stupid, because I know you're not that stupid, because if you are that stupid, you don't need to be having this conversation. So I'm going to call out the redundancy and the idiocy, because I'm hoping that you're actually smarter than this, than to sit here and do this. But one thing we got to stop doing also, stop going back and forth with people who are intentionally being up to that part. Because I'm not for educating stupid people.
Mrs. Clark, can I ask you a question? Amen. Wait a minute. No, let that breathe for just a second. I say the same thing. These people be so blissfully ignorant and proud and loud and wrong on the mic. Just let them talk. Let them reveal themselves. Don't go back and forth with these demonic energies. Miss Clark.
Here's the thing, and I appreciate what your submission, Ms. Clark, and I appreciate you too. If you guys want to take me, let me try to make a long story in 60 seconds, right? In 2015, when everybody was at war, just like we are now in this divisive world, there was a march because people were taking down the Confederate flag from capitals, right? And I had a bird's eye view, for what it was worth, in Jackson, Mississippi, as a group of people marched from Jackson State University to the capital of Mississippi with a series of speeches. And a civil rights leader's wife, widow, spoke. Merle Edwards spoke in that space. The KKK was at the base of the hill. Several hundred people were there, good, bad, or indifferent. And after she spoke, there was an 80-some-year-old white woman. She could probably almost look like Holly from what I could see in the PTR, right? She came over and she grabbed Merle Edwards, Medgar Evers' widow, and she grabbed her and she started crying and she hugged her, right? This is a true story. And without going into all the details, someone asked her, what did Jesus say to her? That was such an emotional exchange. And she said, I heard on the news that you guys were coming to take down this Confederate flag. And she said, I just came up here to apologize to her. And this has been sitting in my soul all of this time. She went through all this stuff. And she said, I just wanted to apologize for what I did back then. She said, they told me back then that Martin Luther King and them were communists. They were coming to take our guns and take our way of life. And I'm just so sorry for what I did. Now, this lady could have been a part of lynchings. I don't know if she knew the secret of who shot who. I don't know. But here's the fact of the matter. The moment crystallized something for the people that witnessed what this 80-year-old white woman that looked like Holly said. It said that she was genuinely, where we might say these people are blissfully ignorant, you can feel her compassion, her empathy, and her redemption. She was genuinely confused in that moment. And what she said was, they fooled us now. They fooled us then, and they're trying to do it again now. But the moral of the story being, throughout history, people are pit against one another for power and politics and greed. And it really made me understand why Daryl Davis, if you guys want to Google him, the guy that undisrobed 200 plus Klansmen, made me realize why he was so effective. That these people, some of them are subjected to information and they really don't know. Can I be truthful with you? I believe Holly believes what she believes and doesn't see anything in it. And what it speaks to, and here's where I'll close, people don't realize the difference in the Third Reich and what we're dealing with this Confederacy is how people see black people, one. And two, the Third Reich wasn't as good as the Lost Cause in basically whitewashing the whole Confederate cause and making it seem like some noble cultural event. They strategically spent a dozen years putting those Confederate statues and making them seem like heroes, and that it was about states' rights and choices. And everybody knows, according to the head of the Confederacy at that point, it was literally about slavery and nothing, damn near nothing else for what it was worth. And they were treasonous and they were anti-American. My point here in closing and landing is there are legitimate people who are good humans that are just confused by the deluge of propaganda and misinformation. And I'm not saying they deserve our compassion, but they at least deserve our consideration.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. Can we?
Let me get in there. You, bro.
Yeah. So, I have a picture of a black guy who was raising the Confederate flag. Honestly, I live in the South. The Confederate flag honestly doesn't bother me at all. There was a meaning behind this flag, and it literally stated the union between the southern states. Realistically, everything else I feel is it's just being conflated just based off the history of what happened during that time. But realistically, it doesn't affect my life at all. I'll also say this too, to the people that have an issue with it, do you really feel like it's like, is anybody like going to you with this flag and like offending you with it?
And before we answer that question, might be respect your opinion. Didn't doubt that you live in the South, and I hear it. And you've made your point.
Do you doubt that I live in the South?
No, I didn't doubt that you live in the South. It's only
okay.
Yeah. Bobby, appreciate your opinion. Heard it before. Did anybody want to respond to actually what I said and the conditioning? Where basically my point has always been, this is literally an issue. Just like if we want to compare it to the Nazi Third Reich regime, the propaganda was the issue. It was demonizing that group of people to make them feel as if they weren't worthy of anything. And I'm saying that's the hard part. When you understand what this means to black people, and then you can just callously laugh at it and look at it like you guys are stupid for feeling this way. I'm saying this is a condition that's deliberate in how people make us pit each other, one against each other. Anybody have any?
Wait, CEO, I had one more thing to say. CEO, you interrupted me again to where I lost my train of thought. I didn't get to complete my full statement.
Let me give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay, cool. So the whole talk about 400 years, I get that, but at the same exact time, everybody has to have smoke for the Spaniards, the French, and the Portuguese, because they are the ones that brought majority of black people, including my family, to the Americas, right? They were the ones that did it in mass, right? Everything else just was a trickle effect of what was just already happening, right? They're the ones that started it. So to have this smoke for America, that I get for everything that happened after the fact, but the majority of the smoke needs to go to them, in all honesty.
Okay, Spanish, Portuguese, and French. Anybody else want to respond?
I do. Listen,
I want to go next too.
Hold on a second, Holly. Who's after Holly?
Jody.
That was me. I've been waiting, but no, I'm gonna let the lady go first.
Okay, Jody. Yeah, ladies first. I think that's what JD would want. So Holly, go and then Jody.
all right, Theo. I like what you said. I do. I just want to get some things straight here because I feel I've been quite mischaracterized. I appreciate that I hear what you're saying. It's offensive. I get that. I'm going to go back to the initial reason why I spoke up. I was countering the claim that the metric, by using the number of people with Confederate flags or that view it as a symbol that is worth waving in the South, I do not believe that that is a quality metric to use to measure the prevalence of racism. That's my only contention, because regardless of what it means to you, I'm telling you that in my experience, this is all anecdotal, I'm saying I disagree with it because in my experience, it is not a symbol of racism to those that I know and the people that I know that wave it. It is a symbol of freedom. It is a symbol of Southern pride. Okay, so that was my only contention. I'm not saying I think it's a symbol of pride. I'm not saying I wave the flag. I'm not saying we should wave the flag. I don't really give a fuck. If it offends you, I'm sorry. Maybe it's not a good idea. I don't really fucking know. I'm saying it's not a good metric for measuring.
We heard you every time you say that. Hey, Holly, have you ever by chance read or just Googled what the lost cause is at all?
I've not, CO, but let me say, the reason I've said it multiple times now, CO, is that I'm being lambasted. And by the way, I don't appreciate this because my livelihood depends on my reputation. No, I am not okay with people making comments about me going to Daughters of Confederacy bullshit. So all you motherfuckers in the chat, fuck off. Thank you, Alaska, you little bitch. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was literally.
Hold on a second. Holly. So listen. So basically, what you're saying, you want us to respect the fact that something offends you. Point noted. Hey, Jody, go ahead.
Fuck? No, bro. Okay, now I'm being mischaracterized.
You guys don't know how to listen. You guys are bad listeners.
Can I just
Hold on a second. Hold tight. Holly said that she was offended, right? I said you want us to respect the fact that she's offended. She said she's offended.
She literally said that she wants to respect the fact that people are offended by the Confederate flag. She literally said that she's not encouraging people to wave it, and she literally said maybe we shouldn't be waving it. What I heard her say, okay, fuck whatever. I'll go on mute. That's cool. I'll go ahead.
Okay, hold on, listen, my friend. So here's the statement I made. She also literally said.
Now, here's the thing that I was in the middle of a sentence. No, hold on 1 second. You don't get to tell me hold on 1 second while I'm in the middle of
He's
fucking
literally
speaking.
moderator. Who are you to come into these folk room and just bogart, brother?
Okay, so we put him back in the thing. So hey, Jody, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I did. That pissed me off. Like, I mean, how he gonna go? You the moderator, ain't you?
It's okay.
Am I mistaken?
No worries, sir. We can go back to the point.
We moderate.
No, thank you. All right. Anyway, I literally live in the South, man, South Georgia. Then y'all were familiar with Hazelhurst, Vidalia, that area. And let's be for real, man. I lived in Atlanta. I lived in South Georgia for a while. Look, the Confederate flag. Let's stop it, man. That's their last middle finger to the North, to black people. Okay, it's their final act of rebellion. For many of them, I don't disagree with Miss Holly. There are some Southerners. It's a Southern pride thing. It's a cultural thing. But that's a very small faction of white Southerners. Very small. Very small.
And that's what they.
But the vast majority of them, it's a middle finger to the North. It's their final act of rebellion. Their viewpoint is we lost support, we lost control of black people. At least we can still wave our flag.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's use common sense. When you see these white nationalists, these openly racist groups marching, besides the swastika, what's the other flag they're waving? That speak. Come on, man.
Yeah. Neo-Nazis and neo-Confederates tend to run hand in hand for whatever it's worth. Did someone else? Thank you, Jody, for that submission. Wait, JB's back. Yeah, the host of the room is back, so he can make sure that everybody gets a voice. Anybody else wanted to speak?
Oh, Jordan's gonna interrupt me anyway, but go ahead, Jordan.
So, yeah, this is the same thing that's emerging with the term Zionist, right? Like, and again, I'm all in favor of condemning the Confederate flag because I think it's ridiculous. When it offends someone, or when it starts to offend a population, that's time to take it down. If you resist and persist, you are perpetuating racism and discrimination, ultimately. But with Zionism, for example, there's a new movement to stop the use of the word Zionism because some people, not all people, are weaponizing it, right? And so if I come in a room and there are other Jewish people in the room and they're not offended by the term Zionism or Zionists, but I am hypothetically, then then someone is offending someone. And so even if there are Jewish people to apologize, accommodate, whatever, we can't control other people in that regard, but we can tell others that we're offended, right? And so I'm just using this as an example. This is how language gets weaponized and evolves over time and becomes highly problematic. So if you find the term Zionist problematic and other Jewish people don't, right, you are accommodating this language in these spaces, right? And this is how I see the issue with the Confederate flag. If you're offending one person, whether aliens are using the flag, if people of color are using the flag, it doesn't matter. You've offended one person, and this is not my liberal viewpoint. This is just common decency and courtesy, right? And so I think that you coming up with a few more examples is not a terrible idea because I think the Confederate flag is a great example of being permissive of something that is entirely inappropriate in this era.
John, let me jump in. Thank you for that shit. So I want to read something in the chat. JB wrote, Sarah, fuck you respectfully. Healthy debates is just fine because your covert racist doesn't give you the right to cry every fucking second. See, you're the problem with this world, Sarah. You sit there, you punch at people, but when you get punched back, you're like a little fucking CUNT. Stop your bullshit. If you don't like my fucking house, get the fuck out. That Lee Wiley button's been the best feature on this app since this app came on. I'm sick and tired of you fucking gaslighting the chat, gaslighting the room. If you don't like it, go cry to Roger and stay in his spaces. But I run some of the best fucking rooms on this app, and that's a fact. Alaska, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, as I was going to say before Holly jumped in and called me a bitch, that I'm sorry that I made a joke about you not being able to respond because you were on the way to a Daughters of the Confederacy meeting. That was a joke. So firstly, yeah, I really do apologize for that. Secondly, what you said your claim was not your claim at all. You never said, like, we weren't talking about how to rate different parts of the country by how racist they are via this flag. That was never a thing. Two different speakers also said to you, like, mentioned the fact that you were laughing and making light of something that's not something to laugh about for the majority of people in this room. So, you know, I just pick a lane. Do you want to make fun of stuff and, like, have jokes, or, like, am I not allowed to? Just let me know what the rules are, and I'll treat you in that manner. Yeah.
Okay, you're on. You want to keep your mouth about you.
Like,
No, I
want this more
I'm not laughing at. What is typically what I'm fucking laughing at, bitch? Fuck off. You know what? I don't. You know what? You're a little cunt. I'm gonna get out so I can cool down.
Bye. Tea is usually good. Like, chamomile helps me.
Oh, fuck, shut the fuck up, you little condescending.
Okay. Alright, thank you, ladies. Let's not be passive aggressive either. Let's just move on.
I'm being
Thank
full
you.
time aggressive. There is no
You were being forward aggressive for sure, Holly. You sure are.
Well, let me jump in real quick. So here's what I heard, right? I left this room, and then I got 2 text messages that Holly was getting punched down on. Now, Holly's a big girl. Trust me, she's battled with some of the biggest influences on this app. So I'm not here to white knight or save her, put on my cape. But we're all entitled to our opinion, even if you disagree with it. Now, here's the problem I have. When 2 hot chicks are fighting, let them fight. Back to you guys.
Okay, as a woman though, I don't want to embarrass ourselves by just talking about slander. But for sure, I wasn't talking about you, Holly, being passive aggressive. I was actually talking about Alaska being a little passive aggressive with the chamomile tea. But hey, that's your thing too. I'm with it. But I wanted to get back to the points and to the conversation. Of course. Right now, the Confederate flag. What does it represent? Today. If any flag is offensive, I mean, like, some people are offended by the LGBTQ. And I put in the chat earlier, rainbows used to be all over my Lisa Frank folders and binders in elementary school. You know, now people can't even look at a rainbow without being, like, gay. I saw an iridescent. Do y'all know what iridescent means? If you're a mechanic, I was a mechanic in the military. So if you're a mechanic, you know what iridescent means. It's an oily look. When the light shines and the spectrum moves about the oil, it turns rainbow, right? I saw some man with an iridescent glass, like, I'm not drinking out of a rainbow cup, but I'm like, oh my God, sir, what's going on here? Symbols change throughout time. The swastika meant something, still means something actually. In India, yes. Over time, it's meant something else. I think that just needs to be respected. I'm from Texas, right? I don't wave the Confederate flag. I live in New York City now. You know, I don't wave the Confederate flag. I don't do that because the symbol has.
Well, Vera, you know Queen Elizabeth was a mechanic in the army as well.
Beautiful.
What's up, Legend? Legend Film Labs, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening? What's going on, room?
Still in show. What does the Confederate flag represent?
Can I interrupt, JB?
He's such an asshole. Go ahead, man. Just a warning. Nobody ever get in a call with this guy speaking right.
She's absolutely right. Not only do these symbols change and evolve, some people weaponize them like presidents of the United States to bring back symbolic imagery and messaging to be provocative, to conquer and to divide and conquer, to create chaos, to distract us from things. There is no simple excuse for why Donald Trump is ecstatic about the Confederate flag. He knows what it symbolizes, and he's ecstatic that people are dumb enough to use it thinking that it means something else, because it's benefiting all of what he is hoping for. So this is another reason to be sensitive. This is another reason why the ignorance is so hard to believe, right? It's because these people know that Donald Trump is using this symbolic imagery to divide people and polarize us, right? And so that's even worse. So I am friends with Holly, but I'm very disappointed in how she feels about this, because
It is so triggering for people, and it's one of those things that you just don't have to do.
Well, Jordan, let me ask you a question. I can't speak for Holly. She's not in the room. Hopefully she comes back. But we'll use Holly as an example. Do you think Holly has pretty privilege or white privilege that she feels the way she does?
Probably yes, because she simply could have apologized and said, "Hey, I'm sorry that it's offensive to people. I'm going to think again about it." Because otherwise, I might think, wait, maybe she's attached to this idea that the Confederate flag is something that should be used. Like, that was an easy out for her to just say, "Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry," right?
Well, Jordan, how come my pretty privilege doesn't work on this app? I've tried to use it. Nobody fucking falls for it. I don't know, man. Look, Holly's conditioned the way she is, maybe because of where she lives, her lived experience. I don't know. I'm not gonna stick up for her. But it bothers me when we get to this point of toxicity where people are calling people the C word. We're never gonna break through with these type of conversations.
Well, here's the thing: is that in her case, she could have de-escalated. She knows where the direction this conversation was going to go. So in this case, and I feel bad that she's not here, but she pushed it because she could have simply said, "Hey, that's a perspective. I'm going to think about that," and dropped it. But she's the one who allowed people to become reactive because she kind of pushed a bit of an agenda.
Well, Jordan, let me say this real quick, man. See, we got like this ding-a-ling in the chat, Sarah. See, this is the problem I have, Jordan. Now, everybody listen to what I'm going to say. You don't have to agree, but just please hear me out. We use words so liberally, right? Because CEO was attacking her point. I don't know if he was attacking her personally. I wasn't here. Okay? She calls CEO a racist. Now, Sarah, I'm a little smart. I'm not the smartest guy in the room on the stage or in the world, right? But here's the deal. I'm smart enough to know who to make my mods. Jordan, a nice Jewish man in California. Vero, she scares me, but she's a nice lady. Nye, I will always mod Nye. She respects the space. Okay? CEO and I have built a rapport off this app. I got to know this man personally. Right? I'm the cracker in the corner. And I don't think he's a racist at all. I want to, if I can empower him for his beliefs, I'm going to do it. The problem is people like you, Sarah, who have fucking blinders on and don't want to hear people. You listen to listen, not listen to hear. And that's the problem. You live in your little fucking ivory tower. Yeah, because you're the one that's talking the most shit in the chat, Sarah. That's why I'm addressing you. To be honest with you, I'm going to be respectful now. I'm so sick of her bullshit and her fucking victimhood. She loves to poke at certain communities, but when they poke back, oh my God, he's a racist. He's a misogynist. Listen, crying Karen, your days are over. Cancel culture's done. Go ahead, Nine.
I just noticed she said in the chat that I moved her because, wait a minute, what does it say? Because she said she likes black men.
It's me, we can't hear
black men. Oh, can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you.
I can hear.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear her, yeah.
Yes,
anyway, I
please.
just want to address that. Sarah says in the chat that I removed her from the space because she said she likes black men. Since I didn't even hear you say anything like that, if I had heard you say that you like black men, I would have told you to take a big BBC and shove it in your mouth and shut it. I don't know because you just kept going on and on and on and on about absolutely nothing. I didn't hear you say you like black men. On that note, take a BBC and put it in your mouth and chill out. Or sit and spin on it. Just take your pick. One thing we will agree on, the far left is reason why I have left the
Is it me or did I not hear it?
So
I hear her.
I agree with you on that point, Sarah. The fact that you like BBC, congratulations. You won an award. I don't care, sis. Sit and spin on it, okay?
Let me ask you a question, and I'm being serious. She likes black men. Does that make her less racist because she likes to fuck with black men?
No.
I'm just asking seriously. Because she says some racist shit in the chat, but then she'll say, that wasn't meant to be racist.
Oh, sorry, it's a
Mr. JB, can
civilization of, well, there are so many books on this.
I shed light on that? just a little bit, Mr. JB.
Please do, Jody.
I don't know her personally, but I know the mentality. I've dated black women, but white women, but these days I've come back to the chocolate side of things. There's some toxicity over there, but yeah, as far as most white women, we're just a fetish, bro. They can be just as openly racist, want us dead, but they love the BBC. The BBC is in right now.
I'm not white, you dumb fuck. I'm not white.
Was that to me? I just said I wasn't addressing you, man.
Exactly to you. And if black men, if someone says, listen, if you didn't hear
We'll have white privilege.
They asked
Wait,
me,
guys, hold on, Sarah. Guys, please don't interrupt Sarah on her racist tirade.
Alright. They asked me, what do I like about black people? And I listed a bunch of things, okay? And I joked at the first, I said, oh, I love black men, but the fact that when someone says the men of your race are desirable, you refer to them as BBC, it actually shows how low you see the men of your own community, of your own race.
I like big
You need to go home and sit down and reflect on that.
Wait, Sarah.
No, you need to
Sarah, I have a question for you. Is it true about BBC or is it a myth? You would know better.
I'm not answering that, but I said it's because they have a culture, they respect their mothers, they're soft, they're nice, and you refer to the men of your own community as BBC, like they're worth nothing other than getting fucked or getting fucked by them. That shows how low you think of your own community. That's all I'm going to tell you now, because that is not what I said, and that's just disrespecting black men.
Let me just say
That's
this to
what
Sarah
you
in the
talk
room.
about the men of your own community like.
Let me just say this to Sarah in the room. Sarah, in your response of two things. I'm Generation X and I'm a Capricorn. You know what that means? I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about, Nick.
So, hey, JB, for shits and giggles, just so you know, I'm the one who asked Sarah what she liked about black people, and she gave a couple of positive comments, and I literally applauded her and said over several days of interacting and engaging with her, this is the best moment I have. I almost wanted to shout Sarah was catfish for a couple of seconds.
No matter what you say, our opinion of you has already been formed.
100%. So, Sarah, did I not have a positive moment with you on the stage?
You did. We were having a very genuine conversation, and I know you had a positive moment because of my comments, you always thought differently, and that's why I always laugh at people. I'm like, I am not.
No.
So wait.
That moment undermined all the other BS. But
It's okay. No, I'll let you guys have the dialogue. But Sarah, let me ask you a question. If you had a moment with this gentleman here, why would you call him a racist?
You told me give me a name. I looked at the stage. I don't know.
But why do you say that's racist?
Because he called me racist earlier today.
Oh, okay.
Because he doesn't like non-whites.
He likes me.
Yeah, but I doubt that, sir.
I don't know if he likes you or not, JB.
You don't know my history, sir. So anyway, and JB, it was Holly.
Truth, I don't want to talk to you. You're an anti-Semite. You hate Israel. You hate Jews. You want to watch Israel getting wiped off the map. That's why you have issues with me. You know what? You and we had issues in another house, in another room, and you dragged it here, and then you told me I'm full of shit. You told me to shut up, and then I moved me to the audience.
How do you know? Sarah, how do you know it was 9?
I told her it was me.
She owned it.
I love 9.
And I love that too. That's why I was shocked, because I've been destructive, and I wasn't today. But she moved me down to the audience, so I'm like,
in defense of 9, really quick, guys.
I don't know you. We never talked before, and I'm not an anti-Semite. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, hold on a second, truth. In defense of 9, hey, Sarah, 9 didn't move you because you were a racist or that you didn't have opinions. 9 removed you because of why I see you getting moved before. You literally jump off mic all the time when other people are speaking. And it was the mic discipline that made her move you because somebody else was making a point and you kept interrupting.
He was cussing me out,
Yeah, no, I understand, but whatever it was, I don't know.
Not personally attack me, no, but I was removed.
Yeah, well, you can't sort of attack people too, Sarah. Stop being a victim all the time, Sarah.
I
no personal. I have nothing against you, Sarah. I don't even know you like that, right? They call you a racist in the chat. I don't pay attention to what you be talking about. You come up here and go on and on and on. You don't believe racism is real, systemic racism. Why would I even address you?
Sarah, let me Jordan, hold on 1 second. Jordan, I got you, Jordan. But let me ask Sarah just one question, then I'm probably gonna dip because I'm starting. Sarah, what do you think is more racist, MAGA or black men? What do you think is more?
I don't know. Don't drag me in this. I'm not going to answer a question. From now on, I'm not answering questions that you guys don't like my answers, because then people like Truth, they're going to come off their mics, tell me to shut up. Look, his mic is open right now. He cannot. I don't see Naya throw him down to the audience because he's black. That's amazing. You guys didn't remove a single black person from the stage today, but I was like, what, the fifth? And then after me was the other dude, which he really did deserve to be thrown to the audience.
All right, we're done. All right, thank you. Holly's back. Holly, you have your cool down, Holly? I got you, Jordan. Hold on,
I'm sorry. I lost my shit. Sorry.
No, listen.
Sorry, I'm sorry I called you.
Listen, Holly, in America, you can call somebody the cunt all you want. Freedom of speech.
Yeah, but I don't like that. I'm sorry, Alaska.
Sarah, for the record, last week
It's okay. I'm sorry that I upset you that much for real, because I'm sorry.
Hold on, really quick. To Sarah's point, Sarah, last week we had a black radical on the stage who called me a dirty cave bitch for defending a black gay man. I removed him from the stage multiple times. So this idea that you have that I don't remove black folks from the stage, so far I've had no reason to do that, right? I don't generally remove anyone from the stage, regardless of what they're saying. Like I've said before, like a couple days ago, Pepe in a previous room called me a stupid black bitch. Pepe comes up here, I don't give Pepe shit, and I never once remove him, no matter what he's saying. So I let people come up here, whether I agree with their points or not, and speak. I don't remove folks on the stage from the stage. I just happen to remove you today, just like I'm sure my voice annoys some people in here. You quite annoyed me because you kept coming off the mic being disruptive. That's why I removed you. It has nothing to do with race or your personal beliefs. All right? So you probably don't get it now, but in the morning you will, sis.
It is the morning right now, but either way, I like you, and you guys know that I'm not like it. If I don't like someone, I'll tell it in their face. I do think you're fair. I like your point of view. I like your political view.
Okay,
kumbaya. Yeah, kumbaya, baby.
Kumbaya. Hold on. So listen, Sarah.
The guy who was attacking
Sarah, I wasn't here when he attacked you. And if I don't go to fucking Jordan his Jewish privilege, he's gonna have a stroke. Go, Jordan.
Thank you, Mike. So this is the thing. If we have free speech in this once beautiful country, and this is a double-edged sword, right? Because people become hypocrites. If I go up to a white woman, let's say in El Paso, who is 600 pounds, has a club foot, 3 autistic dogs, I'm just using that kind of figuratively, and I start making fun of her, but she also has a Confederate flag, we all get triggered by different things, and this is why you want to try and mitigate opportunities to trigger people, because you don't know what's going to be offensive. We can offend people without even trying, so why offend people when you know something?
I do that, Jordan. I do that every day. Go ahead.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Hey JB, let me know when you have a second.
I have a second, Sean. Go ahead. Yeah, let's hear you, California thinking.
Yeah, I've been in the room when we were talking about systemic racism when CO and SIG were having it out, right? You remember that? JB?
Yes. Go ahead.
Now, I've been on this app for a long time. I just like to get to know CO a little bit better. Where did he come from, and who is he? CO, you're kind of new, and I'm like wondering how you suddenly coming out and saying all the things you're saying. What do you represent? I mean, I know that you're definitely not representing Republicans. You're definitely a Democrat. That's super straight and obvious. I'd like to get to know you a little bit better, man.
We're not going to center this around me, man.
We were centering around Sarah, so I thought maybe we could center around you a little bit. I'd like to get to know who the king being in healthy debates is. Because you're one of them now.
I won't suck up all the oxygen in the room, man. There's enough people on here for that. Answer my joking. But go ahead and ask me a straight question, I'll ask it, and then let's pass it to someone else. Go ahead. What do you have?
Well, that was my question. That was it. Just curious where you came from. When you joined Clubhouse, just wanted to get to know a little bit about you. But I know it's kind of switching subjects. But it seemed like we were centering on Sarah a bit. I mean, Trees down here. Hold on. My second question is, we got Trees down here, who's also like your little minion. Apparently, Trees, you need to change your name to False, because you're all false. Everything that comes out of your mouth is false.
Oh, bet. Sean, what's one thing I said that's false?
Oh, sorry.
Your nippleism is a viral virus, bro. You're beyond left. And I have no problem with Democrats, but you're like extreme left. Are you getting paid? Is someone paying you? Soros paying you and CO to be here?
You're Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me address something real quick. Just mute up if you can, please. Sean, let me ask you a question, man. Does it trigger you that I have a strong black man as one of my mods? Does that trigger you?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, so why would you question who he is? What is it your business? If I signed off on him, hold on a second. If I signed off on him, that should be enough. You don't ask the same questions for Vero or Nine. Nine, she all basically relatively new around me. But I like the energy, I like what they stand for. So I don't understand your question of who is he and why is he a mod in Healthy Debates. I'll tell you what, Sean, and I say let me finish. Go open the room and pick whatever mods you want. I'm going to pick my squad that resonates with me. But go ahead.
No, I respect you, and all I was trying to say is, JB, you are transparent, and you speak your truth, and you're one of the best mods out there. You give everyone a voice on your stage, for real. And that's what you represent. So, and I know Vero. I know Vero. I definitely know Sig. I know several people.
Yeah, but you know what happens, Sean, you know what happens on these apps?
I've been on this app for over 4.5 years.
Yeah, so have I. But you know what happens on this app? Rooms, houses, whatever you want to call them, they evolve or they die. You right? So I listen, I'll keep it real. I love Jordan. He's my friend in real life. We can talk to each other offline. But Jordan's part of the old squad of Healthy Debates. I was the only one on Healthy Debates that was running for months. And I said, you know what? I need people that I resonate with. Now, it's not that I don't resonate with Jordan, but the subject matters that I run, I resonate with them because they have a voice. They have a voice that I can't speak. I don't have that voice. I'm not a black man in America. I like to run these shows.
Who's Jordan?
He's the driver. He's the other mod. He's the other token white guy in the room, okay?
Oh, I just was listening. I wasn't trying to attack, but I did want to ask you.
Well, listen,
there's a big voice that's stacking friends of mine on your stage.
You know, your friends, hold on, Jordan. Your friends,
they gotta have some respect on the stage, you know?
Okay, they got my respect, and that's enough. But let me tell you something, man. The people that you're white caping for, Holly, Sarah, I fuck with these ladies. But they say polarizing shit all the time, and they have to be called down. Now, listen, I had no problems with Holly what she said. I don't agree with it. I wasn't here when she was getting punched down on. But rest assured, Sean, she's one of the strongest women on this app, and she'll stand on the square. She don't need some white dude to come up and say, why are you picking on Sarah? Sarah's a racist. I don't care what she says. She can say she's not, but she is. Maybe she doesn't realize she's a racist and it needs to be pointed out. Now, I don't agree with men talking down to women on this app, right? Let us say her racist shit, let her get off her chest. Wouldn't you rather know who's around you than get surprised by them?
But you just proved my point. I like to know who's around you. When you have beings up that I don't know, I like Nye. Nye's cool. CO has been very verbose. Verbose is having, okay, chicks out. CO was having a major debate with Sig, calling Sig out. CO doesn't know Sig from the front to the back, period, straight up. Pause. Okay? So, CO, you're saying we need to know who we're talking to? Well, I don't know who I'm talking to on your stage except for you, JB, and Vero.
Okay, once again, I'll say this. If I mod them, that means I'm signing off on them, which means I know them, which means I trust them. That's it.
Okay.
And listen, whatever discourse happened between CO and Sig, from what I understand, the last, 10 rooms we were in since that happened, they've been respectful to each other.
It's a little stressful when CO doesn't want to say anything about who he is.
But it's none of your business. Well, why does it need business though, Sean?
You know what? But the thing is, apparently, all of our business is your business.
Only when you come and share it. When you come and share it, this is a social audio app. Look, I'm not CO's defense attorney. He says many things I don't agree with, but you know what? I respect him enough to get it off his chest so we have a conversation. I'm not going to tone check him. Yeah, it's funny. Hold on, Sean. I'm not talking, Sean. You know what?
So understand me when I say what I'm saying. I'm not
Okay, I
disrespectful.
understand. I'm being respectful too. But here's the thing. I find it funny that when I bring some new voices into this house, people have questions for them because maybe they don't want politically, racially, or whatever. But I signed off on these people. These are my friends. I fuck with CEO hardcore. One day when he feels like sharing his personal business, trust me, you'll be fucking amazed by it.
Yeah, I think he was actually extremely articulate when he was debating the civic. No cap. No, I really appreciated listening to the debate, and I enjoyed being on stage listening to them going back and forth. For real. So no, I didn't know who CEO is. I don't know, man, maybe he had a different name or a different account because I swear his voice is so weird. I'm just trying to get to know CEO.
No, that's not unfair. You know, I just want to say, even though you may know me on this app and other spaces, you don't know who I am. And my thoughts on my culture. We don't really speak about black issue. You don't know. No one, Nick has never asked, Vera, who are you? Nye has never asked me that. No one has ever asked me that. And these people, you know what I'm saying, they welcome me with open arms. I've been asking you to do the same with CO. That's all.
Well, let me say this real quick, CEO, and then I'll pass it to you. I apologize to CEO, and I apologize to Nye, right? Because I didn't give the heads up that they were going to get blowback as being new mods and healthy debates. Right? Being a mod is no big deal, bro. You have as much voice as CEO, Nye, Vero, or anybody else with Green Bean. So I should apologize to them because I knew there was going to be some blowback because I have tired of hearing the old healthy debates are still great. Shut the fuck up. Things evolve, right? We either move or we die. I'm the only one that's been opening these rooms in healthy debates because Roger has this new house. And Roger's my friend in real life. Kelly, the same thing. But if you guys have an issue with it, then go to some other house. But then what you're going to do is you're going to miss really great conversations. CEO?
I'm trying to hit the button there. No, I appreciate it. Hey, JB, I think it's a testament to the authority and the power of your 5-year history on the app, man, that people have a lot of reverence for what you did, the work, what you said. I wasn't here for whatever it's worth. I've only been on Clubhouse for about 2 months or whatever it's worth. So this whole thing is fucking fascinating to me, man. And I happen to stand. A couple of people have asked me to jump on and be mods in different rooms because of opinions I have espoused. And I have shared multiple things, Sean B, but I didn't know this was an app. I don't know anybody on any of these things, mostly, to be honest with you. And
I'll tell you, CEO, it's very tribal on this app. If you're new to the tribe, like, who is this guy? How dare he have a voice?
Right. It's so fun. Hey, JB, you ever seen the movie Django?
No, I haven't.
With Jamie Foxx and Leonardo DiCaprio, there's a scene in there with Steven. He's guarding Mr. Candyland's plantation, and Jamie Foxx rides up on a horse in an indignant way, and he was like, "Who is this nigga on this man?" And it was this scene, and that's all I could hear. Sean was talking about. It was almost like the audacity of this dude to be intelligent and articulate and be on the stage, and I don't have a background on him. What is going on here? It's just really funny as hell, man. You got for people who know that movie, you know what the hell I'm talking about, but man, the indignance of a black man to be up on this stage saying his opinion and being articulate about it is crazy. But yeah, no, Soros didn't pay me. I don't get paychecks from anybody. I believe in what I believe in, but I'll just say this one point and then let's pass it on. This is so not about me. Hey, Sean B, I shared some history notes with JB. He knows who I am on some other side in terms of fatherhood and so forth and so on. Maybe I'll give you some notes, but it's so not about me. It's more about our ideas, man. So I'll just say this, though. This whole concept of the leftists is destroying the world, I'll tell you what, I don't agree with that. I don't believe the leftists or the rightists are destroying the world. I believe the humans get the opportunity to have their opinions. And I think this new world where there's a toxicity and a politicizing of every single issue in terms of whether you're woke, whether you're left, whether you're right, I think it's the stupidest shit in the world, man. I think people believe what they believe in. I am pro-human. I'm a part of the African American culture. Maybe you noticed that. And I'm pro-black, but I also believe that every other culture's right to do what they do, man. And I think I've been non-biased in the way that I spoke. So I'll close by saying, Holly, for whatever it's worth, I heard your point. I disagree with your point. I'm from the South. I have friends that wave Confederate flags, and I tell them the same thing I'm telling you. But I'd like to think that, Holly, when you heard me for a reference, you heard me speak with a
I could be half the father this man is, there's no bullshit. I've accomplished a lot. So before you start judging him, really give me some time to join and learn about him. Because this dude is next level as a father. So now, Holly.
I don't disagree with anything you said. My issue is the way that my statements were mischaracterized, and now I'm being called a dumb racist repeatedly over and over. So, yeah, I agree with you.
Quick question. You know, my family, we're getting hella black today for barbecue chicken and cutting up watermelon for Juneteenth. So I had to step away from the mic, and I came back, and it sounds like there's some grievance because Nye and CO were modded. I missed it. I was being black away from the mic.
Can I get some of that chicken and watermelon, please?
Absolutely. No chitlins here. We don't have any chitlins though, for anybody who wants to know. If anybody's triggered, listen, I'm honored that JB mods me. I never, I don't hit up JB on the back end. Because truth be told, I've had people hit me up on the back end, mad at me. Why are you on stage with him? Blah, 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 blah. Why are you modding with him? Right? I was always a listener to my audience. So, for me, it's an honor to be on the stage. Most of the time, I'm up here listening to learn. But if y'all are triggered that a black woman has the mod badge, congratulations, you're the winner of the Dumbo Award. That's not my problem. I'll go back over.
Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
So, something I want to say, he got off the stage. We're so past it now, but it bothered me because Sean, you said I need to change my name to False. And I'm like, just give me one example of a single thing I said that was wrong. And it's especially relevant because the things that I said, if you found contempt in anything that I said, that's highly suspect of your character. Because literally all I did was talk about the history of the Confederacy, the true, objective, unbiased interpretation of that, the comparison of it to the swastika, the favorability polling of that flag in regions where black populations are the highest in concentration, and how black people view that flag. And everyone else seemed to have got it. So, I'm just like, you denying that is suspect as fuck.
Well, before Sean answers, because he's coming back up, Sean, give me a second. Let me just get this off my chest. It's these gaslighted assholes who continue the toxicity that derails these conversations. Right? For Sarah's sake, oh, Holly, you're still being attacked. I didn't get one attack. CO came at him with respect and grace, but that's not enough for you. Yeah, you gotta tell, go touch some fucking grass and stop with the bullshit, lady. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, I wasn't even here for most of the topic that currently is now. It was earlier on when we were talking about racism and systematic racism, right? And I get it. I'm definitely not one that would deny that whites have privilege. Okay, there's definitely differences in how people are treated based on color. That still happens to this day. But the big issue I have was when you were talking about it. You're basically everything that was coming from you were just CNN key points. I mean, I can basically go on right now to ChatGPT and say, give me epic key points from a liberal standpoint on systematic racism. That's what you were doing.
That's cool, but
you know, like you just, but I don't care what color you are.
No, but do you think that's relevant? Do you think that if you talk to a Jewish person, he's talking about anti-Semitism, that you're gonna find an overlap between his statements and ChatGPT? You think it's fucking appropriate to tell me, hey man, it sounds like you're reading ChatGPT and he's fucking Jewish and you're talking about anti-Semitism?
You sound like one of those DL members that marches down the street screaming, fuck Joe Biden, whatever, not fuck Joe Biden, but whatever, fuck Trump, like.
Oh my god, fuck. As in, oh man, my bad for, where was I? Uranium, right? Under civilians' homes, funded all these terrorist motherfucking proxies, destabilized the fucking region, openly poked at Israel, daring Israel and the West to stop it. That's not some sort of passive posture. That's a form of aggressive escalation. And let's be clear,
Iran isn't just building weapons, it's exporting their ideology. It sends weapons to Hezbollah, it sends it to Hamas, trains militias in Iraq, Syria, crushes its own people at home. And, like, you think that they treat the nuclear weapons as a defensive measure, but look at how they treated their own citizens. Why would they show more restraint internationally? It's not an argument I understand. No, it's not the same. You can criticize Israel all you want, but don't insult your own intelligence by pretending that the Iranian nuclear ambition is just the eastern mirror of Israeli policy. One has nuclear weapons and keeps the region in uneasy balance. The other wants them and wants war. Like, there's a difference between them.
That's your perspective. Our
That's the reality.
But
listen. No, I'm not gonna listen.
I don't get a chance to speak.
I did speak, and now I'm speaking. Just I don't Yes, I will. I like you when you're laughing at this, Jack. So, I'll Jack was doing zero. But I lost my train of thought. I really think that this equating Israel and Iran as two equal evils in the region is just complete shit. I mean, it's incomparable with all due respect.
I'm not going to try to change your perspective on Israel or Iran. And I don't think you'll be successful in changing mine. Just because of the things I know. But I don't come in perspective to you in terms of impression of whatever that's a conversation. But just on consideration that was their own people have activated Iraq with nuclear weapons. John North is an example. And although, of course, we don't ever want these regimes to have them, it doesn't necessarily mean that we would all of a sudden, commit a Holocaust or something like that. I try to really respect that you're not an enemy. And North Korea also says the same things about death to America and we can wipe you out. And Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un literally had a Twitter beef about whose big button works better. I don't know, in the first term, just secondly. And so while I understand none of us want them to have it, it doesn't mean that they're going to automatically, as soon as they get it, use it. And you guys don't have to take this, but for whatever it's worth, I'm not Shia Muslim either. They've actually, the current Ayatollah issued a fatwa on this, like using a nuclear weapon, and they view it as haram to ever use it or even to have one of these. That's not saying that they'll never try to make one, or that if they got one, if you pushed them too far, they wouldn't use it. But I'm trying to look at things objectively here and trying to gain the perspective of, yes, even the enemy, even the Iranian regime. And do I think that they would end their whole nation and generations of future Shia Muslims who could spread their ideology all over the world until the end of the world? No, I think they want to hold on to it just like every other dictator, just like every other Kim Jong-un in the world. They want to hold on to their power, and they want to continue their nation forever. And I think they both use it as a defensive weapon, a weapon to threaten other people in case they get invaded. But that's my
Yeah, we see how the Shias of Adi, the mantle of Shia Islam, is really taking hold amongst the Iranian population's youth. They really are, really singing the mantle of spreading the mantle of Islam far and wide. I mean, again, I wanted to say this: the idea that Iran's nuclear ambitions are somehow not North Korea is comparable. North Korea uses their weapons as a defense deterrent to protect the regime from collapse. Iran uses their nuclear weapons not just for protection, but to actually embolden its regional aggression. They don't use it in the same way. A nuclear armed Iran wouldn't just stand still. They would act with impunity. They use it as a nuclear. They build in Korea. At least those motherfuckers have enough sense to go build the nuclear centers
in the mountainous, remote areas. These guys built their nuclear enrichment centers in one of the most busiest cities, metropolitan cities in the world. Tehran is the size of all of Israel. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Nuclear facilities in Tehran.
On the other side of the ski mountain is
Is that Fargo or?
No, Fargo is in the center of the country. There is a plant that builds the TNT that compresses the components together to set off the chain reaction. That would, if you look at the huge fireball that was set off, it was that plant that was taken up. And they strategically put it on the other side of the mountain range because of that explosion that just occurred. But the analysis of North Korea is, I think, a bit off. In order for North Korea to, and they're yelling with a big bad Satan, the United States. In order for them to threaten us, they would have to develop ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. They have not done anything like that. They can barely fire them over Japan. Should they have? No. But do they represent a threat to the United States of America? Not yet. But trust me, if they did, and they actively started testing them and doing stuff, I think there'll be a very different response. Now, Iran, on the other hand, is a stone's throw from Israel. You can drive a truck with a small bomb in its back thing. You could shoot one over with those missiles that they have. They're not very accurate, but they got to get close enough. So the threat matrix is very different between Iran and Israel and North Korea and the U.S. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, there's some points there. I just, and by the way, I'm not coming from criticizing Israel for starting a fight with Iran, like military side. Like, they can do that. Whatever. I'm not Israeli even. If they want to do that, it's up to them. But
Not Israeli?
yeah, I know, right? But the American aspect to me is what kind of makes me hesitate, because if we're just gonna go in there and just do it, get in, get out, we'll do a couple strikes, take out some of their nuclear facilities. Maybe you can sell me on that, but if you're telling me we're trying to regime change or we're gonna get into a few year war or month-long war, no, I'm good.
My best guess is that if we got involved, like a couple of sorties of B-2 bombers with those 30,000-pound bombs that were specifically designed to take out that facility. Literally, they 15-ton bombs, that's 30,000 pounds, can only be in the B-2. Israel doesn't have one of those. Designed for that facility to take it out. A couple of those, then the nuclear ambition program is over. So, no one's putting boots on the ground. I don't think anyone's signing up for that, but that's the only outcome that I see. And right now, who knows? Well, I still haven't given up the fact that I think that Israel could still pull it off internally by putting special forces in there and gaining access through the elevator shafts and everything and just blowing the stuff up with conventional explosives.
Jeez, that takes a lot of setup work, don't it? You know, have you ever flown through elevator shaft?
Well, I have seen all of the flights of tanker aircraft going back and forth that refuel helicopters only, that are crisscrossing the skies of Syria. They're there for a reason. They're not to refuel F-35s. Well, I guess
I'm looking forward, to going to Tehran one day when there's not an Islamic extremist regime in control of the government and the society. I don't know, that's just me. I don't like Islamic extremism.
In 770,
basically Persia.
Iraq still has lots of Jews, well, not lots, it still has, under this regime, 50,000 Jews that still live there.
That's true.
That who are currently,
I think it was like 10, 15, no?
no, it's around 50,000 across the entire country. There's 10 to 15,000 just in Tehran. But those populations have shrunk, obviously, over time. So, again, I mean, I was just watching, this is anecdotal, but I was just watching Iran Air like from a flight from the 1960s, which was its first Tehran Tel Aviv flight.
And that would be so corny and cute.
It is really corny and cute, but it existed, and everyone, these Persian ladies, we are really happy to be here. But I mean, honestly, that could be us in the next 5 years. There could be a direct flight from Iran. Not even 5 years. In the next 2 years, there could be.
It's as easy as a light switch to turn Iran back to the same place.
Well, it won't be the same place, but it can be a different place.
No,
it can be a better place.
It can be less Ayatollah. More.
Yeah. There's videos on YouTube of like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I forgot my go ahead.
Just real quick, there's like videos of like random Westerners, like Americans, Brits, going to Iran and visiting and stuff and flying on their current airlines, and their current airliners, I guess because they're sanctioned to hell, they can't really, they're not really able to do the correct maintenance on all of them.
They're Russian aircraft.
Yeah, they're like just really shitty condition right now, but the vibe I saw of like people who traveled there and they do like their video vlogs or whatever is like the people are super nice. They've got, again, those sanctions, so like they have their fake version of like pizza and KFC and shit. But it really made me kind of want to go there before all this actually cracked off. But it looks so beautiful though. Like they still have a lot of the old like parts of ancient Iran, I guess you would say. And there's a lot of cool like architecture.
Tehran is a super cool city. Tehran is a huge city. It's like, I mean, this isn't just some, bumfuck hole. It's like a huge metropolitan, it's the capital of the country. And so, it's just like a Denver because the city is placed like in the, it's on the edge of it's a mountain range or whatever you call it. What is, where, whatever.
Like the Mile High City.
Literally, it's a mountain range.
Right, but it's like also the pit, it's also.
It's on a plateau.
It's on a plateau, exactly, and then there's, so people, you can ski during like certain months, and then you can also like, go down to the river and like float and like, paddleboard and things like that. And I mean, of course, this is the home of ancient civilization. This is where, Mordecai and Esther, their shrine in Shushan, aka modern day Hamadan. Then you have, Persepolis. You have a lot of things. It's a civilization and cities that, yes, are modern. There's not, they're modern cities. There's less modern areas. There's, poorer villages, more, better off villages. But I mean, yeah, like everything, people still find a way, Alcohol is illegal. Well, you go to your Armenian grocer deli and have, you have him smuggle you some alcohol for 5 times the price. I mean, yes, people still have a way to live their life, but it's not easy, and it's not what the Iranian people want, and that is the most important thing. So if again, people want them to be upset about it, they want them to be upset. Oh my God, they're more upset about the fucking IRGC, who's been oppressing them for all these years. So all these words you've been OD'd on. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's a complex, interesting country with lots of ethnic groups, lots of mosques, lots of ancient, Zoroastrian fire, Atashkanda, I don't know what it is in English, and then you have some of the oldest Orthodox churches in these areas that are both Assyrian, and then you have Armenian churches. It's an interesting place to be. It's an interesting place to see, and it's really warm culture and very secular. And
how are Christians treated under Ayatollah, under the current IRGC?
Everybody has to follow the laws, like the civil laws of.
Sharia.
So everybody has to wear hijab. Everybody has to.
Even if you're
Christian. Even if you're Zoroastrian, Christian, or Jewish, you still have to wear hijab when you're in public. Also, like there'll be special areas like where there's Assyrian camps, not like, like Assyrian churches, and then they have summer camps in which the walls are high, and then so people can go be, they don't have to wear hijab in those areas. But, and yeah, there's very special very, very special allowances of Christian populations to have alcohol, and also for the Jewish population to have alcohol for religious purposes. And so, I mean, it's all monitored. I mean, like in Iran, for example, I don't know how to explain it to you. Yes, like, I don't know why people act as if living under a theocratic Islamist regime, like somehow, oh my God, clap for them. They allow a Jewish representative and a Christian representative and a Zohar. Look at all of this. Oh my God, amazing. I mean, how is that amazing? They're supposed to be there as figureheads and shut the fuck up and not say anything. Every time anything happens, the head rabbi of Iran needs to, shit on everything and anything that has to do with the Jewish people or Israel.
They're gonna get taken hostage.
And Christians, well, no, I mean, tensions are so high that, I mean, there's war right now. So, I mean, who's to say what's going to happen? Right now, they already killed a doctor who they thought was a conspirator, or who allegedly had fed the Mossad information. So they're already executing people. We're in the middle of a fucking war. They're still... The morality plate, Daniel, did you see that? They're still picking up people for indecent hijab. Like, they're still trying to do that stuff right now.
It stops us from imposing our religious fundamentalist Islamic laws. The Zionists win.
I got a question for Roya on Tehran specifically. It's like, I know it's like the more modern big city, like has so much history, rich, everything about it. It's beautiful, and I know a lot of the people there, they have like a mix, right? It's like the Iranian people, and then they have like the RGC assets that are in and around Tehran as well. And with some of the statements coming from the Israeli defense minister and even Donald Trump saying like the residents of Tehran will pay the price, or saying, like Trump said, that everyone should evacuate Tehran now, with what happened in Baghdad, which was also a beautiful modern city at one point, like whatever, we like took that all out and just carpet bombed the fuck out of it, and I don't know how many hours, but just like brutal assault on that city.
Carpet bomb them?
Is there? Carpet bomb them. I mean, whatever. It completely destroyed it, and with the rhetoric that's coming out right now, it seems like they're making similar threats.
That's not the way that IDF Farsi is speaking to the Iranian people. It's not the way that Iran International is
Almost done. I just want to make this.
That's what I hate with the bullshit, man.
Who is this? I'm just asking a question. What are you?
That's not a question. That's a propaganda statement.
Half of the
Bro.
I mean, go ahead, Jack. I get it.
Just trying to get this question out.
They're going to carpet bomb, so the people should
No.
stay scared.
I'm not saying they're gonna carpet bomb. I'm saying, is there, with those statements that are literally saying everyone should evacuate and the residents will pay the price, these aren't, jokes, right? These are actual statements, even for people who don't give a fuck about the regime or want the regime to change. Will these statements, or if they actually do these actions, wouldn't it give more credence to not the regime, but to kind of like see the Israelis or Americans as enemies?
No, because the reason that the Iranian people, again, I don't really know how to explain it, have been pushed to the point of actual mania, where you oppress an animal, eat it, keep it captured, break its will for freedom, break every part of a human that makes it human, and are more upset about the fact when Iran, these Ayatollahs poke at the U.S., poke at Israel, and they know that these guys are godforsaken assholes, right, who do not even create bomb shelters for their own people. Go ahead and build their own nuclear enrichment centers near some of the most highly densely populated people. The Iranian people do not view the IRGC as some sort of kinship or some sort of protector of nationalism, or that they need that. In fact, they view the IRGC, they're angry as more of these things happen, they get more and more upset about the fact that this regime has continuously put their people in this position. The fact that the Iranians will not stop. The fact that they will, I'm not done. The fact that they will continue to poke, to probe, to threaten, all that does is put the Iranian people in more danger, and they understand that. And by the way, that's not the overwhelming sentiment that's being shared amongst the actual Iranian people. IDF said, and the IDF has a branch in Farsi, and so in their communications, because of high levels of both Iranians inside Iran, outside of Iran, relying heavily on that information. Also, there's a very large portion of Persian Jews that also follow the IDF and Israeli news in Farsi, so for older generations and stuff, so that already exists, and so A10 knows what I'm talking about. That's not the way that the messaging has spoken. Most people have listened to Bibi's statement about we are not at war with the people, we are at war with the IRGC, a brighter Iran. That's the 99.9% of the messaging. Trump can eat shit for turning around and scaring the shit out of the Iranian people, but that's not the narrative that the Israelis are sharing. In fact, their precision is making people actually be very happy. And I know that's not something you want to hear, but it's actually the reality of it. Because people are so worn down by the regime because it's comparing apples to a fucking elephant. It's not one and the same. They are happy. This is more of a liberation of Normandy type of energy than a foreign Zionist entity who's going to infringe upon the mantle of Shia Islam energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was actually saying how impressive and surgical the first Israeli strike on Iran was. The fact that they went after those scientists and chief of the IRGC. So I'm not even coming from that angle of demonization or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about it.
Totally, I get it. I'm just saying that they have been precise, right? And so
and by the way, I'm not very aware of whatever propaganda the regime's spreading. I was just referring to, like, of course, they're still not going to fuck with the regime in any case, but, like, the specific statement about, like Trump, and also the one from the Israeli defense minister saying the residents of Tehran will pay the price. Now, you can read that as the IRGC guys who are in Tehran, who also live there, or the people, and I just, I get weary when people start making statements like that, because to me, I think if anything happens, Tehran, aside from the IRGC assets, shouldn't be, there shouldn't be a method of, I don't support a method of destroying Tehran to accomplish.
We are in agreement, Jack. I'm just saying that for one defense minister who may say something like that, you have the prime minister saying something that's the complete opposite. And so far, and I'm not saying people are not scared, that type of messaging isn't scary, that Trump should have not opened his big fat mouth, but we all know the way that Trump actually talks, and we also know who's actually calling the shots right now. It's not the United States.
Show a little respect to your president, young lady.
We know that this is the Israelis, and again, I understand that's one out of 100 different messages that are coming from the Israeli side that are very clearly showing that we are trying to be precise, we are trying to protect, and that's the same news that the main news networks, you obviously can't trust the internal, news, right, because they've been bombed, one, and two, they've just been infiltrated, but also the top Iranian news networks that Iranians inside of Iran watch that are outside of Iran are also, right now we have Babak Dirafshania, who's the main correspondent between Tel Aviv, Iranian reporter who's live and is reporting straight what the Israelis are giving to the press to report, and none of that messaging is remotely scary in a meaningful way that makes the people feel like they're public enemy number one. So I'm just saying, I get it. There was also something that one of the I guess parliamentarians had said that was warmongering, and then later on he came back and walked it back. Of course, people are going to say stuff in moments of war. Also, the mullahs and the Iranians are saying things in this moment as well. We're going to crush the Israelis and we're going to wipe out Israel off the face of the map. I mean, everybody is saying something, but that's not the overwhelming rhetoric that's coming out from the Israeli side to the Iranian people. That I can assure you.
Yeah, I hope it stays that way. Because I feel like it would only do the bidding of the regime if they start going the other way. So, but anyway, I have a meeting I gotta prepare for. But it was nice talking to you guys. I appreciate it.
It was nice talking to you,
The conversation.
Yeah, it's nice
You
talking
guys
to you.
take care.
Okay, I'm tired. You guys do this every day?
No, not every day.
Not every day.
I never. Jesus Christ! God.
It is exhausting sometimes, especially when you have people fighting you in the room since it's horrible. But I know like yesterday we had more like a more philosophical type of room, but it was cool. Like we have not allowed too many retards on the stage these past couple of days. And it's been different. It's been more relaxed.
I mean, I'm just saying, a lot of the people that I know are right now up in the north in their like 1960s retro villas partying right now. I know that's not everybody. I get it, but there's people are excited and scared at the same time, and so nothing at this point is going to make people revert back to the regime who has killed its people more than anybody else, more than any sort of disease, more than any sort of foreign entity. I mean, the biggest threat to these people has been the regime itself, and that's undeniable. Undeniable. Like, that's not something that only one part of Iranian society knows. Every single person has been touched by this regime, and not in a good way. You know,
I would say the same thing about the American government.
What?
Anyway, can we bring back this Irish anti-Semite? I'm actually in the mood now. I have more energy.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, yes. What is wrong with their Irish? They really hate Jews.
Well, that's just their Northern Ireland problem. I don't know if they have to be simplistic about it, but they just say, it's the fucking Brits again.
I mean, I don't understand, like, I think you can make the argument that everything you're saying about Iran, you could say the same thing about the United States. I mean, war is a racket, but it's political. So, essentially, it's all propaganda. And if I wanted to say that the American government is the biggest enemy of the American people, a lot of people agree with that statement. Same thing, like you just
You would actually provide quantitative, qualitative, and empirical evidence, and you would have to see where it weighs against human rights violations. I mean, for example, do we have gender apartheid in the United States of America by law? Do we have religious Sharia law written into our laws as like outward? I'm gonna listen, America, whether you wanna completely break down its institutions or question them, that's one thing. But to sit here and pretend that you are living with all of its motherfucking flaws, to compare the United States to an autocratic, theocratic dictatorship and say that your rights are equal to the ones living under the IRGC, it's one, delusional, two, wrong, and also three, reductive and dismissive.
your opinion and it's reductive.
No, it's not my opinion. Maybe you should go take your medication. I don't know if it's like an elephant tranquilizer
or something. I don't know.
No, it's not my opinion. It's a lived reality. Shut up. You have a free market here. You have the ability to participate. You have the ability to vote, and to a certain extent. Right now, if you're so worried about the system, you have the Senate, you have the executive branch, and you have the vote judiciary. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just saying that I could flip it and totally.
Yeah, well, how about you not be a complete dickhead and play devil's whatever?
Make that claim that governments are the enemies of the people. I mean, that can be applied to every state around the world, but there are also degrees, right? And the United States is today the last bastion of freedom that there is in the world. Like, actually, they respect individual rights. Yeah, I think they respect. I don't think that any government is perfect, obviously. Also, I mean, like, if you want to go deep into it, I mean, tax is theft, right? So that is disrespect of individual rights. But in all, I mean, like, people can express themselves. There's respect for people's beliefs. There's respect for freedom of speech. There's respect for bearing arms, etc., etc. None of these rights are being held in Iran, right? I mean, people are being completely oppressed, and they're being even killed in the streets like rats. Sometimes when they offend the government, or when they break Sharia law.
You don't even need to compare the extremes. You could say, go live under Maduro for a day. Go live under
Venezuela when you were talking.
Yeah.
When you were talking about the animals being broken and put in cages and whatever else.
Let me ask you a question. I want to challenge with a question. So, not comparing the United States to Iran at all, that the same. But if, for example, a government like the United States, not a government, like a country like the United States, decides, for example, as you said, the right to bear arms, which is amazing, it sounds like a right. But at the end, it also results in, like, mass shootings and school shootings. So at the end, it's a government decision that others might say, oh, I don't like it. Like, it's a balance at the end. Like, one freedom sometimes comes on another. Like, so here people die by the government, and here the government allows for people to kill each other. But at the end,
yeah, but it's not legal arms that are killing other people. It's actually arms that have been gotten in the dark market. So whenever when you see a school shooting, it's a legal arm.
Why do we see mostly in the United States? There are legal arms everywhere in the world.
Oh yeah, but obviously you see more because there are more guns. But it's not the guns. It's not the existence of guns that's creating this. It's the existence of crazy people. Look at the UK. They don't have guns anymore, but they're stabbing each other. So the problem is the sick people.
Is 40% of the
people are always going to find a way of killing each other.
Yeah, people in US talk from right.
40% of the U.S. economy.
For example, hold on. Switzerland is the third country in the world with more guns per capita, only after Yemen and the U.S. And so, do you see a lot of shootings here? No, right? Why? If we have a lot of guns per capita, it's because people are crazy. There are rules in place, and people are educated, and people are not crazy.
I think they also have strict immigration policy. I think they're for
that also.
We're keeping the peace in Switzerland.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yep.
What do I have to do to become a Swiss citizen? I feel like it's a long process.
Just climb the tallest mountain and declare yourself neutral.
Can I not just go skinny dipping in like sir? Is that not gonna give me citizenship?
I just love how their cultural identity is you can't conquer us.
You can. I love how they're like, we don't come here on a visa first and get a job, and then you have to live for 10 years in here, learn German or French or wherever you are, and what side you choose. And you have to.
Are you on the Swiss-German side, or are you in the?
I'm in German side.
The German side.
And you have to live in the same canton and in the same district, for those 10 years, so that you can demonstrate that you are adapting, incorporating yourself.
Child, you may not start wars with any nearby states.
Yeah. And they will ask all your neighbors and people that know you about you to see how well have you integrated.
I don't think that, I think I have a nuclear personality just to keep it on topic, but yeah, I don't know if I will assimilate that well in Swiss culture. No, but I'm just saying, it looks amazing. I've always wanted to go, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, you can visit me.
I will come visit you. Yeah, show me around.
I'll be in Italy this summer, you said.
You're always in it.
Oh yeah, you said. When is it that you're coming to?
Mostly month of July and the last week of July 22 to August 22.
Nice. With the kids?
With the kids.
I can't believe you're taking your entire tribe to Italy.
Are you flying into Milan?
We've been to Italy before, but not this part. Should be fun.
Are you flying into Milan? Or where are you flying?
I think we're flying into Milan, yeah.
Okay. Well, let me know a little
You want
bit
to try and
your
say hi
schedule.
before we head down to the south for the summer?
That would be great. Or on your way back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because my mom is arriving in Switzerland on the 21st.
Oh, wow.
And
Mazel tov.
yeah, so she'll spend here a few weeks as well.
That's wonderful
From
news.
Guatemala, Spain. Where's your mother from?
She's from Spain, but she lives in Guatemala.
Oh, so your mom is a Spaniard, and then your dad is Guatemalan.
Yes.
Did they meet in Spain or?
In Guatemala.
Oh,
No,
cool.
in Guatemala because my mom's family immigrated during the Depression after the Civil War. And then they went to Mexico and then from Mexico to Guatemala. And then they grew up there and ended up marrying Guatemalans. And just one, my auntie, she went back to Spain when she was like 16 or 17 to study. And she stayed in Spain, and so she married in Spain, and my cousins from that auntie, they are Spanish. But all the family of my mom is in Spain.
That's
So she'll come here.
Yeah. Oh, and go to Spain.
She'll come here for a few weeks, and then she'll spend like 3 or 4 months in Spain with my
That's
auntie.
good. That's so good that like at least you have an aunt on the same continent, close to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's just like my second mom.
Perfect. So I assume that you head down to Spain every couple, whenever you can for fun or.
Yeah, I haven't seen her like 2 years, to be
But
honest.
still, better than 10 years,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Why are you breathing so heavy?
This is weird because she's
Because
on
I'm
the
walking
mountains.
on the
The Swiss
hill.
can't be bothered to climb their mountains and the lower people.
I went out for a walk in the mountain. It's too
Are you
hot.
working out, Issa?
I do. I just don't tell them. That was funny.
She works in sports. She can't be ugly and fat. She has to be hot and fit. That's
Yeah, I'm a bit fat, but.
No, you're not. Shut up. What did I want to say? Oh fuck. So if I walk around this area, I want to go to Lucerne. I want to go to Zurich. I want to go to all these places. I just want to be where the cows are. Just
Oh, yeah, they're everywhere.
Want to get
Yeah.
something refreshed.
They're everywhere. Actually, here where I go, I would go for long walks in the mountain, but it's by my apartment. My building is like facing the city, like a big road. But then if I walk 10 minutes to the back, I hit a hill, which is where I am right now. And I just go for walks there. There's a farm. And you get to pet the cows and the chickens and play with them. I get raw milk over there.
You guys, I like Adam. I think Adam isn't bad. Like, I'm not gonna say I like him, but.
Which Adam?
Oh, sorry. Is his name not Adam? The Jack guy. He's not in a bad faith. I'm not usually in the discussion. I don't know them that well, but his voice sounds familiar. The one that had like that one sounded like Mike. Was that Mike? The gay Mike or no?
I don't think so. But I did like this Jack. His voice also sounds familiar. And it was very pleasant to speak to him.
Algerian, Palestinian. Half Algerian, half Palestinian. Algerians are the most Islamist out of all of the North Africans. Not that he's an Islamist. Yeah, I mean, in comparison to Moroccans and Tunisians, their population is relatively more secular, less, Islamic, in comparison. They have a lot more, they have a lot now in recent years, in the last 10 years, there's a lot more secularization and also support for indigeneity and returning back to non-Arab identity. But Algeria, I mean, they also have an Islamist government in place, so I mean, a lot of people are tied to the military apparatus there. But yeah.
Are you proud of this moment? Are you proud right now?
I've never been proud.
Are you excited about the future of Persia? Is the excitement in the air? I'm only asking because I just think this is an amazing time of our lives right now.
I think so.
We're at the cusp of something absolutely.
Oh shit, am I mute? I was about to say, of course, this is the liberation of Normandy on a way bigger scale. This is an amazing thing that's happening. This is the Western civilizations, the basic markers of human rights being stood up for in a meaningful way for the first time ever. Thank you, B. The people that I know, all of them, they're scared, right? They don't want to die. They're scared of war. Who likes war? Point blank.
It's normal, yeah.
Yeah, but what Israelis like war? Do you think people like going into bomb shelters? Do you think that people like when they have to evacuate their home? I mean, do they like it when Iran threatens their life? No, but yet still the people are united together. I mean, I feel so proud of this moment. I feel so proud of this moment.
It's amazing that the Israelis have put up with it for so long, but now the time has come for the world to be reshaped.
Yes.
It's fucking unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
I'm just gonna say so many Iranian Americans ended up voting for Trump this time because a lot of them, which by the way, like that's, not very usual, but after kind of it's like, dude, I mean, Biden, who was about to hand them millions of fucking dollars, okay, was just about to hand them money. Thank God it froze. Thank God they froze the transfer.
As I've always said, peace be upon it. Peace be upon it. Donald Trump.
I'm just saying, I don't support Donald Trump in a lot of ways, but at the same time, even a broken clock can be right twice a day, right? So, I mean, whether it was the Abraham Accords, whether it's we should, I mean, we'll do whatever, America should do whatever Israel wants America to do. They're not the ones calling the shots, and unfortunately Donald Trump is not going to be the one that's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize or take the recognition for this. Well, yeah, not
Change, lies, and fraud.
Take your medication and then try to participate.
Stop projecting your lack of medication on.
Anyway,
Come on, John.
Come on, Josh. You said you're telling me to take my medication.
I know, but I'm just saying.
It was a friendly reminder, John. It was just a friendly reminder.
What Daniel said.
Just not be an asshole.
Oh, it's friendly. Okay, got it.
And you're a very pleasant person.
First time in a few days, I hear a voice of absolute passion, like I haven't heard before.
Thank you.
You are an inspiration to our clubhouse.
He is an inspiration. I love him.
In such a way that I cannot wait for the day I can step foot on Isfahan soil and Tehran soil and go, I feel almost like I'm home, but I'm not home.
We'll be going to Shushan together by 2027. That's the goal. We're gonna do a tour, then we're gonna go to the south of Tehran and we're gonna go visit the, King Daniel's shrine. We're gonna do all of those things together.
Is there going to be anything left?
Maybe Shushan should be the new capital.
Maybe it should.
There's nothing in Gaza anymore, so why do you think there's going to be anything left in Iran?
Do you know, when I was a young kid, my father always used to buy Persian carpets. And it wasn't until I was about 10 or 11 years old where I looked at these carpets and I thought, wow, these are just pieces of beauty.
magnifique.
I'm standing on one right now. Actually, one of the things that is crazy, that probably the Iranian, whoever comes into power afterwards, one of the top priorities. Well, this is right before the revolution, the Israelis and the Iranians were working on the technology around desalination. Like, put all of the political stuff to the side. Like, the region, there's an ecological crisis happening across the Middle East, and we really need to be focusing on that. And, the Israelis were helping the Iranians with a multi-million-dollar desalination project because Iran suffers from a water crisis. So that's actually the next thing. There needs to be an exchange of science. There needs to be exchange of agri-tech and all of these things. And also there's a lot of successful Iranian Jews in America, all across the globe, tech moguls, the guy who owns eBay, the guy who I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but they're wanting to invest, and I'm just saying, like, who knows, maybe I don't know what's happening with Elon Musk, but who knows what the future is. I mean, we could have a brighter, more cohesive, less Islamist, more secular, more open, more modern region where people are allies and everyone makes each other richer. That would be so much better, right? If we could all just help each other make more money.
An extension of the Gulf.
Yes, let's make money. Let's not be poor. Like, no, who wants that? And I want that one to
be the Jews.
Yeah, everybody become everyone can learn to be more money savvy, honestly. Well, there's no problem with that.
Oh, I heard a joke this morning. It was something like, why the Jews make good at football?
Since when?
Because because they always get a quarterback.
I read an amazing piece this morning from Imam Hassan from Paris.
Yes, I read that too.
And it was such a nice read.
Somebody shared it the other day, or I don't know. But it was not too long, right? It was like
Issa, they made a good point though. That I keep calling him Adam, whatever, Chad. Batar also needs to kind of be, Batar is also dangerous, They're not a good athlete player, but again, all of these guys, there's levels to this shit, you know what I'm saying? I just really don't like when they take away that, everybody is bad, everybody has corruption. No, not everybody hangs gays off the noose of, at the time of
they're not equal.
They're not equal. What are these? It's funny when they do that to reduce it.
Qatar likes money, they like business, and this is what Trump is like, he's getting that money to a business partnership. So when you have got a business partnership, that becomes stronger than just diplomatic relationships just for the sake of getting along. Then you put some interest, you put some meat on the bone, it's like, okay, yeah, let's do this, let's make the risk worth billions or trillions, so that none of us is gonna mess up with it.
The funniest tweet that I saw, I'll just say this one, the funniest tweet that I saw was the Iranians said that they hit Mossad's headquarters, I don't know where, and then it's okay, we're all in Tehran. And did you guys see that? It was really funny. It was like, it's okay, we're all in Tehran right now.
The other one that was really good was when Trump got a call from Putin, and Putin said, I'll be the peacemaker between Iran and Israel. And Trump turned around and said, no, you deal with Ukraine.
Good.
You just deal with Ukraine.
Is that him saying that, figure out the Ukraine situation sooner rather than later? That would be nice. Someone saying something to this motherfucker.
Absolutely. As I said, peace be upon Donald Trump. He will be remembered in history. He will be the next prophet in those biblical books. Guaranteed.
The Iranians love Trump, they love Bibi. They've loved Bibi for a while, but especially after when he hosted the Crown Prince in April of 2023, and then he did all of this cultural stuff, Persia-Jewish unity kind of stuff. Like, people have been kind of, like, obsessed, and now people are just like, you know, that's the Bibi that not gonna, meaning make Bibi's hand not hurt from the slap he just slapped across the face of these guys. And he's right, fuck them. I hope they choke on some donkey dick and die, honestly.
You know that these Iranians now want to go to the White House because they're so shit scared at the moment. They don't know what the fuck's going to go on. They want to do a deal now. They want to come to the White House.
A little too late. Fuck you guys and fuck your deals. You're about to die. Get ready. And I just want to clarify, I'm talking about the Iranian IRGC for anyone in the audience. But too bad. No more deals. No deals. Where deals? What deals? No more deal. What deal could come out of it right now, Pikachu? What deal?
This is what we said.
I just received a letter in my mailbox from 23andMe saying that they filed for bankruptcy in the US.
Yeah, don't do it. They had a huge data leak. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Yeah, they already did.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man.
It says you may have claims against the debtors, including for monetary loss or personal injury, and the holder of the claim that fails to timely file a claim in the appropriate form shall not be treated as a creditor with respect to such. Yeah, they sent me like a legal notice to tell me, I guess, my rights about if I have got any claims or anything.
Do you?
No. I did my 23andMe. That's the reason why they have my address.
Oh, did you find out you're Jewish?
Yeah.
Hashem.
4% Ashkenazi.
That's definitely from the Spanish Inquisition side, yeah. I'm
tired for them.
Daniel, this time don't stare the Daniel, this time don't stare the Irish guy if he comes in here. I want to play next time.
No, he was kicked out.
Oh, forever?
And yeah, from the room.
But you know, next time there's a room, I do want to come in here when he's in here.
Like, you know,
it's like a high stress situation, and all of us want to shit on somebody, and he's the perfect specimen to shit on personally.
Which Irish guy? Which one?
Some
Rambleton.
Oh, he's a fucking piece of shit, that one.
He doesn't even hide his anti-Semitism at all. It's not even cloaked. Yeah, he's just straight up, yeah, I fuck the Jews type of energy.
The other one is Rickson. Rickson, the American, who's also another one.
Who's that?
Fuck the whites. Fuck the whites, fuck the Jews. Hates the whites, hates the
Oh, he's black? Oh, well, black people don't like Jews or white people sometimes. Everything in black culture in America is the Jews' fault, apparently. Everything from Motown, these Jewish music executives were shoving drugs down the roads.
What about their liberation?
No, only oppression.
Yeah, so the Jews are at fault for communism, they're at fault for feminism, they're at fault for they control the media, they control phones, they control
gays, yeah.
Drugs.
And they are the ones pushing immigration. Yeah, I mean, a Jew even stole my house. They may go in the street again. So I tend to agree with this guy.
I mean, there's so much evidence, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Jews are at fault for every single thing. And this is what I say to him, like, yeah, I believe you, dude. Like, the Jews control your brain. I agree with you. I
think they absolutely control his brain. God, all the invoices I receive. What am I going to receive a check?
Yeah, same thing for me. I never get, nobody sends me money. Nobody ever here. Here's this.
This is the reason why I have to convert to Judaism. So I start receiving the
It
checks.
doesn't work that way, I promise you. It's a scam. They never come. Anyway, room was really fun and very good faith for the most part. So thanks for having me. I gotta bounce, but I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Lovely, how are you? Oh, I ask you to I'm always afraid when I receive posts, you know, when I'm always thinking like, what issues do I have to deal with now?
Yeah, it's never, the behavior is like tasks, never like something good or like a letter from someone or.
Exactly, and all the letters that hit my mail from the government. It's like migration or taxes or, I don't know, a court. I got in trouble last week. I didn't know this. So I have an insurance company and apparently there was a payment I missed from April of last year, over a year. And so they sent me the kind of like, well, I didn't pay, but I didn't know that I didn't pay it. So they sent me the bill through the how do you say, the city hall, right? And so the city hall sends you a letter, right? Like saying, yeah, well, you need to come and pay or we're going to send the police. And so I went there and I got the bill and then I spoke with the insurance company and they were like, yeah, well, you need to pay before, I don't know, January or whatever. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And so I paid some bills. And I paid, I think, like 3 invoices in advance, you know, just like to be sure. And I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna pay like 3 in advance because you receive like 5 at a time and then you just start clicking on them. And so I paid like 3 invoices in advance. And I was like, okay, this has been done, you know. So last week I need to, well, I am processing right now my permanent residence and they asked me for like a printout of the record of debts, right, that I have, like my credit score or something. And I went to the town hall, to the city hall to get it. And there was this ship still open from the insurance. And I'm like, no, I already paid that. Anyway, so I called the insurance company and I'm like, okay, tell me I'm going to pay it right now on the phone so that I can make sure that it goes to the right invoice, right? And so they're like, oh no, sorry, this is not with us anymore. We sent it to the court. And I'm like, what? So I received, I mean, they sued me for 250 euros, for 250 francs. They sued me, and so I had to go to a court, and I had to take them proof that I had already paid the bill and whatever, and I'm like, yeah, here it is. And they're like, okay, so I have to pay, so the original bill was 250 francs. With the interest and everything, I had to pay 470 francs. And then the court, because of all the processing, they charged me another 200 francs. So a fucking invoice that it was just a misunderstanding of 250 francs became 670 francs.
Well, this is how you learn.
Oh my god. Yeah, and now I just went to a
course. You took a course at the how to be a citizen or a civil like the rest of it. Then you go to that. Well, you pay your debts on time. And if you don't, we will fuck you up.
I know.
This is what we want.
This was embarrassing, right? Because why do I have to go to court?
What country do you live in, Lisa?
In Switzerland.
Okay. Yeah, don't fuck with the Swiss.
Yeah, exactly. And they took me to court for 250. And so, I went to open the post and I'm receiving, like It's like the letter never even hit my thing, but I found it by coincidence that I have to go to court. But still, like, I had to pay so much money, 600 francs, just because I didn't pay a 250 invoice that was not even, it was an accident. And the stupid thing is that it's from April of last year, and it's my monthly payment on the health insurance here in Switzerland, and they kept on charging me for May and June and July and August and September and all the way to right now, and they didn't pay that invoice. They didn't allocate any of that money to the old invoice, which would have been the easiest thing, you know? And instead, I just like skipped one payment accidentally, and it became a 15. It was ridiculous.
Damn.
So yeah,
That's a lot
I
of
solved my
trauma
legal
for
issues.
200. That's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and they can send you even for less than that.
Is it one of those countries where they do, like, if you get a traffic ticket, they charge you based on your income or not?
No.
Okay.
No, but it was accumulating, you know, because I had it there for like a year, and I didn't even know. Because they sent me a notice, my insurance company, my health insurance. I skipped 1 month and I didn't know. And so they sent some notice to me, and I went to the city hall and I got the bill, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pay. And so I called the insurance company, and they said, well, anyway, I just, where are you living, Daniel?
I need to listen to something.
Oh, but you will be back.
Yeah, I think it's like been soon.
But where are you from, Issa?
Originally from Guatemala.
Ah, okay. I was wondering. I heard South American twang.
Yeah, my accent is indeed sort of South American or Latin American. But it's a little bit weirder, I think, than just plain Latin American. It's very fucked up, my accent. Like, I have picked up stuff from everywhere.
Guatemala.
Yeah, Guatemala. Is Eitan still there?
Eitan, are you there? No, probably not.
Everyone was saying how pleasant it was to speak with you today, even though you are against, like the opposite to you.
Yeah, it was nice speaking to you guys too. I enjoy conversations where we can like have serious discussions and shit, you know? Instead of
do you go to Amir's room?
I'm banned and suspended from ever going to his room, so
Why?
He's blocked me.
Why?
Because
What did you do?
he has a narrative and a script he reads off, and if you're a Palestinian and you don't agree with the bullshit he says, or you want to explain in certain things he wouldn't know because he doesn't live in that society, he will flip out and he holds a grudge. I told him I liked Saudi Arabia and that I said very nice things about Saudi Arabia. He didn't like that. And he called me a Zionist and a kafir or some shit. I'm like, and then I trolled him for like a month. But anyways, he kicked me out because I correct him on his bullshit.
Yeah, I think that they say a lot of propaganda. I know that I might be biased because I am on the Israeli side, you know, but I think that they spill a lot of bullshit there. And they are not thinkers. They just want to fight, they just want to yell. It's just so annoying.
Yeah, they do the most low-hanging fruit conversations, and it's just like the most childish bullshit. And so, like, to me, when I would go in those rooms when I was allowed to, I got the vibe that if you came in and didn't know anything about this topic, you would leave a hardened Zionist. Because the shit he says is so ridiculous, and the way he treats people is just retarded. So
yeah, he has never treated me badly. But I
don't really go there. I have been there like 2 times or so.
Ah, okay, yeah. If you're a Zionist, you probably love that room. It's just like a joke. It's so stupid.
No, I mean, like, I tell to the guys, to the Jews, like, I don't consider myself a Zionist. Like, Zionism is an ideology, right? And I support Israel, at least in this conflict. I believe that they are on the right side, and I support civilization. I think that there is so much to point fingers at Hamas, and the Gazans themselves, I see them both as victims and perpetrators. But I think I am of the idea that they have become perpetrators not because of their own fault, let's say, but because they have been manipulated and dominated and intoxicated a lot by Hamas. I think that they could have the potential of being good people, but they truly see Israel as their enemy. And they will try to get rid of them for as long as they need. And it's a mentality that unless you have an epiphany, like a miraculous epiphany one day, they're never going to wake up from that realization, and they will never see a way of having a peaceful relationship or whatever. But that doesn't mean that, I don't even know how to take this, how do you say the label, Zionism. But I don't stand with Israel no matter what. Like, whenever they do something or will do something that I don't agree with, I will critique it, and I am not, it's not part of my ideology. I don't subscribe to that ideology, so.
Yeah, I never understand when people say, like, to any country, I have unconditional support. Like, really? They can, like, do anything and you have no conditions to support? Like, hello? But I actually have a lot of criticism for Hamas, too, as a Palestinian. I feel like, in a lot of ways, their actions do the bidding of, against the progress of the Palestinian people, I'll say. But I think also that the Netanyahu found it a very convenient place for Hamas to be was Gaza, so he didn't have a problem with them being there until obviously October 7th. But I don't like the way he handled the war either. I thought, and I know actually how surgical Israel can be, and I just, I don't like the fact that fucking Gaza looks like an empty desert today.
Yeah, but you also need to, if you were the idea and you want to go only after terrorists, right? But then you have terrorists that are identifiable as terrorists, but then there are civilians that are terrorists as well, that are militants, right? But that don't dress as terrorists or don't act as terrorists, right? But they're still there out to kill you. So it's a very difficult situation to fight with Gaza. I think it's one of the most difficult battles that any country has ever had. On top of that, these things, that Hamas stores weapons in civilian buildings, like schools and hospitals, and even under cradles of babies and stuff in their own homes. And the reason why they do that is strategic. Like, I understand it. I would, if I were there, probably I would have had the same train of thought, right? And it's like, okay, we are going, because we know the principles or the morality, or even if you want to say that the IDF is immoral and they just do it because of international pressure. But you know that they have to abide by certain rules, right? And they are not going to bomb a school, or at least will think about it, or at least will think 10 times or strategize 10 times before they actually go for that school.
Hold on.
Right?
As a teacher, school has not been in session since this war began. Like, no one's at school. Let's be clear.
I know, but it's not the point I'm
using
making.
schools as shelters right now.
I understand, but the
And so
building.
my point is that when you see this from like an Israeli perspective or an IDF perspective, in an impossible position when they have weapons in schools or churches or whatever, and you need to get rid of these weapons, but you're also told that you cannot destroy these buildings. And so it is done all on purpose, right? It's like traps to your enemy, and it's just strategy, right? It's tactics. And so when we talk about the destruction, just very briefly, when we talk about the destruction of Gaza, we need to take these things into consideration. And the last thing is about the deaths. When I was looking at the deaths reported by the UN, which comes from the Gaza or the Hamas or whatever government, and you see the breakdown, you see that are reported, let's say, to make just round numbers, let's say it's 40,000, right? So you see 20,000 are categorized as terrorists, and then 20,000 as civilians. And the 20,000 of civilians appear to be, for example, 80% are women and children, right? And so when you're like, oh my God, when they're killing civilians, they're almost exclusively killing women and children. But then this gets to people, but what they don't tell them is like, the reason why it's 80% women and children is because there are barely any men in the civilian side. Because men are usually militants of Hamas. So all these nuances, serve the narrative very well because they are not told to the people, and people are not used to rationalize these things.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think with that last point about the men, with the fact that I think Gaza is like 2 million people, and it's like half men, half women, and so let's say there's like 1 million men, but even the IDF's intel, as far as the last time I read, was they believe there's still about 40,000 Hamas members. That was the number at the start of the war. So I don't think it's safe to say like most of the men are Hamas or part of Hamas are fighting. I think it's like a very, very small minority, but regardless of whether it's Netanyahu or Israel's breaking any war crimes or not, I just think, just purely off of the aerial photos alone, honestly, I'm not okay with that at all. I thought that, at pretty much every build, like there's entire neighborhoods, entire cities that just got destroyed, so I'm not a fan of that. And I feel the same way about Tehran. I don't think that should happen either. Like, I don't think they should go and make it like Gaza, because that's when you start losing support from people, in my eyes. Like, when you start going and taking out like entire neighborhoods or towns or something, that's not good. Even if there's no one there,
It will not happen in Tehran. It's not happening in Tehran. No, it's only so. I'm trying to say there is a reason why this is happening in Gaza, and it's part of the warfare that Gaza is doing. That they are using like the buildings, like. I don't think that you understand how many IEDs, like explosive devices that are like planted like all over the Gaza Strip. Like almost every second house has some kind of like remote detonation or some touch detonation or whatever. This is why there are also like casualties from the IDF. It's all of them are in those explosive explosions. They also put like explosives in walls, for example. So. Sometimes it's easier to just destroy a house than to just have soldiers to look for explosives in walls. And also, those explosives don't necessarily know who touches them. When you see like people without limbs, it's probably not like an airstrike, it could be, but could have stepped on something or picked up something.
No, I hear you, and I know the IDF will do whatever it takes to protect their soldiers, and there's guerrilla warfare going on. I'm just not comfortable at all with the level of destruction in Gaza. I think that's created, and honestly, even if I was pro-Israel, I wouldn't be comfortable with it because
no one's comfortable with it. It's just necessary.
Long run. Like, I'm telling you, like, real quick, just to land it, Daniel, like, the generations of, like, kids who are growing up watching all this shit, there creates even more animosity and hostility towards Israel. I mean, to levels
That's
where
not our fault.
it's very,
You need to understand, Jack, we hear a lot about this image thing, and you need to understand that is not our first priority. And our first priority is safety, security, morality, humanity, before like how it looks. And yes, there's a lot of misinformation, a lot is like an understatement. And you know, with time, people will see and facts will come out and they will understand, you know, or like not understand, they will understand who to blame. They will understand the context, why this has happened. And looking at Gaza like this, you know, I saw images of Gaza before, like yes, a lot of like beautiful, iconic places. But it's not us that made it into a terror base. It's not us that put those IEDs. You know, even if we stop today, okay, do you think that anyone could go and save those buildings? Like take all those explosives? Like take out all the explosives?
Well, I've seen cases where,
you know how much,
Daniel, I've seen a case
how much explosive is there in Gaza that didn't explode? That just this effort to remove all the explosives, even from like our bombing, like things like nuts that didn't explode.
You literally have to get rid of almost every structure if you're selling me on that mentality, because I've seen examples of the IDF taking over a building or a certain section of a neighborhood, and then when they're done with it, they've cleared all this place to make sure there's no weapons and stuff, right? Then when they're done, they blow it up, and I'm like, no, is it alright? You're gonna tell me, oh, they'll come back and put more explosives there.
I will tell you why. You can also see, first of all, there are a lot of corridors that were created in Gaza. It's basically flattening like a big route. So there will be a place for the IDF in the middle of the corridor and enough space to not be attacked. So and I understand that it's like goes in the way of buildings, but this is a war that this is the only way to fight it. And I think that all the blame that people have on Gaza at the end, there is a reason that it's happening, and it's not because of the IDF. For example, if you now buy, like an example, build an illegal building, like without permission, yada yada yada, and then comes the city and destroys it, and like, oh my God, they're destroying my home. Like there is context, and the fact that you build illegally, or the fact that you created like 350 kilometers of tunnels, 140 kilometer stretch of strip with entrances to homes and must, that is the reason. And when you put IEDs everywhere, you know, now like for example the tunnel under the European hospital, in order not to destroy the hospital, the IDF had to fill the entire thing with concrete, the entire tunnel, which is like I don't know how many tons of liters or whatever. But we cannot fill the entire Gaza with concrete, and also I don't think the population will want, like if you would fill the entire tunnels with concrete, you cannot kill your future like growth there. They destroyed Gaza. You need to like really like you guys the plural, you need to blame the Hamas or the Palestinians or the world even.
And I would criticize
whenever we say something because it's coming from Israel, so it's propaganda, and no, Hamas are not using. But you know, if you go with me to a room and I would say that Hamas is using human chance, they will debate with me. No, show me proof, show me evidence, like as if it's not Brazilian. No, I don't care about those idiots.
It's not that. It's just you get like Hamas does in a way do that, but you guys do it to the Palestinians too. And in my view on it,
we do tunnels for them?
No, human shields. But my critique, my issue. Well, I'll get into it in a second. I'll show you in a second. But
the guy with the Kaaba? The guy with the Kaaba?
Just a second. What I'm saying is, fuck, man. I'm not holding you to the standards that I'm holding Hamas to, which I agree with you, does stupid ass shit, and I had my criticism. But the shit I've seen the IDF do in the way that they've carried out this war people who retweets and keep scrolling.
No, like if you're talking about a soldier, if you're talking about a soldier that blew up a building, that is not like a soldier doing whatever they want. No, you know what a big operation it is to blow up a building and how many different units are involved, how many approvals it needs to go. And then he presented on TikTok like, he's enjoying it blowing up a building. It doesn't work like this. The despicable thing that the stupid soldiers do is those stupid things that they do with the lingerie, okay? That they take the lingerie and they'll do those photos. Not professional, not like, I don't know, like despicable, whatever you want to say. But the blowing up a building, you're just missing out the context. And I don't have the context, but I just know that it's not like the guy decides to blow up a building, like take his gun and like shoot the building.
I'm just saying, Daniel, the whole thing, I'm sure you could justify everything you guys did. But just because you can justify something that's horrible, I don't think you should do it. Because I don't care what you say, I think reputation does matter and action does matter. And that's why people even come online and talk about this stuff. They want to,
that is not true.
Preserve some image or help people understand certain things. But wait, one sec. And my issue is that we're watching horrible things being done, and we all know there's a better way. And the level of brutality is the issue here. Like, you have to understand, we're looking at.
I know what you're looking at. You are being fed this. There's a reason why you are overwhelmed with those images. Dude, like, I know all this.
I might be able to speak, man. I just want to make my point, and then you can respond. But I'm saying that you're looking at this from the perspective of an Israeli, and I try to look at this in your perspective, my perspective, the American perspective, who's not any beef in this fight, but just watching. And I can tell you, like, the way that it's conducted makes it look like this brutal superpower is just relentlessly brutalizing 2 million people in Gaza, which is a 20-mile block in Israeli land. That's the.
Yeah, I know. Listen, dude, believe me, I'm more aware than you about the image that is being presented and the skewed image that is usually lacking context and it's meant to evoke emotion. This is the war that Hamas is fighting with their propaganda arms, huge propaganda arms like Al Jazeera and others. And Al Jazeera would say something and then groups like Amnesty and HRW or like some like the Albanese from the UN will jump on it, will echo it, and it becomes facts, which is complete nonsense. You've seen horrible things. This is the first war that is being fed to you, but it's not the only war that is happening. Okay? You can also see compare it to other wars and the reactions of people, and you will see that a lot of it is manufactured in order to evoke emotion. So no, image did not matter as much as facts on the ground. And I will tell you also, image is not only more important than actually being alive. And you say it's not a good thing. Compared to what? What is the alternative? Because the alternative for us is them doing exactly what they have been working out to do from all over. Like, what the fuck do you think Hezbollah is? And Hamas and the Houthis with their slogan, death to America, death to Israel, and the curse of the Jews. Like Iran saying, like, we'll wipe out. Like, dude, read the fucking room. We are not hallucinating. They are saying it, and if you speak Arabic, you can hear it even in the original language, as they say. Like, go and stab a Jew. We are fighting an existential threat here. No more than that. This Hamas and PAJ and all those said that they will do this genocide again and again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah,
they provoked it in order to get those images, in order to harm Israel. They knew exactly what they were doing. This is why they are sacrificing the people. You fell for it. You fell for it because you, instead of saying Israel did it because they are just, like it's justified, it's moral, it's humane, it's legal to go and get your arms and do it. No, you fell for it.
How come?
But you are blaming Israel.
You
are
guys
the
don't
useful
go
idiot,
out
not us.
to
We
take-
are doing the right thing. They are threatened. They did it. They still.
And to sign up with the link.
Useful idiot is a general term that's said to you. You news without knowing.
Yeah, it's a term used by Yuri, but
manipulated with emotions.
You still call me an idiot, but I'm just saying.
No, but it's just.
Okay, my God. Listen, you're just
don't
like.
be so sensitive. It's just like
Yeah,
a way of saying that.
Google it. Google it. I didn't call you an idiot. I'm saying that you fell for it, not us. The trick that Hamas set to exploit people with the humanitarian sentiment, you fell for it, my friend.
It's not.
You're the one here blaming us. You are here blaming us, and blaming us is basically exactly what they wanted, to vilify us, to demonize us, to ostracize us, and it's good for the cause. Let's be honest, all those deaths are good for the Palestinian cause, because Israel bad, big Israel bad, but it's not true. And you know what? The world actually can see it in Iran and how accurate and how delicate, when it's not the same, when they're not using terror tunnels, when the population is, well, nowadays, like all this commotion, the population is uprising against the regime, not against us. In Gaza, it's not the same. You need to acknowledge the reality of what is happening in Gaza in the last 18 years, at least. This indoctrination.
Because I want to respond to it.
I finished.
Alright, so, number one, Hamas, I mean, if you want to say, the population in Iran versus the population in Gaza, Iran hates their regime, and they've shown us this. Population in Gaza has had a lot of different protests against Hamas for different reasons. And there's probably been more opposition there in real ways than there has been in Iran. But aside from that, it doesn't mean they like Israel or think Israel is going to save it from Hamas. And I forgot what the fuck you're even saying.
I wasn't paying attention either.
I remember now. The part where you said, I fell for it. Hamas didn't want you to necessarily. They didn't want their propaganda is, like you said, more misinformation shit, right? What you fell for, what Israel fell for, was they wanted Israel to crash out, I guess, right? They wanted Israel to act emotionally rather than strategically, and less surgical, and less clever. Because we've seen what Israel can do when it wants to be the IDF, the Mossad.
Hold on
the most clever operation that I've ever seen.
In what case have you seen Israel acting emotionally? It's just to expand the point you just made.
I'm trying to just keep it to the thing real quick. I'll land shortly. I'm not going to talk long. But I've seen how clever they can be.
If you want to talk about emotional, you need to put emotion in your voice.
What? Oh, because I'm monotone. No, just
come on, that's a stupid comment.
Basically, I've seen how clever and surgical and impressive their capabilities are, and what they can do, and how they can operate. And you can't convince me what you guys did in Gaza was any of that. And I think they succeeded in making you, trying to press the red button, not just on Hamas or all of Gaza. But on the proxies too, which something that ended up
responded with that.
you guys gotta consider, I'm one person with my view on this.
Exactly.
You're saying a lot of things.
Whichever way we would have responded with
You said a lot of things too, you said a
You
lot of
got the
things.
dumbest profiles, bro. I'm gonna keep picking you until you fucking have like some kind of profile that works.
Whichever way we would
I don't know why you choose these horribly ugly fucking photos. Do something useful.
If we'd done it surgically, we would have been questioned. If we'd done it emotionally, we would have been questioned. Whatever we would have done, we would have been questioned. So it makes no difference.
But this is why Daniel was telling you, saying that it's not the same with Iran, and this is the reason also why I was telling you why it has been so difficult with Gaza, and I think that you agree with that view. And yes, we might agree that it's horrible to see Gaza destroyed and that it's gonna take a toll, emotional toll, whatever, on the people. But this is gonna reconstruct at some point. I know it's not like the perfect answer, but in the end, Hamas is a very difficult target to hit, dude, and I know that you can appreciate that.
I saw what they did to Hezbollah and how they took those guys was a lot better than just going and bombing a whole bunch of whatever buildings.
But it was never
I'm trying to reply to him. So hold on, Pikachu. The operation that we now see has been in the making for like 20 years, okay? That we see in Iran. The planning was, they had a date, and then it was pushed, and there were meetings. It's nothing compared to a genocidal surprise attack on 7th of October, okay? Second, the information that we have in Iran is significant, also because we are there for 2 decades, and because there are many, many people there inside that are helping us. Not the same in Gaza, okay? The people operation also, it's something that was prepared in advance for this day, okay? And it's just one thing that we were able to pull off with the Mossad. The rest was with military force. Third is that when we target the people in Iran, they were in their homes, in buildings, like normal people, or like in their military bases, or in their like government buildings, not hiding underneath in tunnels. They fucking wear uniforms. We see their like airports, we see their like bases. So if you want to make a comparison for yourself, you cannot just take like one film in a huge table and say, okay, this, here they were precise, here they were not, so they can do it. For yourself, you need to put like more things into this equation, like context matter. And you cannot taking things out of context. My friend, you are just manipulating yourself. You're proving yourself a point when you are saying, I'm just ignoring everything else and I'm focusing only on this, and this enough proves to me something. You cannot do this.
You gotta understand, like, the whole, like you said, it's different, right? And I agree, Iran and Gaza are different, but in some cases, Hezbollah and Gaza are similar. You say, you know, they're not wearing military uniforms in Gaza. Hezbollah's not doing that, and you know they're hiding weapons in houses. Hezbollah's also doing that, and so is Hamas. And you know they're hiding in tunnels. Hezbollah's doing that. There's just some. I just know like that the way Israeli security intelligence and how thorough it is that if you wanted to pull off an extremely surgical operation to cut the heads off of Hamas and do this, that, and the other in Gaza, you would have been able to do it. And they probably had similar clandestine operations to the pager attack on Hamas members, right?
So you think we just chose not to use it for like 18 months, looking for Sinwar like food, we just chose not to do it?
There are.
And also, if you take the heads of the Hamas, if you take the head of the Hamas, it doesn't topple the organization. It doesn't, like, they will just replace it with another one. It's really not the same. And also with Lebanon and the tunnels, it's not the same infrastructure as in Gaza. Like the complete city is like this underground Gaza underground. It's not the same when they're kind of carving in a mountain and hiding there. And yes, in Lebanon also some houses were destroyed.
But also you need to take into context every single situation, right? It's on a one-on-one basis. I get what you're saying, Jack, and I think that you're trying to make the case of like, okay, if Israel is so surgical and they have proven that they're so surgical, why weren't they able to make the same thing in Gaza? And I get your point, but you also are missing context here because so the thing with Gaza, even though it was like in the making for a lot of years, the whole temperature, heating was for a lot of years and decades, and the conflict is for decades. These wars started on the 7th of October. And in this case, in the case of Gaza, I mean, when you compare it to Iran, Iran has been 20 years in the making, the operation. In Hezbollah, it was 9 years in the making. In Gaza was reactionary. So Gaza, Palestinians and Hamas broke into Israel, took the lives of like 1,500 people, took like 400, 500 hostages. There is no in the making and planning. Everything is more emergency, right? I mean, like your ability to actually plan for something is non-existent, not even limited. It's just non-existent. So you need to act with what you have. And what they had in that moment was exactly that. You know, it's like, okay, where are the Hamas headquarters? Who are the Hamas people, the militants? Let's get our hostages back. Let's bring down Hamas. Let's restore control in Israel. So it was a lot to deal with in a very short time. Now, you're saying Israel has not been surgical in Hamas. If you let's try to my niece is currently learning math, and I am remembering a lot of things now. So for example, when you do a division, they make her do something that it's called like the proof. So you do the division and then you have to prove that it's right by making the multiplication. So let's try to prove the point that they're not being surgical by bringing the opposite, doing the opposite. So if they were not surgical, don't you think that the war would have already been over, I don't know, in 2 months? Why do you think that it has taken them 2 whole years, 2.5 years of dragging this shit to get the hostages back, to bring Hamas down? Do you think it's because they're incompetent? I don't think the IDF is incompetent. Or do you think it's because they actually want to do as little harm as they can, and they are actually being surgical?
I think that they want their hostages back, and they want to make sure Hamas won't exist in the way that it did before October 7th. And also, they probably want to eventually take some of the land in Gaza, maybe a quarter of it in the north, for what they call security purposes. I don't think they have a plan for the day after, and I don't agree it was surgical. I'm just going. I'm probably not going to convince you, so we can just agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to convince you. I just want you to understand the way that we see things. You don't have to agree. You just have to say, okay, I understand where you're coming from. In the same way, when I talk to flat earthers, I'm not looking to be convinced, but I want to understand where they're coming from and why do they think, why do they believe what they believe. And this is what we're trying to explain to you.
Yeah,
just to see
I'm
that you
trying to
have
gain
clarity
your
of where they
as well. Also, but I wanted to bring up, like you said, they had a short amount of time to deal with Hamas, but I don't agree with that. I think they had like 20 years, and they bring this up all the time, the Hamas charter, and although it did change in like 2017, they never stopped being the group that wanted to take over Israel from the river to the sea. They never.
Yeah, but the difference is, Jack, the difference is that the Israeli public and even the Israeli government, my sense is that they were lulled into a false idea that Hamas actually didn't have the capabilities to do something like this. It was every couple of years, they're going to fire rockets every couple of years. They'll go in, bomb some rocket launcher sites, and that'll be it for another 2 years. Nobody thought Hamas had the capabilities of this, right? Everyone got fooled. So again, the whole situation is so different. Urban warfare versus right? There's no soldiers on the ground in Iran. There's Mossad, but there's not foot soldiers. It's not infantry, right? The way to handle an urban warfare is very different than when you can bomb from the air. All of those things. And another thing I'll just mention, the way that Gaza plays politically in the Israeli public and the way that Iran functions in society in the Israeli public is very different. Very different relationships to those two ideas. Right? For 40 years, Israel and the West has been trying to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. 40 years.
Real quick, Caleb, like on the idea, maybe I'll give you this. Maybe they were, the Israeli intelligence community was being a bit reckless or or that it was an immediate threat. But they
The
knew
perception was that they thought that they would be killed.
just a second, man. I've read enough about like certain articles about how there were prior warnings, not even just like the day before or anything, but months and a year before, and there was a lot of signals that the Mossad and the Shin Bet had about this Sal attack being in the works. But my other point is like, I'm pretty sure there might be elements of people in Israeli society or even the government that maybe got comfortable with the Hamas there, or didn't, thought they were neutered, or that they had been deterred. But I don't think anyone in those Mossad ranks or Shin Bet ranks were less threatened by Hamas, and I'm pretty sure people in Mossad had already had plans over the last 20 years to do something to that group if they needed to at some point in the future, like they did with Hezbollah. I don't know exactly what, but I just know
It wasn't.
about how this goes.
I don't think that's right.
Intelligence, dude.
I mean, look, the security failure of October 7th will run, first of all, out and will run deep, right? So if what you're saying is right, my question is this, like, so who ignored the Mossad? And why did they ignore it, right? If what you're saying is right, and I think on this point, we have to say, Bibi Netanyahu. We have to talk about, right? We have to talk about all of that stuff about him keeping himself in power and his trial and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and all of these alliances and things like that and how that functions and works with Hamas. It's a political, right? That's a major factor, probably to why. God, my dog is being such a bitch right now. Do you know what I'm saying, Jack? Like nobody in Israel disagrees that we should have taken out the nuclear sites of Iran. Nobody.
Oh, I know that.
Do you think we will ever know exactly what happened on the 7th of October? Because that is something that is bothering my stomach since it happened. It's like, I don't even want to imply that Israel planned this, of course, but it's just annoying to believe that the best army in the world, this fence where no cat could get close without the alarms going off, that actually was broken into. So do you think that we will ever know, like, exactly what happened on the 7th of October and who is responsible for that?
We will know, but I think that what people maybe don't understand, it's not like a guy at a fence. It's an operation that part of it was the overwhelming, okay, which is also what Iran wanted to do. Because we have the Iron Dome, but you can pass the Iron Dome if you overwhelm it with 1,000 rockets. So when thousands of thousands go inside in different locations in the fence and sending drones to the first attack that they did is basically on the defense, meaning on the eyes and ears. They blocked they kind of bombed with drones the eyes, the cameras and stuff like this. And then, they started attacking from different locations. And this is how it started basically. And there are now investigations for each location separately about everything that has happened after the attack. And then they will do also investigation internally of the information. But at the end, in intelligence, yes, there are signals, but you don't always react on signals because sometimes signals are meant to see how you would react. So if, for example, they would kind of go all to one place and then react, then they would know that we see that, for example. So you don't always act on signals. And the thought was that they are deterred.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to actually, I would love for all of that to come to light, because, and if there were people responsible, they should be punished, even if that was, I don't know, Netanyahu's responsibility, there needs to be people responsible for what happened.
it's not always about punishment because sometimes it's not someone like they did something that he was supposed to, but you do learn from it, and this is why we do the investigation, not in order to go and hang someone and find okay we now know who to blame. That is not the point. The point that we want to do is to see how we can improve from it, what did we miss, what did not. I think it basically more about thought process, like how you conceive Hamas, or how do you like understand the connections or abilities, or even import of weapons, or like stuff like this. So they would understand how they got things wrong, but I think it's more systematic than finding like one person. It's too decentralized to be one.
Yeah, it was a chain of events rather than just the fault of one person.
But yeah, to learn from it, to every time that something happens, even now in Gaza, every time the soldiers dies, so it's immediately like an investigation, like what was done in the procedures, how did you approach the house, what things did you do before, like did you send first a dog and then a drone inside, and then they can see what in the procedure was not wrong, so it will not happen again.
For the same reason, I have trouble, believing that it could have been planned because it is so decentralized and it would depend on so many people that you would have needed that all of the idea would have to agree that there is a breach and that there will be all of these people, hundreds of people killed, right? I mean, it would have to be too many complicit people, and there's no way that you would get all of these Israelis to agree.
In an organization basically of people sacrificing their life, it's all about brotherhood. You cannot go inside. It's not about money. We're not a professional army that anyone can just sign in and come out.
And this is the livelihood of the people. Like every single person is in the IDF, right?
And also with people saying that Netanyahu decided, like also Netanyahu is not making, like he's not a dictator that can make all decisions. Yes, like he said that there are nuclear bombs in Iran and he sent the army. Like he's not an Ayatollah. Like no one would go if they like if the Air Force like at the end, it goes to intelligence. They need to find the site. They need to find like what ammunition. Like there's a lot of like stuff going on. Except like he said like go bomb Iran, they have nuclear base. Like it's so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's. I mean, like, I would really like. I think that you guys can do a movie. The failures of the IDF on the 7th of October to see what went wrong. But I would definitely love to see a documentary or something about it. Because it's very interesting.
I want to see a movie about Rising Lion, about the operation, the beginning of the operation in Iran, like the first night, how it happened. And on the details, like how it was planned, how it happened.
That would be amazing.
Also the story of the entire Mossad in the IRGC and having like a base of drones and starting the attack where the drones are attacking the defense system and planes coming with refueling from after we carved the way through Syria because Assad fell in such a domino effect. And Iran is part of the China, Russia, North Korea kind of ally, which a lot of Americans also don't see, that there is an alliance between those, like this axis of countries, and when one of them falls, it weakens the axis.
There should be a full series, on Mossad and IDF and each operation. That would be amazing. I would be hooked.
I don't know, lately Mossad is a bit too public. I don't like it so much.
Yeah.
I like it when you never knew if it was Mossad or you didn't know if it was Mossad. It's like
they're speaking too much.
it's more like a mind fuck. Like how did it happen? Like how's like the reactor feel? Like we're like who did it? Like I don't know. Maybe it was us.
Yeah, but those guys are ridiculously intelligent. Like it's amazing the minds of those. I mean, you have to be fucked up in the head as well. You have to be evil in order to think like evil, right? I mean, this is
it's a lot of projection. Listen,
exactly.
It's all of this. Also, this that they say that we like imperialists and greater Israel. Now, the thing is that with this entire Israel, like in Judaism, for example, we cannot force convert people. Okay, this is something that Muslim can do, or even Christian can do. So let's say we take over the entire Middle East, and then what? We are like, I don't know, 7 million Jews spread out the entire Middle East, like ruling over those Muslims who will not convert them. Like it doesn't work. Like it's just, I don't see how it can happen, even if we wanted, you know. We cannot keep this such a land with not enough people.
Yeah, but that's just logistics, Daniel. It can be fixed.
Yeah? Like, why? Like, but that's the thing, but why would we do it? To control them? Like, what would we get out of it? Like, it's not, I don't know, it's weird.
Security.
What? Why?
You'll get more safety and security. You know,
like you think, like, let's say, we'll put like, I don't know, a Jewish prime minister in, I don't know, in Syria, and around like all of them are like Muslims, some of them jihadists, and like, I tell you now to do this. Like, fuck you, bitch.
You know what's actually kind of ironic is the fact that you guys don't convert people, or let's say you don't bring those people you conquered into your fold. It's almost worse.
Worse?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, this is the mentality of a colonizer, right?
Well,
This is just ridiculous. Why not be pluralistic? Why not be pluralistic? Okay.
Dogs.
How would you feel? Ready? All right. Let's say this unnamed empire comes to your land and conquers you, and they say, "This is our land now. We're gonna be this is part of our empire. You will have protection from this empire, and you will be one of its people now." And of course, you might want to say, "No, this is my land" or whatever, but they come in, they're strong enough to just take it. You're better off than if they just leave you like as a, empireless, unprotected person.
That's not the way empire works. At least not in antiquity. That's not the way empire works. The way empire works.
But he's doing a good experiment. Let him cook.
Yeah, the way that empire controls minority cultures is to separate them and divide them, not to create pluralistic societies, right? Empires don't want to create pluralistic societies. They want to create monolithic societies.
Just saying, but it's better, like, I'd rather be a second-class citizen than not a citizen of the empire,
Do you know anything about Jewish history? Do you understand how long we lived as no citizenship in all of those places? Do you understand that? We understand really well.
I'm just curious.
Because your thought experiment is actually proved out by history.
Yeah, okay, so wouldn't you rather be part of an empire that makes you,
why would the empire conquer the land? I guess I don't understand the scenario, right? The empire comes and conquers us and conquers the land and then just says you're on your own.
No, but it's an empire. Look at the UK, for example. They had colonies everywhere. They were spreading their values and their thoughts and their costumes and all of this, right? And they allowed them to have autonomy, but they had, they ruled those places.
Yeah, and also
they did well.
It's better to be someone, even if it's a second class, better than no class. Like, if I was living under an empire, but, once in a while, random people from outside the empire can come and just raid my village and kill me without any repercussion, because the empire that controls my land doesn't care because it's me. That's worse than, having some protection from it.
So then I never want to hear you critique again the condition of Israeli-Palestinians.
Don't be authoritarian, Caleb.
Well,
no, I'm just saying. Do you understand my point? In other words,
no,
okay,
specifically.
it's better.
That's what I'm saying.
It's better than not, right? But it doesn't mean it's ideal, right? Like the second class is better than, or first class is better than second class.
We have a
Second class is
saying.
better than nothing.
We have a saying in Spanish that says it's better to be the tail of the lion than the head of a mouse. I don't know if it makes too much sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so then, Jeff, it would be better. So no two-state solution. Let's just conquer the entire land and have the Palestinians be second-class citizens. How do you think about that? What do you think?
Wait, sorry, say that again. No two-state solution.
Okay, it's better to be a first-class citizen, right? But in the absence of that, better to be a second-class citizen. So let's have Israel just annex everything and keep the Palestinians as second-class citizens. That would be better than what they have now, isn't it?
Dude, it would be
100%, and a lot of Palestinians agree with that. A lot of Palestinians agree with that, but a lot of them also want to kill the Jews.
Well, the thing is too, like you don't even have to give these people voting rights in terms of Knesset. You can give them local voting rights. Okay, maybe a mayor, the person who might
Puerto Rico,
some
just like Puerto
representation
Rico,
there.
the
But
US.
yeah, I mean that's way better than the status quo today. And I think
You sound like a radical right-wing Zionist, Jeff.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's how bad it is.
It's on out our plan. We're working on it.
Listen, the solution that's, at this point, it's like really just whatever, in my eyes, the Israelis can dictate a lot. They can dictate whether they want to annex, whether they don't want to, whether they want to stay here in the West Bank, whether they don't want to. And everything points in the direction
Flood the zone with just all kinds of crazy information, make it harder to figure out what's real and what's not.
Absolutely loving the words. That seems to be the center intel operation going on in the disclosure orders.
Sizable population like that.
I see podcasts and things like that. All kinds of variety of people's shows.
Well, I think that's true. And also, I think you're a little bit giving
these
into
people that are effectively, like everybody can sit here and act like they're not trying to be a newsman. But they really don't. Everybody's trying to be like a journalist, a news person. But they don't want any of the liability. They don't want to have a journalistic integrity. They don't want to do any research. So they'll have on anybody, and then you'll hear them say, I just like to have on everybody. I want to hear everybody's opinion, and I want to leave it up to the audience.
Well, then,
Those are the people muddying the water. That's standing on the riverside, putting no effort in, and just allowing anybody up and say, yeah, go right ahead. Whatever you're spewing, get it around the water as fast as you can. And then the listener is basically downstream, suffering, trying to figure out how to get the mud out of the water, the truth stream. And I think that, as a group, we should try to do due diligence to prevent the mud from getting in.
But also right now, it is kind of like perfect. No person, you're not gonna do this shit all the time, dude. You feel 2 seconds in the room, you're not gonna interrupt. You need to control your fucking nervous system. You drive me crazy, and you make my nervous system go like crazy. So anyway, like right now is the perfect soil, for this to happen, because Palestinians have been bent over so much right now that, as Jack says, they're willing to take whatever at this point, right? So right now is the perfect moment to say, okay, they're gonna take whatever it is, so let's give them, the state or whatever and the protection, but let's treat them well, but let's make them part of our country, and they will be well behaved if they see that they are going to be better off, under Israeli control, with houses and healthcare infrastructure and internet and access to an airport and ports and everything else, so they can have a normal life versus having their whole Gaza destroyed.
Better than the status quo. 100 times better.
Yeah, but the status quo can change for the worse, right?
I agree with you. There's only two things: change the status quo or not change the status quo. But if you change the status quo, you could get the new Ben-Gvir status quo, and that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be good for Palestinians.
But the status
Right,
quo
so,
is because of Israel.
Your mic is so low, Simon. It's really hard to hear.
The status quo is not because of Israel.
Sure it is.
Simon, can you not talk so loud in my ear, please?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the reality is that, like, this all stems from Palestinians' values. Like, the reason that they're in the mess that they are in is because of themselves.
It's astounding to me that even, I appreciate that you said it. You said it well, as you usually do. But it's astounding to me that continues to need to be said.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that statement either.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. This guy, it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango. We all did this together.
Well, I think
no, we did this together, Simon.
I agree with you both. Can't I agree with both? I think the Palestinian.
They're incontrovertible positions.
Yeah, he's blaming one side, and Caleb's saying, well, both sides have their own.
Well,
we did it together.
I think we did.
What did Israel do? What did Israel do?
Well, Israel, Simon, your mic is so hard to hear.
Simon, you gotta stop shouting, Simon. Look, I think that both can be true. The way that I see Caleb is true is that both Israel and Palestine contributed. The way that I see Simon is true is to say that the Palestinian perspective is a problem.
I just need to say this. When Simon speaks, you all need to shut the fuck up, because at this time of night, if he yells, which is why he mumbles like this, if he yells, he's gonna get a divorce. So that's the reason why he can't, because his girlfriend's gonna kick him out.
That's right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so wait, so what did Israel do?
What did Israel do?
Wouldn't you explain the whole room to you right now, Simon?
No,
I mean, honestly, Simon, come on.
This is so one-sided in my mind that, I'm just curious to hear what he thinks is, why this is a two-sided conflict.
It's a multi-layered
Nobody's saying that. We're just making thought experiments of what would be the solution, and that means, and Jack was saying that it would be better to be a second level or second whatever citizen instead of a first level citizen.
No, we moved on from that. Haven't we moved on from that? Simon, look, I'm not making a moral equivalence, right? By saying that everybody participated in the way that we got to this situation is not to say that there's one party that's more morally culpable. But everybody did the dance. Everybody did the dance, and you cannot remove Israel did a lot of stuff that if the Palestinians did it, right, we would be screaming bloody murder. And I think it's okay, right? And I speaking as a Jew and somebody who feels myself very much almost Israeli, right? I think it's acceptable and actually it's the only way forward to actually look at what you've done and say, well, that was fucked up. We shouldn't have done that. We might have been morally justified, or it was the right thing, or it was et cetera, right? But we wouldn't do that again.
I want to have two things to say. One, they offer that was suggested about this second-class citizen. Even that, unfortunately, is not possible with the current mindset of the Palestinians, Gaza specifically. They need to be first removed from this indoctrination somehow, and that would be not a one-day process. That would take decades or 50 years of every generation, anywhere between them. And the last word you were talking, remind me what the word you were talking about. So, kind of, can you just just give an example that you just said? Because yes, two need to tango, but I guess there's a big difference between defense and offense. And whenever Israel is doing something, I would ask what would happen if we didn't do it, or what could have been done differently.
Yeah, I think in this particular conflict, and I would say before the emergence of a distinct Palestinian people, right? I think what we have is more like a civil war than it is, an invading group and a native group, right? So in that sense, I think everybody's doing it to each other. I think look, there was ethnic cleansing of many, many villages by Jewish and Zionist forces. That happened. And we should be able to say that it happened. Now, you want to say that that was wrong?
Villages was ethnically cleansed because I know Abu Ghosh and all the residents.
Well, Abu Ghosh wasn't. Abu Ghosh wasn't ethnically cleansed. That's the point.
No, it wasn't. They returned. But which one was? It was, and then they were all returned by Zionists because they said they were not against us. They were not aggressive or whatever at all. But which village, for example, do you have a name of a village that was ethnically cleansed?
Sure.
Do you deny it's happening today too? Then.
Yes. Denied it's happening today, ethnically cleansing villages? Yes. Where, can you give me a name of the village that was ethnically cleansed?
Lod and Ramla.
Search for it.
Lod and Ramla. Lod and Ramla.
Okay, and when exactly, do you know? Or not exactly, like what, when did it happen?
July 48. July 48.
Okay.
Right, and again, I'm not making a moral equivalence. I'm just saying, let's say facts, okay? And this stuff happened. War sucks. In war, people do brutal, terrible things. Some people might say all wars are crimes, right? I'm not sure I would say that, but some people might say that. And I think we can be clear about particular Palestinian ideologies. That, by the way, Simon, I don't think represent the entirety of all of those people, right? The indoctrination is the second point, but that's not the whole story. You're erasing history when you tell the story that way. I think that's a final act to history.
No, I mean, there's a group of people that accept that force is justified, and to the degree that you accept that as a premise for dealing with people politically, you will die. That historically has just been the case.
We live in modernity now, Simon. We don't live in the time of barbarism. We live in modernity.
Well,
That's not.
It's not about if you live in the time of barbarism or not. The people who continue to cry about women and children dying accept barbarism as a premise that is justified to an end.
What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
There's bullets running around right now, slaughtering Iranians. There's in Gaza to sanction the government to point to sovereign countries. There's Hezbollah. These are barbarians. These are primitive human individuals.
That's American.
So why should the civilized Western world succumb?
They shouldn't. That's my point. They should have erased these people from the globe like 50 years ago.
Simon, you sound like a.
Where are you from, Simon?
I don't think Ayn Rand would agree.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think you understand like the level of
He's Jewish.
Ayn Rand would be very disappointed. No, he's just retarded. He's an atheist.
Ah, okay. Yeah, usually I was thinking surprised.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead, Simon, honey.
But no, I mean, there's nothing about that. If there's people chanting death to America, death to Israel, you won't wipe those people out. Like, the way you get into forever wars is because you don't actually do what it takes to actually win the war.
Should you just do what like Pol Pot or Hitler did, just go on a mass canceling spree, like permanently? This is so like it's just genocidal sounding.
Yeah, and Simon, you're forgetting the social aspect. But Simon, you're forgetting the idea that like after you kill the people, you have to like rebuild the society, rebuild the culture. That's why Germany and Japan are positioned where they are, right? It's not because we defeated the Nazis or the Japanese militarily only. Had we just left and then said nothing, or helped them to rebuild or reacculturate them, they would be nothing. It's two parts. Oh my God, son, you're so young.
The U.S. went into Japan, completely eviscerated them, and then shoved the Constitution down their throats. And they're thankful because of it.
And then did a process of denazification. If you're talking about doing the radical Islamization, I'm all on board for that. But it cannot be handled only militarily. You're wrong.
Well, I mean, how else do you do it?
Did you hear what I said? You can't do it only militarily. There has to be a plan.
I agree with you. Again, Japan is a perfect example. Japan is actually the example I go to.
Great. So now you're negotiating against your own position. So now you're negotiating.
Hold on.
I feel like this guy doesn't understand the region. Why people do things they do in the
He
region.
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
They do basic understanding of
The
it.
position that they are is because all of their values stem from fucking Hong Kong. So like, who am I to do?
That's not even true, by the way.
My secular. Okay.
George Hadash. Simon, George Hadash. Do you know who that is?
No.
He was the leader of one of the most violent Palestinian resistance / terror / fill in the blank organization. And he's a Christian man. I thought he didn't do it for Allah. He did it for a whole different set of reasons. And I don't think you have a basic understanding of like the root of this particular conflict. And you're speaking as if this is like a blanket thing for the entire Middle East, which is like super complicated.
It was my understanding that the Palestinian resistance movements in like the 70s and 80s, for example, a lot of them were actually far left, like they were more Marxist.
Communists, yeah.
Yes, and they also was more of like a nationalist, like Arab nationalist, pan-nationalist type of movements. Yeah. It wasn't all. It's at least from what I've read about it, they weren't always like.
That was the first group to really come and make it their political philosophy be Islamism.
By the way, I'm not talking about like the radical leaders of these of like Hamas or Hezbollah. I'm talking about like the average person. That lives in these places.
That still doesn't add up, brother.
You're just calling for genocide at this point.
It just still doesn't work. Because.
I mean, do you realize breaking hearts and minds has always been the strategy for the West? And you can't just brutalize people.
When we went to Iraq,
the average person in Gaza Muslim?
Today, yes.
Okay. I'm saying the reason that you cannot just shove different values down their system, like especially Western values down their system, is because it's antithetical to what these people do.
And how did Turkey do it?
That's not true. There's not a Western people in Gaza, by the way, Simon. That's not true at all of the people in Gaza. Like, although it's one of the most closed off places, some of these people, a lot of these people, Palestinian Muslims in general, aren't even really, it's not like a religious society in that way. Even in the West Bank, the PA isn't like a Muslim theocracy, it's a secular one. You're thinking of North Africans, brother, or South Asians.
North Africans and Syrians.
Listen, my mom's
in London,
yeah.
or Italy, or Montreal,
yeah.
or Chicago,
Perfect.
or
Go look those cases up. You'll find that they're either South Asian, they're North African, or they're from Afghanistan. Go look that up, and I guarantee it'll be along those lines for almost every single one, or your occasional Saudi Arabian. But
France's Middle Eastern population is a whole different. It's
Syria
comes
too.
from a whole
Add
different
Syria to
problem.
that list.
Well, no. I mean, because like after both World War I and World War II, they had North African colonies, and each time they said, yeah, we need lots of people to help rebuild France, and they set them up in like housing, basically kind of like projects, and they never tried to assimilate them. They just let them live amongst themselves, and so you have like these large neighborhoods that are just full, like Al Maghrabi or
Yeah, they're all still there, dude. They don't assimilate at all in France, but they'll assimilate really quickly in America. They'll assimilate in a country that's better at assimilating those groups that they colonized or fucking made refugees or whatever. Like America, you can come, you can get here. Yeah, I know. It's all Muslim. Yeah. Well, you can't make general, dude. Listen. There's a lot of people that are Muslims, and they're from all different kinds of parts of the world. When people say Muslims, like, listen, that might not be the same Muslim country my family came from, where people aren't walking around in niqabs necessarily, right?
I would be okay if Muslims were like Jack. I would be less resistant.
I mean, some of the, like, if you think of like the Muslims that have like a high level of involvement in like terrorism, it's like people from like Dagestan and fucking Chechnya. It seems like it comes in different pockets in the Middle East.
It comes in different pockets, Pepe, but I think that the religion, the framework of that ideology and of that religion is like, how do you say, it's perfect soil, for terrorism, because it's very compatible with the idea of dying by war and dying colonizing and all of these sort of things. So it's very compatible with the way that they have their religion structured.
I get what you're saying. Like, you know how I feel about Islam. I just don't want to talk about that over here.
Yeah. When we
at the same time, I would say this: if I was living in like what was Israel, and it was, despite how long those people had been there, I mean, could have been anywhere from several generations, or a couple generations, I should say, or their ancestors go back a few thousand years. If I saw, regardless of any international agreement, if I saw a bunch of these fucking people moving in, I would just, because just how I am, rather nativist, I would probably resist them too, and just want them, them in their state to go away. Like, I don't think it's all Islam. I think there is like this natural instinct people are going to have, where they're going to want to basically get them, fight them off. I don't think that has to do with Islam.
I'm not saying that has to do with Islam.
There's a lot of divides in the Middle East, and to be honest, a lot of them are built on ethnic and different national beefs. Yeah, tribal beefs and shit too. There's a Muslim component to a lot of it, but if you look at stable Muslim countries, ones that have some success, or even if just they're really stable, they're typically just fine. Extremely conservative, but that's just how it is. They're extremely conservative.
Well, what do you mean by conservative? Like, you have no civil rights?
No, some, for example, even in Dubai, right? Like, they don't allow public PDA, public displays of affection.
You can't even cuss at people, or like.
Civil rights.
You can't, like, they just don't want
No, I think in Dubai, if you want to be gay, to be honest, you can be gay. Like, it's fine, but you just cannot do it in front of people. Of course, if you're a Muslim, nobody has to know about it, right? But I mean, like, it's just public displays of affection.
They have different rules though for like their citizens, and what they allow Western. Basically, if you're a Westerner who's just like, I don't know, not gonna fit in, they can easily just tell you to leave.
Hello everyone.
Simple solution.
Peter, I don't want to interrupt you, but I've got a question.
Questions at the end. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know, but you've been talking about the Middle East, and I want to just state some ideas about that.
So if you don't know what we're talking about, then how come you want to add something?
I don't want to add, but I want to ask a question.
But questions are at the end.
Okay, so shall I keep him at the end right now?
No.
Yeah.
Inside being cheeky.
Okay, okay, you can just discuss them.
Ask a question.
Go ahead, Mohammed. Go ahead, honey.
Okay, thank you. Well, you know, you've been talking about the Muslim countries in the Middle East. Who will achieve peace at the end? West or the Muslim countries in this area? West American people or the Muslims themselves?
I think.
Well, first of all, you guys have to organize and achieve peace yourselves, right? And
I think he has a fair point. I think that like Gulf Arab states in particular are rather stable. I think that it's just my opinion. I do think that you're probably going to see like what will be basically civil wars in Europe. You know, when I don't know how far into the future that is, but yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I think that we'll probably see more violence, a lot more violence in particularly Europe, and you guys probably won't.
You know, Pepe, a lot of those successful GCC countries, a lot of the times, I think they're all kingdoms, right? So they have like a really strong hold on the stability of that country, and a lot of times they have a parliament too, like even like Jordan, and they have great relations with the United States. And all those countries, man, they live like kings up there. It's great. Like for the most part, they're very wealthy. It's a good time. And they're really right. Conservative. What's up?
They did a lot of things right. I mean, they have a lot of foreign workers and stuff, but they don't give fucking citizenship to people. They don't allow people to. They don't have a birthright citizenship. They don't have any of the garbage that you have in Western countries. They realize that is like that would result in their downfall. And yeah, they have laws that are too strict for my liking. However, most of the Muslims that come from places like Qatar and so forth, they tell me, well, I actually like their laws. Like, we don't have to deal with these people coming in and changing our society, our culture, which I think is a good thing. I think that's going to be a big part of the West, why the West will probably delve into, like, war, because it's...
In America, you have two parties that are, like, advocating for, like, the complete opposite of, like, what freedom demands. You have one party that says, bring in everyone, give everyone citizenship. And then the other party is just like, yeah, let's bring in, like, early entry or we don't give them citizenship. Where it's like, you can bring in as many people as you want, you don't give them citizenship. Ways to go about this. Like, number one, it's not the government's role to tell you, oh yeah, this person can or cannot come in for work. Like, that's
well, I think it is.
It's fine because it's security, it's national security. You cannot just let in bad people in.
No, it's exactly a value judgment. You're saying you ought. That's an ought claim. It's not a material fact.
Freedom. If you please don't scroll.
is a value judgment. If you value freedom, they ought to allow
Yes, and it is a value judgment. Like, for example, Switzerland, you cannot just come here and enjoy the country if you're not going to behave. The country, the government, has the right to vet the people that are going to come in. So, if you're qualified to get a job at the level, at the Swiss level, if you have the education, the culture, if you're compatible, if you're going to be responsible, pay your taxes, don't be a pig, and throw trash out. Like, all of this stuff, yes, it's a value judgment.
No, it's not. It's just it's inconsistent with freedom.
Oh my God, that's a value. That's once again, you value freedom in what you think is freedom.
No, this is what I'm saying. Regardless if you value freedom or not, I'm saying you have to be consistent with freedom.
No, I actually think that it's consistent with freedom. That if you want to remain autonomy, to have autonomy over your country and and basically your people over a country, you have to control who comes into your country. Now, that's why Israel's not going to just give all Palestinians Israeli citizenship and the right to return, because they realize demographically they'll lose their own autonomy over their own country, because it will now be overwhelmed with foreigners.
And you need to see, hold on just 1 second, Simon. You need to see countries just as you see individuals. Countries are the smallest unit of the geopolitical component in the globe. So countries, just as individuals, imagine if I told you, oh, Simon, anybody can go inside you as they wish. I mean, it's freedom, right? And you're like, fuck no. What if they have got AIDS? What if they whatever? You know, like, they're not gonna force me. Like, no, that's freedom. Well, in the same way, a country has sovereignty, a country has autonomy, and a country doesn't have to let in anyone.
I always use the house example. Like, your house isn't accessible to strangers. It's not your house.
The difference is that your house is your property, and the property is not the government. The government can say, listen, you know what,
but it is my country.
Again, your country's not.
It wouldn't be if you're not paying taxes, but if you're paying taxes, yes, you have certain rights that other people don't. Therefore, it's your country. You own it.
So when Americans vote for, like, I don't know, policies that tighten immigration, for example, because they want to have control over who comes in their country, that is perfectly in line with freedom.
No, it isn't. That's my point. I'm saying the standard is freedom. If you want to deviate and you go into your own opinions about whatever you think is freedom, I'm telling you that's an inconsistent principle with freedom.
No, it's not.
Is not to tell people who can or cannot come in.
You can only exercise freedom in your country where, I guess you could say that your people have the autonomy to dictate the policies of your country, where it's like basically a democracy. Now, for example, if we were to allow the whole world to just come here, say open borders for the world, I mean, there's a good chance that we'll have a majority Indian population next week. We wouldn't be an American country anymore. I mean,
I'm simply stating what the principle is. If you're saying I don't like that principle, let's just compromise on freedom, then all you're saying to me is, yeah, I just want to compromise on freedom.
It's not about compromising on freedom. You're compromising on responsibility, and you're compromising on obligations because you want to give freedom to people. Freedom doesn't exist if you don't have responsibilities. And part of those responsibilities is fulfilling the rules of the land by the law. And so if you want to be able to access a country, you need to abide by the rules of that country. And then the government can kick you out if you are not abiding by those rules. So yeah, there are conditions. Freedom has conditions.
I mean, do you think the Saudis would consider it freedom if a bunch of, like, homosexuals decided, hey, we're going to all descend on Riyadh and we're going to, like, I don't know, have a gay parade and do gay lewd acts everywhere? I mean, they would see that as, like,
governments.
You need to think this one through a little bit more, Simon. I don't think that you have thought too much about it yet.
I've thought a lot about it.
People do have freedom to stay away from things. Okay, you look at this and I don't even know. It's not even like a libertarian view in my point, in my personal view. It's rather.
I'm not libertarian.
It's an anarchist view.
The government has.
It's completely anarchistic, Simon, and you criticize anarchy, and you're being an anarchist right now.
Anarchism is dumb. Anarchism just says, the hell with every institution in the world.
No, it does not.
Saying the proper function of the government is to protect your rights. That's it.
Which rights ought people have? There's actually like a conversation. People kind of do this in a way. I don't want to get into it, but I'd say there's actually like somewhat more intelligent people that will have conversations about, is it okay to lower the age of consent? And it tends to be, I forget what the study was, but it's a conversation that people with like, I guess, higher levels of education and stuff think it's at least intellectually, like it's an interesting conversation to have.
Not really.
Whereas like,
it's simply a legal matter. Age of consent is just.
Okay, but it's a legal matter whether or not you can be a citizen in a country, though.
I know that's my point. It's a legal matter. Should you let?
Okay, but you said it's antithetical to freedom. But if a 16-year-old wants to marry a 26-year-old, I mean, I could make the same argument.
It's a legal matter, though.
So is citizenship.
I know. I'm saying it should be extremely difficult to become a citizen.
Okay.
What do you think of birthright citizenship?
Yeah, you shouldn't just become a citizen simply because you're born in a geographical location. Even though my son will be born in America, and he should be getting his citizenship.
Well.
That's right. As Randy likes to say it, the rules apply. What is it? The rules apply for me and not for thee.
I mean, I would just say the only way you can have true freedom is to have a level of freedom of association, which is something that involves both inclusion and exclusion. You can't truly be yourself or do what you want to do without, people that are, I guess, similar. Like, obvious example, why do homosexuals like to go to gay bars or nightclubs? It's obviously same reason straight people like to do that, at regular bars or clubs. People create communities like even within the United States. And I would say our country is just like so different from most of the world that it's, I definitely don't want it to become like those other parts of the world. So I'm definitely okay with restricting people's ability to become citizens.
But I feel like I'm really saying that is my entire position. I'm saying make it extremely difficult because to become a citizen, because the way you radically shift a nation is if you just allow anybody to become a citizen. That doesn't exclude people from actually just coming in and working or educating themselves. Like, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. I'm just simply saying don't allow those people to vote. Because if you bring in 5 Indians and then 5 Indians vote for an Indian, you basically get India for 30 years. I don't want America to be India, but I don't care if the Indians want to come in. Because eventually they just have to assimilate, because no matter how hard they want to work or how much they want to bitch, either you like it or you don't, but you have the political power in the country. So you're completely irrelevant. You have no say.
But that's kind of what Middle Eastern countries do. You basically, if you don't like it, you just get the fuck out. And if you have a problem with paying our laws, we'll throw you in jail and then deport you as soon as you get released.
Well, Middle Eastern countries don't have like civil rights. I mean, they're, I'm talking about you have full civil.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
Human beings require freedom in order to operate as a human being. Yes, of course it's wrong.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think that's a value judgment.
Of course, it's a value judgment. You're talking about a human being and the necessity of the human being to be free. It's a metaphysical requirement for a human being to be free.
Sure, but I would probably argue that it's far safer, for example, to live in Qatar. You probably don't have to worry about criminals robbing you or people jumping you, your shit getting stolen, getting verbally harassed and stared down aggressively by men if you're a woman.
You have no.
You don't have it. You have basically.
Obviously.
Sure, but I would say I've talked to people who said they liked that. They prefer the trade-off.
Okay.
To them, it's worth it.
Okay. They have the luxury because of America. Nobody is saying, "Oh my God, you know, like that really nice Saudi Arabian car." No, that doesn't happen. That happens everywhere else in the world. Does anybody say, "Oh my God, that amazing"?
I know they have oil wealth.
Saudi Arabian.
I get it.
Yeah, that's it. They don't produce fuck.
Sure, but I'm not talking about how they lack innovation. I'm talking about how. Yeah, I'm not talking about them lacking innovation. We all know that. Yes, but what we're talking about is that now that they have the means to have a wealthy country because they have oil wealth, what is wrong with him wanting their? In fact, what the fuck is wrong with necessarily wrong with Sharia law if that's how they want to live?
Well, you're just making a more relativist argument. It's like, what, like, if they just want to have slavery, like, who cares? Just let them have slavery.
I didn't say no. That's not quite the same.
No, that's the logic you're trying to apply. It's just a more relativist argument.
No, I don't necessarily consider them the same. I understand Sharia law can be like barbaric, but it can be implemented in ways that are like not that bad.
You're simply saying, what's wrong with another nation doing what they want to do? And I'm saying, well, what if there's a nation that just wants to have slavery? Like, at what point do you say, actually, that's more?
Well, yeah, I would say slavery. There's a country that makes rape of any woman you want like legal. I mean, yeah, there's things that are like obviously cross the line. I don't think anybody would deny that.
Forget cross a line. I mean, cross a line for who? That society doesn't care about that line.
Well, it's interesting. You know, Mexico. This was like back in like 2000, 2001. It's some parts of Mexico. It's like really rural. It can be like a couple hours. You can go to the nearest like town. Like their concept of rape. Was like, haha, that sounds like a silly judicial law. It wasn't a big deal to them. And the women, I guess, didn't feel that traumatized by it because there wasn't like this stigma in this out in the middle of nowhere group of natives.
I mean, in Sharia law, like 4 men have to witness a woman get raped in order for it to be like considered rape.
Well, would you blame somebody who lives in Qatar or UAE for saying, yeah, we don't have the freedoms like when I was studying in the university, you know, at a university in America, but I prefer being able to live the way I live here.
I'm simply just saying, if you don't hold freedom as a value, okay, then you fall into like the more relativist arguments. And like if I say like,
why should I hold freedom as a value?
Because it's a metaphysical requirement of human beings to be free in order for them to operate as human beings.
No, I think that's bullshit.
Okay, so then let's.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's free technically. I mean.
No. Well, I mean, relatively speaking. So like, if you look at countries like North Korea, where it's a complete totalitarian state, versus America.
But people like living in Qatar. People don't like living in North Korea. So why are we using that as an example?
It's all relative because it's all relative.
Yeah, it's relative. Let's talk about places where people want to live. Muslims like living in Qatar and UAE.
Yes, but like Muslims, okay, have a very tribal and primitive view of the world. That's why they don't mind. These are people that do not produce literally fuck all. Okay.
I know that, but that's
America.
I'm not critiquing their lack of innovation. I'm critiquing their have the laws.
But then how do you grow? But then the reason people go to Dubai, the reason it's prosperous is because there's other people who go there who have money. Okay, but those people have money because those people actually produce something.
Well, I do wonder though, what is maybe part of the problem with like Saudi Arabia is that since these people are born into money, can just have the shit they want. They can just buy it. Maybe that lack of it creates a lack of drive to want to be somebody that I don't know, innovates shit. I really don't have the answer, but
I mean, look at the stuff that they invest in. I mean, I wouldn't even say that's the case. I'm simply saying, even if you're born into money and you inherit trillions of dollars, okay, that's just you. Like other people have to produce something of value as well. Because right now what happens is like you don't have like an entire economy in these countries. Like if it's not for oil, these people are bankrupt. Okay, and I'm saying like if you remove that from America, you still have an economy.
yeah, but they have oil, so why does it matter? I mean, they're not going to go bankrupt, at least anytime soon.
I'm simply saying, like, if you have a population that doesn't produce anything for value for other people, then, like, that's it. Like, it's not like wealth just comes into a vacuum because you have oil. Like,
but what does it matter? Because there is a demand for oil, and they still have to have a lot of oil.
I'm saying the conditions that they live in. They have a luxury because of the commodities that they sell to the planet. But I'm saying, if you remove that commodity, what do you think you have? You have a primitive society. And I'm saying if you take out oil out of America, you still have a civilized society.
Okay.
Like there's an economy, like this, you have rights, you have the ability to produce, to pursue other values, and you just don't have that in these other countries. You can't open up a strip club, you can't open up a fucking whatever unless the government approves it. Like countries that we know, that do that do not do well. That's my entire point. So I'm saying in order for human beings to operate as a human being, you have to be able to be free enough, relatively speaking, to be able to pursue the values you think are gonna achieve some sort of benefits to your life. In Qatar, in Saudi, that is not the case.
Yeah, it's not how I look at it.
Well, I mean, I think you have a misunderstanding of like just like wealth doesn't just pop up out of nowhere.
When did I say it did? We all know why the Gulf Arab states have money, but it's not a secret. So what is there to debate?
Well, if it wasn't for the free countries, these people wouldn't be able to trade.
But it's not the free countries. It's because we literally have automobiles and shit that requires oil, and so
that's exactly what I'm talking
they have the demand for it.
An automobile doesn't just pop up in the ether, and like we just have automobiles now, or we have like these combustion engines that didn't need a product that you sell. Like in order for there to be a combustion, there has to be the conditions necessary for you to even be able to produce that. And I'm
sure, but they already exist. I get it, but
bro,
so are you saying that you think that you don't think that they would be able to be free? You don't think that they could be maybe innovative despite being Muslim with their laws?
Okay, well, give me the example. Where?
No, I'm asking. I actually don't have the answer.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't exist. That's not.
You've heard me go off on Arabs about how they completely lack innovation in comparison to the rest of the world. But
I know, but that's my point, bro. That's exactly my point. I'm saying they do not create the conditions necessary in order for us to get to where we are today. when you say, oh yeah, but I don't mind living in Dubai today, I don't mind living in Qatar today, I'm saying, okay, but like you have the luxury to say that. But if we had to restart from nothing and you said, yeah, let's go to Dubai, well, good luck, because that's not going to happen. And I'm saying America is a country that allows you the freedom, the conditions for you to be able to get to where we are today. Because Dubai and Saudi do not. That's the beauty of America. That's why.
I mean, it's for me. That's really. It's hard to say that is the cause. I do think it perhaps could be an explanation, but I also think that the fact that you have a group of people that do not have to be innovative, just because they're wealthy to begin with. I think was every bit as much of a likely explanation.
Again, you're taking it as if it just comes into a vacuum, bro. That's my point. I'm saying restart. Okay, everybody in the world has nothing because at some point everybody in the world did have nothing. I'm saying the conditions that America allows versus the conditions Saudi and Middle East allows. Okay, America will win that 100 out of 100. Okay, so you're all you're saying is, well, now that we have everything, let's just go back to regressing. And it's like, well, why?
Well, no, if I push back, no, this is rather recent flip in history where the West is as powerful and innovative as it is. If you look out throughout history, though, especially along the Mediterranean, North Africa, you cannot say that these Muslims were not innovative. I mean, they had seaworthy ships. They were conquering people. They had their own architecture. They had all kinds of shit. So, I mean, yeah, we're more innovative than them now, but but when they didn't have oil money, they didn't really seem to be lacking innovation necessarily.
They had the Islamic golden age because they had Aristotle, and then once they dropped Aristotle, that was it. You have Islam today. Basically, once they dropped Aristotle in the year 1000, that was it. First, what observations came out of Islam after that?
Wait, if you were detained at any Illinois juvenile detention facility, this is the money glitch that's getting former detainees.
The function of a Zen teacher is to put his students in all
Say, for
kinds of
instance, you've got a drug and
where in the
alcohol
normal course of social
a
relations.
person who is addicted to drugs and alcohol. He's trying
By
to
asking
have
nonsensical
a relationship with Muslim
by
circle,
making absurd remarks.
and they primarily just want to use it to.
All ways of unhinging things. And above all, keeping them stirred up with impossible demands. To hear the sound of one hand, to, without moving, stop a ship sailing out on the water, or to stop the sound of a train whistle in the distance. Magic. To touch the ceiling without getting up from one's chair. To take the 4 divisions of Tokyo out of your sleeve. To take Mount Fuji out of a pillbox. All these impossible questions are asked. And in the ordinary way of interpreting these questions, we think, well, now, gee, how could we do that? See, that's a very difficult question that's been asked. And you have to think, what would I do to do that? Because we are caught up in a certain way of discourse, which the language game that we play, and the social games, the production games, and the survival games that we play are good games. But we take them so seriously that we think that that is the only important thing. And this is to unstick us from that notion and realize that it would be just as good a game to drop dead now as to go on living. Is a lightning flash bad because it lives for a second as compared with the sun that goes on for billions of years? You can't make that sort of comparison, because a world of lightning goes also with a world where there's a sun, and vice versa. So long-lived creatures and short-lived creatures go together. That's the meaning of that saying. Flowering branches grow naturally, some short, some long. So this then is a scene in a Zen community where spontaneous behavior is encouraged within certain limits. And as the student becomes more and more used to it, those limits are expanded until eventually he can be trusted to go out on the street and behave like a true Zen character and get by perfectly well. You know what occasionally happens on the street when 2 people are walking down the sidewalk straight at each other, and they both decide to move to the right together, and then to the left together, and they somehow get stuck. They can't pass each other. Zen teachers will pull just exactly that sort of stunt when going down a path and meet one of their students, to see if they can get him in a tangle, and can he escape from it. And you will find in everyday life that there is a very clear distinction between people who always seem to be self-possessed and people who are dithering and nervous and don't quite know how to react in any given situation, always getting embarrassed because they have their life too strongly programmed. You said, I mean, this is a common marriage argument. You said you would do such and such a thing at such and such a time. And now you've changed your plans. Not that the change of plans really caused any inconvenience, but just the feeling that when you say you will do something at a certain time, you ought to do it at that time, come hell or high water. Well, that's being very unadaptable. That's being a stone kind of sticky thing. If it, after all, doesn't matter when we do it, and somebody is offended because the time has been changed, that's simply because they are attached to punctuality as a fetish. And this is one of the great problems. This causes many automobile accidents. Men rushing home to be on time for dinner when they stayed late either working or they had to stop for a drink at some bar, or when the girl feels that she has to, that if she has a fussy husband and she feels she has to have the dinner ready at exactly a certain moment, she ruins the cooking. He'd rather have a faithful wife and a bad cook. I hope I'm not treading on any toes. So, you see, we spend an awful lot of energy trying to make our lives fit images of what life is or should be, which they can never possibly fit. So, Zen practice is in getting rid of these images. But it's so explosive socially to do that. And it so worries people. They get vertigo, they get dizzy, they don't know which end is up. And this happens, you know, if you've ever been in one of those blab sessions where they call them tea groups, I think, or something like that, where people gather together without any clear idea of what this gathering's about. They know it's somehow self-exploration, but just how do you begin on that? And so somebody starts to push his idea, and then somebody else says, well, why are you trying to push your idea on us? And then they all get into an argument about the argument. And the most amazing confusions come about, but sometimes they all see what idiots they're being. And then they learn to live together in a really open and spontaneous way.
I am a cheater, a thief, a liar. But not like you think. I have metastatic breast cancer, and I pretend that I'm fine, but I'm tricking my cancer. I'm yanking back more moments, memories, with an HER2. And HER2 is for adults whose HER2 positive or HER2 low breast cancer cannot be removed by surgery or is metastatic, and who have received a prior treatment, or whose cancer has come back during or within 6 months of ending treatment. And HER2 helped people live longer than other medicines. Your doctor will do tests to ensure HER2 is right for you, and HER2 can cause serious side effects, like lung problems that may lead to death, low white blood cell counts that are common and sometimes severe, and problems with your heart pumping blood. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening shortness of breath, trouble breathing, signs of infection, cough, fever, chills, feeling tired, swelling of ankles or legs, irregular heartbeat, sudden weight gain, dizziness, or loss of consciousness. And HER2 can harm your unborn baby. Talk to your doctor about pregnancy, breastfeeding, and effective birth control. Ask about other side effects. With HER2, all of that is mundane, magical, mine. Sure, metastatic breast cancer will try to take it all, but not today.
Hey TikTok, it's Alan Walker, and if you want to get this, or this, search Alan Walker on TikTok and tap the banner right now.
There was a very interesting dinner party once where the Zen master was present, and there was a geisha girl who served so beautifully and had such style that he suspected she must have some Zen training. And after a while, when she paused to fill his sake cup, he bowed to her and said, I'd like to give you a present. And she said, I would be most honored. And he took the iron chopsticks that are used for the hibachi, the charcoal brazier, moving the charcoal around. He picked up a piece of red-hot charcoal and gave it to her. Well, she had very long sleeves on her kimono. She whirled the sleeves round her hands and took the hot charcoal, withdrew to the kitchen, dumped it, and changed her kimono because it was burnt through. Then she came back into the room, and after a suitable interval, she stopped before the Zen master and bowed to him and said, I would like to give you, sir, a present. He said, I would be very much honored. Of course, he was wearing a kimono, something like this. And so she picked up a piece of coal and offered it to him. He immediately produced a cigarette and said, thank you, that's just what I need. Now, you know, in the same way that we have this in our culture, certain people who are comedians, who know how to make jokes and gags in a completely unprepared situation. Face them with anything, and they somehow come through. So that is exactly the same thing in a special domain as Zen. Only the master of Zen does this in every life situation. But the important thing is to be able to do this This is the secret. You must remember, you can't make a mistake. Now, that's a very difficult thing to do. Because from childhood up, we have had to conform to a certain social game. And if you're going to conform to this game, you can make mistakes, or not make mistakes. So, this thing has gone into us all the time. You must do the right thing. There's certain conduct appropriate here, there's certain conduct appropriate there. And that sticks in us, and gives us a double self all our lives long, because we never grow up. You realize that the whole of life plays a game, which is a childhood game. There are three kinds of people: top people, middle people, and bottom people. And there can't be any middle people unless there are bottom people and top people. There can't be any top people unless there are middle and bottom people. And so it goes. And everybody's trying to be in a top set. Well, if they're going to be there, there's got to be someone in the bottom set. And the people who do the right thing, and people who do the wrong thing. Here in Sausalito, we have this very, very plainly. There are the right people, the nice people who live up on the hill. Then there are the nasty people who live down here on the waterfront, and they grow beards, and they wear blue jeans, and they smoke marijuana. And whereas the other people on the top of the hill drive Cadillacs and have wall-to-wall carpeting and nicely mowed lawns, and their particular kind of poison is alcohol. Now, the people who live on the top of the hill know that they're nice people. But they wouldn't know they were nice people unless they had some nasty people to compare themselves with. Every in-group requires an out-group, whereas the nasty people think they are the real far-out people, whereas those people, those hillbillies, are squares. And they wouldn't be able to feel far out unless there were squares. See? These things simply go together. But when that is not seen, we play the games of getting on top of things all the time. And so we're in a constant state of competition as to, if it's not I'm stronger than you, it's I'm wiser than you, I'm more loving than you, I'm more tolerant than you, I'm more sophisticated than you. It doesn't matter what it is, but this constant competition is going on. In terms of that competition, we can, of course, lose place, and in that sense make mistakes. But what a Zen student is a person who is not involved in the status game.
When exploring new credit cards, you should know what you're getting into. With hundreds of offers, Credit Karma curates relevant options for you and shows you approval odds, so it's easier to find your way to the right card for you. Intuit Credit Karma.
That's the real meaning of a monk. He is not keeping Joneses. And to be a master, he must get to the point where he's not trying to be a master. The whole idea of your being better than anybody else simply doesn't make any sense at all. It is totally meaningless. Because you see everybody manifesting the marvel of the universe in the same way as the stars do. And the water, the winds, and the animals. And you see them all as being in their right places and not being able really to make mistakes, although they may think they're making mistakes or not making mistakes and playing all these competitive games. But that's their game. Now, I only say, if that game begins to bore you, and it begins to trouble you and give you ulcers and all kinds of things, then you raise the problem of getting out of it. And therefore you start to become interested in things like Zen. That is simply a symptom of your growing in a certain direction, where you are tired of playing a certain kind of game. You are as naturally flowing in another direction as if a tree were putting out a new branch. So because you say, oh well, we people are interested in higher things, you see that depends still on the differentiation of rank between the superior and the inferior people. But when you begin to see through that and grow out of that, you don't think anymore of this superior and inferior classification. You don't think we are spiritual people who attend to higher things as distinct from these morons who are only interested in beer and television. The trouble with the human being is, like the trouble with certain animals, like the dinosaur, who evolved to the point where he was so big that he had to have two brains, a higher self in the head and a lower self in the rump. And the difficulty was to get these two brains to coordinate. But we have exactly the same problem. And we are suffering from a kind of jitters that comes from being two-brained. Now, you see, I'm not saying that that jitters is bad. It's a potential step in evolution and an opportunity of growth. But remember, in the process of growth, the oak is not better than the acorn. Because what does it do? It produces acorns. Or you could say, just like I sometimes love to say, that a chicken is one egg's way of becoming others. So an oak is an acorn's way of becoming other acorns. Where is the point of superiority? The first verse of that poem I just quoted, the flowering branches grow naturally, some short, some long. The first verse is, in the landscape of spring, there is nothing superior and nothing inferior. The flowering branches are naturally some short, some long. So that's the point of view of being an outcast, in the sense of being outside the taking seriously of being involved in the social game, and therefore being threatened by making mistakes, of doing the wrong thing. That is to say, of carrying into adult life one's childhood condition, where somebody is constantly yammering at you to play the game. So therefore, the preachers and the teachers take the same attitude towards their adult congregations that parents take to children, and lecture them and tell them what they should do. And judges in courts feel also entitled to give people lectures because they say those criminal types haven't grown up, neither have the judges. It takes two to make a quarrel. So one can begin to think in a new way, in the polarity thinking, instead of being stuck with the competitive thinking of the good guys and the bad guys, the cops and the robbers, the capitalists and the communists, all these things which are simply childishness. Now, of course, you recognize that the moment I say that, it's like talking in English in order to show that the English language has limitations. And I am talking in a language that seems competitive to show that the competitive game has limitations. As if I were saying to all you cats here, look, I have something to tell you that if you get this, you'll be in a better position than you were before you heard it. But I cannot speak to this group or this society or this language-speaking culture without using the language, the gestures, the customs, etc. that you have.
Not everything in Silicon Valley or any industry or life for that matter need be portrayed as home runs or strikeouts, success or failure. It's so ridiculous that it's portrayed that way, but it's what sells newspapers, so it's what you read about. The most successful people I know are divorced, and they tell me it wasn't worth it. Don't do it. Don't sacrifice your families. Hold your children up high as your greatest inventions, because they are. I invented something that many of you use every day. You don't know it. It's buried in the enterprise, but I know it, and I know how it feels. And I'll tell you, it doesn't compare to every day holding that one's happy and healthy little hand. And by the way, don't step on anyone's neck to advance your cause. Don't sue anyone and try not to get sued. You'll sleep better at night. I've never been a party to a lawsuit in my technology career. Amen to that. My wife and I don't put work before our daughter or each other. Engineers in my company with similar families and I have been together most of our careers. We don't waste time commuting to offices. We don't have each other over for dinner. We don't have holiday parties. We get it done, and then we see our families. The Union of Concerned Scientists just forecasted that nearly 4,400 homes in Marin County alone are going to be completely underwater in less than 30 years due to sea level rise. So my generation, your generation, we're going to have to do something. For now, I keep searching for ideas by taking our daughter to school on an electric tandem bicycle. We count the idling cars as we pass in traffic. We wave to them. They used to wave to us, but we're getting a little annoying now, so they kind of just... But it's something. It's something that we can do. Maybe you'll have an idea about attacking global warming, or maybe you'll have an idea about attacking poverty, or maybe you'll have an idea about attacking truth and news reporting. Maybe you'll do none of those things, but maybe you'll speak from your heart authentically in front of the person that you're going to marry, and maybe you'll be inspired. In an increasingly unrecognizable world, my career trajectory should be recognizable to you. This means you can do what I've done. You can have this life. You can be happy in your career and your family. And if you want the world to know your name, well, then I applaud you. I really do. The world needs you. And I'll wish you every success. If you're willing to sacrifice it all, get it all, blow out the curtain, just remember my name as your backup plan. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path, and leave a trail.
Want to stop hair loss in its tracks? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow visibly thicker and fuller hair. Get back your robust head of hair in just 3 to 6 months with doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride, minoxidil, and a blend of supplements that support healthy hair. 3 in 4 Hims customers say they wish they started using hair treatment earlier. Stop hair loss and regrow hair. Get started today at Hims.com.
The Zen masters try to get around this by doing things, suddenly, that people just don't get. Well, what is this? Therefore, that is the reason why, this is the real reason why, Zen cannot be explained. You have to make, as it were, a jump from the valuation game of better people and worse people, in groups and out groups. And you can only make it by seeing that they all are mutually interdependent. So if we take this situation, let's say I would be talking to you and saying, look, I have some very special thing that you've got to take notice of. Therefore, I am the in-group, and I'm the teacher, and you are the out-group. I know perfectly well that I cannot be the teacher unless you come. And so that my status and my position is totally dependent on you. It isn't something you see, therefore I have first, and then you get. These things arise mutually. So if you wouldn't come, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't know what to say. Because I borrowed your language. So that is the insight that things go together. Then, when you see that, and aren't in competition, then you don't make a mistake, because you don't do them. When I first learned the piano and played these wretched scales, the teacher beside me had a pencil in my hand, and she hit my fingers every time I made a wrong note. Consequence was I never learned to read music, because I hesitated too long to play the note on time. Because I was always, is this pencil going to land? See? That gets built into your psyche. And so people are always, although they're adults and nobody is coming around and screaming at them any longer, they hear the echoes of that screaming mama or that bombinating papa in the back of their heads all their life long. And so they adopt the same attitudes to their own children. And the fast continues. Because there is no, I don't say that you shouldn't lay down the law to children if you want them to play the social game. But if you lay down the law to your children, you must make provision later in life for them to be liberated, to go through a process of curing them from the bad effects of education. But you can't do that unless you too grow up, see, as we grow up. Says I, including myself. So that is the thing. Now, therefore, in the Zen scene, you would think that the master, as we know him and as we read about him, is an extremely authoritarian figure. That's the way he deliberately comes on at the beginning. He puts up a terrific show of being an awful dragon. And this screens out all sorts of people who don't have somehow the nerve to get into the work. But once you are in, a very strange change takes place. The master becomes the brother. He becomes the affectionate helper of all those students. And they love him as they would a brother, rather than respect him as they would a father. And therefore the students and masters, they make jokes about each other. They have a very curious kind of social relationship, which has all the outward trappings of the authoritarian. But everybody knows on the inside that that's a joke. Liberated people have to be very cool. Otherwise, in a society which doesn't believe in equality, but cannot possibly practice it, they would be considered extremists and persecutors. Therefore, great Zen masters wear purple and gold and carry scepters and sit in thrones, and all this is carried on to cool it. The outside world knows that they're all right. They're disciplined, they're order, they're perfectly fine. Having discussed the basic principles of what Zen is about, I'm passing on to the more practical side of it. A Zen monastery is not a monastery in the Christian sense. It's more like a theological seminary, except that it practices more than it teaches.
TikTok, it's Alan Walker, and if you want to get this, or this, search Alan Walker on TikTok and tap the banner right now.
People everywhere are recommending GoodRx.
My neighbor showed me the app. Tell me save on my kids' allergy pills.
GoodRx can save you a lot of money.
A typical institution consists of a campus. And on the campus there are many buildings. First of all, around the edges you will invariably find independent temples that were founded in times past by noble families. Because one of the things that the Buddhists did when they came to the Far East was they exploited ancestor worship. This was very clever of them. This being the great religion of China, the Buddhist priests performed services like requiem masters for the repose of the souls or for good incarnation, reincarnations for one's ancestors, and they made quite a thing out of that. And so they have memorial services for the departed. And that's one of the principal functions of temples in Japan. People don't go to temple in the same way as Westerners go to church. They make pilgrimages to temples. And say at a great temple like Haiti, you will find on a Sunday morning or practically any morning a swarm of about 500 people attending the 4 a.m. service of chanting the Buddhist scriptures. But they're kind of in and out of their temples. They have special services. They have memorial services, weddings, funerals, or everything like that. But they don't have a parish kind of church community as we find it in the West. Although when Buddhism through the Japanese immigrants exports itself to the United States, they immediately copy the Protestant church institution and sing, Buddha loves me, this I know, for the Sutra tells me so. It's terrible. And all the young men, they say, who have never been in Japan, one thing they can't stand is Sutra chanting, because they don't know what it means, and the priests don't know what it means a lot of the time. And so, but it's beautiful to listen to, but they haven't got an educated Western ear yet to appreciate that kind of oriental music. Well now, aside from these many temples, each of which is in charge of a priest with his family, and some of them are having a hard time making it go these days, so they've become restaurants for very elegant food, or museums, and all sorts of things. Now the central, the guts of the Zen temple is what's called the Sodo. So in Japanese is the Sangha, the order of followers of the Buddha. Do simply means hall. So the Sangha hall or Sodo is the center. And this consists of a number of rooms, but the main one, the actual Sodo itself, is a large, long, spacious room with platforms on either side and a wide passage down the center. The platforms are 6 feet wide, and each contains a number of tatami mats, which are measure 6 by 3. And every monk is assigned to a mat. And
Did you have your shirt as a child? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. How many times has the West been fooled by these figures?
Agreed. And, I do
it's a great idea to have this run by the Congress, because I do like the idea that the Congress, when we started this country, the Congress had all the power, really, and very little was given to George Washington. And
by his request, by the way.
That's right. American Cincinnatus, right? He did not go after power. But anyway, the point. So I do think, having rational Congress okay I think is important. And I have a practical question. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this, but if these nuclear things are out in the middle of the desert, why not just drop a nuclear bomb after you kind of soften things up, maybe? Since there aren't very many people there that are going to be harmed, just infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure.
So Dominic makes a very important point that I would like to echo in the chat, which is linked above. Did JFK request congressional approval for the naval blockade of Cuba? No. President John F. Kennedy did not get formal congressional approval before implementing the naval blockade of Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962. What did Kennedy do instead? Dominic writes, he informed Congress, but he acted unilaterally as commander-in-chief. But see, he did talk to Congress. And most members of Congress, Dominic points out, publicly supported the president. And he writes that the moment became a precedent for unilateral executive military action used by later presidents. But he's not, this president, discussing any of this with Congress. I don't think he needs the consent of Congress, but he needs the informal consent, I guess, of Congress. And Hanson, by the way, agrees in the chat with Dominic's point. Thank you, Les.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
And so we have to look at what the alternative is. If they have a bomb, then Iran is a much bigger problem to everybody, including the people in Iran. And if we're trying to get the Middle East stabilized, a nuclear armed Iran is the opposite thing.
Thank you, Les. We'll now go to David.
Gary, I think there's a lot of conundrums here that we're facing in the country with regard to Trump's leadership, with regard to the way he's been hemmed in to tacitly give support to Netanyahu, while at the same time pandering to the base, to the Tucker Carlsons of the world. But I thought Tucker brought up some interesting points, Gary, and that was highlighting the fact that Ted Cruz did not have a whole lot of command, not just of the population of Iran, but their ethnic makeup. Not just them being a Muslim Persian country, but the other cultures that also exist in a place of 90 million people. And that's important to understand because from the standpoint of the language and the way the rhetoric that's being bantered about, it resonates and has similarities to the run-up to the Iraq War. And we saw how, George W. Bush spoke about this big threat, this massive threat to our security. He put Colin Powell front and center, taking this story to the UN. And we saw the disastrous outcome of that campaign. And so are we also entering into a very similar, are they setting a trap to enter into a Gulf War II here with regard to a much more, a country to be much more radicalized, get the support of the other aspects of the Middle East. So, I think it's important, as much as I'm not a big MAGA supporter, think their voice is very important with regard to checking Trump's ability to throw us into something that could have very protracted and massive consequences, not just to the loss of life to the Iranian people and the potential further destruction, or further, not destruction, but damage to the Israeli people in their country, but also to the possible displacement of Iranians, causing massive refugee situations that we've seen in the Syrian campaigns. We're seeing, obviously, the fact that there may not be the ability to do a regime change, the likes of which the Iranian people deserve. And again, I'm no fan of this regime either, Gary. This is a regime that's repressed its people, it's looted its economy, with the backroom deals with China, the shadow economy that exists there. And so there's a whole lot of reasons why this has to happen. But I think the ultimate campaign would be another potential Iraq 2.0 if we don't get it right. So those are some of my talking points on that front. I mean, at the same time, we're seeing Trump call out his Tassie Gabbard, saying that Iran's not necessarily close to having a nuke. So the messaging, the talking points are kind of all over the map. That's not good for the cohesion of a big decision like this. So, I just think we need to really take a step back. I know we're already en route there on some level with regard to the massive deployment, so maybe we're sort of playing a game of wait and see here. But yes, I'd like nothing more than to see the regime toppled. The Middle East should be a lot safer with one less state actor with a nuclear weapon. But keep in mind, Gary, that a lot of these countries like Iran, North Korea, even Pakistan, who obtained a nuclear weapon in the early 70s as a byproduct of what India did in terms of their nuclear campaign. These countries feel they're in desperate throes to secure themselves by any means necessary because they can't compete with conventional warfare, the likes of which Israel just demonstrated, the likes of how we've demonstrated our campaigns in Gulf War I, not necessarily Gulf War II to some extent. But yeah, these countries don't have a way to resist. This is an allied military response to their sovereignty. So I don't think that ever goes away here, particularly if we destabilize Iran in such a way that it creates a more reactionary response to what it is we're attempting to do here. So those are my talking points today, and I hope it made some sense. Thank you.
Making one's point by embarrassing a person who you have invited onto your platform is not the proper way of making your point. Make your point through argumentation, but not by ridiculing a U.S. senator or anyone for that matter. This was a low point in the career of Tucker Carlson. He made his point. He made his point that the senator doesn't know the population of Iran, and therefore anything that the president might have to say, the senator might have to say, can be discounted because he just proved that the senator is incompetent, and his point of view on this matter must be discarded. It's sort of like Detective Furman. No matter what he said of substance on the stand in the OJ trial that might have been used to lead to a conviction was totally discarded, his entire credibility, because he got caught lying about the use of the N-word, which had nothing to do with the evidence that he presented. I'm pretty moved by the defense.
That's exactly what Tucker Carlson did. It was terrific theater. It was entertaining as can be, but it did it lead to a further understanding of the complexities of this conflict? Absolutely not.
Gary, you were talking about a sitting senator, an educated man who went to Harvard. We're talking about a country where we have a very complicated history with going back.
Let me ask you a question. If he thought it was 80 million people, or if he thought it was 100 million people, instead of 90 million people, to quote Hillary Clinton, what difference does it make?
Well, irrespective of those talking points, I get your point 100% with regard to how it doesn't really talk about the core issues of why we should be over there helping Israel. This is a MAGA move. These people don't care. Just the same way Trump doesn't care how he gets his agenda served. Tucker Carlson's going to use his approach to defend that side of the equation as well.
Look, it's his platform. He's the host, and he has the right. I choose when I run this room not to ridicule people in the manner that he ridiculed Cruz, and I have a core group of people who appreciate that and who show up on a regular basis, and he probably has a much bigger core group of people who want to see him do his gotcha. But I just think it's terribly poor form.
Okay, well, yeah. We all agree, and I agree with that as well, Gary. I'm all about the decorum of any political debate and not attacking your opponent.
Not just a political debate. This has real-life consequences to a lot of people, for God's sake.
100%.
But it made Tucker look good in the eyes of his people, and that's all that matters. Thank you, David. Double.
Hi, Gary, can you hear me?
No. Yes, I can hear you.
Nice. Coming to you from Stockholm, almost midsummer here, which is a nice.
I hope you're not suffering from syndrome.
Well, we all are a little bit, I think, Gary. Yeah, it's actually like about just after midnight, so it's actually a little bit dark here. It's like dusk, it doesn't get totally dark, but, what am I gonna say? So, let me read the message here. The U.S. Trump a bunker bomb. I think if there's reason to believe that it would be effective in destroying, a bomb-making facility, then I think there's a strong argument. I definitely leave it up to the judgment of the people with all of the intel and all of the power to drop these bombs. I do think Trump is he's shown that he's rude. He's not a hawk. He's always said he's kind of the Teddy Roosevelt, walk softly, carry a big stick, so give us heavy military. He wants people to fear him.
Softly? Trump?
Yeah.
Don't use that analogy.
Don't walk softly. Okay, that's fair.
He takes a
That's
step
fair.
and he publicizes it for everybody to see.
Okay, you're right. Okay, but they carry a big stick, but not necessarily be aggressively using it if you can avoid it. I've heard there's a lot of planes being sent over, but at the same time, a lot of assets and a lot of personnel got pulled back from the region. And here's saying the whole 60-day thing. Well, you could reframe everything into he was awfully generous to strongly request that Israel refrain from launching this campaign for the last 60 days. And, that was very nice of him. So really, they should be thanking him for 60-day retreat. And besides, people are talking like it's U.S. doing, but this is Israel's war so far. I mean, why aren't people saying? Why aren't people talking about this in terms of Israel? They're really focusing on what the U.S. is doing. up to them if they say there's this nuclear stuff. I believe it a lot more than I knew it was aligned with the Iraq stuff. But I think we've across multiple presidents for decades, we've been saying that they're developing. We know they have a nuclear program.
How did you know that the Iraq war was fake and that this is true? I'm challenging your
because we had Hans Blix inspecting, and he himself said, like, yeah, they're a little bit of a pain in certain places, but he said there was no weapons for they inspected all over the place, and there was
that's
no.
not what he said.
That's
not what he said. And this is a very nuanced approach to what he said. And I say this because I was working for CNN Radio at the time, and I was covering the United Nations. And I was there when he made these statements. And his statement was, we cannot, we have not found weapons of mass destruction, but I cannot say that there are none. Now, I'm paraphrasing. But he hedged his response. I think that in general what you said is a fair characterization, but you know, because but I remember sitting there and saying, would you just fucking say, I'm saying this to myself, I didn't say it to his face, would you just fucking say that they do or they do not have weapons of mass destruction? And he never did. He never said definitively. So to say that he did is actually inaccurate.
Okay, but just taking what you said, face value, by saying, like, you cannot prove a negative, okay, that's not the same as, you know, it's obvious
that was his job to prove a negative. That was his job. He was the chief weapons inspector.
He was unable to prove the negative.
Because, why? Why was he unable to?
Because he couldn't find it. He looked, he couldn't find it.
No. It's because, to use his exact words, the UN weapons inspectors were not given unfettered access. That was his commentary. Unfettered access. So if you want to prove to the world that you do not have weapons of mass destruction, then you give the UN weapons inspectors, if you are Saddam Hussein, unfettered access so that Hans Blix could verify to the world that there were no weapons of mass destruction, thereby averting the calamity that followed. Now, if you want to ask me why Saddam Hussein didn't do what I just said he might do, I'm happy to answer that as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would like to hear what you say. I mean, one thought I had is he's doing all kinds of torture chambers and all kinds of horrific things that he wouldn't want to expose, but what is your theory?
No, everybody knew about that. And his sons were more brutal than he was in that regard. No, the reason was because he wanted the Iranian people to believe, the Iraqi people to believe that he had weapons of mass destruction in order to show that he was protecting them from, the evils that the West presented to Iraq. It had nothing to do with global perceptions, it had to do with domestic perceptions. Roy, I'm sorry I can't get to you because you came onto the stage too late. Thank you, Double. We'll go to Chris, McCart, and Brent. We'll get the last one.
Roy is an Iranian, by the way, so she might be a good person.
All right, I'll make an exception because I love hearing from Roy anyway. Chris.
Here, can you hear me?
And I'm happy for once you got on the stage on it.
I'm only on time. Yesterday I put my bid in for about 540. But y'all cut it a little early. That's fine. No big deal. I put all my comments in the check. But you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We are here again.
No. No, America did not drop a bunker bomb. Why should America not drop a bunker bomb? Because that is not our fight. Yes, air quotes, everybody. Throw them in the air. Vote for right now. Bingo, air quotes. Yes, we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Air quotes are good. Right now, got it. We want Iraq to be, Israel to feel safe. But we all have to be honest. Israel right now feels safe. Israel has felt safe for a very long time. Because when Trump got in office, he made sure Israel felt safe. And he allowed Israel to do what Israel wanted to do. We all understand that. We've seen that. There's no debate. Fine, let's move on. Israel has become the bully of the Middle East. And now we're going to help. And so I get it. There's a lot of Jewish people in here. There's a lot of Jewish people across the United States. There's a lot of warmongering individuals who won't mind playing Battlefield again on Clubhouse, or let's just say they're living room watching Fox News, CNN, NPR, all the above. We get it. So it seems like it's just a natural thing to just say, hey, you know what? We can do it. We should do it. We could do it, but we can't do it. We should. We have so much stuff going abroad. We have so much stuff here at home. Everything that we're letting happen slip past. And now he's making some more, I say this every time here, he's making some more show so he can continue to steal. We may say, oh, he has some ability to do some national policy, immigration, and get people out, or tax incentives for the rich. Oh, all national issues in America. We got him. He has no ability to do foreign policy. Gary, yesterday, ads was his policy of vote to win. Yes, because he never gave us a plan in the first place. He got elected with confidence. He said it himself. So no, now we're currently watching him concept plan foreign policy, which could dictate our new world order. And all capabilities can literally turn into a shit show tomorrow. But we've allowed him to do this because we judge him on the curve. We judged Trump on the curve for 3 election cycles. He's won 2 of them. But now we're about to witness somebody take us possibly full forward while we have so many issues on our ground, our streets. He's skipping over Congress every step he can. He's not moving in the light of the Constitution or the status quo that actually got us this far in the country. With the growth, some setbacks, but more growth, a little more setbacks, a lot more growth. Like, we've done well with going through status quo. I'll start there, but let's move on. I want to finish that. Next thing is, why are we so adamant on abortion? All I hear on this stage, and other rooms too, and also on CNN, and also on our food channel, is...
Hold on a second. I need a clarification. Because I brought this up earlier, and I will bring it up again. Is dropping 30...
Yes.
I haven't asked you yet.
Dropping any bomb on anybody else's fight is us basically declaring war here.
No, it's not declaring war. We have not. But is it, when you use the term going to war, it conjures up an image, whether deliberate or otherwise, of Johnny go marching in, and you got an Iraq, Afghanistan kind of situation. Is that what you are trying to impart? That we're going to go to war in that manner?
Gary, what I'm trying to impart is, if you're in the middle of a fight, a one-on-one fight, and I throw you a knife, I am now fighting a fight. That's what
that wasn't my question.
That was the analogy to the answer you got.
I don't think you had. In all due respect, and I'll let you get on, but I don't believe you answered the question directly. But go ahead.
Okay, great. Back to the war. I have no clue why so many Americans, and even our politicians, are so adamant about going into war. Like I said, I get respect in Israel. They moved very strategic to get this foothold on the United States of America. A Jewish, I get it. We all get it. I hate to say it that way, but it's now praise me.
Were you saying are you trying to say the Jewish lobby? Why would you say that?
Because there should be no reason that so many allies and everybody abroad will say, hey, this is probably not the best thing to do, but we're going to figure it out.
I don't know whether you are sliding into rhetoric and you wait a minute. I don't know whether you're sliding into rhetoric and are merely tone deaf to what it means when you refer to the Jewish lobby, or whether you are anti-Semitic.
No. That's why I use that word, because that's like saying the N-word, and that's very disrespectful, and I'm not there.
Well, then why did you use the term Jewish lobby?
Because you actually stated the word Jewish lobby.
But you started to, and I asked you whether that's what you started to say, and you affirmed that that's what you started to say.
And I affirmed, so we can move on.
Right, so you affirmed it.
I'm not here trying to argue with you here.
Well, I know, Chris, but I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna take you at your word that you're not anti-Semitic, but I encourage you to look at what that terminology imparts. And next time, I suggest that you not make your argumentation in the manner that you did. That was like the second or third time that you used the term Jewish in regard to this discussion. The Jews are controlling the discussion on Clubhouse. Come on. If the Jews are just, I don't know, I don't visit other Clubhouse rooms, but if you look just in the United States, much less the world, you look at the percentage of Jews there are in the United States of America alone, we are a real minority. And to think that such a small number of people can control anything, well, you know what? I wish that were true. But I don't think it is.
I think we should be very, very clear. Typically, aside from the things that Jewish lobby mean, most people talk about AIPAC. Something people should be very aware about AIPAC. AIPAC is not an organization to argue for the national interest of Israel. AIPAC is an organization founded by American citizens who happen to be Jews. It's the American Israeli organization, American and Israel. And this is done by American citizens who are using their First Amendment rights to petition and lobby their government to say that America and Israel should be closer friends. That's the intention of the organization. To argue, like many people do, that AIPAC somehow is this nefarious thing that directs U.S. national interest to that of Israeli national interest, fails to first and foremost understand the lobbying organization is an American lobbying organization representing American citizens who happen to be Jews, right? And I think that needs to be separated exclusively, because people, I have listened to people all around Clubhouse and on the corners of the internet referring to AIPAC like it is the state of Israel's specific lobbying organization. It's not. It just isn't. Never was, never meant to be, not going to be, wasn't yesterday, it's not going to be today, and it's not going to be next Thursday. It is an American lobbying organization, and the reason that it has the power that it does is because it's American citizens that are applying to the government through their First Amendment to do so. The Palestinians have an organization that is a lobbying organization that uses the exact same structure of the First Amendment to lobby, right? We mean it's Americans doing the lobbying, right? This idea that it's somehow a nefarious thing that directs some other country's foreign interests is an assumption about how it works without actually looking. And I'll end with this. My old man used to say, and still does to me.
Oops, what happened to your audio? You're under.
Assuming.
Yeah, you're underwater there, Marshall. Look, here's the thing. When people use terminology like that, that's the same kind of attitude that leads to Jewish people getting attacked by people who are upset about what Israel is doing. American Jews do not control the government of Israel. They have no influence as to what the government of Israel is doing. So there was a woman just yesterday, I did a story who was identifiably Jewish, or Orthodox woman, and a guy, she was standing on the subway platform in Brooklyn waiting for a train, and a guy comes up to her and says, "Go back to your country," meaning Israel, even though she was born in the United States of America, and he beat her with a cane. This is what's going on in the United States, and that's why words such as Jewish lobby are very dangerous. McCut, Brent, and Roy, and I thank you for your intervention there, Marshall. Look,
hey Gary, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I don't know why the Jews always get thrown into anything concerning the Iranians. People just throw Jew out there. I don't know why that is. The Iranians are a global problem. Not exclusive to Israel. And the regime has actually been a problem since its inception. As soon as they came into power, they have that war with the Iraqis. Because I believe they're trying to meddle in Saddam's actually trying to prop up Shia militias there in Iraq.
So 1 million people died in that conflict. 1 million.
That's right. And in the end, nothing really came of that conflict. But I'm really curious I'm not old enough to know, but I'm really curious as to why the U.S. chose to eliminate Saddam before the Iranian regime. That's a question for a different day.
That was a big mistake, and there was no clubhouse, but this gathering was well established on another platform in which I challenged somebody who, from the Council on Foreign Relations, who was a supposed expert. And this was before Saddam was taken out. I had him as a guest. And I said to him, isn't eliminating Saddam going to create an imbalance in the Middle East and give the Iranians the kind of power that, of course, now in retrospect, we see today? And he lectured me, like, you don't know what you're talking about, I'm the expert, just for asking the question. Well, I think that history has proven me correct. Big mistake taking out Saddam. But anyway, go on with your point, look.
Yeah, so I will say that dropping bunker bomb is what needs to be done. Now, this is going to lead to some difficult decisions that we're going to have to make after that. This is not, you can't have your lunch. There's no free lunch in the situation, meaning you can't just blow it up and be like, all right, it's done, it's over. That's not what's going to happen. I believe a weakened and degraded regime is far better than, at this point, just removing them without having a clear alternative. And the reason I say this is because every time the U.S. or the West goes in and they remove a dictator in that region, a more robust and sophisticated regime pops up elsewhere. And I don't know if that's a game we want to play. You know, because at the end of the day, we're gonna have to deal with this. So my suggestion is to go after, to identify what's next, have a clear mission. We need to know exactly what it is we're going in for, to avoid mission creep, like what happened with Iraq. Because when they went in there, initially it was just to remove Saddam and install a new regime. Then we started hunting down terrorists and blowing them. You know, we had what was that guy's name? It wasn't Baghdadi, it was some other guy before him. And they found that guy and they dropped the bomb on him.
Musab al-Zarqawi. I think
There you go. See, we had no idea that guys like that would pop up after removing Saddam. So I'm just curious as to that without boots on the ground? Like, say you blow up this bunker, and you're still gonna have.
Okay, I'm gonna move it along because it's 6:50 and I've got a drop dead moment that I have to walk out of here. But I will tell you that my understanding, and Anson helped in that understanding today, you can drop bunker bombs, plural, on the two most subterranean and advanced nuclear sites, and if that's all you do, you set them back a number of years, maybe 3 years is the number that I've heard. So at least you've set them back 3 years. If you drop it and you are able to then have people go in and further dismantle, then you may eliminate the threat altogether. If the threat of going in causes Iran to agree to abandon its nuclear program in return for no regime change, you could do that. Regime change, if that regime is replaced by the right people, would also eliminate the threat. But as you point out, McCunt, there's no guarantee that the quote good, close quote, folks would be in charge if Khamenei were removed from the face of this earth. Brent and then Roya. Brent.
Two basic points. The first is I think we should be involved. You know, the Iranian pariah is a pariah on the whole Middle East and the whole world. And if you're going to go for a military option, that military option has to succeed. You can't go in and not succeed and give such a clear strategic logic to gain the weapon and gain nuclear deterrence. So, you know, this has to succeed, or you're going to put the Middle East and the world in a lot more danger because you're going to have an Iranian state with the bomb. It's much like treating a child with its bacteria. If you back off the antibiotic too soon, you're going to create a superbug, and that is problematic. The other point is it is absolutely legal for the president to act without, you know, either a declaration of war or a authorization of use of force from Congress. You know, first you look at War Powers Act. You know, 60 days hostilities. You know, before you need authorization. But the other thing you can kind of look at is just the inherent power of the commander-in-chief of the President of the United States. The reality is, people like to say, you know, this is the way Congress, you know, the founders intended, blah, blah, blah. That's not backed up by history. You look at the quasi-war with France, you look at the first Barbary War, the second Barbary War. You know, when the Marines sing Halls of Tripoli, they're singing about a war that Congress did not declare. So, you know, having a short duration conflict that has a limited aim, I think is the right thing to do. I think it is legal, and I think it would have the added benefit of kind of restoring, fighting a conflict was a limited aim. It would have the added benefit of kind of restoring the deterrent effect of the U.S. military, which has suffered because of, frankly, Iraq and Afghanistan and kind of, you know, a few decades of policy failure.
Thank you. Roya, you get the last word, and the folks that are in queue can't get to you today, but please click on link above and continue the conversation in the chat. Roya, you're up and you're left.
Thanks, Gary. So the question, you know, should the U.S. drop a bunker bomb on Iran? And I mean, it's a real question, and I think if we're going to ask it, we need to talk about what this actually is and what it isn't. So, you know, first, from my perspective, this wouldn't be a war. It wouldn't be boots on the ground. We're talking about highly specific strike towards Fordo, right? That's the most important one. and it is Iran's most fortified nuclear facility. I mean, it's 80 meters in the mountains. The Israelis can't hit it. Only the U.S. has the kind of, the bunker buster that could, right? And that's the reason that this conversation is happening. And I don't want to say that there's not a risk. I mean, Fordo is partially built near civilian infrastructure, and that's not by coincidence. That's definitely by design. The regime does that on purpose. So, any response is going to look reckless. A strike like this, wouldn't be the cleanest, and it wouldn't be casualty free, and that just needs to be said plainly. But I also think that doing nothing hasn't been clean either. I heard some people on the stage worried that this would turn into another Iraq or Afghanistan. From my perspective and my lived experience, I don't believe so. Iran is not a collapsed or tribal state. It's a coherent nation with centralized institutions, a long-standing national identity, from the time of Reza Shah and Ataturk with their westernization movements and the fight to westernization. I mean, there's internal order even under this authoritarian regime. So there's no U.S. occupation being proposed here, no fantasy of top-down regime change. And so that fear is frustrating, whether it's Tucker Carlson, whatever, is that guy, all the way to Jon Stewart, who have been kind of espousing this type of rhetoric. I don't think it's helpful. And the fear, from my perspective, the fear isn't state collapse. It's a fear of, I guess, escalation. And I get that that's fear, but the regime already is escalating. I mean, I don't need to go into who it funds, what areas it's attacked. I don't need to go into how it disrupts shipping and threatens global energy security. Everyone already knows this. So pretending that this isn't our problem, like us Americans, that this isn't a problem, doesn't make it less of one. It just means we're going to respond later with way less options because time is ticking. And, I did want to say this, we said we weren't going to cover it, but already inside Iran, people are already resisting. This is a population of the highest percentage of political prisoners per capita on planet Earth. I mean, there's movement, pretty strikes, there's coordination. It's not perfect, right? But it's happening. And they're not asking for us to come in, us, the U.S., to come in and liberate them, like this is the liberation of Normandy. But if a single targeted strike could potentially weaken, the regime's sense of invulnerability, which they've highly relied upon to stay alive and keep the people afraid, I mean, that could or couldn't, be enough to shift the energy, and they might be able to do more with that space that's freed. So Fordo isn't just some nuclear site. It's a symbol of how this regime operates. That's really what I want to say. It's hidden, it's insulated, they're always so smug, these ayatollahs, that the world will never react. So, yeah, I mean, this isn't about rushing into war, but it's also not pretending that strategic paralysis is the high ground, right? That's my personal perspective. And if in any shape or form, some sort of calculated action could delay Iran's, breakout timeline, break this regime's confidence and open space for people who are already organizing, I don't think it's completely off the table. So, yeah, no acting is still a choice, and we've seen what that choice keeps producing, as you mentioned, Gary. So I'll just leave.
Thank you, Roy. I'm glad I made an exception and allowed you on the stage late. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Liability only. Just basic. So I'm like, all this stuff sounds good, but he better have a heck of a personality to make me decide to take him on long term as a financial you know, where's the liability? You better, I mean, this guy think he got his character, got all that has to be there. Cause, and then on top of that, I feel like if his character was what it was, then he would be doing the right thing.
Alright, so he may
The question I asked you was, if you was driving anywhere, it sounds like you're in a car.
Oh yeah.
Are you,
Let me turn my shit off.
are you home?
You got a car.
I'm in the car right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was gonna take you out of the car.
That's like beyond fucked up.
What are you
Just so you know,
Pull over.
Oakland doesn't have a pizza event tomorrow.
Yo, you got mushrooms and weed in your system. That mix, no bueno.
Okay, in fairness, he said he's not driving, so are you a passenger of a car, or you just sitting in the car leisurely, high as fuck right now?
He's sitting in the car smoking weed and eating mushrooms. No.
There you go, thank you, Dr. E.
And
I'm just trying. Oh, and Tzatziki, I'm sorry. I forgot you was eating too. My bad.
But yeah, everything's cool. It's hot out. It's real hot out. I'm trying to get to the beach, y'all.
How you trying to get there?
I'm trying to drive. I'm saving gas.
Here we go back to square one.
You should be.
Get out the car.
Oh,
Find your ass an Uber if you want to go to the beach.
I am.
It was right across the street from the beach. What need an Uber? Just need to go across the highway.
Then why does he need to drive though?
At least don't turn the engine on,
I
bro.
didn't say
Just
anything about
the
the
car,
driving. I just said he just needs to walk.
You think I ain't in California and I know how to stay park until I start driving?
You be taking chances. I know this is not the first time you do this shit, but you be taking chances.
Oh hell no! I just gotta have a nice first date with the
Get
lovely
a contact in there, man.
Now you gotta be high to have a date. What? What the helly?
She got a horse with 3 hooves that are right now, so I gotta chat GPT that bitch.
What's that belly on? What?
Now what? You know,
Dr. Doolittle, so
Hold on, Mr. Otto, bro.
What the hell is everybody talking and Bob?
Oh my God. That means this is not the big words.
My voice silent. If you really fucking driving, you need to try out that shit, bro. Because most fucking cases, people get killed by assholes like you. And I experienced that. A friend of mine getting killed by a drunk fucking driver who was
trying to kill my high.
I hope I kill you high. Kill yourself if you want to kill somebody.
Why?
If you get in the car, sobering up would be the goal. So yeah, let's kill your high.
You still get a fucking get high. You get in your car when you fucking high.
Water is okay. So am I the only one who has observed that water is high all the time? Like when is he not? When is he not inebriated?
That's why I said it. You be taking
Yeah, I know he's high all the time out there, but I thought he was in his mom's.
Yes. No. There are two kinds of water. There's one water that's high, and then there's one that's sober. I can't determine which one is more annoying, but there are two kinds. I've noticed two different kinds. Can you get us a replay for the sober? I'm looking at you.
Water. You know about running on handlebars, and putting the pegs on the back.
Y'all keep saying water, so I'll play the song. Oh man, that's too much.
But seriously, water. If you're in the car and you're talking about how hot it is outside, and you're on all of these different types of I'm gonna call them medications to be nice. Aren't you worried about dehydration?
No, I'm drinking. No, hell no.
Oh Lord. Drinking water?
Yeah, I gotta stay hydrated.
Okay.
And pH, all that. Yeah, thank you though.
Oh, what city are you in? It's not hot out here.
I am in Central California. Monterey.
I know they got a heater project because they got a heater project. No, I thought you were out here by the bay. You're in. Yeah, it's hot out there. It's mad hot in Central California.
It's warming up. Yep, it's summertime.
Not warming up. They have heat advisories, even here at the beach.
God damn.
Y'all better let
Ice
him
cream.
live. Y'all better let him live.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
I'm
got
gonna leave
real
him
from a
alone.
heat stroke. Then what?
He was trying to keep him alive.
How can you regulate somebody on the internet?
Yeah, it's feeling like Texas. I feel like they drove through Texas on Clubhouse.
You have a valid point, Dante.
Listen.
I'll try and regulate him.
Listen, I'm giving advisories just like the city gives heat advisories. I'm giving my advice.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, Johnny.
We can't regulate nothing from the internet, but we call people out for their bullshit. And the motherfucker that's thinking it's cool to drive fucking high is a piece of shit.
Okay.
Sorry if I take it personally.
No. I think that's perfectly okay. As long as we, I don't know. For me, it's just accepting that it may have no effect. That's all.
I just don't want tomorrow's room to be like, I was just put up yesterday.
Everybody's tolerance is different. It ain't that serious.
Well, not even that. Not even that. Hearing a news story of somebody else being unalive because of his actions. That's.
Yeah, ask me how many accidents I've been in all my life. Yeah.
It only takes one water.
But look, I'm just saying, you see how slow he's talking. If your reaction time is like that,
Sounds like that every day, Johnny.
But I'm saying the reaction time behind the wheel.
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah, like. I don't know. Maybe I hear in slow motion because.
That's how people talk in California.
No,
don't put that on California.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
They just used to be talking faster when I'm sober, and then they get upset.
Yeah, like I've heard.
Johnny, direct me to those days so that I can hear that on
I'll call it out next time.
Okay. Please do.
I think it's a temperature.
Put my flag on my line, y'all.
Oh my goodness. What flag? Your Juneteenth flag?
Oh, I should put that out too. I was thinking about the California bear flag.
That's a
Put my little bear flag out, a little 2-inch flag.
We need a Juneteenth celebration on here. That's what we need.
It is cool up here in the water for Juneteenth, but I don't know if it's worth coming up here for it.
So the one up here is going to be at the Oakland Museum tomorrow. It's going to be a huge one.
That's not
There's
rude.
going to be a lot of people.
It's huge.
Who's playing? Somebody headlining?
They have a
They probably got like some at the top of the lake too.
A secret
You know, like
special
over
guest? That's cool.
So I would be looking at the thing that's happening at the top of the lake. And also every Friday night there's a house party up there too. Where the world famous DJs for free.
It's a lot of fun. It's a good time, been way too long.
Oh, you be over there, Brianna?
Sometimes,
Oh, we gonna catch up. You got snaps?
It's going to happen.
Your Honor, there's something to be said about there.
Yeah, I be the one,
What Oakland Museum?
Oh, come on, Logan. You're the only one. You're
Are you still out here, Lisa?
I'm still here.
Oh,
Lisa be up there in those murals.
It's funny because I just passed San Quentin, and guess who I thought?
Oh,
Lord. Is it
okay, this is what happens when I'm not online. Okay, go ahead. Pretend like I'm not here. Talk about me.
Oh, is it that? Oh, come on, Lisa. Don't do him like that.
I can say you're there.
I don't see it laugh. I don't hear it laugh. I know what they're talking about.
I thought y'all were over that.
Guys, and the little girl. I'm not over that.
It ain't over till it's over, baby.
It's San Quentin is actually a
Enough said, I drive by that every day.
That's right. I'll prove it to you. Come on, Lisa. You gotta speak to her like you're queen. Come on, Lisa.
He was driving by
Turns into training day.
come on,
Hey, let's meet at the dispensary. Lisa.
it's just a little bit south of Broadway. It's at like Oak, I think. Is it Oak?
Oh, is that the one that's where all the houses that they moved over there? The older.
It's really close to the Lake Merritt BART station. It's right by the Lake Merritt BART station.
Lake Merritt, why station?
It's right across the street.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so, but is it the one that has the gate around it?
You can't, it's.
I mean, it has a gate around it.
It's kind of like a little wall, but it's not even, it's like waist level. It's not even, yeah. The entrance is, you gotta walk down the stairs to go down into the ground, so. Just look at it.
Only on that one side. On the other side, you don't have to.
Yeah, yeah.
But have you guys been to the one where they moved all those, the first homes over there in this area? It's like all the first, like colonial homes were moved. And there's also a, museum there as well. I can't remember where it was.
You talking about what's it? Well, there's where the Black Panther Party.
Yeah, not too far from there. Yeah.
That's why people over by A Street. Yeah, that's great. Great place.
Are you from Muskoka?
Yeah.
No, I'm from the east side. I'm from the east side, but I worked over there and I know people over there. There's a great church over there.
Nice.
Yeah, that's amazing. So, I don't know. Maybe I just go to Lake Merritt or something.
You said you gonna move to Lake Merritt?
What did you say?
Oh, I thought you said you was gonna move to Lake Merritt.
Oh, not move. No, I just said maybe for Juneteenth, I'll go to Lake Merritt. They should have something going on over there, right?
Yeah, that's a good.
It's gonna be wild with the lake. It's gonna be crazy, but.
Yeah, there's some other parties too happening. It's great.
There's something happening down in Jack London as well.
Jack London. Oh, okay, at the end of, Broadway?
Yeah, all the way out there.
Okay, yeah. And they have some cute little restaurants up in there. I went to, a place called Chops.
Okay.
That place, Chop Bar's gone.
Is that bar going? That little bar? Whoa! I know I want to go out
Yeah, it's gone.
They had some really good food. Well, they went once. Dang.
So,
there was a lot of robberies of businesses. You're on, go ahead, because you might be talking about the same thing I'm talking about. So a lot of, unfortunately, black businesses as well over there at Jack London were getting broken into, or, just their windows being broken. There's so many cars. The cars were getting broken into, yeah, so the businesses were forced to close down. They just couldn't sustain it. Sad. Because there really was a great movement happening here.
Okay, well, we'll see. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow, so I hope you guys go outside.
supposed to be raining on.
I heard there was going to be a 420 party tomorrow for Juneteenth.
Every day.
Let's spread those rumors. How do rumors get started?
Started by the journalists, people back.
Who is that, Deb?
Me, someone.
Hi, Deb.
I heard support politically correct was officially sponsored by the Democratic Party.
So are you saying that this is a rumor? Not to believe it?
I'm saying this is the future.
I'm not talking to you.
I don't know how to sell it. I don't know what,
I didn't give you the address. I'm gonna give you the address. I mean, source needs to know where to send the check and when to check. What do you mean, to what? It's a check. It's got money. You're not getting the Soros checks?
Wait,
Oh, this is awkward. This is so awkward.
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to get something planned for tomorrow. Yeah, no worries.
I saw it, Your Honor.
But, Lisa, so are we having a party or no? We gonna have a party tonight? The Juneteenth free party? Yeah.
Yo, you trying to ask me about opening up my room? I have no idea. I have to talk to. I have some conferences I have to have with DAP and Asian. This is important business. A Black Man Summit.
So the Black Man Summit tonight?
Make sure you call me, Lisa. What you want us to, give you a rundown on Sunday?
I don't even know what, is Black in the room?
I worked,
He was.
so he's right here, I worked, so, like, this Sunday, I'm off. So, I'm not gonna work the weekend, so I could sit down and give a list of what I'm gonna try to cover diabetes, colonoscopy, and, like,
Good for you!
health stuff.
Black man with diabetes, yes. And you said diabetes and
Colonoscopy and prostate.
they ain't gonna never get no colonoscopy, that, but go ahead.
That's part of the conversation, so we can break that stigma.
Yeah, we do. We do need to break that stigma because everything that goes in your butt is not bad for you.
Now, Waters, what is going on? You're gonna send this woman to the birthplace of the burrito to go buy a sausage? What is going on?
Birthplace of the burrito.
Burrito.
Yeah, the birthplace of the burrito, the Mission District of San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he sent you a link to a sausage place, which is a perfect. I mean, it's a good sausage place.
It's the best. Don't undersell it. It's the best. It's fucking incredible. The vibe's intact. It's a whole California thing. Yeah.
Don't go, Lisa.
Definitely go, Lisa.
This is district. I have to go with somebody.
Go with somebody. Go on trivia night on Tuesdays. Half off pictures. Yeah.
God.
I think it's a good vibe. It's sad. I want to cry because they closed the one in Oakland. That one was way better. But the one in San Francisco is still open, so I hope they got picnic style, German style seating, I think, and they got lamb sausages. They do like a truffle and duck. Truffle and duck, Lisa. Lisa, I'm telling you, that's one of the best kept secrets. Really affordable, a nice like date night in the Bay. Yep. What's the
truffle mixed with a duck? Anybody like that? Anybody think that's delicious?
You guys like Indian food?
I love it.
I'm just leaving an Indian restaurant right now.
Oh really? Oh
right now. Yeah.
They got this one spot. Tell me if y'all have heard of it in San Francisco. Off I can't remember if it's Taylor, but it's called Kennedy's, and it's a Indian cuisine, but like an Irish pub. Like it's the weirdest combination, but it's like historic. And in that place, they got the best garlic naan and like lamb curry and stuff. And you get like a pint of Guinness with it. That shit, yo, oh my god. Yeah, it's perfect.
You went too far.
In Philly, they got an Indian Korean fusion restaurant.
Oh, that's crazy.
What does it have to do with Guinness, though?
You said Indian,
Irish.
Yeah, he said, and you get a pint of Guinness with it. And I'm like, where did that come from?
Pint of Guinness.
Because it's an Irish pub called Kennedy's, but they serve Indian food. So I forget how
That's
it went.
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
How the ownership went, but they didn't change shit. It's like very common for them to do that type of shit. They got Italian places, old Italian places I haven't tried, but yeah, there's a lot of cool places to eat over there. I had some good poutine, and
He had some good poutine.
Poutine.
Okay.
It's
So
the
Lisa Black is here. He's unmiked.
Hey, Blacky, black. How's your day?
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Black. Morning? Morning? Is Black okay?
It's morning.
That's the song. I guess you're in the
No, I'm in.
A new day. Go ahead, young people.
Don't lay. I was just wondering if he was in the Middle East. He said good morning.
Flash away.
First lady, I said don't lay down on the bed. Don't lay down. We gotta go. Oh, don't lay down. Can't stay over. You can't spend the night. You gotta hit and run. Come on. Don't lay down, girl.
Yes,
Well, you know my Shirley Murdoch.
So we definitely gonna do men's health, y'all, so I can get my stuff ready.
Absolutely.
When?
Yeah, I'm working on that. I thought we
Can I talk? When is
I have
this?
to be quiet.
let her talk, please, so she
She
can.
means talking in the mental health room.
Oh shit.
No, it's supposed to be just not the mental health room. It's supposed to just be men's health, not mental health. But that's too.
Oh my God.
Y'all know first ladies.
damn.
Well, you can, you know what, Mr. Lisa? Because you're a professional, right? You can be our guest speaker for the.
When is this supposed to take place? You talking about this week?
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Mel. Go ahead, Blackie. Go ahead, Black.
No, you can be our guest speaker for the week. That way you can be the workaround. So.
He said the workaround. That's so good. You guys, I love the way y'all be talking about me to my face, in my face. I was just gonna help. If you guys don't want me to, I was gonna do a little. Since Dap is doing diabetes and colon, what else you say, Dap?
He said prostate.
Oh yeah, it's better than a man talk about prostate. You're right.
I mean, well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
what
Maybe
is
the
the-
woman. They might be able to picture the woman providing the services more than the man. But anyway, go ahead.
That's interesting, though. Okay.
What we gotta do is, Lisa, we probably should do like Brian did a tip recommended earlier too, and I agree. Just do like a preview room, like a private, and then get everybody together so we can get all on one accord and just figure like brainstorm it out. I think that'd be
Sure. Absolutely. Let ping me when you're doing your private. I'll jump in there for a minute.
Okay, well, let me get in this private right here. Since y'all gonna schedule a private. Are you having a 420 pre-Juneteenth party?
You guys left me hanging high and dry last night. I ended up, who closed the room? They had to go talk. I don't know who closed it. Just slammed the fucking door. I can't make it up. Damn.
Look, it was left to me.
I'll never tell.
Dad went to take a shower,
I'll tell.
and then,
I did not go to, no.
It wasn't him.
No, hold on, let me answer my own distinction.
Where'd you go?
So, I was at work, and I said I came off mute, and I said, I'm at work, so somebody's gonna have to, and I put it in the chat as well, the telegram. So
He was taking a shower the night before.
The
I
Dr.
don't
AJ
know what
said,
happened, but then
Dr. AJ said she don't have the strength of some of these people to be like the main mod. So she said you do it. And
I popped in, and I
You
said,
did
if it's
pop
left to me, y'all know what's fixing to happen if it's left to me. If everybody's gone, it's
No, we weren't good. I was having
I had no way of knowing. I had no way of knowing this. Had no way of knowing. Child,
Communication, we gotta communicate.
you need to be asleep last night anyway, sister wife.
You're so funny. I need to be asleep.
You did. You need some rest.
I just need to be asleep all the time. No, but it was the reason that I thought it was safe is because we had these little East experts in there talking. So I said between Trent
chat.
What did Eric put in the chat?
He talking to you.
Oh, I'm driving. What is he talking about?
April, read it to.
I'm not reading it. No, ma'am.
But that wasn't last
Oh
night.
my God.
It was the night before.
That was the night before.
So they started saying, "Are you asleep?" He said,
Yeah, that wasn't last night though.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they started saying, I know it was, wasn't it last night?
No, that wasn't last night. I was in the room when it was shut down.
What he's saying from the chat is not what took place last night. That's what she and I are saying.
Tweener,
Oh, okay.
so awaken the shamas into
Yeah, that was last night, you guys didn't realize it was last night.
Tweener, ben God,
Then
I say
I
just
came back and it wasn't, so I said,
Oh, Lisa, I'm up tonight. Cause I don't have to work tomorrow, so. First, I was gone. Listen, about like 7:30 into that day, I was gone. So I came down. I left out.
Doing good is acting for the welfare of both self and other. Yeah, the studying toy rod without any ulterior.
nobody's in here.
Listen, forget the Israelis. Listen, Christy Nome had
Brothers think they're looking for each other.
the puppy
A
killer.
nervous breakdown?
She had an allergic reaction after visiting the biolab at Fort Detrick with worm brain. Puppy killer worm brain went over there. And got all fucked up.
Brain was fine though.
Worm brain she was probably sniffing his underarms, and that's what happened. I don't know.
Oh my.
Where you come from, Rashad? Where you been at? Rashad. Oh, your mic is broke.
Was that guy black you guys were talking to earlier? The one who said, I live in Jerusalem and the kids are eating it. Well, hold up. The one who said, I live in Jerusalem and can you stop? And the kids are eating just fine.
His name was Ariel.
Yeah, his name is Ariel.
Was he black?
No, he lived in Israel.
He is black.
Oh, my bad.
I'm asking, is he black? He is black. Cause he was weird to the mole. I mean, do you get indoctrinated and shit when you go weird?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, they eating just fine. I was like, have you ever seen somebody's stomach touch their back? I mean, that was weird. I was at work and
later on in his submission, he also said that why should they feed them when they're the people that's trying to oppress them?
It's crazy how the nicest things you hear on this app ring back in your head and the meanest shit. The most hateful shit. It's fucked up.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Where you going? Come back here, girl. What
Uh-oh.
happened?
A lot of black,
She's busy.
there's a lot of black people that moved over to during the civil rights era in the 90s. A lot of black people moved over to Israel, especially the black Jews. You got a really interesting community over there. So I know a lot of
There's
people.
a black population in Israel. I didn't know that. Honestly, I did not.
Yeah. There's a black population in Israel. A lot of people in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Especially when the black Jew movement happened a lot. A lot of them was like settled over in town.
Sure they look like shit too.
Hey, see, I've been in Europe. I've been in Europe this whole time. That's why,
Oh, okay.
like I haven't been in areas where I could really hop on like Clubhouse and stuff like that.
No worries. Did you just call me Yodo?
No. I was saying like I was checking to make sure my mic was working. So I was like, yo, because I was trying to make sure my mic was working. Nah, I wouldn't do that. But it's been quite a over here. It's been quite the experience. That's all I'll say.
So, you still pleased with your vote?
Where in Europe are you?
So I'm in Poland.
Oh my gosh, where?
What up? I'm like 20 miles from Russia. That's what I was saying. But I would say like I am, to be honest with you. Do I agree with everything Trump does? No.
They
But I
always
mean,
say that.
but when I voted for Biden, I didn't agree with everything he did either. I thought that he, I would say like this.
What?
I'm gonna go really fast. So the border always
Take your
mattered
time,
to me.
baby. Take your time. Slow down.
Yeah, the border thing always mattered to me, but I thought there were other things that Biden said he would address that I was like, you know what, these matter more to me than the border thing. Um, I think this time I thought the border thing was I did like that it seemed like the forefront of Trump's campaign. Did I agree with every policy that he said he would implement? No. But am I pleased with how he's handling immigration? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Do I think it's a hard right? Like, do I think it is a very extreme version of how he's tackling it? Yes. But I like that. You know, I feel like from the Democrat side, I thought they tiptoed. I thought Biden he made a lot of promises, and then he seemed like I just like how Trump seems very aggressive with attacking his policies and getting things done. And I wish that Democrats did that more. I wish Biden did that more. I wish Obama did that more. You know, it seems like they kind of try to tiptoe around. So I hope that I think what he's doing so far is so radically right that I think our next president will probably be a Democrat. And I hope they take a play from Trump
That's
and
not gonna
have that
happen.
same
Nobody's
tenacity.
gonna take anything from his playbook because both Obama and Biden deported more illegal
What?
migrants than Trump ever has or ever will. So there's that fact that you
Well, I'm not talking about.
Say that, you know, I looked into it myself. It seems like Barack Obama, for instance, did deport lots of people, but all of those deportees were facing, were accused of major crimes. He looked into family issues to see what these people's lives were like. Like it was well thought out. You know, it's not just like just send them over, just get them out of here. While the Donald basically doesn't care, he's like literally trying to deport American citizens, as well as people who didn't commit any crime or who is seeking the process of becoming citizens, meaning green card holders even, or people who are lawfully here through court orders and things of that nature. So if you got to go to a court to a person who's you know doing the process and still grab them up and ship them out, then he's breaking the law. This is not good precedent at all. Like, why would you like that?
So I wasn't just talking about the immigration thing. I was talking about all the policies. What I like about Trump, right, and this is what I'll say, is that he's making decisions. I think the whole tenure of Biden's his tenure as president, when it came to the Ukraine conflict, when it came to just international issues, it felt like he was just trying to keep everything as it was. So we're not making a definitive decision. We don't know what we want to do. We'll figure it out. Well, I think how he handled the Ukraine.
Has Trump made about Ukraine? What has he done? Because it's still going on as usual.
Yeah, but I think he's taking
I'd be interested in knowing exactly what policies it is that you appreciate because you're not naming any other than immigration.
So from an international perspective, I would say the whole thing with NATO does not. The other NATO countries do not play their part. I think Trump's saying, hey, you need to do this. You need to donate your 10% of troops as promised, or we will leave. He's giving them a firm stance. He's not playing the field. A lot of times on the Democrats, is the idea that we need to keep NATO together, which is very true. No one's saying we don't. But the idea that we can pressure other nations to make definitive and actually do and basically do what they're supposed to do, I think it needs to be. I know. Wait. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So the thing is, I think what we see now is that when you're a world superpower, you need to move like a world superpower. You cannot pretend like you're just like everyone else. So I think he got a new plan with China. You know, I think that the way that he's moved in terms of making very stern stances. Now, have some things he decided, okay, we're going to do this and we're not going to do that. I agree. Because as the table changes, as the war table changes, your plan needs to change. You can't just set a certain stance and just crash out on it. And I just like that he is actually.
Because you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot of just gathering.
I'm done.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Well,
I understood what you're saying, but as
So there's people like, you want to find out real quick?
I do mind if you go. 1 second. Oh, Santa Maria, the face. What's the words, Lisa? Oh, why you start saying okay? I thought we was gonna do a duet. Rashad, so my question to you was simple, right? Well, first, I asked you if you still. Excuse me, it was my motherfucking question in the first place. I don't know why the fuck y'all keep trying to go to me.
Golly, the level of rudeness. Oh my God.
You wanna describe who you's calling rude?
You lovely lady, you.
Okay. You can go down to the audience on rude day. Let me show you rude. I'm tired of y'all. I was the person that asked the question and everybody wanna come off and start talking to him. I let y'all try to get in there for a minute. Now I'm taking back the fuck over. If you got a problem with it, then oh well. So, Rashad, I was the person that asked you the question in regards to Trump and if you still supported your vote. You said, well, no. Before you said yes, you took a minute and struggled, and then you said yes. And then you're saying that you support it, but as April pointed out, none of these things are answering the question because Ukraine is still where it is. Nothing has changed. We still have that situation going on. Everything has actually escalated. So it's kind of hard for people to sit and listen to you say this when there's nothing proven there but a bunch of talk. And just like how you just sat here and did a whole bunch of gish galloping, it's the same thing that's happening in the world today. To the point now we got like 6 wars on the front right now. In the midst of a bunch of bull crap and the stuff that's going on here.
Well, I would say that I think the war table was always going to change. I don't think things would have ever stayed the same. So the reason I hesitated to answer the question because I had to think about what Trump has done.
So wait a minute, you're saying that the things would never have changed.
No, I said things would have changed. They would have changed. It would have never stayed the same. Is what I'm saying.
It would never stay the same. Okay, I don't understand.
When it comes to the Ukraine Russian conflict,
Well, he just now said that things were status quo with Biden and they would stay that way, but now it's that they would never change. First Lady, I had some strength to address this a little while ago when I interrupted him wrongly. Now I don't have the strength left. I can't. I can only do so much a day with the Trumpers, and I don't have it today.
First Lady, could I take a stab at this?
Sure, go ahead, Elijah.
All right, Rashad, where are you in Poland?
I can't tell you that. Just like 20 miles from Russia.
Are you there as a student?
No.
You're traveling?
Yes.
Okay. So imagine if Poland were to tell you to leave the country and you left based on your skin color, right? So that's one. And then, I mean, you have to look at this as well, right? So, we're talking about wars, and we're talking about kind of how Trump been doing things. He said that he's, kind of like a mover and a shaker, kind of making things happen. What things, foreign or domestic, do you believe that he has done that puts us in a net positive, or even just something that's a change that you like? Well, let's just start there.
I do think that he challenged NATO to self-sustain.
I heard that one. I can trust that one. But anything else?
I do think that he is very aggressive with tackling the immigration issue that we have in the States.
Okay, so your two things are immigration and NATO?
Wait, you let me finish. I think that he was also very aggressive with trying to get a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, and that he was very quick with calling out the bullshit when he realized that Russia really wasn't trying to get a deal, and that they're basically trying to see this occupation through. And I think that he is also very aggressive with trying to separate the U.S. from the Russian-Ukraine conflict.
Okay, all right. So now we got some meat. So here's what I can tell you about Russia and America, right? Right now, and it just geopolitics in general. Let me just actually pose the question first, so I don't make myself look stupid. Would you consider Trump leaving the G7 as something that looks as though we are, powerful in the world?
No.
Okay. And then would you think that, flip-flopping on different things, and let's just say, Kyiv was bombed 2 days ago. Trump hasn't even said a word to Putin about that. Do you think that maybe Trump should try to talk about how, there hasn't really been anything talked about directly, he says he speaks with Putin, but we don't see any results. So is there anything you would want to see come to fruition with Russia? Do you think that we should stay out of it, or do you think that?
I think we should continue supporting Ukraine, but I don't think that. So the thing is that he's at least having conversations with Putin. So we all can agree on that, and we can see that he also has tried to get a deal done. But the thing is, I think Russia is not going to capitulate because they have a certain large portion of Ukraine right now. They're not just going to give that up. And I said this before we even got to this point. I believe that if any peace deal happens, it would be Russia would keep what they have in Ukraine. That would become like a demilitarized zone, and then that would be it. And then maybe years from now, they would invade and try to take the rest. But the idea that Russia is just going to leave Ukraine is not going to happen. So we will have to just...
Right. No, you're right.
Yeah, so they're just gonna have to see it through. I do think that his ability to get Putin on the phone and have a conversation with him is something that it should matter. Because from years it's always been Russia's evil. We don't fuck with them. We're not gonna have a conversation. And it's not really turned out much of it. It's not really turned out to much of anything. I do like that he is basically trying to throw a different perspective. Like, okay, so is he a little bit cool with Putin than I would like? Yes. Okay. But I also think his ability to have Putin look over and say, yo, what you got to fucking say? I do think that matters.
So that's the key thing, right? Like, I think most Americans are looking at this going, because you're talking about how Russia, how he's doing things, and he's trying to negotiate and all this stuff with Russia. Where are you seeing, like, if you actually can notice the fact that Trump is cozying up to Putin, but doesn't want to explicitly
That's
do
the last
anything
question. Lisa, you wanted to jump in after that? Elijah,
Elijah is like, it's cool that we got a direct line to Putin, call him up and say, hey, what's up? Yeah, nothing's up, bro. Okay, so that's all I called for. Thank you. Hey, Putin, what's up with them? I forgot what I was gonna ask you anyway. It's cool checking in with you. I'll talk to you later.
Bye. Yeah, like it doesn't. People are still dying. Right?
You know who got played? The one who gave up his minerals for nothing. That's who got played.
Absolutely.
I think we should understand that the alternative to what's happening right now, we already tried that, and much didn't happen.
What did we try?
Well, Biden was in office, right? And he definitely.
What did we try? He said we tried.
The idea that we weren't ever going to have a conversation with Putin, we were just going to keep supplying Ukraine, and we're just going to keep cutting them a check. We tried that.
We're not Israel, so what the fuck?
Wait, so what I'm saying is, is that?
Right, it's like, where's the honor?
We try.
I'm talking about leaving our ally that we trained since '98 on the.
I never said that. Wait. When did I say that?
When you said
When
we
did I say
tried, when you said we tried what Biden did, here's the thing: in war, there is no other alternative. You don't walk away from your friend and ally on the battlefield. Never.
We're still supplying Ukraine.
Hold on. You support.
Wait, Ukraine's not a part.
You said Trump got Putin on the
Wait,
phone.
Ukraine's not a part of NATO.
It's not because he's Trump. It's because he's president of the United States. Right?
Wait, you're missing the
the
point.
Cold War. There's always been this thing called the Red Hotline, right, in the DoD between the United States and Russia, right? Not because it's Trump and he's cool, but because we are the two greatest superpowers with the most nuclear bombs.
Two greatest superpowers.
Like Kennedy didn't talk to Khrushchev on the phone, right?
I never said that didn't happen. Why you put stuff in my? I never said that.
That's what you implied. You said.
No, I did not imply that. I did not imply that.
That's what you said. But this is not the first time that you've been talking to Putin on the phone.
So
in back channel communication. This is not the first time.
I never said this was the first time.
Right?
I never said this was the first
That's
time.
what you implied. That's why
I never implied that.
Because you're being
I never implied that.
It can mean anything. But let me ask you this: since you said you're active duty, how do you feel about the Marines?
I never said I was active.
In LA, being active duty, how do you feel about that?
They got a job. They got to go do it.
No, don't babble, bro. Like, have honor.
I'm not babbling. I just answered you directly.
Feel as an expert.
Wait, time out. Wait,
currently deployed.
Hey, we want to be belligerent. I know. Hey, look, I have honor. I just answered your question directly. I just answered your question directly. Look, just because you don't like my answer doesn't mean you ask the question again. I just gave you a direct answer. I just gave you a direct answer. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you can ask the question again. I said they got a job, they gotta go do it. What else you wanna hear, bro? I said they got a job, they go do it.
How do you personally feel?
And I said they have a job, they have to go do it. Bro, how many times you want me to say it? I said they have a job, they have to go do it. Are you fine?
But how do you personally feel about it? You're deflecting responsibility.
I said, it is what it is. I'm not deflecting responsibility. I said it is what it is.
I think he's asking for your personal opinion. Like, we know they have a job they got to do, but what is your personal opinion on the matter?
If you come in the country illegally, you illegal. I don't know another way to flip it. They got a job, they got to go do it.
Wait, hold on.
Why are you guys talking at the same time, though?
Don't add anything. Let's hold them down to the question. The question is the fact that the Marines have been sent into the areas, or he attempted to send the Marines in. What is your personal opinions?
As Marines and the National.
Yes, right.
Okay, yeah.
What is your personal opinions about him sending the Marines there? That's it. Not anything about the illegal and all that stuff. What is your personal opinion on sending them?
If ISIS don't, listen, I just answered this question. Look, this is what I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna answer your question, right? Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you can pretend like I didn't answer the question. Answer the question, okay? I'm gonna say this one time, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not getting in y'all apparently, okay? They have a job. If ICE is conducting an operation and the people living in the area are infringing on them and preventing them. No, I mean ICE. If ICE is can I please answer the question? Let me just answer the question. Let me finish. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you just cut me off, bro. Let me finish this. Let
him answer the question, please.
If ICE is conducting an operation and the people in that area are preventing them from doing that, from getting that done, and they send in the Marines so they can finish conducting that operation, then it is what it is. I feel no ways. If they're taking out illegal immigrants and the people are trying to stop them from doing it, then I don't see nothing wrong with them doing it. It is what it is. You're illegal, you gotta go.
What's the regulation, Rashad, for active duty soldiers when it comes to law enforcement operations?
Tell me, I don't even know.
If you're active duty, what is your job when it comes to civilian population?
Wait, you active duty right now?
Yeah, he's active duty and he's saying this dumb shit. So what is your job as an active duty? He's in the Army. What is your job as active duty when it comes to civilian population, domestic.
Tell me.
So you don't have no matters in it because you're not being, it's not martial law. So you don't have a right to arrest a U.S. citizen. So honestly, you'd be in prison right now if you have the right commander, if they want to fucking investigate you and say this is wrong. So this is another thing, right? So even some of those things that's going on now, you have the DOD investigating with them in its own ranks now. You do know that, right?
I mean, isn't there an investigation that he's overstepped his power, right?
No, so you're just talking about civilian side. I'm talking about the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense is investigating even Pete Nixon right now when it comes to. So you, as an active duty soldier, are going to go ahead and break the law. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
So what about lawful orders for
No, that's okay. He already said he's going to break the law. He's going to break the law.
Yeah, that's wild.
Exactly. Y'all do
These
this
are
thing
the
right where
soldiers
y'all
that
ask me.
want in your
Y'all ask me.
These are the
Y'all ask me a
soldiers.
question.
I'm okay with your answer, but you're the soldier I don't want in my formation.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Because as
so
an
we about to
active
do
duty
20.
soldier, your job is foreign affairs, right? Not domestic. That's what National Guard is. The only time that they would need you would be to, if they even used you, would be to protect a federal building.
I'm probably on the front lines of your formation, but that's a different topic.
No, you wouldn't be on the front line of my formation. I put you in prison because I know that you'll do whatever the fuck you want if you were outside on a cop somewhere. I know that you're not responsible. You don't know your basic 350-1 nor any of your fucking basic training when it comes to truth and procedures. Well, you don't know your TLPs. I know you don't. Because you don't know your responsibilities as a soldier.
I don't need to.
So what is your warrior ethos? What is your warrior ethos? What is your warrior ethos? And what did you swear to when you came into the military?
He doesn't remember.
Could you raise your right hand?
I did. I came in another one.
That's a cult.
Yeah, it's a cult. He's right, it's a cult.
Absolutely. When you go up on stage pretending that you're in a good faith argument, you're talking about Trump and all these things, and I'm actually talking to you like you're
He's a criminal. So you don't need to, he already said what he is. He's a criminal.
Right.
Y'all don't need to continue this conversation with him.
Elijah, I answered. Yeah, go ahead.
How long you been in the military?
14 years.
Wow.
You spoke before. You crazy, bro?
I am.
You know something like this, bro? Come on, man.
No, well, the thing is, so the thing is, right? So what I was saying, so what I was saying is, right?
Rashad, why are you spying promise in this room?
No, I'm not. They asked me a question, I gave them an answer, and they don't like it. So
Are you drinking today?
No.
No, listen.
I think it's fair. He's a criminal within our ranks. We do have criminals within our ranks. These are the same people that when they go outside the wire, they do illegal shit. These are the people that make our army look bad, our military look bad. They're the ones that rape civilians. They're the ones that beat civilians. They're the ones that go into fucking communities and they fuck people. So this is an example of a fucked up ass soldier. He does everything against the regulation, doesn't know what he's sworn into, said he's been in for 14 years, should know the oath of enlistment by heart, should know warrior ethos by heart, doesn't understand loyalty, doesn't understand none of that. He doesn't know nothing. He probably don't even know the soldier's creed. Say the second paragraph of the NCO creed. I'm an officer, and I know the second paragraph, and I'm not an NCO. So say the second paragraph.
Come on, Rashad.
Yeah, Rashad don't know it. Google it real quick. You're not an NCO. You're an idiot.
Patty, I read up the other day, they keeping me. That's even worse, right? They keep me.
Yeah, that shit is scary.
They gave me another, they said we gonna keep you to 20, young nigga.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
You know, hey, Rashad, I think that you should never make the argument that somebody don't like your answer. Maybe it's that you didn't give them the answer they were looking for, meaning that they were looking for an answer whether they like it or not, right? But you didn't answer the question.
He did answer the question. What do you want him to say, Royal?
No.
He was honest. I'm glad that he was honest.
No. What he said was, I'm gonna do my job, and I'm like, okay, that's asking, how do you personally feel about it? Like, how do you feel? If I do my job, right? How do I personally feel about my job, whether I do my job or not?
World, I said I feel no ways. I don't feel no ways.
That's not even a real
Rashad, I don't know if you're fucking around trying to troll, bro.
I mean, Rashad,
I don't
you have
think
a
it's
moral
wrong.
obligation.
Rashad, real talk though, bro.
People who are illegal, bro, people who are illegal are.
So, bro, I don't know if you're trolling, but I hope you're not, bro. Seriously. Because you taking care of soldiers, that's a real fucking responsibility. Taking care of
Haitian.
motherfuckers' kids.
He's taking care of,
Haitian. The
some
man asked
20
me.
miles from
The man asked me how do I.
They won't share food and doorstep.
People who are illegal are being deported, and people are trying, and civilians are trying to prevent them from getting the operation done. It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, but that's not
what it is, right?
Because
Because first of all, America has always had people that on papers aren't correct, right? So again, why is he going after people that are not breaking the, that are not committing crimes? Yes, they broke the law by coming in the country. Some did, some didn't.
That's a misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor. That's not a felony. And he said he's gonna take out, which he hasn't taken out yet.
Some are with TPS status, some with asylum. So again, Rashad, you said 14 years, you about to finish out, right? You're 20. And you don't understand that typically active duty is not to patrol people in the fucking country?
I understand that. Typically, I understand.
No, I really don't be trolling, bro.
No. You got to see, I'm agreeing with you, Haitian. Haitian, I'm agreeing with you. I know. Haitian.
You counsel your soldiers every month.
Sir, are you hearing me? Look, you just said it's not typical. I said I agree with you. It is not typical. It is not the norm. I am agreeing with you. Yes, it is not the norm.
You said you're willing to break laws in order to do whatever you have to do. What about, like, I don't understand. What about lawful order? What about
Do you think in combat zones we typically always abide by the Geneva
We're not in
Convention?
a combat zone right now. We're talking about right now.
We're talking about U.S. citizens.
I've been to one.
Well, it doesn't.
We're talking about
you also have a moral obligation.
You don't want to go into a shot this person, bro.
I'm not trying to enter a prison contest. I just say y'all I'm giving very straightforward answers. Y'all just don't like the answers.
Yeah, but saying shit happens in the combat zone that's against the convention.
Miss Patty, the only one that seemed to accept what I was saying.
On soil.
What you saying? No, I don't think service members firing off on civilians. I'm not saying no. I would never think that was okay. No.
Yeah, double tap and shit like that. Okay, we get it.
First, Rashad, how do you feel about Zelensky? That's my question.
I mean, I think is a president trying to stop his country from being occupied? I can't knock him for that.
So, do you have any like personal stake in the war? And when I say that, I mean, would you want Zelensky to win? Do you want Putin?
I mean, I would think I want Zelensky to win. Like, and this is from someone who's here right now. I can tell you, like, these people from afar, it's just white people fighting white people. Like we were talking about it. Like, if they hop out of the trenches and they wasn't wearing their uniforms, I would think it's just white people fighting white people. But I will say that you cannot tell a people that, hey, or Polish people or people in Lithuania, and I just did an operation with them like 3 months ago, that, hey, you were trying to stop yourself from being occupied by another country, you should just put your weapon down. Like, they're not about to enslave you. They're just going to, their government will be in power, but they're not going to enslave you. Y'all not going to be in chains. Y'all not going to be on plantations. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been occupied by them before. But I can't tell somebody like, hey, you don't want to be owned by them. It's stupid that you're trying to fight them. I can't tell them that, you know what I'm saying? Especially being black. It's like, hey, listen, if you're willing to die to stay liberated, then by all means do that. That's on you. Go ahead and do that. Because if it was the black people, I would feel the same way. Like, hey, y'all gotta fight. Y'all can't just bow down. Like, y'all gotta crash out. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, now you're talking about black and brown people being deported unjustly, right? And that means some of them will be put into prison for, I guess, for the rest of their life. I mean, what else? How do you feel about that?
I mean, and look, the thing about it is, I think there are some lines being crossed. And that's why I say, when I say certain things about Trump I agree with, certain things I disagree. Even when Biden was in office, there are certain things I agree with wholeheartedly, and there are certain things I disagree with. It's not like I've never had there's never been a president in office where I 100% agree with their policies, even down to Obama. And Obama was the first time I felt it as an adult because I was in the Marine Corps at the time, and because he was in office, they downsized and the budget shrunk, and then the Marine Corps shrunk. So I felt that firsthand, and I was like, oh wow. Shit, when people get in office, it really does affect me on a very personal level. So, and I was still an advocate. I voted for. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I voted for Obama in the next term because my president is black. I gotta stand on business. At the same time, I would say that like if you come into it seems like a lot of times people are deciding that because Trump is in office that hey, I need to apply or my visa, my green card expired or whatever, I need to reapply. If you are already illegal, just because you reinitiate that application, if you're still illegal, you're still illegal. They can still grab you. That is still a fact. It does not change just because you made the concerted effort to get things fixed. Your status is not changing.
That's not true, Rashad. If you're talking about temporary protected status people, that shouldn't apply to them.
Yeah.
So that goes down to a conversation about due process and all that. But let me get this straight. So you're saying that you like Trump. I just want to loop back. You like Trump. You like some of the things that he's doing. You think that it's smart that he's doing things about NATO. You like the fact that he's standing on business with Putin, even though he's not. And you like his immigration policy. How do you feel about the people who are what is it? What's the Corps, Job Corps? Like the fact that Job Corps, he just canceled that.
I don't feel no ways. I've never been in Job Corps. It doesn't affect me on a personal level. Like, here we go. I asked a question. You know what? I'm saying. The reason I can't speak on that is because it doesn't affect me. It's like I can't say certain things, policies. If it don't play no factor in my life, it don't play no factor in my life. It's kind of like how I spoke about. Hold on, real quick. I would use the same analogy when I just spoke about Obama and how when he shrunk the budget, it affected the Marine Corps. Some people there are like, yo, we don't give a fuck about that. That had nothing to do with me. That's you. You were the one who decided you wanted to be in the Marine Corps. So obviously that wouldn't affect them, and I can't knock them because they don't care about that. The same way with the Job Corps. Does it affect people's lives? Yes. Does it affect
your whole point, bro? I get your whole point.
Okay. I'm just making sure because.
No. You don't have to make sure. I get it. So here's my thing. The VA. He's slashing VA, everything in the VA. That's you, right?
I mean, it's 7 years, I guess, but he won't be president for sure.
Right. So he's slashing all that. How do you feel about that?
Being affected 7 years, genius.
It will absolutely affect you. How do you think that's going?
I don't know.
Maybe you'll figure it out in 7 years and get back to it.
Now, I told Patty, so she's squared away when she retires. You need to figure it out on your own, brother. Because people get now, but they're going to get fucked.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
But you know what's interesting?
Go ahead, gun, buddy. And go with the position, grab the ankles, baby.
Yeah, people who are active they know that is huge. The fact that he's affecting vets already, or like retroactively, like he basically is letting people know from the jump, hey, you're like not even that you're going into war. Hey, we're gonna slash these benefits. Oh, and by the way, we might be going into a war, right? Like you're saying that's not you're not really gonna care about that until that affects you, correct? I just want to make sure that I got.
So can you tell me? Hey, wait. So can you tell me what? Because I'm looking at some information right now, and it says like there is a large increase in the spending bill.
Wait. This is what you need to do. Look up Trump fires.
It's not for your salary, man.
Yo, I mean,
so Rashad, you know what? You know what a lot of money is being invested in? Something that sounds real stupid. You're probably gonna be like, what the fuck? He wants to do this thing called a golden dome.
Yeah. So we're like
Does that
protecting
sound smart
borders.
to you? Does that sound smart to you?
I mean, I don't know. Like intercontinental missiles is
You know what the Iron Dome
ICBMs,
is, right?
Yeah, I know.
You know how the Iron Dome. You know how the Iron Dome. What exactly it is? Missile systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, short range missile systems. Right. So imagine having one over the United States and what the cost looks like.
It's crazy.
Do we need one?
That's always been on it.
Be honest. Do we need one?
I don't know. In 10 years, these intercontinental ballistics missiles.
No. So why would we need one if we have our own Patriot missile defense systems?
Because a Patriot missile system can't catch a hypersonic missile.
So check this out. So you're infantry, right? So you do know that there are additional weapon systems that are called 2029, 2030, 2031, stuff like that, right? You know there's a radar that they've been investing billions of dollars in, right?
Yes, but it can't catch a hypersonic missile.
So you don't know what they got that may be able to catch. Why don't you do a Google search, or why don't you like talk to your boss? Talk to one of the officers that got more rank than two boss.
Yeah, he made it clear that he's gonna follow orders even if they're somehow unlawful.
No, I mean there's nothing wrong with that. That's what he claims he wants to do. He can go to prison on his own.
Yeah.
That's his choice, right? There's a lot of soldiers in the military that are rogue. But then he also made statements that contradict what he actually was saying. So I'm just confused.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, I don't. So I can tell you right now, and this is, if anybody has any information that is different, please show me a source. But there is nothing right now reliably that can catch a hypersonic missile. That is a fact.
Hey, Patty, with the missiles, the Golden Dome be for Canada or for Mexico? I don't understand. What's it for?
It's like the Iron Dome. They just call it the Golden Dome.
Yeah, but who are we defending against? Canada, Mexico?
No, China. What are you talking about? North Korea already has a long-range missile system that can reach to Guam, and then we don't know if it can reach to the U.S., but we do know it can.
Yeah, being active duty and not worrying about veteran affairs is kind of wild to me if that's going to be your whole life for the rest of your life after active duty.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy.
Especially when you cut a lot of shit already, bro.
As an active duty, are you allowed to talk here?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's allowed to. But why? He's not a robot. What's going on here? Y'all don't do that.
It's not known for real.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. They do have weapon systems, right? That's why I said do a Google search. They have weapon systems. You ever heard of the OPIR?
No, I don't think that we have weapon systems. We have defense weapon systems without question. But to be able to catch a hypersonic missile,
No, these are
like have you seen them in action? It's not easily interceptable.
Can I speak?
So the Navy, right? They have this thing called they have an interceptor called a GPI, right? And that's what they're using for HEVs. You are tracking that, right?
I mean, I'm not in the Navy.
It catches them during mid-course.
It's catching wait. It's catching hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, so it's a program. And then you know the THAAD that we currently have now, right? They've extended it, and it's called a THAAD-ER. So with the THAAD-ER, that is so we have it. We're not using it yet, but that's supposed to be with the higher speed intercepts. You are tracking this, right?
Yeah, so I'm looking at that right
now. The problem is, and that's why I think you're operational. So when operational, y'all depend on a QR-37, QR-35, stuff like that, right? But outside of operational, we have this thing called strategic. You know what strategic is, right? That's anything from an ESC, a TSC, to your combatant commands. And they're the ones that's going to deploy something like an SM-6 when it comes to missiles. They're the ones that's going to have, like, the THAAD-ERs. The THAAD is very expensive itself. But even with the ER, we don't even really use them like that. And if we have to use it, we know it has cost the government billions of dollars. We could lose it. And that's why we haven't used it. Or even if you look at the SPIs, the public, so it's nothing top secret. May have been top secret maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. This is not top secret. But there are things that we have in place if we had to go into a large-scale war. So aren't they training y'all when it comes to your shoot, move, and communicate on what a large-scale war looks like?
Of course.
So what have they told you is going to happen if we go to in the next war? To you, Rashad.
Hey, it's gonna be a lot of dying.
You're not coming home.
So the thing is,
your pinky finger's not coming home. So 1,000 soldiers are gonna die a day.
So I would say that I don't know if it's gonna be necessarily like that, but I can tell you that the idea.
It actually is.
Wait, so I'm telling you
Talk
what.
to anybody that's a major above, because you know majors have to start doing their TD time. So talk to anybody that's a major above, and if they've already done their time, they will tell you you are going to die.
So I can tell you from being out there, right? Because a major's just checking a checklist.
No, a major isn't just checking a checklist.
I know, but it's different when you're. Wait, but it's different when you're actually out there and you're actually getting real casualties. But I can tell you that how you operate though is the idea that drones will drastically change warfare, and it's not really going to be a.
That's not true. That's why we add additional domain. That's not true, Rashad.
Wait, let me finish. It's not going to be a necessarily troops on ground type of, I don't know, like battlefield, like, you know, like.
Rashad, you're still wrong.
In the churches.
It is going to be troops on ground. It has to be troops on ground.
I'm not saying, I'm saying in a large capacity.
So in a large scale war, it's troops on ground.
Wait, I'm saying it's not going to be like that because drones drastically change war.
That's not true.
Because you can
basically. Drones is already.
I know. Wait, let me explain. The reason I say this one thing is because you can have a $500 drone that you spent $500 to get together, and it can completely dismantle if you hit it in a sweet spot, a paladin.
What's a drone?
No, stop. Let him finish.
I know.
Let him finish.
Wait, let me read. So like let's say a fiber optic drone, you know what I'm saying, or let's say a more advanced drone. Drones are really cheap to make, and the thing is, a high value asset would be, let's say, a tank, right? You know what I'm saying? What you find is that you're suffering major losses, and they've noticed this in Ukraine. You're suffering major on both sides. You're suffering major losses for something that damn near was made on Amazon parts. So because of this, it makes you have to rethink war. Because you can't just, if I throw a bunch of troops, but you use a bunch of, I don't know, $200 drones, and you taking out my entire troop line, then it's like, damn, we just wasted lives. You know what I'm saying? Without question, people are going to die. But now, right now, because the Ukraine-Russian conflict has shown us that you cannot just use the same tactics that we use to say battle of
the gibberish now. Just go ahead and
okay, sure.
No, go ahead, go. You got 20 seconds.
No, I'm done.
What you're talking about is hybrid warfare, and the fact that drone, like with a large scale operation, the one that Patty's talking about, like it would be both. It would be drones, and it would be people on lines.
It's going to be people on ground. So this is the thing. When it comes to the drones, right? Did they ever talk to y'all about the Valkyrie or even the Ghost Bat and how those wingman drones are going to be alongside the warfighter? That should be like, have you done a warfighter exercise at all? Because you are in Europe. Have you done any warfighter exercises? Obviously not. So if you know anything about those Valkyries or those Ghost Bats, they're going to be alongside the warfighter. The problem with the drones, right, and this is any drone, I don't care how advanced you think this is, because it's going to be a collaborative combat. The problem with the drones is the reason why we added the additional, what do you call it? What do y'all call it? It's a board question for y'all, this domain. The reason why we added the additional domain is because of technology. Because of
that is not a board question.
That is a board. The 6 domains. What are the 6 domains? That's a board question. What are the 6 domains? Since you've been in for 14 years, this is a board question for you fucking HBOs. What is the 6 domains?
I'm not answering that question. Go ahead though.
Do you know the 6 domains? Because obviously your ass said you won't be on ground.
Yeah. I don't.
Okay, so this is the problem. You'll always be at company level because you don't know what the fuck is going on.
I guess
you know
I
what you
will.
are? You are a body that they put out there so you can get shot and killed so that the people that have common sense can move forward and make this war win.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's who you are.
I'm not gonna.
I just want
I'm
you to
not
know that.
contesting that.
Because honestly, you don't know shit about 350-1. You don't know your regulations. You don't know your ADPs.
I don't.
You don't know your fucking basic troop leading procedures.
I don't.
And if we were to fucking do an MMRP, your ass wouldn't be sitting at the fucking
I
table.
wouldn't. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't. I'm outside.
No, there's people outside that actually sits down for these. You wouldn't be one of them.
I'm outside. Okay.
No, you wouldn't be one of them. You know, if you were to E7, you'd be probably the dumbest motherfucker. They'd say, don't send them up here to get notes.
I agree with you.
So Rashad, one domain, just off the top of my head would be land, and the other 5 would be.
Yeah, equal house is civilian. You know, land, sea,
Come on.
air, space.
Rashad.
What's the other one? I'm not NCO.
I'm giving you a hint. You should know this. If you
I know,
are
but
if you are an NCO like you claimed, right?
I'm catfish.
Even a
He's catfish.
I'm catfish. Even a basic, right? Before Hell Week would know that. That's something you learn. That's something you learn in the first week when you're learning
very well,
rank, right? Unit formation, how to dress, right?
I didn't even go to Eagle Hawk. I didn't even go to Hell Week. I didn't even go to Hell Week. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you.
These are the people that are
Okay, so can I get 30
American
seconds fun with them? 30 seconds fun with them. So you are familiar with age systems, right? You were talking about hypersonic. Are you familiar with what we as the U.S. military have in terms of hypersonic capabilities? Like what Patty was trying to turn you on to? Like,
yes,
for
I do know.
the U.S. Navy Halo operation, right? And program, which they're fighting about in terms of money right now. We have our own hypersonics, if you're familiar with that, across all branches, right? We also have hypersonic defense capabilities, which is why Patty was trying to mention, right, the Aegis systems, right? The Navy, right? Yeah. You should know this. Like,
Yes,
so when I was jumping off the mic before, and I apologize for that, I was trying to ask you, do you feel that drones are a force or force multiplier? Because I see where you're going with that. You're talking about automated weapon systems, right? Like DUs, laws, right? Drones, what have you, right? You see that stuff that came out 20 years ago. We're now on third, fourth generation, right? But have you ever seen a military use them as a first line, right? Active line, right? In kinetic warfare, or are they just a false multiplier, as Patty was saying, to
They're just a force multiplier, Rashad. Have you actually seen them in practice? Do you know what the biggest problem we've been having with them? And this is like letting little kids play with these little young motherfuckers that's on in cybersecurity. You know what they've been doing? They've been jamming them. They've been fucking with them to give them GPS denial. When we put them in certain areas, in air defense areas where in contested zones, they haven't been working well. So if you're looking at a full spectrum war, that is why the drones have to go alongside the warfighter. They may be a force multiplier, but when you're talking about operational, I'm telling you, we have had issues, and that's with any drone out there when it comes to the jamming and GPS denial issues.
You can't jam
That's why we added the additional domain.
So you can't jam a fiber optic drone.
Trust me, they have done GPS denial.
It's literally like a landline connection. How can you jam it? It's on a spool of thread.
Do you know what a GPS denial is?
Remember when Iran took our drone and they broadcasted it all over television? They downed one of our drones, and and we were doing the same with them. This was like
that wasn't a fiber optic drone. That wasn't a fiber optic drone.
These are the drones that Patty was mentioning before, and they happened to down one of our drones, right? And they were displaying it on Iranian television and showing the motherboard and the CPU and all that. Keep it going.
Oh, you're asking me or telling me? I thought you were about to.
No, I was just asking you. I think that's what she's referencing. You know what I mean?
No. So when you this is more of microwave. So there are issues with those. So they do get EW interference. So there are ways that they can jam it, and that's why I said you still can get GPS Lionel. It's gonna be through the EM pulse when it comes to violence. So they can be countered. They can be countered. They can be countered. So they can be countered. Just so you try.
So the issue right now is not about like there's a defense
Hey,
for
this conversation is
anything, but
boring.
it's like
There's nothing else to
when
do.
you're
Let's go back to something else, Rashad.
ADHD is whooping your ass.
No, it is because nobody understands what's going on.
Honestly,
We're speaking a different language. It doesn't matter, Rashad. You can't talk another language in a room. If this is a room full of military people, then we can have this conversation.
fair. So Patty, what would happen if Rashad, like, if someone found out that I guess like Rashad was open to unlawful orders, and he was in the industry?
So honestly, I'm just gonna be straight up and honest with you. Under this administration, there's a possibility that nothing could happen, but the Department of Defense still does its investigations. They're gonna recommend what needs to happen. They could put them in D-cell, but the way this administration, because they want this to happen or they want soldiers to do these illegal things, yeah, I got it. He may get a pass, but that doesn't guarantee that Trump will be in office for 4 years. Right? And it doesn't guarantee that he's going to get somebody in the next administration that's going to pardon all these soldiers that do the illegal shit that they are being asked. So, like, let's pretend that fucking Millie went and shot the legs, because that's what the question was. He told Millie, shoot the protesters in their legs. You don't have to kill them, just shoot them in the legs. If he would have said, okay, I'm going to take the order of the president, knowing goddamn well there's ADPs and ARs and TMs and FMs and AFs and Navy doctrine, all kinds of doctrine with joint doctrine, Department of Defense doctrine, and he went against it and said this is their order. This came from the president. His ass would be locked up under Biden.
Right. Rashad, can I ask you a question? I'll ask you the same question. What would happen if someone knew in your rank that you would actually obey unlawful orders?
I don't think nothing would happen.
Okay.
It would be on the
So because you're catfishing on the internet and no one can find you, you feel free to speak about this just the way
Wait. So I'm not catfishing on the internet. You can probably find me. You should do it.
No, but Rashad, I'm gonna be honest with you. Remember last time I put you down because you said something and I was like, what?
Well, wait, hold on. Let him stay up because I have a magic trick.
No. So this Elijah, Rashad, I put you down last time.
It is.
My last name is not Carter.
Yeah, it is. I got your Facebook.
Okay.
So your last name's not Carter?
No, man.
Hey, please don't do this. We don't need to like.
Bro, I know. Listen, Elijah. I've been on Clubhouse for damn near like.
You can be on Clubhouse, but you know
I guarantee people have. I know. Look, people have found me. They have found my lady. All types.
I'm not
afraid of nothing.
This is not a conversation. We don't care. Just leave it alone.
I know. Wait, let me finish. If you try to go here, we can go here. I'm just saying, bro.
I don't need to go there either. Let's not talk about somebody's true life.
My personal phone number.
Let's leave this out of it. Yo, bro, next conversation. We don't need to talk about people's identity, yo. Like, let's leave that out of the conversation. Next topic. Come on.
Yeah, because some of the stuff that you're saying could be like you can go to jail. You know that. Like you can't go against.
He asked me a question. I gave an answer.
Yeah. I got you. Change your name, Rashawn.
I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. Wrong person gonna card.
Then
what the right one.
IG got a hotline that's on the internet.
Yeah, let them know. That way they can record the conversation and say,
do that. Do your due diligence as an American citizen. You have a duty.
Yeah, you sat on the stage and said you did stuff against Geneva Conventions. You sat on this stage and you have revealed, like, when you were doing an operation when you know damn well you're not supposed to be talking about stuff like that. Like, this is kind of weird. I'm going to go ahead and drop you.
Even in a corporation, they tell you you are not allowed to talk freely. I find it out
can be an active member and go and make US Navy look bad. Really, because you like.
Right, like some people are really stupid when they sit up here and be like, right now we're doing an operation in Poland, and I'm sitting right here, right now. I'm doing Operation Eagle Hawk. And then if you Google Operation Eagle Hawk, it's not on the internet and it's not on nobody's. Like, you can't do shit like that. He knows that. He's a dummy.
Anyways, back to what we were talking about before. Do you think the Golden Dome should maybe be put in like Washington, New York, or a place like that? Obviously, across America is probably not cost effective. But what about in like concentrated areas?
You don't need it. We have, so let's say it's a concentrated area. You have these things called, you got defense systems. So all they have to do is move the defense system to that area. That's it.
What do you mean by that?
They can do it within. They can do it depending on
defense systems. Isn't the Golden Dome a defense system?
So all it does is deter, right? So if a missile is coming in, it's gonna shoot the missile out the sky. That's it. Do you know we have defense systems right now all over the United States on certain bases? You have this thing called J35, which is Joint 35, where they do strategic planning for. There's considered a staff job. So the J35 people will be like, hey, there's a possibility of something coming in from North Korea because we've seen activity. They would move that system to wherever they think that they're going to try to shoot at. You don't.
But isn't that the same technology?
Excuse me?
Aren't those defense systems the same technology?
As what?
This Golden Dome.
It pretty much. It's just for it only the trajectory is only so much. So if you're gonna do a Golden Dome over the whole United States, just imagine how much that costs.
That's insane. Yeah, the question is like New York, like
they can move it. They can move it. You got Fort Drum right up the street. Like, what's going on here? Mm-hmm. You got Fort Drum. You got Fort Meade. You got.
So we already have this Golden Dome technology.
So you have the technology, but we don't have enough to protect the whole United States, where it would just be a big ass, like, you can just shoot shit all over out. Shoot shit from Canada, shoot shit from Mexico, shoot shit from fucking the Pacific, shoot shit from the Atlantic, just to be in location at the same time. Like, if Canada decided to shoot at the same time Mexico was trying to shoot, then let's say China and North Korea and West Africa, let's just say all those countries, let's shoot towards the United States. We don't have enough systems for that. But we have enough systems to control the US. How about that? Does that sound good? I mean, it has to come from all areas.
We have subs around, right? On both coasts, right?
We have Navy bases, right?
Bases.
I heard somewhere they're working on this technology, which is a drone curtain. So you don't shoot the missile, you just create a curtain above critical area. So if drone the missile pass through, it just explodes. It's pretty cheap and very effective.
That was really fascinating, huh?
I mean, I just think it's wild. It's like a weird way for someone to like pop back up, you know?
Yeah. And he's like, isn't he like 10 years younger than her or something?
That's a good question. I was wondering just because he looks very young.
Yeah, I think she's like 47.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it says 49 and 39.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and he's like 37. Yeah, 39. Right. 49. Yeah.
They met at heiress Nikki Hilton Rothschild's. I guess it was through a dinner or something in the meatpacking district of New York.
Oh, I thought they met at some Hillary Clinton event. Yeah.
That says.
They got engaged at the Hillary Clinton event.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. But yeah, he's 39 and she's 49. And he's the one who leads, he's actually the one who leads the Open Society.
Yeah, the foundation for his dad.
Like, if you're a right winger, this is, you know, you just been proved right about everything.
I think now she matters, but I think all that other stuff before was just like right wing hyperventilating about Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah, it was all a bunch of bullshit for sure.
I mean, cause she was just like who, you know?
Yeah, I thought all that was too much nonsense, but that's what it is. Yeah, I'm reading this article. This is like every MAGA's fever dream of how the swamp operates. Like people going to fancy dinners where all the famous people get together, eating expensive food, traveling to expensive places. Wow. There's a quote here where they're talking about how like their courtship. And he says, and on Sunday night, I cooked, Mr. Soros said. That means I ordered from Nobu. What? What's going on, man?
I think, does it say in here about their wedding? I think the dual religion wedding was really kind of cool.
I'm on the jewelry purchases right now about their debut, quote unquote, at the Met Gala. Got it. Yeah, so they signed the Kitover in honor of Mr. Soros's Jewish faith and the Nikah in honor of Ms. Abedin's Muslim faith in an intimate interfaith ceremony. People there included Hillary Clinton. Wow, it says Mrs. Clinton and her husband. That's funny. I know this is former President Bill Clinton. Former Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff, Chuck Schumer, and Hakeem Jeffries, Pelosi, Jimmy Fallon, Jennifer Lawrence, Adrian Brody, Sienna Miller, Mariska Hargitay, I don't know who it is, the Rothschilds, and Anna Wintour. Voice and Men performed.
Not the Rothschild.
Well, that was the connection. With someone who's supposed to be Hilton and a Rothschild. They also had a toast from the Prime Minister of Albania. As you do. You gotta have at least one Prime Minister toast to your wedding, or it's not a real wedding, right?
Yeah, and the more obscure the country, the better. So at the wedding I'm gonna have a toast from the Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan. And that's who I'm gonna get. Do they have a Prime Minister in Kyrgyzstan?
I have no idea. That's such an obscure choice that you've made.
I know, right? It might be an emir or something. Whoever it is. Kazakhstan. Isn't that a different country?
What do you mean Kyrgyzstan?
Wait a minute. I thought it was Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyz. That's what you're going for.
Okay. Because I thought you said Kazakhstan, which I was saying you could get Sasha Baron, which is the next best thing.
I used to live with his wife's half brother. Very, very random. We had her like boxes of high school shit in our attic. It's just like, you know, the woman who says, "I'll find you," and Wedding Crashers, Isla Fisher. Yeah. Very, very random connection.
Yeah, that's it. Kyrgyzstan. That's the one. Over there by the Turks. That's the one I'm gonna get.
You see, you already messed up on the wedding plans.
It's bordered by Kazakhstan. And if they deny me because they have bad taste, I can always get Tajikistan. Is that one too? Tajikistan?
Okay, so to say Sasha, you can't get Kyrgyzstan because they are assholes.
Fascination with Sasha.
No, that's literally the joke. He was like, no, if you watch the first Borat.
Is that where he's from, really?
I don't know, but I mean that's what he says. He said, "This is Kazakhstan. We're located to Kyrgyzstan, and they are assholes." That's literally the first. The first couple lines. Yeah.
They won't deny me though. If only because they wanna they would like to one up Tajikistan. Thank you.
That's where you moving out, AJ?
No, that's who's gonna do the toast at the wedding I'm never gonna have. I was in Lufax's room last night. It's a long story. But in that room, they were having a very similar argument. So there's a woman, her name is Chat, exclamation point. And she was having a conversation with someone who was trying to tell her the same thing about the missiles and all that. And he was giving bad information and challenging her very accurate information. And the same way that the conversation was happening just now. How could this happen to me tonight? Yes, Maya, I am, but I'm leaving right now.
Man, I left. You just love those gifts. You just don't get tired of that. It's amazing. People are just being. Is this therapy? Okay.
So this is therapy time.
Not for you to talk about men are trifling.
Okay, so let me get this off my chest. All right, so you know I was telling you, Mel, earlier how I was like, I'm not feeling good. Like I think I had COVID. I'm gonna go get my test, whatever. So this is guy that has been like trying to get with me for like a year, right? But I have a man, so I'm like, hey, like I'm not interested. We can be friends, right? We're overlapping social groups. So he like apparently is like I posted on my Instagram that I was gonna go get some antibiotics. And he's like, oh, like I can come over to your house and bring you some soup. And I was like, hey, like Joey, just so you know, like my boyfriend is gonna be here later. And he's like, oh, like after he leaves, I can come over and we can like watch a movie together. And I was like, bro, you've been at this for 7 months. How many times I gotta tell you no, you trifling asshole? That's all I. Just like anyway.
Did you say that out loud?
No, I didn't say that to him, but I wanted to. Like, these men will be lurking, in the background, waiting for something to go wrong in your relationship so they can slide right in. So you gotta be careful with those that are just like casually lurking in the. Anyways, that was my. I had to get that off my chest. But why do you think men are trifling, Your Honor?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Often poorly trained.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, there are trifling men out there. I don't know if they're all trifling.
That's where he goes vampires in the chat. That was fun.
Yeah, I'm not trifling. I'm well trained.
But you're like married and like settled down, right? Like you're in your like established.
Yeah, because I'm not trifling. Yeah.
You should lead a class on how to be a domesticated house husband, because this app is full of.
I don't know about all that. I'm not a domesticated house husband. What's going on? I mean, I put the seat down, but that doesn't mean I'm a domesticated house husband.
Guys, I think I'm also my period's about to start because I've been getting the weirdest cravings today. Like I've been thinking about biscuits all day, and I think I'm gonna order a biscuit from. So.
Yeah, maybe you're pregnant.
my, this happens like every month with me. It's my period.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Ready to be a real mother.
I've been ready. No, but I do get. They do say that like. Do you all ever get the randomest cravings for food sometimes? Like, where does this come from? Like, it's just random.
I never think of it as random.
Really?
A common cause is vitamin deficiencies.
Really?
Exactly.
I get my blood work done regularly, and I also do this thing called like they do this like biome gut health analysis exam that measures all your vitamin levels, and they like would tell me if I have a deficiency.
Are you a biohacker?
I don't know what that means, but I do invest quite
Sounds
a bit.
like it.
Right? That was given biohacker, right?
So it's like optimization of like your gut biome. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what a biohacker is.
Yeah. So the report will tell you like where all your vitamin levels are and et cetera, and it's like it checks for like 200 and something are not normally caught in like lab work and lab tests, and then they'll
Yeah,
give
you
like
are 100% a biohacker.
Yeah, you just didn't know what it was called.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, so I gotta add that to my LinkedIn bio.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to do that.
Yeah, if you came from a more cultured state, you would definitely know the term.
You're literally hacking your bio.
Oh, yes, okay. I just didn't know that was a thing. Is that a like common thing in California? But it's like
Actually, it's a stereotype against Californians. Yes.
Yeah, it is very. I mean, trying to live forever and all of that stuff.
Well, we were actually talking about this in another room, like the decline in the average American male's testosterone levels in the United States and why that's happened. They're like 40% drop over the last couple decades. And so what is the impact of that on like male fertility? They were talking about this in a different room like 20 minutes ago. And that's important. Y'all should go get your testosterone levels checked. And if it's not on level, you got to get that fixed, And also they say if you're not horny, you're not healthy. So you should be you should be wanting to dick down your wife. Aaron, if you're not, then you got to go get your blood work. See what's going on down.
Yeah, we're not talking about my sexuality on the app here.
Okay, let's not talk about Aaron.
Well, let's just say I don't need to talk to the doctor.
Men in general.
What the hell?
You're not horny on a regular basis.
I know, right? Right, Mel? What is going on?
I just hide my volume and all I hear is.
I think I know what
Mother, what
did,
happened?
actually.
Mother, are you sexually frustrated?
It's all those vitamins. It's all those vitamins.
I think cause I'm sick and not feeling well, I think everything is like off. Like I'm hungry, I'm a little hangry, but I'm like, I don't know why, because I just ate. Like I think it's my time of the month. But we were talking about testosterone levels in it. And how they got that.
Your time of the month.
I think we can take COVID off the list. It sounds like your blood work is coming back normal, so I'm glad to see that. So it's clear there's only one condition that you could possibly have. It's verbal diarrhea. I diagnosed it.
Oh, man, I got it from Trent. Oh, man.
He could be patient zero. It's possible.
I'm hanging out with Trent.
No, but jokes aside, y'all should go get your levels checked. I got mine checked. Mine were good, but I get them checked as part of my recurrent blood work every couple months. So I gotta know if the boys are doing good.
Why are you getting blood work done every couple of months?
I have to for prep purposes. I have to get it done anyways.
For what purposes?
I'm sexually active gay man. I take PrEP, which prevents the transmission of HIV. And you have to get recurring blood work done every 3 months anyways. But on top of that, for additional blood work to make sure everything is good. So before you get your prescription refilled, they go and check that you're blah, blah, blah. I'm only dating one guy right now, but because I have trust issues, I'm going to keep taking PrEP until this is we're married, I don't know, these men be cheating on you, and then next thing you know, you catch something, so I take it out of
Oh, wait, the blood work, is it expensive every 3 months? Because, there's a lot.
Oh, my insurance. Well, without insurance, yes, it's expensive.
No, not expensive. I said expensive. Is it several vials that they have to take a month? Because, some people, they can't do that. Like, they have sensitive veins and all of that. I'm just thinking like, there's a lot of blood work every 3 months.
They take about 4 vials usually. Usually it's 4.
I've never heard of having to take it every 3 months.
You don't get. You're not required. Your insurance doesn't require you to go get blood work every 3 months. I have to get it before they won't refill my subscription without getting the blood work done.
I've never heard.
That's
heard
crazy.
of it ever. It's interesting, but what state are you in?
But yeah, because insurance, like, this is just new to me because, like, to your point, initial point, blood work is expensive. And for your insurance to cover it for every 3 months, that's, like, I have no words. That's interesting to me.
But I also, I'm not gonna be dishonest. Like, I have very, very good healthcare. Everything is covered under my plan. Pretty much everything. After I go over my $600 deductible, I can get X-rays. I can get MRIs. I can get pretty much everything's. So that's an exception. That's not like the norm. Most people don't.
Yeah, you better knock on wood.
Do your friends also have blood tests every 3 months?
Yeah, they have to get
I'm
it.
from Florida too, so I don't know. I feel like that maybe your doctor marked you something at risk so you can get them done.
Well, it's because I'm a homosexual, so we're a higher risk.
No, I get it. I know PrEP and I know people who take PrEP and yeah,
They take PrEP without getting their blood work done every 3 months? Where are they getting it from? Like, which provider is beating them with
everywhere. And also I travel the world and talk with people that have PrEP and I've just never heard of blood tests every 3 months.
If I had to get my blood,
mind-boggling.
if I had to get my blood tested every 3 months, they just might as well put me in a coma.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I can barely.
That's a lot to go through. Yeah, I have bad veins. They gotta get pediatric needles. Like, it's a whole thing every time.
I started crying when they opened the needle. I was like, oh no!
I'm gonna start asking around.
Yeah, Google says that it's recommended. You don't need to, but it's generally recommended to have blood work done every 3 months.
Oh, so it's optional?
Taking PrEP.
I've
Yeah.
never heard of anyone actually doing it. So like, who?
I thought everybody did it every 3 months. Let me ask the group chat. Hold on.
Jesus signified me. I do not.
Not the group chat. I mean, that just further drives home the point that, you know, it's not a choice. That's who you are. Because why would you sign up for something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a fad. Like there's certain things, like, where people say, oh, you know, that lifestyle is a choice. I mean, you know, it comes with its own set of trials and tribulations. I'm about to pass out just thinking about blood.
Yeah, I know women that take PrEP. So.
Yeah, anybody can take PrEP, but I don't think that's the reason why it's not a choice.
Especially the women in Atlanta.
I had to take a Zoloft.
A lot of women in Atlanta taking PrEP. Because, you know, the men that are out there.
And recently, a lot of people around the world were taking PrEP until the funding was full.
So apparently there's a new medication that's in FDA. Sorry, you just reminded me of this. It's apparently you only have to get it, take it twice a year. It's like a new injection that they're working on, and I'm like, that would be wonderful.
Oh yeah, I saw that on the. I saw that in an advertisement. I saw that in an advertisement at my doctor's office. It's a shot you take.
Yeah, there's a shot you take every month.
Somebody in the chat. Like
No. This one you take it like every 6 months or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not every month.
Take the shot twice a year.
Chat.
Yeah.
The one that is once every 2 years, funding was pulled from.
No, Joey, he said fag here, absolutely, every 3 months.
No, I bet he said that. Joey just
Oh, he was just laughing. Oh.
I got you, Joey, I saw it.
Oh, that's it. pushing 40 now. I think it's time to get glasses,
Oh,
guys.
girl, yeah. Welcome to the club. Come on, girl. It's okay.
Woo, child.
Look, when you start to think that the eye, like your light bulbs and the lighting is different, that's when you need glasses.
And when you start
To me,
pushing
I was,
the phone away from the face.
I was in denial. I called a friend and was like, when did they reduce the font on the vitamin bottle? And she was like, girl, you need reading glasses. And I was like, no. And I was like, I think I need soft lighting because this hard lighting, I can't see. She was like, you were coming up with every excuse. You need reading glasses.
Have you guys considered LASIK? I thought about it.
Those weird,
My sister
those
did.
weird people. I don't need my glasses to read. I only need my glasses to see far. I literally take off my glasses when I'm reading.
Yeah, that used to be me. But once I started having like working remotely, I'm in front of my computer so much that it was inevitable. I ended up needing reading glasses during COVID.
Get some blue blocker glasses.
Yeah, I wear blue blockers when I use my computer. But I also, that's like a medium distance.
So who here is going to get the Neuralink when it comes out?
Did you just hear me say I was too scared from the thing? You have a given.
No.
No, I'm not gonna touch that. But
I won't even get in one of these Waymos. And the idea of hooking my brain up to anything that Elon Musk has touched, absolutely not. Not in a million, trillion, bajillion, quadrillion years.
So I guess we'll just start with the
I took my car back. I took the car back to the dealership because the car was talking too much. I'm like, no, this car, it's doing too much. It's telling me how to park.
Yeah, I feel like they judge me. Like mine was telling me to pull over and get some coffee because I ran into the side for a little railing. And I was like, okay, you're doing too much. I didn't ask you for that.
Wait, you ran into the railway?
I didn't say railing. No. And then it told me, it said equal tip, but it was basically telling me to roll up my window because I guess the car moves faster and whatever. And I was like, I want the window down. Thank you.
Yeah, it's better energy because the car is not filling up with air to make you have to use more power.
There is some medication you can take if the car is talking to you too much, though. My doctor.
But the guy told me, he was like, you could turn that off. You don't have to return the car. You could just turn that off. I'm like, okay. I don't want to.
Did you tell him you want what you want? To take the car back?
Like, okay, I was like, turn it off then. How do I turn it off? And I haven't turned it on since. I don't want all that shit.
Yeah, my friend's Acura, she said that something in the, like, it's like a cell phone code driving thing, and it was like, correcting her steering wheel when she was trying to switch lanes, like she was doing it too early, and then it was trying to help her park, and I was like, I don't need all of that. And it was like when she wanted to decelerate during cruise control, it wasn't doing it when she wanted to do it. Like it was trying to tell her when to decelerate and accelerate. I was like,
And mine does this thing like with the mirrors, like when you put it in reverse, it changes like the side mirrors.
Oh, that's good. I like that part.
I don't want it. I have my mirrors the way I need it. I don't want you doing that.
I like when they turn down because then you can see the curb.
Yeah, they go down. I said that I can look. I don't need you to do that. First time I went to get my driver's license, the only thing I passed was parallel parking. I'm an expert at parallel parking.
But I still do like that feature. I gotta say, I find that useful.
And do you like the one that beeps when you're parking and you get too close to the curb and it goes beep, 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 beep. Oh.
Yeah, I do, but so I had a really rare form of glaucoma, so I don't see well out of one of my eyes. So judging distance is is something that kind of went away from me, so I technically have a disability that makes that really useful for me. So I'm a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to wear, I really need my glasses at night. I have night driving glasses because my depth perception at night is terrible. My doctor said that what is it, whatever, the cataracts or whatever, yeah, they're forming, but, you got a long way to go. Like, why? Because when you get that cataract surgery, you get, like, impeccable vision.
So I've had 2 of them because they had to replace my lenses. Mm-hmm. It didn't really show up that much for me though because I was just too young. Like I didn't have it build up yet. But yeah, I talked to some people who have gotten it and they said they just like couldn't believe what the world looked like after they got the cataract surgery. It was all sharp and clear again. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't need glasses anymore. But I'm gonna have to wait until I'm 80. Because my eyes, like, last time I got my eyes checked, my doctor was like, yeah, you don't need new glasses. It's like, what do you mean I don't need new glasses? I've had these glasses, I've had the same glasses for like 5 years. What's going on? Yeah, my eyes, they're not changing. It's crazy.
I mean, that's a good thing, right?
I mean, yeah, I got new glasses anyway because I wanted new frames. But, yeah, that's good. My eyes aren't getting worse. Because I'm like, I can't paint my toenails without my glasses. Like, that's a problem. But, I can see, so that's a blessing and a gift. Not knocking it.
I think there was something that Thomas Trist said about your eyes reaching. I think it's after 30, your eyes settle and they stop changing as much. Maybe it's 35. I can't remember the age.
That might be right, because I remember that was so long ago, 35. When you're 70,
Wait a minute, I thought you were 70? I thought you were like 76.
My eyes were like, I am 76. What? My eyes were like going back. Like I went back prescriptions for a while.
But your eyes were Benjamin Button.
Yeah. It's funny you say that because that's what my sisters call me, Benjamin Button. Because they're getting older and they swear I'm aging in reverse. But, yeah. My eyes were. But now they've been stable for the last 5 years. I've had the same prescription, so. I don't know. I'm a weird person out here in the world. I use both sides of my brain equally, so that may be the problem.
That's 2 more sides than the average clubhouse participant.
That explains my frustration then with the clubhouse conversation. Just like, use your brain, any part of it.
Wow, I didn't know that. So now I have a new perspective on one of our previous conversations, Dr. E.G., because I remember you got pissed at me one time because I was like, oh, Dr. E.G. is my girl. And then you were like, I'm not your girl. And I was like, okay, this makes more sense now. I was thinking you were like 40-something. I had no idea you were in your 70s. So I apologize.
I'm not really in my 70s.
Oh, okay.
I just say that because my grandmother told me that I was 50 when I was 7. So dysmorphia, maybe age dysmorphia or something.
I also think people are just growing up slower nowadays. Like at some point, like people didn't become adults until they're like late 20s, and I was like, society has kind of changed expectations. Like people are just taking longer to become full.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us about your experience?
Yeah. So one last thing. I also will say I am kind of happy to see that parents are allowing their kids to move back home after college, because I think that will help financially a lot of the next generation, so they can take some of that burden of student loans off their debt. So like that whole notion that it's like frowned upon or you're a loser for moving back home, I'm glad that's going away because it's helping a lot. That's it, Aaron. I think that's all I.
I found that was fundamentally an American thing. I mean, in a lot of European countries, people live with their parents. Like in Italy, people live with their parents until they get married. Men and women.
And there's some cultures where they marry and still live with the parents for a little bit.
Yeah,
it's to save up for their house.
Yeah, it's not uncommon in Italy to find like a 30-year-old man living with his parents. Like, yeah, yeah, I think that was like fundamentally an American thing. But I do have to say that I do look sideways at people. Like, why are you still living with your parents? Like, what the fuck? You're too old for that. But, you know.
I think if it's like, okay, if you're 26, maybe I can give it a go. If you're still 32 and you're still at home, all right, we gotta talk about you moving out. Like it's time. Let your parents retire.
Yeah. It used to be a joke about people living in their parents' basement, but it's not anymore. It's too true to be a joke. Times are changing.
I don't know. I think maybe it's because, well, everyone knows I'm Latino. It's actually very common for us to like move in with our parents, but I think I'm glad that's becoming a norm outside of this.
Dominicans never let their sons leave.
So right now, your daughters or kids are gonna move back in, and they're gonna be there for.
I hope they come back. If they listen to their mother, they'll come back. Water.
But the reason why it became a norm is because now property is more expensive.
And that's also like a shitty apartment will cost you $3,000 a month, like some basic ass.
Exactly. Back in the day, you can get a basic ass apartment for like $500.
I told my daughter, you better come back home. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
There's that Dominican accent.
I think it's kind of. I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages, because I think the longer it takes for people to become self-sufficient, the harder it is. You know. Like, God forbid, like their parents die young or something. Like both my parents died young, and my brother is stuck in the game because of it. But yes, I think there are pluses and minuses to it. If the parents are really strict about you're living at home and making sure that you take some responsibilities while you're doing that, then I think that makes a difference. But living at home the same way you did when you were in high school, that's not a good look. Times are hard.
Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a savings and, not just go out there just to go out there and be living check to check.
Do you think this generation is growing up slower than the previous generations?
Hell yeah.
Oh God, yes.
We were definitely
in a whole bunch of ways, emotionally, psychologically. Like I mean, I've engaged with 3 generations of young people, and particularly Gen Z. It's like It's a lot of arrested development.
What's the culprit?
Gen X parents.
Yeah, but some of the parents are millennials. Some of the parents are millennials. Don't forget that.
That was nasty.
Yeah, I mean the millennial, but you know, like the later Gen Z kids, like now, they're a little different, but the early Gen Z, oh my goodness, I'm like, oh Lord.
I was talking to my professor of social media, and we were talking about this new generation of kids, and she's like, I don't understand what the hell's going on. I come late on purpose to try to get them to communicate, and they're just all on their phones. And I know I'm teaching social media, but it's social. It's not just media. Why can't I get them to talk? And she's like, I also am supposed to, part of my thing is that they have to go to 4 events and write about it and post about it. And these people are saying that there's no events that they can find. Are they crazy? There's so many things going on. Like, do anything.
And I noticed just communication skills are poor.
Yeah, that's what you're
Just
saying.
being able to,
In-person communication.
yeah, being able to hold a conversation, it's, oh my God.
Well, as you can see here, people don't be understanding words, Doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
We're not even talking the same language anymore.
And I read this article, this was like a few months back, and they were talking about how in high school, kids don't read books anymore. You know, like there used to be a time where everybody read, like To Kill a Mockingbird. In the English class, that was like the reading everybody did. In some grade 9 through 11, you read To Kill a Mockingbird. And now kids are they read chapters from books, or they'll read like short stories, but it's very rare that they read a book from cover to cover. So they're not even reading. I mean, they're reading, but need to be able to do sustained reading. Like, wait, what?
Back then, though, all that standardized reading, Lord of the Flies and stuff.
Yeah, we read it.
We would read, but we'd have clip notes as well, the printed out ones. But yeah.
Man read the clip
Yeah, but you also read, though.
Yeah, you couldn't read the clip notes all the time. You couldn't get away with that.
Yeah. Because not all books had clip notes.
Exactly. And also they're expensive. You gotta find the person who has them. It's not, it's a lot harder.
Oh, you had to pay for them back then, huh?
You have to buy them. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Dr. Adrian, you know I have 2 Gen Zs, and I would say they are the total opposite. So I would say my son is more like the Gen Zs that very, he can't communicate. No comment. But then you see my other Gen Z, which is my daughter, she's good. So I won't say it's a Gen Z thing, it's just depending on the Gen Z child. Like, I find that there's a lot of kids like my son, but then I find that there's kids like my daughter.
And it's definitely dependent on their age, right? And the gender does make a difference. There's a difference between the women and the men.
Yeah.
And the social dysfunction manifests in different ways. I find like with the girls, their communication skills are really good, but their level of like the boys are very, even though they express it in very muted ways, the boys are very confident, but the girls less so. In terms of like self-image, self-esteem, aspiration, that kind of thing. Like the boys, they're like, yeah, they can do anything. They just choose not to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the gender thing. I see, and I have friends that also have sons, and they have the same problem with their sons versus their daughters.
Yeah. It's a really interesting phenomenon. Really interesting. can't, the lounge is not opening up tonight?
I guess not. The owner of the lounge left. This lounge, I don't know when it gets open, but come on, how you gonna make money?
Alright, I need
They got no management, nobody else got keys.
The lounge may just be a side hustle.
It's a bodega?
It's not a bodega. No, bodega open every day.
This bodega, and they got the bootleg bottles in the back.
Right.
If it was a bodega, it would never be closed. Wait a minute. Maya said she sold the bodega to Monfinity. Oh, Lord.
You just sitting there harassing all the clientele.
Wait, the bodega gonna soon be out of business then.
Like, excuse me, sir, I just wanted to buy a Snapple. Could you please leave me
Ain't
alone?
nobody coming back.
That would explain all of the tourists, I'm gonna call them. You know, when I put in the chat that a bus must have broken down outside of the 420. That would explain that.
Yeah.
And look, somebody said,
just spend the shit and give me my change. Just spend it and give me my change.
Look, somebody said when I said the bus broke down, I don't know if it was Patty, but somebody said one of those $20 buses.
Not the $20 bus.
The dollar bus.
Oh, Lord, not the super bus.
Shout out to my Jamaican.
I just say, so.
Shout out to tap-tap, not the tap-tap.
Oh, I thought Brian was talking about the dollar bills.
That's what I thought we were talking about, right? The dollars.
Yeah, because you over here talking about Jamaicans. I'm like, yeah, that's a dollar bill.
He's like, I'll take you because I'm big. Wait.
They pick you up at the mall. You go to the mall, you park your car, and you have fun. Then you can go all the way.
The mega bus, that's fancy.
Uber.
I'm an original Chinatown bus rider. That's that's the real shit.
Oh my God.
Yo, I seen a video today. So a chick is like, I just spent $250 everything I got. She got a Chanel bag. She got a Louis Vuitton wallet. And she in Chinatown. I was like, only in New York. I'm laughing. She got 2 perfumes. She said, how much was all this? She was like, $210. All of this.
Damn.